The story starts on a dark and stormy night in an old Chinese house. A group of men in black robes stood quietly in a line. One of them asked if anyone was there. The rain had formed puddles, and outside, a dirty child, soaked from the rain, looked at the men in black robes. Their stillness was creepy. Among them, a man with red eyes looked closely at the boy, wondering how he could be living in the empty martial academy. He called the boy a young warrior and politely asked if they could stay there for the night to get out of the rain. The boy watched them closely, curious about who they were. He was surprised they spoke so nicely, especially since he was just a kid. He thought they might see him as a young caretaker of the closed academy. Wanting to be polite, he greeted them back and figured they probably weren't bad people. He said he had been living in the empty academy for a few years and told them they could stay wherever they wanted. But he pointed to the pavilion where he stayed and asked them not to use it. The men thanked the young warrior for his kindness. Their leader told everyone to avoid the boys' pavilion and find shelter somewhere else. He asked if they understood, and they all said yes. They went to find their spots. The boy read the word on their robes. It said Tang. He wondered if they were from the same clan. He was curious about what kind of people they were, but he had other things to do. He went into his pavilion. He was busy because it was time for the kids' dinner. The serious mood changed as the boy looked happy. He happily called everyone to eat. There was a big pot. He cheerfully lifted the lid, revealing a small, brown, cricket-like insect inside. The boy remarked that he was almost late and these insects must be starving. He then opened another pot. Inside was a charming, large spider known as the black earth tiger, a tarantula native to Hainan, China. It's a big species growing up to 20 cm with unique stripes that resemble a black tiger. With a chopstick, he picked up an insect to feed Black. As he fed him, he expressed his gratitude for Black's presence, saying he couldn't imagine surviving without these creatures. Black eagerly munched on the insect. The boy was delighted with Black's reaction. He was amazed that this spider, once the size of a fingernail, had already shed its shell twice and grown significantly. He was thrilled. After Black had eaten, the boy opened a drawer. Inside was an orange lizard with white stripes. It was a Baolang cave gecko, another native species known for its striped body and tail. The boy mentioned how difficult it was to get one in his past life because he had no money. But now he could find them everywhere outside. His life was full of joy watching them. As he fed the gecko, it bit him. He yelled and shook his fingers to dislodge it, but it held on tightly. This moment reminded him of his past. Before ending up in this body, he was a streamer. A streamer with a huge following of 1 million subscribers. He was a professional biologist known as Spicy Fabry, focusing on venomous insects and animals. The trouble began during a live broadcast celebrating his 1 million subscribers, featuring the 10 most dangerous vipers in the world. The most dangerous among them, the black mamba, was seen as the most aggressive, and his trip to Africa to find it led to his demise. He explained to his viewers that he didn't have it yet, and finding it was quite challenging. He decided to take a break and planned to search for it again. His viewers assured him they would wait. He was exhausted and couldn't locate it. In the chat, viewers were worried that the black mamba might be in his house and could bite him. The elusive snake, which he had searched for tirelessly, was actually curled up on top of his refrigerator. During the live stream, it bit him swiftly, and just like that, our boy died. Now back to the present, he frowned, thinking about how it happened after all his hard work. Meanwhile, an elderly man in a black robe stood outside his pavilion door. He knocked and called for the young warrior. The boy opened the door and asked if there was anything wrong. The man expressed his gratitude for the shelter from the rain. He invited the boy to join them for dinner, mentioning they had caught a deer. The boy was thrilled to hear this. He loved meat. Until now, the only meat he had eaten was from snakes and lizards. He gladly accepted the invitation and joined the others. They had set up a bonfire. Everyone gathered around, watching the deer cook. The elder noticed the boy drooling at the sight and mentioned that the deer would take some time to be ready. In the meantime, he asked if he could ask a few questions. The boy felt a bit embarrassed for staring too long but agreed to answer. The elder asked if the boy lived alone and how old he was. The boy wasn't sure if he was 14 or 15. He decided to make up a story that he had hit his head as a child and didn't remember much. When asked if he stayed there by himself, he said yes, explaining he had no special talent. He just caught snakes and sold their skins to get by. The elder was surprised he did such a risky thing. The boy replied that he was used to it. Someone brought over some cooked meat so they could eat first. An old man commented that the young warrior must be hungry. The boy thanked the elder. He mentioned it had been a long time since he had any meat. As he bit into it, he looked genuinely happy. In his mind, he thought, "This is happiness." The older men watched him with smiles. They asked the boy to listen while he ate. The elder explained they were searching for something and asked if he had seen anything unusual. The elder hesitated about sharing more. The white-haired elder suggested to the patriarch that, since they owed the young warrior, it might be fine to tell him. Besides, the boy probably wouldn't understand, and living alone, he wouldn't spread the word. The patriarch agreed with his father and began to explain. They were looking for a centipede with a blue spot on its body. The boy was taken aback by this. They called it the blue spot centipede. It was large, so they thought the boy might have come across it. He asked how big it was. The patriarch said that if it were an adult, it could easily swallow someone the boy's size. The boy went pale at the idea of such a gigantic centipede. He started to question his assumption that he had just traveled back a few hundred years. Maybe he was in another world altogether. The white-haired man reassured him not to worry, as they were close to catching it. The boy wondered if they intended to catch and raise it. The elders were puzzled by the idea of raising it. The white-haired elder was entertained and burst into laughter. They found the notion of raising a blue spot centipede amusing. The patriarch remarked on how funny the young warrior was. The white-haired elder clarified that raising it was impossible. They intended to use it for medicine. This confused the boy, who thought they might be traders, but now wondered if they were involved in something illicit. He asked how centipedes could be medicinal. The white-haired man explained that his granddaughter was gravely ill, and the centipede's inner core was the only thing that could save her, so they were determined to find it. The boy was trying to piece everything together, and the patriarch confirmed his thoughts. The white-haired elder's granddaughter was indeed his daughter. To the boy, it seemed like they were willing to try anything to help her, given her critical condition. Though he doubted centipedes could be used as medicine, he understood the lengths parents would go for their children. Feeling sympathy for both the girl and the centipede, and grateful for the meal the men provided, he decided to offer his help. He began speaking about the centipede, prompting the patriarch to ask if he had seen it. He replied no, but mentioned that while he might not know exactly what a blue spot centipede is, he might have an idea of where to find it. Despite his death by snake bite, Spicy Fabry was exceptionally knowledgeable about venomous creatures. Out of the estimated 8.7 million species, about 20,000 are known to be venomous, and he had knowledge of each one. Centipedes were no exception. With expertise in venomous animals, Spicy Fabry was like a walking encyclopedia. The boy recalled his extensive knowledge about centipedes, as if flipping through a mental book. In his mind, he scanned through the information and soon found what he was looking for. Back in reality, he told the elders he might know where to find the creature. The men were surprised and eager to know where. The boy asked about the areas they had already searched. They had looked north and east of the academy, mostly during the day, focusing on the riverside to the north. He wasn't surprised they hadn't found it. He explained, "Of course you couldn't find it." The elder was curious about what he meant by "of course." They urged him to explain. Centipedes, being part of the Arthropoda phylum and Chilopoda class, have a wide range and, being cold-blooded, require shelter to regulate their temperature and humidity. Another interesting fact is that, unlike most insects with a waterproof layer, centipedes have weak waterproofing and pores on their shells. So they don't actually prefer wet places. They need high humidity but dislike being overly wet, yet they can't survive long without water. Thus, the blue spot centipede is unlikely to be found in jungles or by the river. The elders were surprised, as they thought centipedes preferred places like rotten wood cracks. The boy explained that while small ones might be found there, they were searching for a big one. Large centipedes can't stay in jungles or near river rocks because they wouldn't be able to hide. The elders exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement. They asked where they could find the centipede, promising the boy a big reward if they succeeded. The boy smiled. He pointed west, suggesting they search the Rocky Mountains in that direction. Centipedes enjoy resting under warm rocks during the day and come out at night. A few hours later, they were at the Rocky Mountains, searching thoroughly. The patriarch stood atop a tall, narrow rock, watching closely. One man approached him, suggesting the young warrior might be mistaken. He decided it was time to call it a day. He ordered the signal arrow to be fired, gathering the search team. As the arrow flew, the men gathered around a bonfire. Though exhausted, they still hoped the young warrior was right. They wondered why the centipede remained elusive but believed in the boy's intelligence. The patriarch remained silent. Eventually, with a pained expression, he spoke of his daughter, Hueyun, considered the most exceptional talent in the Tang family's history. He questioned if the heavens had abandoned her. Suddenly, someone announced the Grand Patriarch's return. The Patriarch welcomed him back, and they gathered around the bonfire. The Grand Patriarch asked if he had also failed to find the centipede. The Patriarch confirmed that he too had failed. He asked if the Grand Patriarch had the same outcome, and the Grand Patriarch nodded. Hueyun had, at most, 3 months left. He doubted they could find the centipede in just 10 days. Silence fell over the group. The Patriarch suggested exploring the south the next day since they hadn't found any traces there. The Grand Patriarch agreed, noting the lack of traces. This statement sparked a realization in the Patriarch. He laughed heartily, admitting he couldn't believe what he had overlooked. He declared that they were indeed in the right place. The Patriarch asked if the Grand Patriarch had noticed something. The Grand Patriarch replied no, but as the Patriarch mentioned, he hadn't sensed any presence or trace. The Patriarch was puzzled. The Grand Patriarch explained that the absence of traces suggested it was there. He asked the Patriarch if he had seen any signs in the past 3 days. The Patriarch admitted he hadn't seen any animals, droppings, or territorial markings. That was when the Patriarch understood. The Grand Patriarch clarified that it was exactly as it seemed. It was unusual not to find any animal traces on such a large mountain. The Patriarch considered the possibility of a territorial creature. The Grand Patriarch suspected that other animals had either fled or become prey to the centipede. He patted the Patriarch's shoulder, assuring him that the blue spot centipede was indeed there. They felt hopeful that they could save Hueyun. The Patriarch wore a sad yet hopeful expression of a father. Suddenly, they felt the ground tremble. Alertness spread through the group. Panic set in as cracks appeared in the ground. The area around the bonfire began to crumble. Unexpectedly, it rose from the earth. Confusion swept over them as they tried to understand what was happening. A limb emerged from the ground, soon followed by another. They pointed at the creature as it surfaced, fear gripping them. Even the Grand Patriarch was filled with unease. Several more limbs emerged. It was indeed the blue spot centipede, and it was massive. Back at the academy, the boy grumbled about the commotion. He wondered just how large the centipede was, given all the noise. He remarked on how he had merely suggested searching for it, yet they seemed to be turning the mountain upside down. He was fascinated by the idea of a centipede big enough to swallow him whole. Being a fan of poison Pokemon, he thought he'd really like to see it. Meanwhile, at the Rocky Mountain, things eventually calmed down. They had defeated the blue spot centipede, though not without injuries. They managed to retrieve the core, a small blue gem, kept safely in a wooden box. The men were moved to tears, relieved they could finally save Hueyun. The Patriarch instructed his father to go to Sichuan first to treat the injured warriors. The Grand Patriarch was puzzled. The Patriarch explained that while grudges are etched in blood, favors are etched in stone. This was their way of life. In short, they still had obligations to fulfill. The Grand Patriarch understood. He realized how he had almost made a mistake by focusing solely on Hueyun. He agreed that it was right to welcome the young warrior as a guest and give him what he desired. The Patriarch ordered the injured to receive care in the village while he visited the young warrior. He thought the young warrior might be curious about the news. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the boy was being affectionately surrounded by 3 small, yellow Pokemon-like creatures. The young warrior faced a new challenge. He had unexpectedly become the caretaker of 3 baby blue spot centipedes. They looked like tiny caterpillars. They were cute and endearing, especially in the way they nuzzled against his face. As he looked at the pot, he remembered something. When he had returned home, he cleaned the eggs and placed them on his nightstand. When he awoke, they had all hatched. One centipede lay contentedly on his head. He had sensed its presence but hadn't expected them to hatch so soon. He looked at the centipedes clinging to him and tried to gently remove them from his shoulders. But there was a problem. They wouldn't let go, seeing him as their parent. Here's a quick recap of what happened last night. The boy was incredibly curious about this new type of centipede, so large it could swallow him whole. He told himself that enduring this challenge proved he was still spicy Fabry, even in the lair of the blue spot centipede he discovered. Driven by curiosity, he searched for it and accidentally kicked an insect in frustration. His torch fell as he lost his balance, but he was relieved to see the 3 eggs he found were safe. Luckily, the rain had stopped, or he might not have been able to retrieve even one. Realizing he needed to act quickly, he stood up to head back and clean the eggs. He secured them at his waist and reassured them that he'd give them a proper bath soon. Back in the present, although he didn't see the living blue spot centipede, he was glad to have saved the remaining eggs. He asked the little centipedes to give him some space. He knew they wouldn't eat until after their first 2 molts, so feeding them wasn't a concern yet. Still, having them cling to him was a bit of a hassle. Then he got an idea. If he went into the water, maybe they'd let go. With a smirk, he decided to take a shower. The little centipedes probably didn't know what that meant, but one shivered in anticipation. A few hours later, the elder patriarch arrived at the academy. He approached the pavilion, knocked on the door, and asked if the young warrior was inside. There was no answer. He waited, then reached for the doorknob and decided to enter. Inside, he saw herbs, jars, and even some medicine, which led him to wonder if the young warrior was a healer. He realized how impolite it was to enter without permission. He decided to return later, but a rustling sound caught his attention. It was coming from one of the pots. Curious, he turned back and opened the pot. To his surprise, there was a spider inside. His curiosity piqued. He turned to the drawers and pulled one open, revealing a gecko. He glanced around and checked another pot, discovering beetles within. There were also some eggs and dried snakes. It was astounding. He couldn't believe that the young warrior was raising venomous animals and their offspring. Even their Tang clan, known for handling venomous creatures, had only managed to extract poison but hadn't figured out how to increase eggs this way. He realized that saving his daughter's life was due to a small stroke of luck, but the true fortune was meeting the young warrior. Just then, the young warrior appeared and greeted him, noticing the elder's bandaged arm and expressing concern. The elder assured him it was nothing serious. He began to tell the young warrior something important but stopped abruptly, sensing an ominous energy. Suddenly, there was an explosion at the entrance behind the boy. Slowly, a silhouette emerged, revealing itself as it stepped forward. It resembled an ogre with one eye and a burned left side of its face. The elder instinctively pushed the young warrior aside, urging him to run. The boy was startled and confused. The monster let out a loud roar, assuming an aggressive stance. It moved swiftly, attacking with its hand. The elder blocked the attack with his uninjured arm, enduring great pain. The monster then pushed him back, sending him flying. Dust filled the air, causing the elder to cough, and he spat blood. He realized the monster's strength was comparable to that of his father. The elder urged the young warrior to run, but as the smoke cleared, it revealed the young warrior being choked and lifted by the monster. The young warrior coughed as the monster laughed loudly. The monster taunted, saying he heard the Tang clan had come to Hainan. No one expected the son of the myriad poison's divine sovereign to be injured and alone. The elder responded that he didn't know who the monster was and asked why they were being targeted, including the young warrior. The monster asked if the elder couldn't recognize him by his face and fist, introducing himself as Blood Hand Rakasa Takanyang. He said the elder's father was responsible for his disfigurement. The elder recognized the name, recalling that Takanyang had been struck by a poison palm and fell off a cliff, yet he survived. The elder pleaded for the young warrior's release, offering his own life in exchange, but Ayang refused. He vowed to kill anyone associated with the Tang clan. Inwardly, the elder cursed the demon, a term for a powerful martial artist causing harm. Ayang showed no intention of sparing the young warrior. The boy's face turned pale from lack of air. Ayang laughed and declared he would die. The young warrior weakly begged for mercy, nearing his limit. Suddenly, 3 pairs of fierce eyes appeared. The little centipedes dashed onto Ayang's arm. It was their moment to shine. These small but fierce centipedes attacked and bit Ayang all over. Ayang was bewildered by the centipedes and dropped the young warrior. Furious, he shouted that even centipedes couldn't harm him. Suddenly, his neck turned violet and he coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground in agony. The young warrior was surprised and confused to see that Ayang had died. He moved away and asked the elder if Ayang was indeed a bad person. The elder, having witnessed everything, was astonished. His jaw dropped, but then he broke into a wide grin, realizing the young warrior was more than just a guest. The elder thought the young warrior should definitely become part of the Tang clan. A few days after Ayang's collapse, someone sighed. The young warrior was tending to the elder, placing a wet cloth on his forehead as he rested. The elder thanked him. The young warrior suggested that instead of thanking him, the elder could tell him where his companions were so he could check on them. However, he realized he couldn't leave the elder alone, and they couldn't call a doctor either. The elder reassured him not to worry, saying he would recover with a few days of rest. The boy was amazed at how calm the elder was after such a serious injury. He told the elder to stop being so nonchalant when he was in critical condition. The elder responded that he was fine because he was a martial artist. The young warrior was clueless and asked if martial artists were the kind who flew around and shot fireballs. The elder chuckled and explained that not everyone could do that, but it was one way to describe it. Spicy Fabry was amazed. It was yet another reminder that he truly was in a different world. Otherwise, a centipede as large as a house wouldn't make sense. The elder expressed that he owed his life to the young warrior who had saved him. Introducing himself formally despite his condition, he said he was Tang Kaolson of the Sichuan Tang clan. Finally, the young warrior introduced himself as well. His name was Y Soryang. Kaolson noted that So means small and Ryang means dragon. He thought it was a good name. Kaolson mentioned he had many questions he'd like to ask. Soryang encouraged him to go ahead. Kaolson asked if the centipedes on Soryang's body were venomous. Soryang gently rubbed one of the centipedes on its belly and confirmed, yes, since they are blue spot centipedes. This revelation made Kaolson sit up abruptly, astonished. He asked if Soryang had tamed them and how he managed to do it. Kaolson also mentioned that, while waiting, he noticed other venomous creatures and wondered if Soryang was raising those too. Soryang said it was a long story and asked if Kaolson was okay with hearing it. Kaolson assured him he didn't mind. Soryang began explaining, starting with the egg of the blue spot centipede. When he finished, Kaolson asked for confirmation that Soryang had raised it from an egg. Soryang nodded, saying he could roughly predict when it would hatch. To Kaolson, this was beyond comprehension. How did the boy manage such a feat? Soryang asked him to hold on for a moment. He went to one of the drawers, retrieved 2 lizards, and proudly showed them to Kaolson. The first lizard had a brown body with yellow stripes and white stripes on its tail, an ordinary striped lizard. Then there was another one. By breeding lizards with larger white stripes on their tails, he had produced one with a brown body and a white tail, no stripes. Kaolson asked if Soryang was saying he had bred that color. Soryang blushed and happily confirmed it, saying he thought it was pretty. Kaolson regained his composure and inquired if Soryang could pair ones with strong poison to create an even more venomous breed. Soryang responded with a huh. In his mind, he thought it was theoretically possible. He explained that if they knew which had the stronger poison, it could probably be done. He was still speaking when Kaolson exclaimed, "Really? That's possible?" Soryang was taken aback by the elder's intense reaction. Kaolson immediately urged him to join his family. Soryang was bewildered. Kaolson tempted him further, promising that if he joined, they would generously teach him all their martial arts, provide access to all sorts of elixirs, herbs, and any poisons he desired. Kaolson claimed that someone like Soryang could even capture or raise the legendary 10 great venomous creatures of the Central Plains martial world. As if that wasn't enough, Kaolson added, not to brag but to offer, the chance to meet one of the 3 flowers of the Central Plains, his daughter. Soryang exclaimed, "Hold on," and asked Kaolson to repeat what he had just said. Kaolson, amused, remarked that even though Soryang was young, he was still a man. He resumed talking about the flowers of the Central Plains, but Soryang interrupted, telling him to forget about that. Soryang wanted to know more about the 10 great venomous creatures of the Central Plains and asked if they were as amazing as the blue spot centipede. Kaolson assured him, of course. He explained that while the blue spot centipede was impressive, it was ranked lower compared to the 10 great venomous creatures. From giant scorpions to golden frogs that glitter like gold, whatever Soryang imagined, the reality was even more extraordinary. Kaolson smiled, seeing that he had successfully piqued Soryang's interest. Soryang looked excited, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. 2 days later, a Tang clan member was shocked to learn that Blood Hand Rakasa, Tak Iang, had appeared. Kaolson explained that Iang had been hiding and refining his martial arts, reaching a level close to his father's. The Tang clan members realized that if the patriarch had sent such a man to his death, he might have reached the realm of 10,000 poisons. They congratulated him. The patriarch corrected them, saying he hadn't achieved that. He revealed that it was the young warrior who had defeated Iang. The Tang clan members were astonished. One member immediately clasped Soryang's hand, thanking him for saving the patriarch of the Sichuan Tang clan. They asked if he was an elder who had undergone rejuvenation. Soryang was puzzled. Seeing the confusion, the elder asked Soryang to demonstrate. The Tang clan members understood what was coming, and Soryang tapped his chest, calling out his little companions. The Tang clan members watched as Soryang's clothes rustled and 3 adorable centipedes peeked out, causing everyone to gasp. The little creatures crawled into view. Recognizing them as centipedes, the patriarch explained they were blue spot centipedes, and these small creatures had taken down Iang. The clan members inquired about the poison. It was incredible that Soryang had managed to tame one. The patriarch explained that this was why they wanted to accept the young warrior as part of their clan. However, Soryang said he needed more time to think about it. A clan member told Soryang it was a great opportunity. The patriarch suggested they get moving, as he felt they shouldn't delay. Soryang asked if they were still searching for something. Kaelson paused before explaining that Blood Hand Rakasa, Tak Ayang, had practiced a martial art called the Blood Hand Poison Claw. It was a dark art requiring human blood and bone marrow to reach certain levels. Soryang found that quite unsettling. Kaelson continued, saying that if Ayang had left behind any secret scrolls or disciples, they needed to address it to prevent future threats and ensure such cruel martial arts never returned. Additionally, they needed to rescue anyone who might have been captured. The patriarch asked if Soryang would assist them, given his familiarity with Hainan Island's geography. Soryang looked thoughtful. He considered it. Joining the Tang clan meant a lifelong commitment. It's like checking the company culture and the boss's character during an internship. Soryang agreed to help once the patriarch recovered. They praised him for making the right decision. Soryang replied that helping meant saving lives, so of course he would assist. In his mind, he planned to use this opportunity to learn more about the Sichuan Tang clan. After all, skilled individuals often evaluate their potential employers. Kaelson needed 3 days to recover. They stopped by a village near the abandoned martial academy to locate the base of Blood Hand Rakasa, Tak Ayang. They inquired about any missing people. An old man mentioned that about 1 or 2 people go missing in the jungle each year, but there hadn't been any noticeable patterns of disappearance. Kaelson was deep in thought. They thanked the village chief for his help, and he humbly replied, "I am honored to assist the famous patriarch of the Sichuan Tang clan." They excused themselves, realizing they hadn't found any significant leads. As they walked through the forest, Soryang commented that there seemed to be nothing special about the village. Kaelson explained that when Ayang found them and revealed himself, it was near that area, but locating his base was proving difficult. Soryang also found it odd that there were no traces. He recalled what Ayang had said, which sparked a realization. He asked Kaelson if he remembered what Ayang said when he appeared. Kaelson admitted he didn't really recall, as he had been struck away by Ayang's attack at the time. Soryang reminded him that Ayang mentioned hearing that the Tang clan had come to Hainan, implying someone had informed him. Therefore, it was simple. They just needed to check the places the Tang clan had passed through in Hainan. Soryang suggested using Ayang's portrait to gather information. The others looked at Soryang in amazement. They found his insight remarkable. If Ayang had been informed by someone who saw the Tang clan, things would indeed be easier. They set off immediately and arrived at a village that seemed gloomy. A Tang clan member reported that, based on what he had heard at the port in Hainan, this village seemed to be the one. The elder noted that it was where the Halai people lived, hoping they wouldn't be hostile. The villagers appeared lifeless. The Tang clan called out to see if anyone was available, catching the attention of a villager. Upon seeing the Tang clan, the villagers asked what the Han people were doing there. An old man, possibly the village chief, approached them. The village chief held the hand of a little girl, flanked by 2 guards, all of whom looked unwell. Kaelson introduced himself. Soryang observed the interaction, noting how weak the child appeared and how lifeless the village seemed. An idea struck him. He noticed that other villagers looked droopy, as if they had taken some kind of medicine. The village chief assured them that no one was missing and nothing unusual was happening in their village. He urged them to leave. The elder began to comment on the disparity between the number of houses and people, but was interrupted by the village chief, who insisted there was nothing to concern themselves with. Once again, they were asked to go back. Kaelson and Soryang were taken aback. Kaelson whispered to Soryang, recalling his earlier comment that the Halai people were supposed to be friendly. Soryang had no response. He noticed the little girl again. She suddenly collapsed. Everyone was shocked. The village chief cradled her in his lap, tears welling up in his eyes. He pleaded with Majin not to leave him, as she was his only remaining relative. He couldn't bear to see her sick, too. Kaelson approached the village chief, offering his limited knowledge in medical arts. He sought permission to help. The village chief asked if it was Central Plains Medical Arts. Kaelson confirmed. Though not a physician, he had some medical knowledge and asked if he could examine the child. The village chief allowed him to proceed. The village chief then explained that a plague had been spreading through the village, causing children to die and healthy people to suffer. Kaelson promised to do his best to help. The village chief expressed his gratitude as they brought the girl inside. He scolded the guards for standing idly and instructed them to guide the physician and his party into the house. They hurried towards the house. Soryang asked a Tang clan member if the elder knew medical arts as well. The man confirmed. He explained that the Tang clan's martial arts involve dealing with poisons, making them proficient in medicine. Since martial arts begin with understanding one's body, some knowledge of medical arts is necessary. Soryang initially thought they were an assassin group that used poison. He considered that if he joined the Tang clan, it would be beneficial to learn medical arts instead of the frightening poison arts. The man added that they sometimes capture wicked individuals, inject them with poison, and observe the reactions. Soryang's expression was amusing as he interpreted this as human experimentation. The more he imagined it, the more uneasy he felt. The village streets were deserted. Inside one of the houses, someone sighed. Kaelson explained that he had transferred some of his energy to stabilize the girl's breathing. The village chief thanked him profusely, pleading for the life of his only granddaughter. Kaelson mentioned something odd about the child's pulse and asked if she had a weak heart from birth. The village chief explained that she had been sick for half a year. Besides his granddaughter, others in the village had also fallen ill with what they called a mysterious disease. This was why he had urged them to leave earlier. Kaelson offered to provide good medicine for the heart and asked for the villagers to be gathered so they could try it. The village chief was overcome with emotion, thanking him sincerely. Soryang observed Kaelson closely. Later that night, a Tang clan member walked with the patriarch, acknowledging his hard work tending to the patients. The patriarch thanked Gyupi. Pai inquired about the symptoms. Kaelson explained that the symptoms were quite unusual: lethargy, swelling in the eyes, light fever, and irregular pulses. Those with severe symptoms all had heart problems. Kaelson asked where Soryang was, and Pai replied that Soryang, likely exhausted from helping all day, had fallen asleep. He had left him in his room. Kaelson agreed, noting that Soryang had been following them without knowing any martial arts, which would naturally tire him out. Kaelson decided to check on him, and Pai offered to lead the way. They entered the room, finding Soryang sleeping soundly on the bed with his 3 centipedes resting in a basket. Kaelson peeked through the door. Noticing something, he immediately entered and raised his hand towards Soryang. His hand came down heavily, waking Soryang with a sting on his cheek. Kaelson was glaring at him. Soryang, confused by the sudden action, instinctively moved away, cradling his sore cheek. He gritted his teeth, growing angry, and demanded to know why Kaelson had done that, complaining about the pain. The elder apologized, explaining that there was a bug on Soryang's face and he had tried to catch it. Soryang found this hard to believe, but Kaelson asked him to listen. He explained that he had stopped by to check on Soryang before sleeping and had noticed a bug on his face. Given the many venomous insects in the area, Kaelson thought it was too dangerous to leave it there, so his hand acted on its own. He showed Soryang the bug, noting its size. Soryang was surprised to see it and then had a realization. He confirmed with Kaelson that although the patients exhibited various symptoms, they all had arrhythmia. Kaelson affirmed this. Soryang then identified the cause of the town's illness, pointing to the bug and saying it was the kissing bug, a species from the Reduviidae family. The kissing bug got its name because it often bites around the eye or lip area, sucking blood quietly, even more so than a mosquito. This is why they're also known as vampire or assassin bugs. While the bugs themselves aren't venomous, their stomachs are full of harmful parasites. When they bite, people can easily get infected through their excrement, leading to trypanosomiasis, also known as Chagas disease. This disease ranks 7th among the most deadly to humans. Soryang asked the village chief if the village dogs also showed symptoms similar to humans, like running out of breath easily. The village chief confirmed this and asked if the bug was responsible. Soryang affirmed it was. The chief asked if this meant they could save his granddaughter. Soryang said it was possible with the right medicine. Kaelson grinned. He asked Pai for his opinion, and Pai acknowledged the young warrior's true value. Soryang noticed their exchange and wondered what was going on. They reminded him that they were from the Sichuan Tang family. Soryang looked puzzled, and Kaelson repeated the statement. In his mind, Soryang wondered, so what? His expression was both annoyed and confused, which was amusing. Kaelson explained the concept of gu, described as venomous parasites or witchcraft, created by evil men in China. These men used the bugs to inflict pain or control others. Soryang found this incredible. Kaelson agreed, but noted that many martial artists had been killed by gu or forced to commit terrible acts, like harming their own families or becoming slaves to these evil men. This is why many have tirelessly sought an antidote to counteract goo. Kaelson explained that they were referring to cures that either expel the goo from the body or dissolve and kill them inside. Soryang started to understand. Kaelson then asked who might succeed in creating such a cure, and proudly declared that, of course, it was the great Sichuan Tang family. He assured them that if they had a remedy that could dissolve a fist-sized worm inside the body, a tiny bug wouldn't be a problem. He showed the curse melting orb, noting that even a small amount of the medicine should suffice. Soryang expressed his admiration, though he privately thought the name was quite fancy for an anti-parasitic drug. The Tang family assured the village chief that they could save his granddaughter. In the end, the villagers began to recover, starting with the chief's granddaughter. The chief was immensely relieved. The villagers' warm hospitality served as a delightful bonus. Their bright and cheerful demeanor affirmed the positive rumors about their personalities. Kaelson acknowledged that it would have been challenging without Soryang identifying the cause. He told everyone that the gratitude belonged to Soryang. The villagers thanked the young warrior, calling him their savior. Though the Tang family's medicine cured the villagers, Kaelson gave all the credit to Soryang. Seeing Soryang receive the thanks warmed Kaelson's heart, as if he were being thanked himself. Soryang was moved by this. The villagers celebrated, tossing Soryang into the air repeatedly. Later, the village chief whispered to Kaelson about their earlier conversation at the village entrance. Kaelson asked what it was about. The chief referred to the villagers with missing people. Kaelson remembered and asked for details. The old man, wishing to repay their kindness, shared a strange story he heard. Among the village women, one was from another village and told him about a tragedy a few years back where people disappeared. They believed they had found a lead. Kaelson asked the location of the village. The chief said it was a small village to the west. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the stench of corpses. They knew they were in the right place. Kaelson observed the scene. Corpses, trash, and bugs littered the area, with poison lingering in the air. Pai warned Soryang not to look due to the gruesomeness, but Soryang had already seen it all. A man pointed out something unusual, a gold chicken foot. It was pecking at the corpse of a snake. Just kidding. It was a mysterious bird. The bird had a golden tail, and its body was a mix of purple, pink, and black. It looked almost magical. One person couldn't bear to see the bird dishonoring the dead any longer and picked up a rock to throw at it. Kaelson tried to stop him, but it was too late. The rock missed, but they caught the bird's attention. The man was furious, but Kaelson placed a hand on his shoulder, cautioning him that something felt off. The bird spread its wings, releasing a miasma into the air. Soryang was taken aback as he watched the miasma melt the skeletons. Someone grabbed Soryang by the mouth to protect him. Kaelson quickly ordered everyone to run while covering Soryang's mouth and nose. He explained that the creature was a jianiao, which means poison-feathered bird. After escaping to safety, the group gathered around Kaelson. He described the bird, noting its 5-foot wingspan. Its beak was sharp and bronze-colored, and its body was covered in purple feathers. When it spread its wings in anger, everything around it turned black and died, poisoned by its presence. It had a golden crown on its head, giving it a truly regal appearance. Kaelson identified it as a Gen or Jianiao. Soryang's eyes lit up with enthusiasm as he asked if it was one of the 10 great venomous creatures. Kaelson confirmed it was. He explained that the Jianiao occupied the top position among the great venomous creatures, known as the king of all venom. Soryang was thrilled. In his mind, even the venomous insects and snakes of Earth seemed tame compared to this creature. He marveled at how biochemical weapons seemed to roam freely in his current world. Kaelson mentioned that the Jianiao seemed to have been drawn there by snakes carrying venom. It said that the Jianiao only eats the heads of venomous snakes. Soryang asked if it was common. Kaelson replied that it was not common at all and quite rare, so rare that one might only catch a glimpse of it once in 100 years. Soryang was amazed, prompting Kaelson to ask why he was so interested. Soryang asked if it was possible to catch the Jianiao, which left the Tang members astonished. Kaelson, amused, asked if Soryang truly wanted to attempt capturing it. Soryang replied yes, but expressed concern about the venom. Kaelson smiled, recognizing Soryang's keen interest in the 10 great venomous creatures. If that was the case, Kaelson explained there was a way. Soryang was surprised to hear this. Kaelson informed him that by mastering the Tang clan's poison techniques, he would become immune to all poisons, including the venom of the Jianiao. With their clan's martial arts, he could block any poison in the world. Kaelson cunningly added that they don't teach their clan's techniques to outsiders, and even as patriarch, he couldn't break this rule. Soryang eagerly asked if joining the family would allow him to learn these techniques. He also asked if becoming immune to poison would truly enable him to withstand the Jianiao's venom. Kaelson reassured him. Of course, he promised that if Soryang agreed now, he would teach him everything and take care of his talents. He warned that if Soryang took too long to decide, he might hesitate as well. Feeling the pressure, Soryang announced his decision to join the clan. He expressed eagerness for Kaelson's guidance and began addressing him as patriarch instead of elder. The clever man had a playful smile and acted like he hadn't coaxed Soryang into agreeing. Kaelson told Soryang that from now on, he's part of their family. Back at the old place, signs of Bloodhand Rakshasa Takunyang showed up in a cave. There were footprints too. They called the leader and gave him a notebook found in the cave. Kaelson looked through it and confirmed it was the secret technique of the Bloodhand Poison Claw. Soryang felt uneasy because it was written in blood. Kaelson decided to leave. Soryang asked if they were heading to Sichuan. Kaelson said it was the best choice since they had the blue spot centipede's core and the manual. Soryang asked if they could stop by the academy to free his friends. Kaelson agreed since Soryang also needed to gather his belongings. They set off, but when Soryang looked back, he noticed something. He pointed out that there was something over there. They checked it and saw a shiny purple feather from the Jianiao. They all stared at it, thinking. Kaelson picked it up and told Soryang he'd keep it as a gift for joining their family. Soryang seemed very interested in it and thanked him. Kaelson replied that everything was fine except for how Soryang addressed him. He suggested changing the title after the ceremony. Soryang wondered if it was like an initiation ceremony. Meanwhile, at the Tang clan, the Grand Patriarch Tang Musong, who had left earlier, finally arrived. He was tired but didn't rest. Instead, he asked about Huayin. The Tang members helped him inside quickly. They told him she was still holding on. The door opened. He immediately called out to Huayin. The people inside were surprised to see him. He told his daughter-in-law that he had the medicine now. He took out the core of the blue spot centipede. Seeing his success made the daughter-in-law cry. They got ready to give the medicine to her. Musong felt sad seeing her in pain. It was a close call and he was glad he rushed back. The daughter-in-law urged him to give the medicine right away. Musong helped his granddaughter take it. A blue glow surrounded her. Musong checked her pulse with his finger. They all hoped she would open her eyes. They watched her, waiting. Meanwhile, Soryang felt tired. He had heard the Central Plains were vast, but didn't expect them to be this big. From Hainan, they took a boat to Hangzhou. Then they passed through Nanjing after a journey lasting over a month and a half. Finally, they arrived in Sichuan. At the Sichuan Tang clan's residence, Pai happily told Soryang they were at the Sichuan Tang clan. Soryang's mouth dropped open. They stood at the entrance. They told him the entire mountain belonged to the Sichuan Tang clan. That's why it's called Tang Clan Mountain. Soryang swallowed hard, taking it all in. The Tang clan members came out to welcome the patriarch. Soryang was surprised by how many there were. He wondered if all these people were from the Sichuan Tang clan. Among them, a girl in a red dress rushed towards them. She called out to her father. It was Huayin. Tears flowed down her face as she was just happy to see her father again. Meanwhile, Soryang was captivated. Kaelson was relieved to see his daughter alive. She hugged him tightly, apologizing. Soryang couldn't believe her beauty. He had a fling with a celebrity before, but had never seen someone with such a bright aura. Kaelson told Soryang he had someone he wanted to introduce to him. Kaelson introduced his daughter, Huayin, to Soryang. Soryang was stunned. He asked if this was what Kaelson had mentioned before. Soryang said something about weeds or grass reminded Kaelson of a flower. Huayin blushed. Kaelson told Soryang that the girl next to him was the flower he had dismissed. Soryang was at a loss for words. He remembered their talk about the flower and felt embarrassed. At that moment, he realized he had made a mistake. He never thought he missed the chance to have such a beautiful partner. The only daughter of the Sichuan Tang clan was also known as the venomous flower, Tang Huayin. She carried a hidden emotional burden from a young age. She overheard some old men discussing her talents. They doubted her skills, but her beauty was remarkable enough to be one of the 3 flowers of the Murim. They talked about finding her a suitable son-in-law. One of the old men mentioned he suggested the patriarch take a second wife, but the patriarch refused, which puzzled him. When Huayin heard this, she knew her parents were right. She wanted to prove herself to the clan elders by excelling in martial arts. She wanted to show she could contribute to the family even if she wasn't a man. But rushing things led to mistakes. If someone is impatient, they can lose their way. That impatience caused a heart demon, leading to a key deviation. Then Huiyin woke up. At that time, the Grand Patriarch, her mother, and 2 others were by her bedside. Her mother looked relieved that she was safe. Tears fell from Huiyin's eyes. She cried and apologized to her mother. She wanted to be useful to the clan, but she had lost all her inner ki. Her grandfather called her a brat and asked if she was doing this because she felt guilty for making her father and grandfather worry. He mentioned how she had reached the level of 100 poisons that she wanted so much. He told her to stop crying and cheer up. She got confused when he mentioned 100 poisons. She looked at her aura, which was glowing, and asked her grandfather about it. The Grand Patriarch told her he had a story to share. It was about a mysterious young warrior who not only saved her life, but also gave her the inner kai of 1,000 poisons, not just 100. In the present, Huiyin asked about the weed. Soryang had no reply. Again, he felt embarrassed for calling Kailson's daughter a weed because he was so caught up in the story of the 10 great venomous creatures. He told himself to reflect on this. He tried to brush it off, saying the patriarch took the joke too far. He told her it was nice to meet her. It was amusing how the clan members smiled as they watched the 2 young adults meet. Soryang introduced himself and said he knew she had been sick, so he was happy to see her healthy now. Huiyin told him it was nice to meet him too. She introduced herself as Huiyin, also known as the venomous flower, and thanked him for saving her life, promising to never forget his kindness. Soryang was captivated by her beauty. Kailson asked Soryang what he thought. Soryang was surprised when he heard a voice in his head, assuming it was some kind of sound transmission. Kailson asked if Soryang agreed that his daughter was beautiful, and if he wanted to get to know her better. A little while later, Soryang relaxed in a large bath. The centipedes were peacefully resting in a basket. Soryang felt exhausted and thought he might collapse. He looked worn out. Then he noticed something. He smiled at the centipedes. One centipede woke up and smiled at him. Normally, the centipedes wouldn't fall off, but when he told them hot water was bad for them and suggested they stay in the bucket, they went in as if they understood. He found it mysterious. It seemed like they could understand him. Kailson mentioned that they react to killing intent. 2 centipedes were now awake and watching him. He joked that he felt embarrassed with them staring at his naked body. The 2 centipedes then hid inside the bucket, which amused Soryang. He remembered Pai saying the centipedes were spiritual creatures. He made a mental note to find out more about spiritual creatures later. He pondered it. He couldn't calm down after what Kailson said. He knew he had to leave soon. At another pavilion, the family gathered around the table. The Grand Patriarch, the Patriarch, his wife, and daughter were there. Kailson announced he'd give the East Wing room to the young warrior. This room was part of a traditional Chinese residence for couples. The Grand Patriarch asked if the young warrior was truly that talented. The Patriarch confirmed, saying they thought they met by chance, but it was the person, not the encounter, that was special. He explained that the warrior's knowledge of venomous creatures was extraordinary, and he had even killed Ayang. Additionally, he had encountered legendary spiritual creatures like the poison-feathered bird and had hatched the blue spot centipede eggs himself. The Grand Patriarch noted that the Patriarch had found a treasure. Their attention turned to Huiyin. Kailson told his daughter he wanted the young warrior as his son-in-law and asked for her thoughts. Huiyin considered what that meant. Then she understood and fell silent. She wanted to prove she could be even more helpful to their clan now that she had the 1,000 poisons constitution. She replied that she was a member of the Tang clan and understood what her father was saying, but she told him that whether the young warrior deserved her was something she needed to find out for herself. Then she ran out of the room, making it an awkward moment. In Kailson's mind, the young warrior should be cautious. As beautiful as his daughter is, she also has sharp thorns. Huiyin ran quickly. She felt hurt. Now that she had the 1,000 poison constitution, if she stopped there, the elders would never recognize her. She decided to thoroughly evaluate what kind of person the young warrior was, from his qualifications to his personality. Meanwhile, Soryang was thinking about what he should do. He knew she might hold a grudge against him. He asked his kids, the centipedes, for advice. Suddenly, Huiyin appeared, shocking him. She looked stunning. She asked him to excuse her for a moment. She was in a hurry and asked for his hand. He gave it to her like a dog giving a paw to its owner. Then he blushed. He said he didn't know why she was in a hurry, but suggested doing such things after getting to know each other better. He shyly mentioned there's an order to such things. Huiyin asked what he was talking about. Then she realized, and her face turned red like a tomato as she corrected him, saying that wasn't her intention. Soryang felt cold and disappointed upon realizing it wasn't what he thought. There was an awkward silence. Huiyin sighed. She clarified again that it wasn't what he thought. She just wanted to check his pulse. She guessed that he misunderstood because of her sudden request. Soryang felt embarrassed. She sat beside him, apologizing for appearing suddenly and acting rudely. She told him that he's young and not yet of age, but he seemed thoughtful, so she planned to explain what was going on. She started explaining, and Soryang listened closely. From what he heard, it felt like a medieval drama. As the only direct descendant, Huayan constantly dealt with the schemes of the branch families. To ensure the family line continued, the elders planned to find a capable son-in-law. They even considered how Soryang's status might change if he joined the family. Huayan apologized in advance, as there was something she needed to confirm. She told him that even if things didn't go well, she had no intention of treating him poorly. She acknowledged him as her benefactor and wanted to treat him as a guest or like sworn siblings. Soryang extended his hand. He told her he understood, so she was free to confirm whatever she needed. She observed him. She took his hand and placed her fingers on his pulse. A blue aura began to surround her. She explained that the Tang clan's martial arts weren't something just anyone could learn. Some people could accept toxins into their bodies and master the techniques, while others couldn't. That's why their poison techniques required gradually adapting to poisons as internal energy grew. Only by accepting them all could one achieve mastery. The poisons had tiers. It started with 5 poisons, then 10, 100, 1,000, and finally 10,000 poisons. Fortunately, Soryang's body was capable of learning the poison techniques, but it was only at the 10 poisons level. This meant his body could handle only 10 types of toxins. Having a 10 poison body was impressive, especially for someone not born into the Tang clan. Soryang was shocked. Huayan continued to explain that in terms of skill, it would place him at the level of a first-rate martial artist, the highest level someone without innate talent could achieve. She decided to take her leave. He saw her off. Soryang thought about having a 10 poison body. He turned pale, realizing it might mean he couldn't catch the Jianiao. For Soryang, this was a serious matter. A few hours later, someone stepped out of the bath. It was Huayan, and it was quite a sight. She noticed that ever since she took the blue spot centipede's inner core, her body emitted a strange scent, even though she bathed several times a day. As she got dressed, she wondered if it was some kind of punishment for speaking ungratefully to the one who saved her life. Meanwhile, Soryang was deep asleep. In his dreams, he talked to someone who thanked him for his kindness. It was Huayan. He asked if he was dreaming. Huayan answered that it might feel like a dream, but it wasn't. This Huayan explained she borrowed the appearance of the girl who consumed her inner core to avoid startling him. She introduced herself as the mother of all those creatures, the blue spot centipede. Soryang struggled to understand. 3 little girls approached him. He figured they were her babies. He asked how she appeared in his dreams. She explained that she was killed without mercy, leaving her children behind, and her grudge reached the heavens, causing her spirit to linger in the inner core. She added that, while cursing from within the body of the girl who consumed her core, a chance to resolve her grudge arose, allowing her to appear in his dreams. It was because he brought all her children with him. Soryang realized he had unintentionally been part of the blue spot centipede's demise. He didn't mean to, but he felt involved in her death. He watched her. She asked if he could fulfill one request for her. He agreed and promised to do whatever she asked. She requested that he take care of her children until they were fully grown. Soryang was puzzled since centipedes are supposed to become independent after molting twice from their mother's body. The mother centipede explained that her offspring remained dependent on the Kai from her inner core until they shed their shells twice. Afterward, they needed the true Kai of other beings to grow. Soryang asked if this meant the babies needed to stay with Huayan since she consumed the inner core. The mother centipede informed him of the circumstances. She revealed that she had cursed the girl so her body emitted a foul odor, ensuring no man would approach her and preventing her from having children. In exchange for lifting the curse, the mother centipede proposed that her children absorb the Kai from Huayan's inner core. She hinted that Soryang might also win Huayan's heart this way. Soryang thought about it, then smiled and replied that it didn't feel right to him. He didn't want to take advantage of Huayan's challenging situation. The mother centipede admired his honor and asked how he planned to tackle the challenge. She noted that Huayan was looking for a strong man and that she couldn't provide the inner core of the 10 great venomous creatures for him. This gave Soryang an idea. He asked the centipede to trust him. He assured her that he would handle it and things would work out. The next day, Soryang and Huayan sat side by side. Huayan now understood that the smell from her body was due to the blue spot centipede's inner core. Soryang confirmed this and explained that if she attached the centipedes to her body every few days to let them absorb the Kai, the smell would naturally fade. Huayan hesitated, but asked if it was okay for him to help her without expecting anything in return. She knew he could easily ask for compensation. Soryang smiled and said he couldn't bring himself to exploit a woman's difficult situation. He refused to be that shameless. Huayan was surprised by his response. She felt guilty and said she wouldn't continue accepting his kindness without offering something in return. She began to take her father's words seriously. Seeing Soryang, she realized there were things more valuable than talent or martial prowess. Soryang mentioned he had been thinking too. He recalled when she said he had 10 poison bodies and could absorb only 10 types of toxins. Soryang had an idea idea if he could only take in 10 types of toxins, he should aim to fill those slots with the toxins of the 10 most venomous creatures of the Central Plains. Huion was surprised by his ambition. Huion interpreted Soryang's ambition as a desire to become the strongest under the heavens for her sake, which made her blush. For Tang Huion, known as one of the 3 flowers of Murim and the venomous flower, this was the first time a man had made such a bold gesture toward her. Blushing, she asked Soryang if he realized what he had implied. Soryang replied that he didn't. Huion explained that the path he was considering would be incredibly tough and challenging. It might take 10 years, 20 years, or even a lifetime to achieve such a feat. Soryang's expression turned grim as he wondered if it would indeed take that long, while Huion's cheeks remained flushed. Huion mentioned that Soryang was 15 years old, and in 3 years, when he came of age and was ready to marry, if he managed to succeed in dealing with even one of the 10 great venomous creatures by then, she would be impressed. She shyly suggested that if he succeeded, there might be a possibility of a wedding. She then cheered him on and, embarrassed, dashed away. Soryang was puzzled and called out to her. She turned back and asked if he had something more to say. He suggested she get treated and stay for a couple more hours. Embarrassed, she returned. He reassured her that there was nothing to worry about since the little centipedes wouldn't bite. He gathered his centipedes and told them to go to their mom instead of their dad. Hearing that made Huion blush even more. She questioned the use of dad and mom, but Soryang quickly clarified that it wasn't what he meant. Meanwhile, Kaolson, his wife, and Museong were gathered at the table. They discussed how the extraordinary talent of the young warrior seemed not to have won Huion's heart yet. Museong asked if they had seen them that morning, noting that it seemed like something was happening between the two. Huion's mother remarked that it appeared Huion had turned Soryang down. The men pondered this. Museong stated that forcing a marriage wasn't the right approach, and that it would be better for them to develop feelings naturally. Huion's mother suggested that Huion take charge of the young warrior's martial arts training so they could spend more time together and grow closer. Chiolson thought it was a good idea. Museong mentioned that they should see if the elder healer sage could grant the purifying elixir of marrow and essence. If the young warrior's aptitude was low, the elixir could enhance it. Chiolson was surprised by this suggestion, noting that it hadn't been possible for Huion, so they shouldn't get their hopes up. Museong agreed. At that moment, Huion was outside the door. She announced herself to her father. Chiolson asked what brought her by at that hour. He invited her in. She blushed, not expecting to see all 3 of them there. She came with something to say, blushing again. In one burst, she declared that she would do as her father suggested. Chiolson was taken aback and asked what she meant. Huion's mother invited her to sit and gently inquired if she meant that the young warrior had caught her interest. Embarrassed, Huion struggled to speak. Chiolson was curious about the sudden change, especially when they thought she wasn't interested before. She began talking about the young warrior, explaining that Soryang had promised to become the greatest in the world for her. He had made such a promise to her. Chiolson was intrigued. Encouraging her to continue, he listened as she explained that Soryang, despite his innate talent being at the level of 10 poisons, vowed to overcome this by defeating the 10 great venomous creatures for her sake. Museong found this amusing. Chiolson was surprised and Museong laughed, commenting on Soryang's courage. Huion's mother was impressed. Finding a suitor like that was rare. She explained that although her heart was willing, she had told Soryang she would only agree to marriage if he could capture one of the 10 great venomous creatures before he came of age. She wondered if he understood her response. Her father joked that she should have set the bar at capturing at least 3 creatures. Her mother commented that men aren't always the sharpest when it comes to such hints. Huion asked if she should go clarify it to Soryang. Her mother advised against it, saying that if Soryang doesn't realize they've already given their approval, he'll just work harder. Museong suggested treating him as a prospective son-in-law while acting as though they're still undecided. They expected that with all his efforts, he would naturally become part of the family. Meanwhile, the mother centipede praised Soryang for impressively winning over Huion's heart. He replied that it was all about having guts and perseverance. She smiled warmly at him, calling him her benefactor and informing him that it would likely be her last act. Her resentment had been resolved, and her soul would soon ascend to the afterlife. She offered to do anything possible for him before she left. Soryang thought for a moment and asked if he could see her true form. She felt shy but recognized it as a reasonable request, thinking he might have a weakness for lust. She revealed her shoulder and was about to strip. Soryang quickly asked if she really needed to take it off, which made her blush even more. She asked if she should refrain. Soryang clarified that wasn't what he meant. The children amusingly covered their eyes. He explained he wanted to see the appearance of a blue spot centipede. Realizing her misunderstanding, she felt horrified. Smoke enveloped the area and then she revealed her true form. Soryang gasped at the sight, excited and happy to see her in her natural state. He was amazed by her size. He asked if he could touch her, already doing so as he marveled at her waterproof body and imagined her movements. He inquired about her legs, venom's strength, eyes, and antennae, all while eagerly examining her. Soryang was so passionate about examining the centipede that the children, still covering their eyes, looked really cute. He was so enthusiastic that he even wanted to touch her fangs. She warned him it was dangerous, but he insisted. This made the blue spot centipede a bit worried. She started to wonder if her daughters would be okay with this man, as she sensed his touch was anything but ordinary. It was both funny and odd how Soryang drooled as he caressed her. Later, Cheolson met with Soryang over a cup of tea. He informed Soryang that he had heard everything from Hueun, and thus Soryang would be treated as their son-in-law. Soryang mentioned he thought he was supposed to wait 3 years. Cheolson interrupted, saying the wedding would naturally occur when Soryang came of age. Soryang tried to clarify, but Hueun's mother enthusiastically welcomed him into the family, introducing herself as his mother-in-law. Museong was pleased too, stating that Hueun had found a suitable match and their clan would prosper even more. Soryang looked at Hueun, confused by the sudden acceptance when there were supposed to be conditions for marriage. He thought they might have accepted him without much discussion. Deciding to go along with it, he said he looked forward to everyone's guidance. Soryang was puzzled when Museong suggested to Cheolson that they should get started immediately. Cheolson informed Soryang that before he could learn the Tang clan poison arts, there was something they needed to show him. Soryang asked what it was. The elders smirked, and Cheolson revealed it was the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, something he was sure Soryang would love. They had been waiting for this moment, for Soryang, as a family member, to take his first steps into the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, a treasured tradition for the entire family. Soryang addressed Museong as grandfather and expressed his eagerness. Soryang was excited, assuming it was a place where 10,000 kinds of poisons gathered. But as he looked at Hueun's profile, he couldn't help but be in awe of her beauty. Soryang remembered the saying that beauties are best admired from the side, and at that moment, it felt like a photo shoot come to life. He blushed, which amused his in-laws. They smirked knowingly. Cheolson joked that at this rate, Soryang might wear out his daughter's face, pointing out that Hueun was his woman now, yet he gazed at her so absent-mindedly. His mother-in-law remarked that Soryang seemed completely smitten with Hueun. Both Hueun and Soryang turned red. Hueun told him to watch where he was walking, and Soryang stuttered a reply of agreement. A short while later, they stood before a large door. 2 men with bulging muscles stood proudly on either side. They reminded Soryang of Yupin and Ipin for some reason. A man in the Tang clan's robe stood in the center and welcomed the Grand Patriarch. Museong ordered them to open the gate, as he intended to show his grandson-in-law the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. The men complied. In his mind, Soryang noted how the security seemed absurdly tight for something out of the Middle Ages. The man in the black robe announced the opening of the gates, and the 2 muscular men exerted all their strength to push open the heavy door. The man in black remarked that the gate was opened quicker that day. Soryang was surprised by this observation. Once the gate was fully opened, the 2 muscular men looked exhausted. The man in black invited them inside. Cheolson glanced at Soryang briefly. As they walked through, Soryang felt compelled to look at the tired, muscular men. To offer some consolation, Cheolson explained that the iron gate was forged from Kunyu steel, sourced from the southern wilderness. Even opening the gate was considered an honor. They arrived inside the hall, a treasure trove where the Tang clan of Sichuan stored all its poisons. Called the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, it held exactly that many poisons. Museong cautioned Soryang to be careful and not touch anything recklessly. Soryang assured him he understood. He also confirmed if the hall indeed contained 10,000 poisons. Cheolson explained that the poisons are meticulously categorized, including paralysis poisons, sleep poisons, and many more. The elders enjoyed teasing the young couple. It was clear when Cheolson asked Hueun to explain the poisons to Soryang, knowing he would enjoy hearing it from her. Embarrassment washed over Hueun and Soryang as they blushed. Nonetheless, Hueun took on the task. Hueun took Soryang's hand and led him to the Tang clan's strongest poison. The elders watched their interaction with fondness. She started by pointing out the Kai dissipating poison. This poison is feared by martial artists because, once inhaled, it renders their energy unusable. She advised Soryang to be extremely cautious. She also showed him the elementary canal necrotizing poison, spirit-destroying poison, bloody pulp poison, and 7-step soul-snatching poison. She explained that while all these are potent, the Tang clan's strongest poison is something else entirely. She handed him a small seed, leaving Soryang puzzled. In his mind, he compared it to a tiger bean. Hueun explained that it's the most powerful poison in in existence, aside from the venoms of the 10 great venomous creatures. She added that it's a plant symbolizing the Tang clan, called the seed of the castor plant. Soryang was intrigued by its castor seed. He thought of ricin, a highly potent toxalbumin, where just 2 milligrams can be lethal to an adult. It was famously used in the umbrella assassination of Bulgarian dissidents during the Cold War. Ricin is a poison 100,000 times stronger than cyanide. Soryang remarked that it's the poison closest to the Tang clan's ideal, colorless, odorless, tasteless, and formless. That's why they named it the rarest and most precious of all poisons, the golden poison. When used to kill, it's known as a golden death. Huayan told him to remember that the strongest poison isn't the one that inflicts the most agony or causes the most gruesome death. The strongest poison is the one that kills silently, swiftly, and without leaving a trace. Huayan shared that the Sichuan Tang clan's poison arts strive for this ideal of stealth and certainty. In Soryang's mind, they seemed like a clan of assassins. Museong told them that was enough for now and invited Soryang to see the venomous beasts he had been eager to see. Museong even offered that if Soryang was interested, he could oversee their care, with the clan providing full support for anything he needed. To Soryang, this translated to them supporting his hobby, which made him look very excited. As they were about to leave, the patriarch was urgently called. Pai arrived, panting from running. They asked him what was the matter. Pai said the patriarch needed to head to Black Tortoise Pavilion immediately. The patriarch asked why. Pai started to explain about the clan elder, but Museong cut him off in anger, demanding to know what those bastards were up to now. Soryang wondered if they were referring to the branch family members Wian mentioned. Pai informed them there were 2 issues. First, the medicine sent to the Sichuan city lord didn't work as expected, and he sent back a letter full of complaints. Before Pai could reveal the second issue, he glanced at Soryang, who sighed. Pai then revealed it was about the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, and Museong anticipated that rumors were already spreading. They decided to leave for now, but not without Museong insisting that Soryang accompany them. At the Black Tortoise Pavilion, the elders noticed the patriarch and began complaining about the critical decision he made on his own. They protested his choice of pairing Huayan with an orphan of unknown origins. This triggered Chialson. He was displeased with them, referring to Soryang as an orphan with unknown origins. Chialson began emitting a green aura from his body, questioning if they were insulting his son-in-law. The elders of the clan insisted their concerns were valid. Museong, clearly agitated, declared that he was the one who made the decision and asked if they had a problem with it. The elders were taken aback and turned to the Grand Patriarch, hoping he would reason with the patriarch. They argued that entrusting the management of the 10,000 poisons to an outsider with unproven abilities was absurd. Museong reiterated that he had given his approval. During this exchange, Huayan was conscious of Soryang and whispered an apology to him. Soryang initially thought, "Goodness," he sighed, realizing she was worried about him when it should be the other way around. Everyone was surprised when they heard Soryang speak up, saying, "Excuse me, sorry to interrupt your conversation." He proposed that since the issue stemmed from doubts about his abilities, he should demonstrate his skills to prove himself to the clan elders. The elders were caught off guard. Soryang suggested he could resolve the issue with the Sichuan city lord to prove his worth. Huayan asked him in a hushed tone what he was trying to do. Soryang wasn't typically the type to step forward and cause a fuss, but he wouldn't let anyone disturb his peaceful life as a pet owner. He had left the elders speechless. Eventually, they became agitated and lectured him for interrupting the elders' conversation. They challenged him, asking if he even knew what the Sichuan city lord's letter said before barging in. They called him an insolent nobody and reported him to the clan head for daring to meddle. The elders used this opportunity to argue for a son-in-law from a respectable, established martial clan instead. Chialson's wife was starting to get annoyed. Inside, Soryang thought about how these old codgers sounded more absurd the more they talked. Back when he was Spicy Fabry, he had more than 1 million total subscribers and over 3,000 viewers per stream on average. He pointed out that it seemed the elders still refused to recognize him as the son-in-law of the Sichuan Tang clan. In essence, Soryang was still considered a guest. With Spicy Fiber's large fan base, he was used to handling disruptive trolls who caused chaos without reason. Soryang emphasized that he had saved the precious daughter of the Sichuan Tang clan, Lady Huayan. Moreover, he had defeated Bloodhand Rakshasa, Takun Yang, and saved the patriarch's life. He challenged the elders, questioning if insulting a guest and benefactor was part of the Sichuan Tang clan's etiquette. Inside, Soryang knew the malice he faced from the elders was nothing compared to the trolling he dealt with as a streamer. It was almost cute by comparison. The elders were embarrassed and admitted they had spoken hastily and out of desperation. In his mind, Soryang found them pathetic. The Grand Grand Patriarch was impressed by Soryang. One elder suggested that claiming to have taken down Taekun was too much. The Patriarch affirmed Soryang's claim, showing them a document. The elder gasped upon seeing it, and their jaws dropped when they realized it was the Blood Hand Poison Art's secret manual. Written in blood, it was authentic and belonged to the blood sect. The Patriarch encouraged Soryang to show the elders the spotted centipedes. Soryang gently tapped his chest, inviting the elders to look. The 3 baby spotted centipedes emerged happily. The elders felt uneasy at the sight. The Patriarch explained that they were offspring of the blue spotted centipede and proudly shared that his son-in-law was raising them. He recounted how these little ones were the ones who bit Taekun to death. The elders were incredulous, confirming with the Patriarch that the young warrior had indeed managed to control a blue spot centipede. The Patriarch, Soryang, and Gyup had devilish grins as they teased the elders. Chiolson pointed out that referring to Soryang as a young warrior was a sign they hadn't accepted him as his son-in-law. Soryang even managed to warn them jokingly that if they bit, they'd end up as black and lifeless as Taekun. The elders were taken aback, quickly denying any refusal to accept Soryang. They scrambled for excuses, saying there was a process, and it was natural for them to hesitate. The Grand Patriarch sighed and decided to set aside the topic of their son-in-law for now. He inquired why Soryang couldn't enter the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. The elders argued that Soryang hadn't fully become part of the family yet. Additionally, they were reluctant to entrust the Hall of 10,000 Poisons to a young warrior who hadn't even reached the age of maturity. The Grand Patriarch suggested a simple solution. He requested Soryang to demonstrate his ability. Soryang grinned and stated that to prove his worthiness to the Sichuan Tang clan, he would do it their way, using poison. The elders were taken aback, misunderstanding him to mean he would poison the Lord of Sichuan province. They called him foolish for considering poisoning the Lord instead of sending medicine. Soryang was confused, as he thought the Sichuan Tang clan specialized in poison. The next day, the Grand Patriarch informed Soryang that he would begin learning the Tang clan's martial art, the 5 Venoms returning technique. Soryang asked if this would involve physical training. The Grand Patriarch explained that as he practiced martial arts, his body would naturally adapt to align with the techniques he learned. Museong elaborated that the Tang clan prioritized practicality, so Soryang would learn skills that could be immediately applied in real situations. Museong then unpacked various weapons, including arrows, daggers, and shuriken. They started with throwable concealed weapons like needles, coins, darts, powder, daggers, and throwing knives. Though there were many unconventional concealed weapons, most could be categorized into 5 types. Museong asked Soryang if he knew which one was the easiest to handle. Soryang guessed it was the dagger or throwing knife, and he was correct. Museong then asked which one he thought was the most difficult. Soryang guessed that powder would be the hardest to handle since it had to be scattered effectively. However, Museong informed him that it was actually the needle that posed the greatest challenge. Soryang assumed it was because of its small and thin form, making it difficult to throw accurately. Museong explained it wasn't just that. The real challenge was that Soryang had to remember the exact positions where he threw the needles. To illustrate, Museong decided to demonstrate. He took out a brush, separated the head from the handle, and made a sudden throwing motion. The bristles floated in the air, transforming into needles that rained down to the ground. Soryang was amazed as the bristles embedded themselves like needles, continuing to fall. Museong explained that the Tang clan had a hidden weapon technique called sky-obscuring flower rain. This secret art involved hundreds or even thousands of needles falling like a rain of flowers, covering the area. Soryang thought that fighting in an area filled with needles meant he had to be very cautious. He politely pointed out that if the entire area was filled with needles, there wouldn't be much space to move. Museong laughed, confirming that was exactly the point. Soryang needed to remember the positions of the needles to avoid becoming a victim of his own technique. To Soryang, this seemed unbelievable. Soryang began to sweat as he confirmed with Museong whether he needed to remember the positions of needles that deflected opponents or those that fell out of place. Museong replied affirmatively. Museong informed him that, with the 5 poisons body, Soryang would need to memorize at least 100 positions to start. Soryang turned pale at the thought. After the demonstration, he collapsed face down on the ground. Lady Hueun then appeared. She asked if she looked prepared, wearing a beekeeping suit since she heard he was going to catch a hornet. She wondered if it was unnecessary. Soryang assured her that it wasn't unnecessary. He was planning to wait for a hornet, but with their gear, they could catch it themselves. Hueun double-checked if he really intended to wait for the hornet to come. Soryang replied that she would understand once they got there. He asked if she knew where the hornet's nest was. Hueun confirmed that she had found one nearby, so so they could head there immediately. Soryang also donned a beekeeping suit. As they prepared, Huayan brought up the letter sent to the city lord of Sichuan province and asked if he had seen it. Soryang confirmed he had. Huayan expressed concern that, being young, Soryang might not fully grasp the letter's contents. Blushing, Soryang mentioned that yang kai in men is quite important. Huayan felt embarrassed and told him that was enough, realizing he was aware of the situation. The major issue troubling the city lord of Sichuan was erectile dysfunction. His rod was no longer getting hard. Huayan became suspicious of Soryang's knowledge, given his age. Soryang excused it by saying he had lived alone for some time. Embarrassed, Huayan quickened her pace. A few hours later, they arrived at the forest. Soryang got distracted by the creatures there, and Huayan had to keep him focused until they reached their destination. It looked like a mini cave, an ideal place for hornets. Huayan inquired about the significance of finding a bee without a hive. As they put on their head protectors, Soryang explained. He told her it meant that while they came looking for hornets, they wouldn't actually be capturing any. Huayan was puzzled as they approached the hole. Soryang explained that the venomous insect they were after could be found in smaller, weaker hives. Huayan was unaware of this, but fortunately, the hive had what they needed. An insect emerged, and Soryang captured it with chopsticks. They hadn't come to catch a hornet. This little insect was their target. This small creature would solve the Sichuan city lord's troubles. Huayan asked about the bug, wondering if it was a ground beetle. She had guessed correctly, and Soryang learned that the bug they caught in the giant hornet nest was referred to as a ground beetle in that world. In the Central Plains, it was known as a ground beetle, but in the modern era, it was called a blister beetle. Huayan asked if it was normal for ground beetles to be found in a hornet nest. Soryang explained that their life cycle was quite peculiar. Blister beetles have an unusual method of reproduction. Unlike most insects that either guard the spot where they lay eggs or create a safe environment for their eggs to hatch, the blister beetle simply lays eggs wherever it pleases. There was a humorous skit where the blister beetle told the boss to wait because she needed to drop some eggs before heading out. Anywhere would do, with no fuss or frills. It just lays them. The only consideration it shows is dumping them all in one spot. When the miracle happens and the blister beetle larvae hatch, they start crawling toward the highest place nearby. Once the larvae reach the top, they do something bizarre. They cluster together and imitate a flower. Bees mistake this fake flower for the real thing and approach it. The moment a bee gets close enough, the entire swarm jumps onto the carpenter bee's body, and that's it. Game over. The carpenter bee's home is as good as gone. Soryang wasn't sure why they favored giant hornet nests, but apparently it was the most suitable environment for the ground beetle larvae to grow. Huayan felt sorry for the giant hornet, but Soryang replied that there wasn't much that could be done about it. Huayan knew the bug caused burns on the skin and had heard that eating too much of it could even be fatal. Soryang confirmed this. The orange liquid dripping from a blister beetle contains a toxic substance called cantharidin. When this substance touches the skin, it creates blisters similar to burns. Huayan blushed and asked if it really had that effect. Soryang confirmed that the substance could indeed immediately raise a man's rod, which made Huayan feel embarrassed and prompt him to stop explaining further. She encouraged him to head back to the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Soryang wanted to catch a few more beetles, but they had secured the ground beetle, also known as the blister beetle. Afterward, they returned to the hall and instructed the warriors on how to prepare the medicine. Soryang told them to listen carefully. He instructed them to dry the ground beetle and grind it into powder, noting that 1/10 of that powder is toxic. The poison becomes life-threatening when 3 mo of it are ingested. He explained that if a person consumes 3/10 of 1 mo of the poison per guan body weight, about half of those who ingest it will die. So, Soryang requested that they prepare medicine with 1/10 of 1 mo of the poison. That would be roughly the equivalent of 10 drops of liquid, with 1 mo being 3.75 milligrams and 1 guan equaling 3.75 kilograms. He asked if that made sense. Deep down, Soryang felt that his brain was about to explode from all the calculations. One warrior removed his mask and remarked that Soryang's explanations were incredibly detailed, and they never expected him to be skilled in mathematics. The warrior assured Soryang that they would make sure to succeed. Soryang expressed his dependence on them. Later that night, Museong was talking to Huayan about how surreal it was that ground beetles had such effects. Museong mentioned that it made him consider re-evaluating the poisons in the Tang clan's arsenal. Huayan agreed. Museong then brought up Soryang's proficiency in math. Huayan shared how Soryang calculated the solution's concentration and estimated it to match the weight of 10 drops of liquid, which was amazing. Museong admitted that while he considered himself knowledgeable in poisons, Soryang was on a different level. The more he learned about about Soryang, the more he realized what a gem the young man was. He teased Hueun, asking if she liked Soryang even more now. Hueun blushed deeply and expressed her regret for being hasty in the beginning. Museong reassured her that making up for it going forward was what truly mattered. Museong then asked how they planned to test the medicine once it was complete. Hueun blushed even more, turning as red as a tomato. She mentioned that the branch family elders were saying Soryang had been too insolent. Soryang humorously suggested testing the medicine by raising the clan elders straight up. Museong was taken aback but found it amusing and laughed out loud. The next day, everyone gathered in a hall. The clan elders were skeptical. A warrior handed Soryang a wooden box, explaining that he had blended licorice powder and honey to make it sweeter and easier to consume. Soryang was impressed by the attention to detail. Soryang asked if the warrior had prepared it exactly as instructed. The warrior confirmed he had followed the instructions carefully. Other clan members scoffed, questioning how amazing it could possibly be. The patriarch ordered silence and asked Soryang how he intended to prove the medicine's efficacy. Soryang feigned surprise at the question. The clan elders insisted it was natural to confirm its effectiveness. One elder shouted they would never send unverified medicine to the city lord of Sichuan. Another elder added that if something went wrong, it could lead to a major disaster. Soryang acknowledged there was no other choice. The warrior understood what this meant. The clan elders were confused as the warrior handed them the medicine, appearing annoyed as if Soryang expected them to test it themselves. A loud elder questioned if Soryang even knew what it was. Another elder remarked that Soryang had played outside for so long, it seemed to have turned his insides black. Soryang grinned and called out to his grandfather. Museong asked what Soryang needed. Soryang reminded Museong of his earlier statement that those who mastered the Tang clan's martial arts were never afraid of poison. Museong played along and affirmed it. Soryang then pointed out that the elder's hesitation suggested fear. Museong agreed with him again. Soryang used reverse psychology, taunting the great elders of the clan, who had surely mastered 100 poisons. He expressed that surely those elders weren't afraid of something as trivial as ground beetle poison. This angered the elders, prompting one to split the medicine in two. They claimed they had nothing to fear from such low-grade poison. They took the medicine, asserting that Soryang underestimated them. They warned him that if it did nothing, he would face consequences. An elder proclaimed that they would uphold the clan's laws and principles. They chewed the medicine. A silence followed. Then they smirked, declaring that nothing was happening. But soon the elder felt his manhood awaken. The long slumber of the snake was over. They were embarrassed. And so that day, the laws and principles of the clan were set straight, pun intended. It happened magnificently. The medicine was sent to the city lord of Sichuan, proving to be excellent. A little while later, the elders walked the hall holding their pants away from them to hide the evidence. I remember walking like that when the time came. Anyway, Soryang told Museong that, just as he said, provoking the elders with something related to poison made them fall for it immediately. Museong understood that they were the type of people who had nothing left but their pride, so naturally, it happened. However, Museong also recognized that their actions stemmed from concern for the clan. He advised Soryang not to resent them too much. Museong remarked that, in the end, they were all one family. Soryang replied that he understood. Just then, Hueun hurriedly approached them, reporting that something terrible had happened. They asked Hueun what was wrong, and she explained that their children were acting strange. Soryang blushed, feeling confused, while Museong became stern and grabbed him by the collar. Museong demanded to know what she meant by children and why they had them. Soryang was drenched in cold sweat. Museong held Soryang by the back of his neck, questioning why they had children when they hadn't even had their wedding ceremony yet. Hueun clarified that she was referring to the spotted centipedes Soryang was raising, not human children. Soryang was stunned, his surprise beyond words. Recently, he'd been focused on physical training sessions and had asked Hueun to take care of the centipedes. He realized he'd completely forgotten about them and was worried something had happened to his babies. He asked to see them. As he reached toward Hueun, thinking she kept them there, Hueun squealed that they weren't with her. Museong was speechless. A moment later, they found the 3 blue-spotted centipedes looking brown and weak. Soryang had a handprint on his face, a funny reminder of his earlier actions. Soryang stared at the centipedes intensely, while Museong wondered if they had just fallen from Hueun's body with a thud. Hueun mentioned that they seemed fine earlier, but was now concerned they might be sick. Their color looked pale, and their shells seemed odd. Soryang reassured her that there was no reason to worry, explaining it was called shedding. Creatures like centipedes with hard shells shed them when they grow bigger, and that's likely what was happening. Museong asked if they were already shedding their shells. Soryang replied that it would happen soon. soon. Just then, one of the little ones moved strangely and its head emerged. They were all impressed by the sight. It was quite amazing to watch as the other two centipedes began shedding their shells as well. They successfully shed their old shells and were now fully out. Hueun noticed they looked almost twice as big as before. She asked if the little ones had names. Soryang realized they didn't, and his thinking face was quite amusing. Even funnier were the names he came up with, number 1, number 2, and number 3. Hueun found it so silly that she refused to accept them. She reasoned that since spotted centipedes are said to turn into dragons after living for 1,000 years, they needed dignified, dragon-worthy names. Soryang playfully argued that there was no way a spotted centipede would turn into a dragon, even after 1,000 years. Museong joined in, joking that a 1,000-year-old spotted centipede is indeed called a dragon. Soryang realized Museong must have taught Hueun that. He then seriously considered their names. He decided to name them Nova, Myra, and Grace. Nova symbolized a beginning, Myra meant fragrance, and Grace represented elegance or gentleness. Hueun was delighted and didn't object, as naming the children was traditionally the father's responsibility. The spotted centipedes now had their names. A full day later, the centipedes returned to cling to Soryang. His body didn't feel completely dry yet, but he was well enough to move around. However, he still felt a bit awkward. The centipedes were now heavier. They had grown from the size of a thick sausage to as large as his forearm. They seemed to find his embrace too tight, so they coiled snugly around his arms and waist. While he was lying there snuggling with the centipedes, he overheard a conversation. Two men were passing by. One of them, holding a loaded pouch, remarked that the Sichuan Tang clan was always so extravagant. The two men decided to head to the brothel, laughing about how easy it was to make money. Soryang's curiosity was piqued by their conversation. At the pavilion, Chiolson shared some great news. The medicine they sent to the city lord of Sichuan had worked exceptionally well, and the city lord had sent a message of gratitude along with a generous reward. Soryang and Hueun were delighted to hear this. Chiolson was proud and happy to have gained such benefits so soon after accepting Soryang as his son-in-law. Soryang had truly accomplished something remarkable. Soryang was glad he could help. As a result, Chiolson suggested granting Soryang one of his elixirs, knowing that if he called it a reward, Soryang might refuse out of modesty. Soryang recalled his grandpa saying that an elixir enhances internal energy. Hueun asked what kind of elixir it was. Chiolson replied that it wasn't anything extraordinary, just the honey of the golden-haired king bee. In Soryang's mind, he thought it sounded like regular honey. However, knowing how crucial internal energy is for becoming a martial master, he decided to accept it. He was about to thank his father-in-law when Hueun interrupted. She pointed out that since Chiolson was rewarding Soryang, she questioned why it was just honey. Chiolson got nervous seeing Hueun's assertive demeanor. She argued that Soryang's achievement was no small feat. Even if the golden-haired king bee is a mid-level venomous creature, honey is considered the lowest grade among elixirs. She insisted that Chiolson shouldn't be stingy when rewarding Soryang for such a significant achievement, making Soryang feel shy. She scolded her father, saying he should grant something that provides a year's worth of internal energy instead of an elixir offering just 2 months' worth. Chiolson was saddened and reasoned that it was still an elixir and had been expensive to obtain. Hueun was further triggered, arguing that compared to Soryang's contributions, the reward was a mere pittance. Chiolson found himself in a tough spot. Soryang asked about the golden-haired king bee. Chiolson explained it was a mid-tier venomous creature sometimes found in jungles, about the size of a small dog. Consuming its honey was said to grant internal energy equivalent to 2 full months of meditation. Imagining the bee's size, Soryang was both excited and amused, but Hueun reigned in his thoughts. She expressed her frustration on Soryang's behalf. Chiolson clarified that his intention wasn't to belittle Soryang's achievements. He thought Soryang might enjoy seeing the golden-haired king bee in person. This got Soryang excited, and he asked if Chiolson was suggesting he could see the bee himself. That was indeed what Chiolson had in mind. Internally, Soryang interpreted this as an invitation to harvest the honey himself. He'd done similar things back in his YouTuber days. With excitement, they headed to the door. Soryang shared that he was practically an expert when it came to bees. Chiolson knew Soryang would like the idea. Soryang asked what the golden-haired king bee looked like. Chiolson simply replied that it looked like a bee. Hueun could only sigh, and so their honey harvesting journey began. Chiolson had provided them with premium information, so they assumed there wouldn't be any competitors. But when they arrived, they found 2 clans fighting. Apparently, both had bought the same information. One clan asked if the person they bought it from had scruffy hair and a big mole. The other clan confirmed it was the same guy, but insisted they wouldn't back down easily. Hearing the descriptions, Soryang remembered the 2 guys he'd overheard. word. He realized those two had been selling the information everywhere. One guy, angered by the scammers, shouted, "How dare you insult the Sichuan Tang clan in Sichuan?" His loud voice and the mention of the Sichuan Tang clan made the others nervous. The peaceful honey harvesting trip had turned into something far from calm. Before Soryang left for his first journey outside, Chiolson had warned him to be cautious. As a member of their family and the Tang clan, he should never forget who he was. Soryang politely agreed. Chiolson then looked to his side, prompting Soryang to turn his head as well. There were men lined up in front of them. Chiolson informed Soryang that he would be leading those people, as it was time for him to learn to manage others. Soryang felt flustered by the responsibility. He thought Hueyun should be the one leading. Chiolson called him silly, explaining that since Hueyun was his partner, Soryang, by extension, held the highest authority in the group. Hearing the word partner, Soryang blushed. Hueyun had faith that he would do well and promised to help him along the way. He assured her he would do his best, but now, amidst the chaos, he wondered what to do. He asked the man with him, Wolfgang, the leader of the Venom Blood Unit, what they should do in this situation. He wondered if sharing the information was a better option. Wolfgang was displeased that anyone dared to share the Tang clan's information. Hueyun agreed, noting that whoever did it had some nerve. She was seriously upset, her intimidating aura clear as she questioned the selling of information purchased by the Sichuan Tang clan to others. Those from other clans recognized her as the poisonous flower of the three flowers of Murim. One man was shocked to see a direct descendant of the Tang clan, the poisonous flower, present in person. He was compelled to greet her. He represented the Central Wind sect and clarified they had no intention of interfering with the Tang clan's affairs. He stated they would withdraw. The Noble Origin sect also decided to withdraw. Even though it pained them, the Jade Ghost Slayer followed suit. One of them vowed to catch the rat responsible and skin him alive. They all hurriedly retreated. Soryang realized the influence of the Sichuan Tang clan and asked Wolfgang if the situation was resolved. Wolfgang replied that it wasn't, suspecting those unorthodox groups wouldn't back off easily. Wolfgang suggested setting up a camp nearby and taking shifts to keep watch, knowing those men were likely hiding and waiting for the right moment. He instructed Gyup to find out where they had set up camp. Soryang looked worried, but Hueyun assured him it would be okay. He was more concerned about his honeybee. They hid behind a boulder watching the bees. The bees actually looked cute. They appeared to be wearing faux fur on their bodies as several flew inside the trunk. Soryang got excited upon seeing the golden-haired king bees. Hueyun admitted it was her first time seeing them too, noting their size. Soryang found them adorable. Hueyun was amazed by their fluffy fur, and Wolfgang was pleased to see them as well. Soryang noticed that the colony seemed small. It appeared there were only a few hundred of them, but considering their size, that made sense. Hueyun asked about colonies. Soryang explained that a colony is a group of bees. Typically, a small hive would have about 5,000 to 7,000 bees. Hueyun was surprised Soryang could tell that without entering the hive. Soryang replied that he could estimate by observing how many bees went in and out of the entrance. Just then, someone appeared behind them. It was Pai. He reported they had located the unorthodox groups. Wolfgang asked where they were. Pai hesitated at first, but as Wolfgang expected, those groups had set up their camp on the opposite side. They didn't seem to be doing much, but if something happened, they'd definitely make a move. Wolfgang decided to wait until nightfall to harvest the honey using the Tang clan's method. Soryang asked about the method the Tang clan used. Wolfgang explained that burning mugwort leaves would produce smoke that calms the bees, allowing them to harvest the honey. Soryang thought it was an excellent method. However, Pai was concerned because the wind was blowing towards them, which complicated their plan. Soryang quickly thought of something. Pai asked if it was something clever. Soryang explained that with the wind blowing towards them, it would mask their scent. He decided to take this opportunity to quickly visit the hive. He was already on his way when Hueyun grabbed his shirt to stop him, warning that it was dangerous because the golden-haired king bee was a mid-level venomous creature. But Soryang was eager to go. He insisted he would just touch it once and come back. As he struggled to break free from Hueyun's grip, a pebble fell and rolled towards the hive, which they instantly realized was bad news. In the blink of an eye, the colony swarmed out of the hive. Hueyun quickly grabbed Soryang and they made a run for it. Later, they got a thorough scolding for their recklessness. At dusk, Soryang was still contemplating another approach. If they lit the fire against the wind, they risked being caught between the unorthodox groups and the hive. The golden-haired king bee was different from bees he knew. These bees could detect ground vibrations from over 30 kilometers away, something even ground bees couldn't do. Hueyun found him. She mentioned that the kids had finished their meal and were trying to wander off, so she brought them to him. Soryang thanked her. He gently told the little ones to behave. Hueyun sat beside him, making him flustered. She asked if he had made any progress. He replied that he needed to observe a bit more. She admitted she felt like she was pressuring him and apologized for it, encouraging him to take his time and not feel burdened. Soryang felt even more pressure after Hueyun's encouragement. Then Hueyun noticed some monkeys on the opposite side of the old tree. The monkeys were noisy, and one seemed particularly agitated. Soryang called out to Hueyun. He asked if she smelled something sweet. Hueyun picked up on the scent, and Soryang realized it could be pheromones. Soryang quickly told her they needed to leave because the bees were about to swarm. Hueyun grabbed him and ran, leaping high to put some distance between them and the hive. She held Soryang by his armpits, and they watched as the bees swarmed out of the hive. Their target was the fallen monkeys, and the bees feasted on the corpses. It was a close call for the pair. Hueyun was curious about how Soryang knew the golden-haired king bees were about to attack, as he warned her before they even heard the buzzing. He explained it was because of the scent. Hueyun finally noticed the faint smell of magnolia. Soryang was impressed that she could distinguish the scent of pheromones. He asked if she recognized the earlier scent, and she confirmed it smelled like a magnolia flower. Excited to have found the answer, Soryang laughed like a maniac, causing Hueyun to blush because his hands were on her shoulders. With a devilish grin, Soryang said he had thought of a way to deal with those unorthodox groups who were after his honeybees. Meanwhile, the men from different clans were gathered around a bonfire, relaxing. They drank liquor and feasted on meat. One asked when they thought the Tang clan would come to gather the honey. Another replied it was hard to say. 3 days ago, the Tang clan had been wandering everywhere, but now things had gone quiet. Someone speculated that the clan might make a move soon, while another gave a vague response that it could be. Another man questioned whether beehives could really be that lucrative. A man, slightly annoyed by the question, commented that he seemed like he'd been living under a rock. He explained that candles made from the golden-haired king bee's beeswax were treasures used exclusively by the imperial family. He assumed the Tang clan would only take the honey and leave, allowing them to take the remaining beehives. The men had evil schemes in mind for after the Tang clan was wiped out. Someone brought up the notorious poisoner, the 3 flowers of Murim. They decided to keep an eye on her to ensure she didn't die, enjoying the idea since she was a beauty. Their lecherous nature was apparent as they expressed excitement at the thought, even joking that one of them might end up as the Tang clan's son-in-law. But then they stopped when someone noticed a scent. It was a pleasant smell, and one of them thought it was the poisonous flower's scent. They assumed her natural scent was as intoxicating as that. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted them. They looked up to see something forming in the sky. They were terrified and confused, realizing it was a swarm of golden-haired bees. They immediately ran in panic. The bees chased after them, and they screamed as the bees attacked. The mixture creating the scent was scattered on the ground. It was positioned like a trail. Soryang, Hueyun, and Wolfgang watched from behind the bushes. Hueyun and Wolfgang were surprised it worked. The bees were heading in one direction. Hueyun asked Soryang what he did, not expecting the bees to get furious over the scent of flowers. Soryang explained that he had ordered the bees to launch a full-scale attack by using a simple trick. Hueyun was puzzled since Soryang had only crushed some flowers and fruits, sprinkling their juice around. Soryang clarified that the scent acted as a trigger for an attack order. He explained that pheromones are chemical signals used by animals of the same species to communicate, especially social insects like ants and wasps. They rely heavily on these signals. The pheromone Soryang used was the exact scent bees released to signal an attack, known as isoamyl acetate. Hueyun asked if he meant that magnolias emit the same scent bees used to signal an attack, finding it fascinating. But Soryang was more intrigued by her ability to recognize the scent. Hueyun explained that, because the Tang clan specializes in poisons, she was sensitive to scents. The timing was perfect. With the golden-haired king bees off on their attack, Soryang decided it was time to enter the hive and harvest the honey. They cautiously approached. Soryang brought a makeshift incense wrapped in leaves. Wolfgang warned that it was dangerous and offered to take the lead. They were all impressed by the size of the hive. It was amazing. The honeycombs hung like a large golden chandelier from the ceiling, creating a beautiful sight. Fortunately, the bees had left, allowing Soryang, Hueyun, and Wolfgang to enter. Soryang noticed something peculiar. There was no honey at all. Wolfgang was surprised, inspecting the honeycomb and confirming it was just as Soryang had predicted. It was empty, which was unusual. Soryang realized there were no eggs in the hive either. Wolfgang asked if this had something to do with the hive being empty of honey. Soryang explained that the bees were preparing to migrate from the start. That would be why they consumed all the stored honey and carried it in their stomachs. He theorized that they sensed too many human presences nearby, prompting them to prepare to leave. Hueyun agreed with Soryang's explanation that when bees prepare to migrate, they stop laying eggs as they can't carry care for larvae. Then Soryang noticed something intriguing. He spotted the back end of a bee. With a large grin, he asked Wolfgang how long he could maintain his mobility arts without rest. Wolfgang replied that by pacing himself and running steadily, he could last about half a day. Wolfgang inquired why Soryang asked. Suddenly, Pai appeared, reporting that the golden-haired bees were returning, urging Soryang to leave immediately. They quickly ran for it. Wolfgang advised Soryang to give up while Hueyun rushed to his side. She grabbed his shirt and urged him to hurry. Pai panicked, telling them to get out quickly. Something was bulging from Soryang's chest. Time passed, and it was indeed a close call. Hueyun was grateful they managed to escape before the bees returned. She couldn't finish her sentence as she got distracted, asking what Soryang had on his chest. Soryang's immediate reaction was to reveal the little bee's head poking out from his clothing. Soryang explained it was the queen bee of the golden-haired king bees. Since there was no honey, he decided to bring the one who could make it. Upon hearing that, everyone looked nervous and turned pale, beads of sweat forming on their faces. The queen bee made a cute bee noise. With a devilish smirk, Soryang told Wolfgang that the bees would soon realize their queen was missing and would start chasing them. Instead of being worried, Soryang seemed delighted, gently rubbing the queen bee's head. He told them to run, and so began the life or death chase. Wolfgang carried Soryang on his back, and they ran as fast as they could. The queen bee was fussy. Soryang soothed it, promising to take the queen somewhere peaceful where people wouldn't bother them. It had been a few days since the honeybee race of death began. During that time, the group pushed themselves to their limits, cutting back on sleep and fully exerting their mobility arts. They were all out of breath and energy. By the time they reached their destination, a few warriors from the Venom Blood Unit had already fallen behind. Soryang promised himself that he would demand to learn mobility arts when they returned. One of the warriors tripped and fell, prompting another to announce that another one had fallen. The fallen warrior was Huang Duryang of the Venom Blood Unit. He looked half dead on the ground, with dark circles under his eyes and snot and saliva dripping from his open mouth. Soryang also had dark circles. He was hopeful that once the queen bee was far enough from the colony, they wouldn't be able to attack. Wolfgang was starting to lose hope and asked Soryang if they could really escape. Soryang gave a vague answer. 3 days later, another warrior fell face down, apologizing to Soryang as he could no longer move. Soryang was worried for Wolfgang. Hueyun decided she would carry Soryang instead. Soryang suggested he could run on his own, but Hueyun, despite her haggard appearance, shyly promised she could do it. She declared that a member of the Tang clan never gives up. At the entrance of the Tang clan's house, 2 guards were stationed. They noticed someone approaching and recognized their young lady. Hueyun and Soryang supported each other as they walked. The guards' jaws dropped at their appearance. Family members were called immediately. With all the commotion, Museong and Chialson came out. They were stunned to see the state of the two. Hueyun looked truly worn out. Chialson laid Hueyun's head on his lap as he began to heal her. Furious, he demanded an explanation from Soryang. Soryang told him to calm down, explaining that Hueyun was simply exhausted after using mobility arts for 10 days without a break. Soryang was in a hurry and urged everyone to head to the training grounds. Museong was confused until Soryang pulled the queen bee from his clothing. He explained that the other bees would soon swarm there, so they needed to head to the ancient tree in the training grounds. Everyone was stunned, except for Museong, who was amused by Soryang's antics. Chialson was in disbelief. He had sent Soryang to fetch honey, and yet he returned with the queen bee. Museong placed a reassuring hand on Soryang's shoulder and declared they would go. Suddenly, Museong jumped high while carrying Soryang, who screamed out loud. Museong moved swiftly. When Soryang screamed again, the old man asked what was wrong. Soryang told him that the bees were swarming towards them. Museong saw the swarm and asked if Soryang had brought all those bees with him. They were almost at their destination, so they hurried. Soryang's body struggled to keep up with the speed, but thankfully, Museong's grip kept him secure. They eventually arrived at the ancient tree. Soryang approached the tree and explained to the golden-haired queen bee that this was the new home he had mentioned. He gently released the queen bee, asking, "Not bad, right?" The queen bee made a bye noise, seemingly understanding him. She inspected the tree and turned to Soryang, looking excited as if to say he was right. Soryang wondered if she really liked it. Museong suggested they leave for now since the bees were arriving. The clan members watched as the colony of bees flew above them. The golden-haired queen bee made bee noises, calling them. The bees headed for the tree. Museong was amazed, expressing that in all his years, he had never seen anything like it before. Mission accomplished. The golden-haired queen bee had been successfully captured, and moments later, the dog-sized bees were seen drinking sugar water. The exhausted bees were being revitalized with the sweet treat. After all, there's a saying that bonds are built over food, and goodwill begins with a meal. They were fortunate that there was something akin to refined sugar in this world, so it worked out well. Soryang hoped the little feast would help reduce the bees' wariness towards them. It would be even better if the bees started recognizing Soryang as their master. Suddenly, Soryang shouted that he forgot something. Cheolson and Museong eyed him suspiciously and asked what it was. Soryang nervously inquired about Hueon. Cheolson was a bit annoyed that Soryang only thought of her now, but replied that he had instructed others to take Hueon to her mother to rest. Cheolson questioned if they really used mobility arts all the way from the forest to the house with the bees following. Soryang nervously confirmed and apologized, explaining they barely managed 4 hours of sleep a day, spending the rest running. Museong suddenly realized something and asked Soryang about the members of the Venom Blood Unit. Soryang, sweating nervously, admitted that the members had collapsed somewhere along the roadside. He promised to go pick them up. Eventually, the members of the Venom Blood Unit returned safely to their families. In Hueon's room, she was awake and energetic enough to sit up. Soryang was by her side. Hueon happily mentioned that the golden-haired bees had recovered their strength. Soryang shared that the bees were currently gathering nectar from the poisonous flowers of Tang Clan Mountain. Hueon found it adorable. Suddenly, someone rushed in, calling for Soryang in a panic. Pai informed him that he needed to come outside immediately. He told Soryang something was wrong with the golden-haired bees. They seemed to be searching for something. Soryang and Hueon quickly went outside to see what was happening. The bees were scattered all over until they spotted Soryang and clung onto him. Suddenly, they began pulling on his shirt. Soryang was confused by their behavior. The pulling lifted him off the ground, and Hueon was surprised to see Soryang being flown by the swarm of bees. In the air, Soryang looked amusing with his legs straight and arms spread in a T shape. Eventually, the bees dropped him. Soryang asked them why they were fussing around their hive. He thought something must be wrong. The bees nudged him, and he got the message. They wanted him inside. Looking around, he saw they had already built part of the hive and were working hard to gather honey. Then he noticed a bee approaching. It was the queen bee. Soryang held out his hands, asking the queen bee if she wanted a lift. He couldn't move as the other bees clung to him, with one even pinching his cheeks. He looked at the queen bee, who appeared elegant and cute. The author really did a great job describing her. The queen bee closed her eyes and moved towards Soryang's mouth. He panicked but was silenced as the queen bee kissed him on the lips. He felt something placed in his mouth and instinctively swallowed it. The other bees stopped clinging to him and the queen bee finished her kiss. Soryang turned red as a tomato. Embarrassed, he yelled at the queen bee, saying it was his first kiss and asked what she was doing. Then Soryang felt something was wrong. He collapsed on the ground, experiencing excruciating pain. In his mind, he wondered what the queen bee had fed him. From his perspective, the queen bee had a mysterious look on her face. The large bees watched as Soryang struggled on the ground, a reddish aura spreading across his body, like an intense heat. Along with this discomfort, it felt like there was an itch inside him. The heat overwhelmed him, making him foam at the mouth and nose, grinding his teeth and sweating heavily. His heartbeat was racing. Despite the intense heat, as if he were on fire, he slowly reached out to try and touch the queen bee. With little strength left, his last words before passing out were a question about what she had made him eat, and then he fainted. With his eyes still closed, he heard his name being called. Hueon was asking her grandfather what was happening to him, showing her concern. Museong, stroking his beard and with his vast experience, commented that he must have swallowed a very potent elixir. After hearing this, Soryang passed out again. Museong began to guide his Kai to help him. Shortly after, Hueon cared for him with a warm towel. She wiped his face. Sitting on the bed with messy hair, he asked where he was. She told him he was in the clan's medical wing. Fixing her hair, she explained that when they saw him, he was being dragged by the golden-haired king bees. She and her grandfather ran to the hive and found him unconscious, so they brought him to the medical wing. She asked if he remembered anything that had happened. He sighed, putting his hand on his face, a bit upset. He thought about his first kiss in that world. Hueon sensed something was wrong from his expression and asked if he was okay or if something was wrong with his body. She also asked if he wanted her to call her grandfather. He looked at his hands, sighed, and said no. He mentioned that the queen bee fed him the same food she ate, which he thought caused the situation. Curious, Hueon asked what he had eaten. He said he didn't know the exact name, but if he had to name it, he would call it the king bee's elixir. Hueon was surprised. With a smile, he explained that the worker bees collect nectar and pollen to feed themselves. Only the worker bees, dedicated dedicated to their work, consume this nectar and pollen. After explaining this, she asked if that was the case, then what does the queen bee eat? He casually replied that the queen bee feeds exclusively on the king bee's elixir, made by the workers from birth to death. In other words, the jelly that the queen bee forced him to eat was royal jelly. Hue-an understood the situation. It is the exclusive food of the queen bee throughout her life. But Sorryang furthermore mentioned that the king bee's elixir has a special effect, leaving her surprised. He explained that normal worker bees live around a month and a half, but the queen bee, eating the king bee's elixir, can live up to 60 times longer. Then he asked if this wasn't incredible. Overwhelmed with information, she told him to calm down. It was a lot to take in. With a sigh, she said she understood. The mystery was solved. She explained that the internal cultivation method he practiced is the 5 venoms return technique. It's just a beginner's technique, so he wouldn't be able to absorb all the elixir's power. But since the golden-haired king bee's honey contains 2 months of internal energy, he basically absorbed 60 times that amount, which is equivalent to 10 years of internal energy. Then she congratulated him on his lucky encounter. Sorryang began to feel a bit of energy while repeating 10 years of internal energy. Hue-an, a bit nervous and fiddling with her hair, suggested he check the silver mirror afterward. Blushing, she averted her gaze and mentioned there might be other effects of the queen bee's elixir. Curious, he asked what other effects. While scratching his face in doubt, he asked about the silver mirror. He picked up the mirror and, looking at his reflection, noticed something strange. His skin was so smooth it even shone. Still examining himself, he wondered if royal jelly always had such effects. Upon touching his face, he was surprised to find his skin soft and smooth, almost like that of a woman. While touching his face, he considered that perhaps royal jelly, the food of the queen bee, had caused some effects that were not very pleasant for him, making him worry that he might have turned into a girl. He looked around to clear his doubts. Then he looked between his pants and, with a sigh of relief, he lay down on the ground, happy he hadn't lost his most precious possession. Lying on the ground, he recalls Hue-an mentioning that if her grandfather hadn't guided his Kai, something disastrous might have happened. He realized he should thank her grandfather since he was on the brink of death and was saved. He leaves the medical wing and walks through the clan, noticing everyone staring at him. Wondering why so many people are giving him strange looks today, he questions if it's because his internal energy increased. The stares and whispers bother him, so he decides to escape, running off while others laugh as he goes. He arrives at the clan's restaurant and peeks through the door. He spots his father-in-law, future wife, mother-in-law, and the old man dining. His mother-in-law quickly notices him and, pleased, comments on how handsome her son-in-law is. She asks how he is feeling. He greets them, saying he is fine and apologizes for worrying them. His mother-in-law, aware of the situation, says it's okay since he had such a fortunate encounter, making it a reason to celebrate. She decides to tease her daughter a bit, saying she must be envious of Sorryang's skin. Embarrassed, she quickly invites him to sit. Sorryang, also embarrassed, agrees. He joins the table for a huge banquet where everyone enjoys themselves. His father-in-law asks if he is feeling well after everything that happened. He confirms he is and apologizes again for causing concern. He expresses his gratitude to the grandfather for taking care of him. Museong, smiling, congratulates him on his lucky encounter. Seeing curiosity on everyone's faces, his father-in-law asks if he could explain what happened. He mentions he heard a little about the queen bee's elixir from wine, but wants to know the full story. He hesitates, scratching his face, but finally explains that the golden-haired queen bee seemed to like her new home and rewarded him for his kindness. As he gestures, he says she dragged him into the hive and fed him the king bee's elixir, which he believes caused all the confusion. To his surprise, his mother-in-law comments that even mid-level venomous creatures know how to show gratitude, finding it fascinating. Museong was equally surprised, asking if there's any way to get the king bee's elixir again. He mentions that if they could, it would greatly benefit the clan. Kaelson notes that even the honey from the golden-haired bees would be an incredible treasure, but the queen bee's elixir would be an extraordinary blessing. His mother-in-law, excited, agrees and asks her son-in-law if he could get more of the elixir, leaving everyone at the table confused by her sudden enthusiasm. Hue-an then asks him if he could obtain more of this elixir. Sorryang thinks it over. If they were just regular bees, they could create several queen cells and trick the worker bees into producing royal jelly. However, with the intelligent golden-haired bees, they would be turned into hives quickly. Besides, royal jelly is essentially baby food produced by worker bees, but what he consumed came directly from the queen. He ponders whether what he ate might not even be the same substance, making him think more about the situation. He wonders if he should be honest at that moment. Finally, he decides to say that he thinks it wouldn't be possible to get more of the elixir. This prompts Museong and his mother-in-law to ask why it wouldn't be possible. Sorryang explains that even if someone could consume it, he doesn't know if anyone would want to. Curious Curious, Kaelson asks if the taste is bad or if it has a strange smell. With seriousness, he replies that it's not about the taste or smell. Sweating cold, he reveals that the king bee's elixir comes directly from the queen's mouth and that the only way to receive it is through direct contact with the queen. He explains that the method involves forming a connection by joining lips with the queen, with her tongue transferring the elixir. Everyone is shocked. Museong, shouting, asks in disbelief, "A kiss on the queen bee's mouth?" His mother-in-law is left speechless. Kaelson, even more shocked, concludes that they must assume it's impossible to get the elixir, unless it's the protagonist, since he was favored by the queen bee. For anyone else, it would be impossible. Soon, his fiancée, understanding what happened, drops her chopsticks, outraged. She asks, "A kiss on the mouth," with a terrifying expression and a murderous look. She says his name, hinting that he kissed the queen bee. It was night, the moon was illuminating a river, and somewhere there was a temple. Someone whose hand was full of scars was observing the landscape. It was the leader of the Murim Alliance, the Emperor of the Fist, called Ju Young-hak. While he was deep in his thoughts, someone knocked on his door, informing him that they had brought tea. This caught Young-hak's attention, who came out of his trance and gave them permission to enter. A beautiful servant brought tea, informing him that she had prepared white dew tea from Zishan. This aroused Young-hak's curiosity, who was somewhat surprised. He sat down to have tea, reminding her that this was the tea from his hometown, and while the servant was serving it in the cup, she replied that she was aware it was a famous tea from Zishan. The emperor thanked her and decided to make sure to drink it well. He picked up the cup of tea, and the maid began to watch closely, and just as he was about to take his first sip, someone knocked on the door and interrupted the alliance leader's tea session. It was the military advisor Zheng Hu. Immediately, the emperor placed the cup on the table, and with a confused expression asked what he was doing here at this hour and gave him permission to enter. Zheng Hu, a man with long hair, entered and greeted the emperor respectfully, apologizing for interrupting him. He was a very handsome man. He had come to inform them that they had received a message from the Tang Sichuan clan, thinking it would be better to let the emperor know immediately. With a calm smile, the emperor asked him not to worry about interrupting the tea session. He had come in haste, so it must be an important matter. Zheng Hu approached the emperor and placed a red scroll on the table, revealing that Rakshasa of the bloody hand, Tak Unyang, had died. His head had been cut off by the Tang clan, obtaining the secret manual of the poisonous art of the bloody hand. This made the emperor burst into fury. Shattering the teacup into pieces, he clenched his fist and his body began to tremble with rage. He wanted to know where and how they had obtained the manual. Zheng Hu casually revealed that, previously, Tak Unyang had been struck by the divine sovereign of myriad poisons, and his whereabouts were unknown. And after that, it was said that he had gone to Hainan Island to live in seclusion. With an enthusiastic smile, he informed the emperor that there was a much more interesting story than this. It was said that a young warrior and his poisonous creatures had killed Tak Unyang. The emperor was in shock, as he had never before heard of anyone being capable of using poisonous creatures. Zheng Hu sat in front of the emperor explaining that he had heard many interesting stories. He was sure that this was a story that even the leader would be interested in. He decided to explain it in detail, but the servant began to stare at him intently, exuding a suffocating aura. In the patriarch's hall of the Tang clan of Sichuan, everyone was seated at a table, including Soriyang, Huayan, her mother, and the great patriarch. One of the elders asked if it was true that there were people who had sold information to other places besides them. The other elder was furious. He could not believe there were people tarnishing the reputation of the clan. Soriyang began to whisper. He was somewhat confused to see that they did not dare to say anything harsh to his father-in-law. With a smile, Huayan replied that it was normal. The patriarch of the clan knew that they had dared to damage the reputation of the clan. The elders of the collateral branches were also angry, and after all, they were a family. He had already requested that this matter be investigated. He planned to go to Yingchuan himself. One of the elders, somewhat curious, extended his hand, asking what poison the patriarch was going to use. The patriarch casually explained that first, they had to use soul-destroying poison, then blood-burning poison, and finally intestine-necrotizing poison. His eyes were shining with malice. When they were in such agony that their blood burned, their internal organs would melt, and when the soul was about to dissolve, he would finish them off with the 7-step soul-snatching poison. Soriyang was in shock since this method was typical of an assassin. It was a cocktail of poisons. The patriarch decided to leave immediately and asked one of his aides to summon the poison annihilation unit. His aide nodded. A while later, the poison annihilation unit gathered in front of the temple. They were men wearing masks and hoods. The patriarch asked his son-in-law to take care of himself, promising he would return soon. Soriyang showed respect and asked his father-in-law to be careful. The patriarch was somewhat confused, revealing that it was their enemies who should should be careful. Kailson and the Poison Annihilation Unit set out to punish the bastards. Pointing at the men, Soryang asked if they were the Poison Annihilation Unit. It was the first time he had seen them since he had been here. Hueun affirmed yes, mentioning that they did quite hard work. With a smile, she said their job was mainly erasing people, and for this reason they were called the Poison Annihilation Unit. Our boy was in shock, questioning if this really counted as hard work. While they were distracted, someone coughed. It was the elders of the Tang clan. Soryang and Hueun greeted them with respect. The elders asked if the boy had had a fortuitous encounter. Soryang nodded his head. A question came to his mind. He didn't know if these people were looking for the royal jelly of golden-haired queen bees. The reality was somewhat different. The elders were somewhat nervous as they had come to ask him for a favor. Soryang, somewhat curious, asked what they wanted. He asked if by any chance the favor was about the royal bees. The elders became even more nervous and refused since there was no reason why they would covet such a thing. Soryang became curious, and the elders began to feel ashamed. One of them approached our boy and asked him to bring his ear closer. Whispering, the elder asked if Soryang remembered the medicine of the ground beetle. Our boy had been the one who created it and had the authority. Soryang began to smile, then took out the medicine from the ground beetle and started juggling. He was having a hard time adapting to the clan in many ways, but if they, the elders, helped him in various ways, there would be nothing he couldn't give them. The elders began to laugh, promising to help their son-in-law from now on. Hueun was somewhat disappointed. The great patriarch came out of the temple and saw the elders laughing heartily. Just as our boy was about to hand over the medicine from the ground beetle, the great patriarch asked what they were all talking about so cheerfully. They panicked and then started dancing to cover it up, explaining that it was just a friendly gathering. The plan worked since the great patriarch believed them, thinking they had finally realized Soryang's true value. Hueun was somewhat disappointed and furious. One of the men opened the door and reported that there was a big problem. Everyone became curious, and the great patriarch asked what the problem was. Pai revealed that Lord Sichuan was on the verge of death. Upon hearing this, everyone was in shock and panic. Soryang questioned if he had been using the medicine correctly, and Pai confirmed it. After seeing the effect of the medicine, Sichuan took a new concubine and took more than double the amount Soryang had suggested. Our boy started sweating at the thought of the consequences. The great patriarch was somewhat disappointed and decided to go take a look. Soryang was the only man left in the house, so he entrusted him with the mission of protecting the women. Our boy said goodbye to him and assumed responsibility. The great patriarch left, and Soryang was calm, thinking that nothing could happen while they were away. Several hours later, night fell. Soryang and Hueun were sitting on a bench. She asked how he was finding the dual origin art of the 10 poisons that he had been learning. He replied that it was not as difficult to understand now as it had been at the beginning. If the technique of the return of the 5 poisons felt like a single large orb moving inside the body, then the dual origin art of the 10 poisons was more like a 2-cylinder engine. Hueun realized that now our boy must have developed some tolerance to common poisons, revealing that furthermore, he could release his internal energy directly or imbue it into objects. Soryang was speechless. He felt intrigued, and the desire to try his new technique consumed him. They prepared a straw dummy. Soryang unsheathed a dagger and closed his eyes to concentrate. A powerful green energy began to emerge from his body. The first step was to move the internal energy from left to right, and then rotate both orbs in the same direction. Once the Kai energy circulated through his body, he opened his eyes and forcefully threw the dagger at the straw dummy. The dagger moved like lightning, piercing through the straw dummy without much effort. Soryang was happy, and his fiancée praised him for being able to imbue his Kai into the dagger. The knife, emitting energy, stuck in the wall right in front of 2 masked men. At first, they thought they had been caught and decided to eliminate them, but then upon seeing the straw dummy, they realized it had been a coincidence. One of them was holding a book. It was the Blood Hand Poison Art Secret Manual. Although it was a copy, their work was already done, so they decided to leave here as soon as possible and return before something troublesome happened. They thought that the guards of the Tang clan were idiots for having neglected the security of the training hall, and thanks to their negligence, escaping was going to be a piece of cake. But then, something happened, and a pink aroma began to spread through the air, making the men tense up. It was a sweet aroma, and the men didn't know where it came from. Right above them was the queen bee, who started staring at them intently, knowing that these guys were intruders.
While it was raining, screams began to be heard throughout the area. Soryang was in shock, not knowing what was happening. While on the other side, Hueun looked toward the direction of the screams and realized that someone was here. Looking toward the bushes, they saw men dressed as ninjas. 2 were hiding and 1 was standing. The queen bee started attacking the man, who was somewhat confused since he didn't know why there was a bee in the training wing. Soryong and Huean began to observe this, and it didn't take them long to realize that they were intruders. Huean knew she had to act. With a furious expression, she dashed towards the intruders, asking Soryong to shoot the arrow. She moved so quickly that she left dust all along the way. Soryong put his arms in front of his face in surprise. He didn't know what she was planning to do. The queen bee was biting one of the intruders' ears, who grabbed her and with tears in his eyes asked for help from the others to get her off him. One of the ninjas turned towards Soryong and upon seeing Huean approaching, panicked and gave the order to his companions to retreat. The queen bee clung onto the intruder, the other two jumped and began scattering. Huean started running quickly toward them, asking them to stop. Upon seeing that two intruders wanted to flee, she filled herself with determination and pulled out a whip. Using all her strength, she struck the ground, creating a small explosion. But luckily, the intruders jumped and dodged the attack. Her eyes widened in surprise upon seeing that they had evaded her lash. The man who was being attacked by the queen bee drew his sword and began advancing toward her. The queen bee clung to his head. It was adorable. Soryong couldn't help but panic. He started shouting, asking Lady Huean to be careful. While the queen was sucking the man's head, he unleashed a powerful attack, but to his surprise, Huean blocked the attack without much effort using the whip. She began staring at the man with a piercing gaze. Just before the man had time to react, she counterattacked, and when the man realized it, the whip was in front of his face. The attack created a small explosion on the man's body, and the queen bee flew away. After defeating her opponent, she moved gracefully and appeared behind him. The man lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Soryong was open-mouthed and somewhat worried about her. She turned to him and with a calm expression asked him not to worry as she was fine. The man's body began to emit an evil energy, causing him terrible pain. The queen bee sat on Soryong's shoulder, his gaze fixed on the body. He panicked, not knowing who this guy was or if he was dead. Huean put the whip inside her clothes, and the strange energy emerging from the man's body caught her attention. She began to observe in silence with a curious expression. Within seconds, the man lost his life, and she revealed that this guy had bitten poison to kill himself, surely because he had something he wanted to hide. Not far from them, someone sensed the presence of the intruders and started shouting to alert the guards. Huean turned around and decided to organize a pursuit team and begin the hunt. Our boy started sweating. He was somewhat surprised by her attitude. Huean asked him to follow her along with Gu Pi, the leader of the Venom Blood unit. It was nighttime, and the forest was illuminated by torches. Soryong, Pi, and several other members of the clan were chasing after the intruders through the forest. Pi, who was at the front, knew they couldn't have gone far. With a determined expression, he made it clear that they must capture them at all costs. The others did not seem tired, but Soryong was. He began to sweat and focused on using his two-cylinder engine. By doing this, he forcefully stomped the ground, breaking it into pieces. His body sank into the ground, and he started screaming like a madman. Because of this, small centipedes came out of his clothes. He turned around and with a confused expression asked if he was okay. Soryong created a large hole in the ground. P and the others stopped chasing the intruders and approached the hole to help Soryong. Thanks to their help, he got out of the hole and thanked them since he thought he was done for. He turned his head back and something caught his attention. Beneath him there were a bunch of green snakes, staring at him intently. Soryong couldn't help but start sweating and feeling fear, realizing it was a snake nest. He began observing the snakes and explained that snakes often gathered where the yin kai was strong, particularly during this season. They were unusually aggressive, so he asked Soryong to stay alert. Soryong couldn't help but sweat in fear. One of the snakes opened its mouth, ready to attack. For him, this was strange since tiger-striped water snakes typically weren't so hostile. The sky was filled with black clouds. Soryong admitted it was his fault they had been delayed. He knew it was going to rain, so he suggested moving quickly. T and the other man turned around, thinking he was right. They started running again since they couldn't lose sight of the intruders. Not far from them, a light could be seen. P turned to Soryong mentioning that they had found them. The masked men were furious. They were in a dead-end alley. Behind there was a rocky mountain. And while the sky was thundering, P and the others arrived, surrounding them. P and the others put their hands inside their clothes, announcing that this was where the escape ended. Soryong remained silent, while on the other side, one of the men's gaze fixed on the intruders, giving the order to the others, tighten the encirclement. The members of Unit Venom Blood drew their kunais, and upon seeing this, the masked men also unsheathed their weapons. Unit Venom Blood began advancing toward them, ready to attack. While the man wielding a sword was moving toward them, two men threw kunais, but one of the ninjas deflected them using his dagger. The man attacked with force and his sword and the ninja's daggers clashed against each other. They were furious to see how strong this guy was. One of the ninjas moved quickly and gave a strong kick to the man's face, making him drop his weapon. They ordered him to get out of their way. Seeing this, the member of the Venom Blood unit couldn't help but panic. While the ninjas were distracted, something started approaching them at great speed. It was P. He tried to attack by surprise, but the ninja crouched quickly, dodging the attack. P began to observe in silence. The ninja took small jumps to retreat, but P used his skill called Triple Mirage Kill and threw his kunai towards the ninja. The kunai started flying towards the ninja and then exploded only to shoot into 3 kunais. Upon seeing this, the ninja was speechless. Luckily, he blocked 2 of the daggers, but one of them stuck in his shoulder, causing him severe pain. He put his hand over the wound. P began to approach, calling him a lucky bastard. 2 of the ninjas had already fallen and only one remained standing, but he was injured. P and the others started walking toward him. This guy should consider himself fortunate that the rain had diluted the poison on P's kunai. P began staring at the ninja with a furious gaze, but then someone started laughing upon seeing so many pitiful insects gathered together. P and the others stopped in their tracks, somewhat confused. P went on alert and with a serious gaze asked who they were. At that moment, someone descended from the top of the rocky mountain, landing in front of the ninja, shattering the ground into pieces. He was an old man with a beard, with an evil smile. He began to observe Soryong and the others with a murderous gaze. Upon feeling his energy, P couldn't help but go on alert, revealing that he was a martial arts master, giving the order to his men to step back. The old man's body began to emit a malignant energy. He stood up and with a smile started walking towards them. He asked the ninja if they had recovered it. In response, the ninja closed his eyes and took out the book he was hiding under his clothes, explaining that it was not the original but a copy recorded by the Tang clan. This caught Soryong's attention, leaving him somewhat surprised. His eyes widened when he remembered that the great patriarch had told him that the book was something only bad people looked at. His attention fixed on the book, and it didn't take long for him to realize that this was a copy of the bad book his grandfather was reading last time. They had tied up one of the ninja's bodies. Soryong, who was sitting next to him, revealed to P that the book was a copy of Blood Hand Poison Art's secret manual, leaving him somewhat surprised. His eyes filled with rage, causing him to clench his teeth tightly. The ninja handed the book to the old man, who opened it and began reading it with a sinister smile. P clenched his fist out of anger, not knowing what kind of people would dare to covet something so sinister. He wanted the old man to reveal his identity. With a smile, the old man began flipping through page by page. It was just as he had suspected. Since it was a copy, the book contained the forms of the techniques but lacked the critical formulas. Even so, it was more than enough. After reading it, he closed the book. Although it was a bit premature, there was no better way to announce their return. He gave permission to the ninja called Bloody Glory to unleash the martial arts of cultivation, giving him the order not to leave anyone alive. Bloody Glory cracked his fingers and with a gaze full of determination, promised to fulfill the order. Next to him was the corpse of one of his companions. He extended his hand toward it and concentrated. A red energy began to emerge from his hand, and not long after, blood shot out from the corpse toward his hand. P's eyes widened in fear upon realizing what technique this guy was using. While on the other side, Soryong put his hands on his head. He couldn't believe he had just seen something so terrifying. The ninja's eyes began to glow, and with a smile, he started absorbing the blood from the corpse through his hand. In the blink of an eye, the kunai that was lodged in his shoulder fell to the ground, and his wound healed completely. The old man began to smile like a madman. He summoned a ball of energy in his hand, and with an evil gaze revealed that he was none other than an elder of the blood cult, the Blood Hawk Dagger Claw named Lord Guchenak. Soryong clenched his teeth and drew his kunai. Guchenak's attention fixed on him, realizing that he was in good shape. Drool began to emerge from his mouth. He licked his lips and his eyes started to shine as it had been a while since he had tasted the pure blood of the young. It started to rain even harder. Guchenak put the book inside his clothes and with a smile gave Hyoleong the order to capture them, as there was nothing better to recover than the pure blood of a young person. The ninja nodded his head, and then the two began to rush towards Soryong and the others. He drew his kunais and couldn't help but go on alert. With an expression full of determination, he commanded his men to unleash the 5-position annihilation formation since they could not allow them to reach Soryong. Guchenak jumped, and while his body was emitting a suffocating energy, he started laughing like a madman, asking P to try to stop him. Everyone's attention focused on him, putting them on alert. Using his power, Guchenak unleashed a powerful attack, creating a great explosion in the area that shattered the ground into pieces. He knew this was bad, so he asked Soryang to be careful. The rocks were flung out, but Soryang put his arms in front of his face to avoid being hit. Just then, the ninja appeared behind Soryang and grabbed him by the neck with a piercing gaze. He began to choke Soryang using a rear naked choke, and while his eyes were glowing, he asked him to stay still since the elder wanted to take his pure blood. Little by little, Soryang started running out of air, causing his face to turn blue. But with his remaining strength, he gave the order to his children to bite. The small centipedes emerged and attacked the ninja, biting him on the wrists and neck, forcing him to release Soryang. The small centipedes were biting with all their might. They were adorable. Seeing that they were centipedes, the ninja couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. While the ninja was trying to understand the situation, someone threw a kunai which lodged in his head, leaving Soryang somewhat confused. The small centipedes returned with Soryang and the ninja's body began to burn in flames. He put his hands in front of his face and closed his eyes without knowing what was happening. Someone called out to Soryang. He turned around and his eyes widened with happiness. It was Huion, the elder of the clan, and Wolfgang. She had been the one who had thrown the kunai. She became serious, and Wolfgang clenched his teeth as something caught their attention. P and the others were using the 5 poison annihilation formation, so they didn't know what was happening. P's men began attacking Guchenak, who grabbed one of them by the neck and with a smile started releasing malignant energy. He turned toward them and with a nervous gaze revealed that they were being attacked by an elder from the blood cult. This made Huion's eyes widen in surprise and fear. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. She panicked, started running towards them and gave the order to everyone to assist Deputy Leader Gu P. Wolfgang began to follow her and nodded his head. With a serious gaze, he gave the order to everyone to transform the 5 poison annihilation formation into the 9 poison formation annihilation. Guchenak defeated one of the clan members and threw his body to the ground. But just then, P and the others surrounded him, adopting the 9 poison formation annihilation. A smile appeared on Guchenak's face when he realized that Soryang had been the one who had defeated Takanyang's blood hand poison claw. His eyes began to shine with malice, and he mocked Takanyang, saying that Blood Hand Poison Claw was just an overrated name since, after all, he had been bitten to death by none other than centipedes. Wolfgang, annoyed by the old man's attitude, gave the order to shut his mouth, revealing that he was going to be buried here. Upon hearing this, an exciting smile appeared on Guchenak's face. He went crazy, and while his body was emitting a powerful evil energy, he mocked Wolfgang and the others, telling them to try it if they had guts. The battle began, and under the intense rain, fire started to emerge. One of the clan members was injured. Soryang began to bandage his arm wound, causing him to writhe in pain, but he asked him to please hold on a little longer. Soryang bandaged the wound. He was somewhat worried since things were not going well as their side was becoming increasingly exhausted. Guchenak grabbed one of the clan members by the neck and with a smile began to use his power and absorb his blood. P and the others grew weaker than before. This bastard from the blood cult became more energetic again as soon as he absorbed blood to recover. Guchenak attacked Huion, causing her body to crash against the tree. Soryang, who was bandaging the wound, couldn't help but go on alert. She fell to the ground, clenched her teeth, and began writhing in pain. Soryang, showing concern, turned around and asked if she was okay. He approached her and, worried about his future wife, placed his hands on her shoulders and asked if she was hurt anywhere. She lied saying she was fine, but then spat blood. She grabbed Soryang's hand, making him curious. With an exhausted look, she asked her future husband to please return to the clan and bring reinforcements, revealing that at this moment, they were not enough to defeat Guchenak. Soryang couldn't help but grit his teeth and feel furious knowing that she was right. Guchenak attacked again, absorbing the blood of another clan member, forcing P and the others to retreat. It was evident that Soryang could do nothing in this battle. Wolfgang, visibly nervous, asked Soryang to return and bring reinforcements for the sake of the clan. The elder promised to somehow hold back Guchenak, urging him to hurry. Soryang observed them silently for a moment and, with a desperate look, agreed, promising to return as soon as possible. He explained that his mobility arts were deficient, so he wasn't very sure if he would be able to do it. But just before he could finish the sentence, Huion gave him a hug with tears in her eyes and, with a kind smile, said she trusted that Soryang could do it since he had been training hard all this time. She promised that next time they would go looking for poisonous creatures together again, leaving Soryang surprised. Huiyan rested her hands on his shoulders and asked him to please go back and bring reinforcements from the clan. Then she ran out to support the others. Soryong stayed thinking in silence. With a sad gaze, he decided to return since this was driving him crazy. He started running back to the clan under the intense rain. He was panting heavily, and each step became heavier than the last. Soryong collapsed on the ground, causing centipedes to emerge from his clothes. The small creatures began encouraging him not to give up. He composed himself and began to stroke one of the centipedes. It was strange since even if he used his mobility art at full speed, it would take him almost half a day, not to mention that most of the clan's experts were also absent. Even if he called for reinforcements, they wouldn't arrive in time. It started raining even more intensely. Soryong began to observe silently and started pondering. A question came to his mind. He didn't know why they had sent him to seek help, realizing that they wanted to save at least him. He couldn't help but clench his fist as he thought the reason was because he was the youngest, weak, and needed protection, questioning whether this was what chivalry truly meant for martial artists. He remembered the kind smile of the patriarch when he mentioned that now Soryong was also part of the family. The word family began to resonate in his head. He had never seriously thought about this, thinking that he still wasn't a member of the Tang clan family from Sichuan. The exciting memories he had lived with them and the image of Huiyan and the others smiling and extending their hand appeared in his mind. Everyone thought that he was already part of the family. He couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed and didn't take their hand since he was the only one who thought that he wasn't part of the family yet. Soryong began to smile, and then he caressed one of his centipedes, realizing that they were too warm-hearted to be a clan of assassins. He stood up, and his eyes began to shine with determination as it was time to save Mom. The centipedes made an adorable sound, indicating that they were happy. Soryong started running. He was determined to save them. He had to think of some way. The members of the blood cult could recover energy. The forest was full of poisonous creatures like snakes and frogs and poisonous plants. Soryong continued running until he stopped. In front of him there was a nest of snakes. He began to observe in silence, devising a plan. The nest of snakes was full of venomous snakes with piercing gazes. Upon feeling the presence of the creatures, one of the centipedes began to stir and become furious. Caressing the centipede, with a smile, Soryong asked it not to worry since he was going to be fine. He took the centipedes out of his clothes and left them on the ground. One of them was sleeping and the other two were crying. Without wasting time, Soryong left the centipedes behind and started running towards the snake's nest. And without hesitating for a second, he jumped inside, making the snake's attention focus on him. A confident smile appeared on his face. He was Spicy Fabry and had to resolve this matter in his own way. The blood-stained snakes were commonly called flower snake. They looked very cute, but they were undoubtedly venomous vipers. Soryong descended into the snake's nest, and within seconds, dozens of venomous snakes began to coil around his body, biting his hands and legs. Unlike venomous snakes that had hook-shaped fangs at the front of their mouths, these snakes had small venomous fangs in the molar area, which made injecting venom difficult. However, in terms of toxicity, they were the most poisonous terrestrial snakes in East Asia. Soryong began to sweat and with a smile asked the snakes to bite him harder. A snake bit him on the hand. His attention was fixed on it, and he clenched his teeth due to the pain. It was evident that these snakes had a stronger venom than the black mamba, but the technique for controlling internal energy of the Tang clan would help him resist the poison, so he was going to be fine for now. The little centipedes, somewhat worried about their father, peeked out and began to call for his attention. Soryong asked them not to worry and told them to stay calm since he would soon leave the snake's nest. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise as something caught his attention. His hand and arm were full of snake bites. Seeing this, he thought that this should be enough. He turned his head and with a calm expression decided to leave this place, but then he could not move, causing his eyes to widen in confusion. Once Soryong looked down, he saw that the snakes had coiled around his legs. He was in shock as he did not expect this to happen. He could not help but clench his teeth and panic since this was not part of the plan. But to his surprise, the small centipedes descended into the nest of snakes, landing on his head and shoulders, leaving him somewhat surprised. It was adorable. One of the small centipedes became enraged and began to roar. Soryong started to observe it and his eyes filled with confusion. One of the snakes began to stare at the centipede and started to hiss. This made the small centipede even angrier, who little by little began to lose patience. The small creature got down from Soryong's head, bit the snake, and with a furious gaze, slammed its body forcefully against the ground, leaving Soryong in shock. The little centipede bit another snake and started to fight. Soryong's attention was fixed on it. He was somewhat confused without knowing what was happening. In an instant, the little centipede defeated the snake and its eyes began to shine with joy and it began to smile. Soryong could not help but thank it for scaring away the other snakes. Soryong crouched down and realized that they were worried about him. He began to caress the centipede's head and could not help but smile. The little centipede climbed onto Soryong's head and fell asleep. With a smile, he decided it was time to go to mom. Back in the battle, Hueon was somewhat exhausted, but her eyes were shining with determination. Many of the clan members had already fallen, and while several were surrounding Guchenak, he grabbed another by the neck and using his power, absorbed his blood, recovering energy. Hueon knew better than anyone that at this rate everyone was going to die. Foam began to come out of the man's mouth. Guchenak tightly grabbed his neck and began to absorb his blood. His eyes started to shine, and with a wicked smile, he mentioned that this was very easy. He was exhausted and sweating. He couldn't help but clench his teeth. Guchenak mocked them, asking if there was no one left who could stand against him. Hueon drew her whip. Instead of thinking about fleeing, she wanted to keep fighting and hoped that Soryong had escaped safe and sound. She stood firm and gave the order to everyone not to lose sight of Guchenak and to keep as much distance as possible. The rain was going to stop, so she asked them to send another signal to the nearby warriors. One of the men nodded, and Guchenak couldn't help but smile. One of the elders stepped forward and, with a sincere gaze, asked Hueon to retreat with Soryong. Upon hearing this, her eyes widened in surprise, and without hesitating for even a second, she refused. The men of the clan began to argue since there was no way that a direct descendant of the Tang clan could leave alone, abandoning the members of her clan while they fought. If they couldn't save her, they wouldn't be able to face the patriarch. Guchenak crossed his arms and remained silent. They asked Hueon to leave quickly, but she refused since she was not going to leave the clan behind. This made Guchenak gradually start losing patience. He interrupted the conversation and said that it was enough. He began to observe Hueon and the elder and made it clear that if his toys escaped, he would end up bored. He couldn't help but show an evil smile. He put his hand on his chin and revealed that if Hueon fled, he would turn the Tang clan into a hell since, to announce the return of the blood cult, it was necessary to give a great greeting. The elder couldn't help but clench his teeth upon realizing that this bastard had no intention of letting any of them go. Upon hearing this, Hueon drew her whip. With a determined gaze, she swore to take at least one of Guchenak's arms even if in the process everyone died. The others nodded their heads, her gaze fixed on Guchenak, and he couldn't help but smile. But just then, someone appeared behind them and mentioned that it was just as she had said. Someone from the clan never leaves the other members behind. This caught everyone's attention. Hueon's jaw dropped and her eyes widened in surprise. It was Soryong. With a confident smile, he began to walk towards them. The elder was speechless, and Hueon felt somewhat worried without knowing why Soryong had returned. Soryong began to remove the small centipedes from his body, closed his eyes, and asked them to wait here, then reiterated that the Tang clan never surrendered nor left its members behind. Then he took off his shirt, and his eyes began to shine with determination, making it clear that he too was a member of the Tang clan. He drew his kunais and began to charge against Guchenak. Seeing this, an excited smile appeared on his face. Hueon couldn't help but feel somewhat worried and asked Soryong not to do it. Guchenak prepared to attack. He had spared his life, and now Soryong had returned by his own means. According to him, Soryong was an idiot. Soryong lunged at him, ready to attack. Hueon was in shock as, without much effort, Guchenak grabbed Soryong by the neck. His eyes began to shine with joy. He extended his hand and began to smile upon seeing that Soryong was willing to give him his blood. He placed his hand on Soryong's abdomen and decided to taste his blood, making him clench his teeth. But Soryong reacted in time and blocked the attack with his arm. Using his power, Guchenak began to absorb his blood. With an evil grin, Guchenak called Soryong an idiot, explaining that blood also flowed through the arms. He began to absorb Soryong's blood through his arm, causing him terrible pain. Seeing this, Hueon and P panicked. She couldn't help but feel fear, and showing concern, she gave the order for everyone to help Soryong. While Guchenak was slowly absorbing Soryong's blood, P and Hueon started running toward them. Guchenak began to feel pleasure since it had been a long time since he had tasted the essence of a young man's blood. Just before P and the others could approach him, he forcefully stepped on the ground, released Soryong's body, and used the technique called blood-filled wave, destroying the ground and repelling everyone. P and the others were sent flying backward and crashed into the ground. Luckily, Hueon reacted in time and caught Soryong. Guchenak, who had become more powerful, began to smile. They had been very annoying, throwing hidden weapons like flies, but thanks to Soryang, he was able to take care of them all at once. Soryang fainted. Huion approached and, with a desperate expression, tried to wake him up. As a form of gratitude, Guchenak decided to grant Soryang a painless death. She hugged Soryang, saying that was not going to happen. Just then, he coughed and slowly began to wake up, catching Huion's attention. Drool started coming out of Guchenak's mouth, and he demanded to know what Soryang had done. His hair began to fall like leaves, and little by little he began to grow old. With a gaze full of fear, he soon realized that this was the effect of an energy-dissipating poison. Little by little, he began to lose strength, and his body started to tremble. For him, this was impossible since the internal energy techniques of the cult should be resistant to the energy-dissipating poison. He put his hands on his face and went crazy because this made no sense. He wanted to know who the hell Soryang was. With a smile, he began to sit down and, pointing with his finger, revealed that he was his natural enemy. Huion couldn't help but feel relieved to see that Soryang was fine. Little by little, the poison began to take more effect, and Guchenak could not help but tremble with fear. He could not believe that he had been defeated by a mere child. Soryang began to run out of energy, and with his last strength, he started looking at Huion and, with a tired gaze, revealed something to her. This made Huion's eyes widen in surprise, leaving her in shock. Guchenak's gaze fixed on Soryang, and his eyes began to shine with rage. He could not help but clench his teeth and sweat since he did not know what Soryang had done to his body. He panicked since ever since he had let Soryang's blood flow through his body, the blood no longer obeyed his will. He took a step forward, revealing that the blood cult's domination was just within his reach. He went mad and started running towards Soryang, swearing that he could not collapse here. He lost his composure, opened his mouth, and lunged at Soryang, intending to kill him. Upon seeing this, Huion drew her whip, clenched her teeth, and went on alert knowing that this was not good. Just before Guchenak could approach, she swung her whip forcefully, which wrapped around his neck, causing him terrible pain. Her eyes widened in surprise, leaving her speechless. She could not believe that her attack had landed. Guchenak grabbed the whip with both hands and began to exert force to free himself. A ghostly monster of a dark martial artist like him had not been able to dodge her attack. Guchenak's eyes began to shine, and drool started to emerge from his mouth. He was furious without knowing what Soryang had done to his blood art. Even if he crushed his bones and drank them, it would not be enough for him to recover. He exploded with rage and started running like a madman towards Soryang, swearing to kill them all, revealing that the blood cult had returned. Huion's eyes widened with concern. She gripped the whip tightly and with a furious expression asked the old man to shut up and die. Just before Guchenak could take another step, she tore off his head using the whip. His head shot out and fell near P. His attention fixed on it, and his eyes filled with confusion, and then a joyful smile appeared on his face upon seeing that they had won. Guchenak lost his life. The elder of the clan started running towards Soryang and Huion to see if they were okay. The members of the clan began to celebrate since the lady had torn off the head of the elder of the blood cult. With a confused and surprised gaze, she asked Soryang what had happened and how he had managed to weaken Guchenak. Soryang caught her attention by calling her big sis. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but blush and feel embarrassed. Our boy started sweating and dark circles appeared. But even so, he did not stop smiling and said he needed to be bitten by a tiger-striped water snake to treat the poison. Seeing Soryang's condition, Huion panicked and was confused since she did not know what was happening. Soryang's face turned pale. Huion remembered that the tiger-striped water snakes had no venom. She ordered the clan members to bring an antidote. A few hours later, drooling, Soryang woke up in bed, and his eyes widened in surprise as he did not know where he was. Upon seeing that he had awakened, the attention of the great patriarch was fixed on him. He advised him not to move yet. Huion was also present in the room. With a surprised expression, she noticed that he could not move. Soryang was face down and stiff on the bed, his eyes filled with confusion, and he asked what this situation was. The great patriarch used his power and concentrated his energy on his back. Huion could not help but feel somewhat relieved to see that he had regained consciousness. The great patriarch revealed that 10 days had already passed since Soryang had collapsed. This left our boy in shock. With a kind smile, Huion mentioned that thanks to him she had been able to cut off that bastard's head. And then, they took Soryang's collapsed body back to the clan. And the poisoning was so severe that if Grandpa hadn't returned early, it would have been a disaster. Soryang swallowed saliva and his eyes filled with fear as he remembered how he had been bitten by a snake in his past life. He almost died twice from snake bites. A while later, the great patriarch finished the treatment, and now that Soryang had regained consciousness, he was going to be fine. He sat up with Huian's help and with a grateful gaze thanked him from the bottom of his heart. The great patriarch began to stare at Soryang and decided that it was time to talk about an important matter. He grabbed Soryang by the shoulders and with a curious gaze asked if the tiger-striped water snake really had venom and how he defeated the elder of the blood cult. Huian panicked and asked her grandfather to calm down. Little by little, our boy began to feel dizzy and decided to explain. With his hand on his head, he showed 2 fingers and with a calm gaze explained that the tiger-striped water snake was venomous and it had 2 types of venoms. One was inside of its mouth and the other came from the venom glands in the back part of its neck. Huian and the great patriarch sat next to Soryang's bed and became curious since this was something they did not know. Calmly, Soryang mentioned that it was because these snakes were shy and usually fled when they saw humans, and also their fangs were very small. In fact, it was not until the 1980s that people realized that tiger-striped snakes had venom. The great patriarch was clever and it did not take him long to realize that the dissipation of the internal energy of the elder of the blood cult had something to do with this. But then he remembered that the blood cult was known for being immune to poisons like dispersing toxins. Soryang turned to him and explained that this was only a hypothesis, but he believed that the dissipation of internal energy of the elder was due to the poison of the tiger-striped water snakes. The main component of the venom of the tiger snake was hemotoxin, a hemorrhagic toxin. Hemorrhagic toxins could destroy various structures within the body, including cell walls of red blood cells, inner lining of blood vessels, and other tissue cells. Now, what would happen if they fed the blood cultists hemorrhagic toxins, who were like vampires that depend on blood for their martial arts? Soryang's plan had worked perfectly. He put his hand under his chin and with an uncertain gaze mentioned that the blood, which served as the source of their martial arts, had probably been altered, leading to this result. It is not widely known that tiger-striped water snakes were venomous, but their venom was 5 times stronger than that of a viper, and if their venom was amplified with yin-kin, it became a deadly weapon. The eyes of the great patriarch widened in surprise, making him sweat. He was in shock to see that such a powerful venomous creature existed near Sichuan. Huian began to look at our boy with admiration and, with a smile, praised him for having achieved such a feat. The grandfather closed his eyes and coughed, catching the couple's attention. He crossed his arms and, with a smile, mentioned that Huian had told him that the elder of the blood cult called Soryang Nemesis of Heaven, his natural enemy. Our boy felt embarrassed because said like that it sounded exaggerated, like a high school delusion. He covered his mouth with the blanket, looked away, and couldn't help but blush. Seeing this, Huian and her grandfather placed their hands on his shoulders. Since he had been able to perfectly seal the elder's martial arts, then being called natural enemy fit, the great patriarch began to smile and thanked him for having protected his family. He clenched his fist and could not help but get angry without knowing how they had dared to attack his family while he was absent. He clenched his teeth and swore to uproot them once and for all. Soryang and Huian remained silent. With a serious gaze, he said that he agreed with the grandfather since they should completely crush the blood cult. Now that they knew their weakness, all that remained was to collect a large amount of venom from the tiger-striped water snakes. Soryang's eyes filled with rage at the thought of Guchenak and his subordinates. To him, they were nothing more than mosquitoes, and it was natural to strip them down to their souls. Since that day, and with the appearance of the blood cult, the Tang clan had been in a state of emergency. Many of the clan's warriors had been injured, and some had even died. Someone placed a message on the leg of a messenger pigeon. Murim's allied Orthodox factions were gathering at the Tang clan to provide their assistance. It was the great patriarch. He released the messenger pigeon and mentioned that considering they had faced someone at the pinnacle of martial arts, casualties had been minimal. But thinking about the blood that was going to flow again in Murim entirely because of the blood cult filled him with deep concern. They were not only content with kidnapping people at random to drain their blood, but 30 years ago they also committed a massacre, thus becoming the sworn enemy of the Murim as a sect. This was a very serious matter. While Soryang was distracted, the great patriarch placed his hand on his shoulder and said that this time things were going to be a little different. Soryang snapped out of his trance and became curious. With a confident look, the great patriarch revealed that the reason was that this time the Sichuan Tang clan was the natural enemy of the blood cult. Soryang couldn't help but get angry and sweat, not knowing if his grandfather was saying this on purpose. The grandfather turned towards him and showed a smile, confirming his suspicions. He put his arms behind his back and explained that he had a request, asking if he was going to be able to do it. He became curious and replied yes, and if it was something related to the clan, then he was going to give his best. The great patriarch's eyes filled with seriousness when he revealed that soon people from the Muram Alliance were going to arrive, and the military forces of the Alliance would be among those who arrived. He had planned to show them the poison that Soryong had discovered since they had finally uncovered the weakness of the blood cult. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise. He clasped his hands as a form of respect and with a smile said that if it was for the greater good, then they should do it. Upon hearing this, the great patriarch couldn't help but smile, knowing that Soryong would say that. Just before Soryong could leave, he mentioned that he had some news that was going to make him very happy. Upon hearing this, our boy's eyes filled with curiosity, and he turned around wanting to know what it was. With a kind smile, the great patriarch explained that the modifications to the Hall of 10,000 Poisons were complete and that from now on, Soryong was officially going to be in charge of managing the hall. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but clench his fists and feel joyful. He began to imagine himself lying down and surrounded by poisonous creatures. This made his eyes widen with excitement. The great patriarch also mentioned that as he had suggested, they had also prepared a sunlit pavilion, since after all, to properly raise tiger-striped water snakes, a solid foundation was first needed. Soryong interlaced his hands and could not help but get even more excited. He had to think of it as if it were for the good of Muram and do his best effort. The messenger pigeon flew away. A few hours later, he arrived at the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, and his jaw dropped. It was beautiful, and there were 2 guards at the entrance. Soryong and Huian began walking toward the door. There was also a room called Toxic Creature Garden. Huian's attention was fixed on it. She put her hand on her chest and entered into confusion. Soryong crossed his arms and with a smile explained that it meant a backyard where all the poisonous creatures of the Central Plains gather. She became nervous and asked if he intended to gather all the poisonous creatures. With a confident look, he replied that yes, since as he had promised her someday he was going to gather the 10 great venomous creatures of the Central Plains. This made Huian blush like a tomato. She put her hand over her mouth and looked away. Without wasting time, she ran off with the excuse that she wanted to see why people were gathered. Soryong couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. Just then, a member of the clan was pleased to see that they had arrived. It was Gu Pi. He put his hands on his waist, and with a smile revealed that he was now commander of the Poison Division. Soryong's eyes filled with confusion, while on the other side, Huian remained still. With a kind smile, Gu Pi explained that it was a newly established unit under the Patriarch's orders. Behind him were several clan members. Gu Pi turned to them and revealed that from now on, these people were going to serve Soryong as his hands and feet. Whether it was to find poisonous creatures or raise them, he could count on them. Upon seeing this, drool began to fall from Soryong's mouth, while on the other side, Huian could not help but feel envy. The eyes of our boy began to shine with joy upon thinking that this was like having staff from a pet store, realizing that they were truly giving him all their support. This was a moment in which Soryong's dream took one more step toward reality. The messenger pigeon reached its destination. A woman with black hair received the message, and after reading it carefully, she noticed that the blood cult had returned. She began to gaze at the sky, knowing that in the once peaceful Central Plains, a bloody storm was about to break out once again. The next day, early in the morning, Jiu and his men set off towards the Tang clan. One of the elders turned around and with a smile mentioned that they would soon arrive and assumed that they would finally have to stay at the Tang clan mansion that night. A smile spread across Jiu's face. He couldn't help but feel happy as it was a relief to escape sleeping outdoors. He began to imagine the leader of the Muram Alliance, the Emperor of the Fist, Ju Young-hak, with his fists clenched and his eyes shining with rage. With a nervous expression, Jiu realized that he had to bring at least one good piece of news. He was eager to find even a small trace of the blood cult. After several minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the Tang clan, which was being guarded by 2 armed guards. The elder could not help but feel joyful upon seeing that the Tang clan mansion was in sight. The attention of one of the guards fixed on them, and his eyes widened in surprise. He assumed that they must be the guests from the Muram Alliance. Jiu stepped forward, closed his fan, and with a calm gaze introduced himself as the military advisor of the Muram Alliance. One of the guards opened the door, and the other greeted them as a sign of respect and thanked them for their valuable visit, asking them to please wait a moment. The eyes of the guard expanded with nervousness. He looked to one side and explained that there were some things they had to be aware of before entering the Tang clan mansion. Upon hearing this, Jiu's eyes widened in confusion, making him curious, while on the other hand, the elder asked if they had to surrender their weapons before entering. The guard began to touch his chin with his finger and with an embarrassed expression mentioned that this might sound embarrassing, but explained that no matter how small or insignificant a creature might seem, they should never take a life within the Tang clan. Jiu began to imagine a golden statue of a Buddha and with a surprised expression wondered if the entire Tang clan had converted to Buddhism. The guard became nervous and explained that they would find out when they entered the Tang clan, but he asked them to keep this in mind. Upon hearing this, Jiu and the leader became serious. Just then someone appeared and felt happy to see that the military advisor had arrived. Seeing this, Jiu's eyes widened in surprise, making a smile appear on his face. They were Huiyan and Soryong. Both bowed their heads before him and greeted him as a form of respect. Jiu also bowed his head to them and greeted them back, mentioning that it had been some time since he had seen Huiyan. She placed her hands over her abdomen and mentioned that it had been exactly 1 year since the last time they had seen each other. With a smile, Jiu asked where the myriad poison's divine sovereign was. Huiyan closed her eyes and replied that her grandfather had gone to search for traces of the blood cult, asking that he please forgive her for the inconvenience. Jiu's attention fixed on her, and with a serene expression, he asked how it could be an inconvenience to be received by one of the 3 flowers of Murim. His eyes widened with curiosity, and his attention fixed on Soryong. He asked who this young warrior was. With a kind smile, our boy said that it was an honor for him to meet the military advisor. He greeted them again and introduced himself as Soryong. Upon hearing this, Jiu and the elders' attention focused on him. They were confused to see that he was not from the Tang clan. Huiyan placed her hand over her chest, looked away, and with a nervous expression revealed that Soryong was her fiancé. This revelation left Jiu and the elder in shock. The men who had come with them started losing their minds and feeling jealous upon seeing that one of Murim's 3 flowers had a lover. They clenched their fists, and their eyes filled with tears. For them, this world was unfair, and they did not know where Soryong had come from. Envy also became evident in Jiu's eyes. He opened the fan, and while gazing at the ground, he asked if they could guide them inside. He knew that at this rate, it was possible that the whole group would request a sparring match with Soryong. Just then, a strange sound spread through the air. The eyes of Zheng and the elder filled with confusion and curiosity since they did not know where that strange sound was coming from. The men's jaws dropped, they began to look at the sky, and with a surprised expression, they caught everyone's attention, revealing that there was something in the sky. The sound came from the golden-haired king bees, which were flying around the area. Everyone's attention was fixed on them. They were in shock upon seeing that there were such poisonous creatures as these bees in the Tang clan. The men stood in front of Huiyan and the others drew their swords and asked everyone else to be careful. They were ready to protect Huiyan. Seeing this, Soryong couldn't help but panic and, with a serious gaze, asked them to put away their weapons. His eyes widened in fear. He placed his hand on the man's shoulder and decided to explain the new regulations of the Tang clan. But the man became angry, pushed our boy's hand away, and with a furious gaze asked him to step aside, revealing that the golden-haired king bees were very dangerous creatures capable of killing an ordinary person with ease. Soryong tried to explain himself, but little by little the men began to crush his body. He could no longer contain his rage, pushed the men away, and with a furious gaze revealed that he was raising the golden-haired king bees, asking everyone to calm down. The man couldn't help but go into shock and swallowed hard upon seeing that Soryong was raising such poisonous creatures. One of the bees landed on Soryong's head as a form of love, and upon seeing this, Zheng and the others were scared shitless and backed away. With a smile, Soryong began to play with the bees and knew that they had missed him since it had been some time since they last saw each other. Huiyan's eyes widened with joy, and she began to show a smile. The gaze of the bees fixed on Zheng and his men. Our boy began to caress one of the bees and with a kind smile asked them not to sting the guests. The man's jaw dropped. He began to sweat upon seeing that Soryong was treating the golden-haired king bees as if they were children. And then, the spirits of the young warriors instantly calmed down. After this incident, Zheng and the elder accompanied Soryong and Huiyan inside. Zheng's attention was fixed on Soryong. He would never have thought that the young warrior from Hainan Island was the fiancé of the poisonous flower. He was in shock to see that despite being an outsider, Soryong had managed to become the son-in-law of Clan Tang. As they were strolling, something caught Zheng's attention. Not far from them, 2 men were sitting and arguing with each other. The black-haired man took out a small vase and, while pointing at it with his finger, with a furious gaze made it clear that a venomous scorpion would be more suitable for the Tang clan. The orange-haired boy took out a small chameleon and, with a gaze full of rage, asked what he was talking about and asked everyone to look at the shape of the chameleon's radiant crest. Jughu's eyes widened in fear. He placed his hand on Soryang's shoulder and, while sweating, asked why all those warriors were taking care of insects and animals. Soryang came out of his trance and became curious. While the men were arguing, our boy explained that they were sentenced to the venomous creature companionship punishment. Jughu started sweating and asked what they had done to deserve such punishment. Soryang put his hand under his chin and began to ponder. A few days ago, at night, the incident occurred. Soryang and Huan went to the training hall. Our boy started training. She got nervous and explained that he had to feel as if he were expelling his internal energy. Our boy concentrated, but it seemed like he was dancing instead of training. Just then, someone appeared and caught their attention, making them curious. It was Commander Gu and his men. They all closed their eyes and became nervous. With a sad gaze, Gu Pi apologized, explaining that this time more than half of the rat pups captured to feed the tiger-striped water snakes had died. Upon hearing this, Soryang turned towards them and his eyes filled with sadness. Huan was somewhat surprised as she did not know what was happening. Soryang crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and let out a sigh knowing that there was not much they could do about it since naturally rats were sensitive, and if things became too noisy, sometimes the mother would kill them. But Gu Pi revealed that the warriors had eaten the rats. Soryang's eyes filled with confusion. Gu Pi explained that they had eaten the rats as snacks while drinking alcohol. His eyes widened in shock. He was speechless upon seeing that the warriors had eaten the young ones as a side dish for alcohol. He was confused, not knowing what was happening. Huan crossed her arms, began to observe Gu Pi, and explained that 3 screeches was a dish where live baby rats were dipped in sauce and eaten. Gu Pi could not avoid feeling embarrassed. He lowered his head again before Soryang and apologized again. Soryang was paralyzed trying to understand the situation. Huan approached them and began scolding them. Gu Pi grabbed his ears and explained that some of the poison handlers were from Henan, and they had said that it reminded them of their home, and one thing had led to another, causing this to happen. Soryang started staring at them with contempt and finally realized that the baby rats that had been captured to be used as food for the tiger-striped water snakes had been eaten by the warriors. He was furious and knew he had to do something so they would learn to value the creatures they raised. In this way, it was how the Tang clan of Sichuan established the venomous creature companionship punishment and a new set of rules. Back in the present, Soryang crossed his arms and his gaze fixed on them, explaining that each of the warriors was now responsible for raising a venomous creature. The warriors began to argue among themselves. Jughu couldn't help but sweat, finally realizing why each one had a venomous creature. His eyes widened with curiosity and his gaze fixed on Soryang. To him, he was someone very interesting. Soryang began staring at the warriors with hatred and sighed, and Jughu finally realized that he was not an ordinary person. At nightfall, the great patriarch arrived, and the 3 sat at a table to chat. With a serious expression, the great patriarch recounted everything that had happened. Jughu closed his eyes and with a smile mentioned that Soryang must be the enigmatic young warrior whom the patriarch of the Tang clan had met on Hainan Island. The great patriarch began to observe him and with a smile asked what he thought about the treasure of the Tang clan. Jughu praised our boy, saying that calling him enigmatic did not do him justice, admitting that the golden-haired king bees were astonishing. Soryang could not help but feel nervous upon seeing that he was being praised. Jughu's eyes began to shine with seriousness. For him, it was worrisome not to have found a single clue about the blood cult. With a smile, the great patriarch turned to Soryang and made it clear that they could not sit idly by and allow the influence of the blood cult to continue growing. Soryang's eyes widened with curiosity, and he turned toward him. The great patriarch asked our boy to bring that. This made Jughu's eyes widen in confusion and curiosity. The great patriarch began to show a finger and, using his power, created a barrier around them. Then, he closed his eyes and with a smile explained that they could not risk any sound leaking out, so for this reason, he had invoked a Kai barrier. Our boy put his hand inside his clothes, and Jughu began to observe the barrier, and his jaw dropped. With a confident smile, Soryang took out a small jar and placed it on the table. Jughu grabbed the jar, began to observe it, and his mind filled with questions. He asked what kind of object required even a Kai barrier to maintain secrecy. With a confident gaze, the great patriarch replied that it was a poison that dissipated internal energy. Jughu argued that the internal energy dissipating poison was quite common and hardly seemed like something that required a Kai barrier. Soryang and the great patriarch looked at each other and nodded with a smile. He revealed that this particular poison, which could dissipate internal energy, only affected members of the blood cult. Jughu's attention fixed on the poison, and his eyes widened in surprise. He panicked, slammed his hand against the table, and asked if this was true. The great patriarch closed his eyes and, with a confident expression, explained that although it was hard to believe, it was true. With a gaze full of hatred, Jughu began to imagine the members of the blood cult, thinking that this was a truly incredible discovery, revealing that the reason they had fought so hard during the blood cult rebellion 30 years ago had been because they had used internal energy dissipating poison against them. The great patriarch began to recall the blood cult rebellion and confirm Jughu's suspicions by explaining that when martial artists like them were poisoned, their internal energy dispersed, leaving them powerless, but the members of the blood cult remained completely intact. With a serious gaze, Jughu asked what the potency of this version of the poison was. The great patriarch's eyes began to shine with confidence, and he responded that according to Huian, the poison was capable of reducing their physical abilities to the level of an ordinary person, revealing that she had defeated a blood cult elder who had been poisoned with a single blow. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Jughu's face and his eyes began to shine with joy, realizing that this had the same effect as the internal energy dissipating poison from the past. He greeted the great patriarch as a form of respect and thanked him since with a gift like this, even the leader of the alliance could breathe more easily. He turned to Soryang and mentioned that if Jughu wished to express gratitude, he should direct it to Soryang since he was the one who had made this discovery. He explained that Soryang had poisoned himself with the poison to lure the elder of the blood cult into absorbing his blood, and because of this, he had been on the brink of life and death for about 10 days. Jughu's eyes widened with admiration, thinking that he had great wisdom and bravery, sacrificing his own body. Our boy began to touch his neck and couldn't help but turn red. Jughu placed his hand on Soryang's shoulder, causing a confused smile to appear on his face. With a grateful gaze, Jughu said that if Soryang had any wish, he could ask him for it. Whatever it was, he would personally tell the leader of the alliance. Jughu started to smile. Waiting for an answer, our boy lowered his head and began to ponder. He started to touch his chin and with a nervous gaze, asked if it would be possible to obtain information about toxic creatures. Jughu was confused to see that Soryang was interested in information about toxic creatures and not in martial manuals, elixirs, treasures of gold and silver. His eyes filled with confusion, and he couldn't help but sweat. Seeing this, the great patriarch began to laugh. Jughu closed his eyes and realized that Soryang was unique since, even in Muram's long history, this was the first time he had seen such an eccentric person. He opened his eyes and, with a smile, explained that it might not be exactly the toxic creature he was looking for. He asked if our boy was interested in a mystical stone lizard. It was daytime, and somewhere on the island, there was a beautiful waterfall. Several men arrived at the area. The long-haired man turned around and told his uncle that they had arrived at the place. His uncle was none other than Jughu. They were on Mount Ganga in Sichuan. With a smile, the nephew mentioned that it was just as their ancestors had described. The waterfall, the turtle-shaped rock, and further in the distance, one could even see the summit of Mount Ganga. Jughu approached the water and touched it gently with his finger. He began to observe the water and, with a sincere expression, admitted that since this water came from the melting of perennial snow, it was freezing cold. He stood up and with a cheerful expression asked his men to stay here and his nephew Chen to stay close and follow him carefully. The men nodded their heads, and Chen's eyes widened with joy, making an excited smile appear on his face. Jughu gained momentum and jumped. Taking small jumps over the water, he began to move towards the waterfall. Chen did not fall behind, and imitating his movements, he started following him closely. A while later, they arrived at the waterfall. Jughu placed his hand on the stone and peeked out. His eyes began to shine with confidence as he remembered that beyond the turtle-shaped rock, if they climbed up the waterfall along the cliffside, there should be an entrance next to the fist-shaped rock. With a surprised expression, Chen mentioned that this matched perfectly with the records. Both looked at each other and with a smile, they nodded. They found an entrance, and Jughu decided to go first, asking Chen to follow him. Chen put his hands on his waist and couldn't help but get excited. They entered the cave, which had walls full of herbs. With a serious gaze, Jughu began to walk carefully, while on the other hand, Chen's jaw dropped as he had never seen a place like this. Using his hand, Jughu pushed aside the lianas and his eyes widened in surprise, leaving him speechless. They reached the heart of the cave, where there was a hole in the ceiling through which sunlight was illuminating everything. Jughu put his arms behind his back and mentioned that they had arrived. Chen's attention was fixed on the precious rocks. He would never have thought to see such an impressive view inside this cave. For him, This was mystical. This place was filled with herbs. Jughu's attention focused on them, realizing that this was the perfect environment for spiritual herbs to thrive. Chen was amazed to see how precious this cave was. Jughu's eyes widened in surprise, and his attention fixed on a flower-shaped herb. It was the century-old snow ginseng, a spiritual herb that had absorbed extreme yin energy. Chen approached the herb and mentioned that they needed to exchange this snow ginseng for the dark wool flower from the Namgung clan. Jughu began to observe the precious herb and nodded, explaining that with this, the severe meridians of the Namgung clan's daughter should also improve, and in turn, they would obtain the 200-year-old dark wool flower. Jughu approached the herb, closed his eyes, and decided that it was time to collect it. He began to extend his hand toward the herb, which was emitting a powerful aura. Just then, a whistle was heard, and this immediately made Jughu's expression change and his eyes widened in alert. Something that was hidden behind the rocks began to move quickly toward Jughu. He could not help but clench his teeth tightly, knowing that this was not good. The creature attacked with speed, but luckily, Jughu stood up and using the fan blocked the attack at the last second. Then the creature started bouncing against the rocks. Chen panicked and asked if his uncle was okay. The creatures started bouncing against the rocks with speed. Jughu's eyes filled with fear. He panicked and asked his nephew to be careful since it was moving extremely fast. The creatures tried to attack Jughu from behind, but he reacted in time, turned around, and blocked the attack again. The tip of his fan froze. His gaze fixed on the fan. He could not help but feel somewhat confused upon seeing frozen Kai. Chen, somewhat worried, approached and asked what was happening and what creature was attacking. Jughu remained silent, and then with a serene gaze revealed that they were being attacked by a lizard. Upon hearing this, Chen's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. He could not believe that this was true. The blue-colored lizard emerged, ready to attack again. Jughu told this adventure to Soryong. Our boy's jaw dropped and his eyes widened in surprise, as it was extremely rare to find a blue lizard. The great patriarch could not help but smile, thinking that Soryong was a lover of poisonous creatures. With a serious expression, he mentioned that the lizards were not poisonous, and asked if he was sure that if it was safe. The mouth of our boy watered and his eyes began to shine with joy. With a smile he said that it was fine, revealing that the lizards had poisonous Kai in their eyes. The great patriarch was surprised, and despite having no idea what our boy was talking about, he praised him anyway. Jughu began to show a forced smile, realizing that Soryong was certainly an eccentric. It was night and the sky was beautiful. Jughu explained that if he received any new information about other toxic creatures, he would let Soryong know immediately. Soryong's eyes began to shine with joy, and he couldn't help but thank him from the bottom of his heart. The next day, the patriarch returned. He was very worried, and the first thing he did was enter the mansion to check if Soryong was okay. Soryong, Huang, Jughu, and the great patriarch were sitting and having a cup of tea. Seeing that the patriarch had arrived, everyone's attention turned to him, and our boy asked if there was any problem. Tialson grabbed Soryong by the mouth and head and with a worried expression began to turn his head to see if he had any injuries and asked if he was okay. Huan stood up, and upon seeing this, she couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. Soryong was just as confused as she was and explained to the patriarch that he was fine. With a smile, he began to show all the snake bites he had on his arms and explained that although he had woken up after 10 days with scars on his arms, at least he was alive. The patriarch's eyes began to shine with rage, and smoke started to emerge from his nose. He was furious to see that the bastards of the blood cult had dared to harm Soryong. Just then, something caught his attention and his eyes filled with surprise. He turned to Huan and with a furious and worried expression asked if she was okay. Seeing this, Huan panicked and asked her father to calm down. With a confident smile, she admitted that she was fine, revealing that Soryong and the family members had saved her. The great patriarch coughed and with a smile caught everyone's attention, revealing that Soryong had done something incredible. He revealed that after knocking out the elder, Soryong said that he was his natural enemy. Our boy looked away and couldn't help but feel embarrassed, while on the other hand, a proud smile spread across the patriarch's face. Soryong joined his fingers and, while blushing, with a nervous expression explained that everything had gone well since his plan had worked. The great patriarch joined the conversation, revealing that thanks to that, they had discovered the weakness of the blood cult. Jughu, who was sitting at the table, raised his hand and with a kind smile caught the patriarch's attention by asking how he had been. Seeing that Jughu was also present, the patriarch shook his hand. Since Jughu had risen to a high position, They had not been communicating much, and now they had only met under these circumstances. With a smile, Jughu apologized, explaining that he had been very busy. Soryong and Huiyen's attention was fixed on them, making a smile appear on their faces. She adjusted the strand of hair and mentioned that they were childhood friends. Our boy couldn't help but feel stressed, as this was very chaotic. Jughu asked the patriarch to take a seat since they had much to discuss, starting with the blood cult. The patriarch did not refuse but asked Soryong and Huiyen to sit as well since they needed to discuss this in more detail. Soryong became nervous but nodded his head, while on the other hand, Huiyen began to smile. Everyone sat at the table, and the patriarch asked how the progress of the search for the secret agent was going. Soryong's eyes filled with curiosity. He interrupted the conversation and asked which secret agent they were talking about. He didn't know if by secret agent they were referring to a spy or something similar. The patriarch rested his head on his fist, and his eyes expanded with joy. Then, he closed his eyes and, in a serious tone, asked if Soryong hadn't mentioned that the bastards from the blood cult had interrupted to steal the secret manual of Blood Hand Poison Claw. With a surprised and sincere gaze, our boy explained that for them it was extremely valuable. The patriarch opened his eyes and asked how our boy believed they had discovered that the Blood Hand Poison Claw manual was with the Tang clan of Sichuan. Soryong's eyes widened in fear. He couldn't help but clench his teeth and start sweating. Placing his hands on the table, he stood up and with a furious expression made it clear that this was a big problem since there could be someone inside the clan leaking information to the blood cult. Huiyen and the patriarch's attention focused on our boy, leaving them somewhat surprised. The eyes of the patriarch and Jughu filled with confusion. He placed his hand on the patriarch's shoulder and with a smile asked him to educate his son-in-law a little since as a newcomer to the family, he was unaware of certain things. But even so, he was hearing some rather amusing stories. The patriarch began to stroke his mustache and could not help but feel somewhat disappointed. Soryong could not help but sweat upon realizing that he was the odd one out. With a kind smile, Huiyen explained to her future fiancé that secret agents could never exist in the Tang clan. Soryong turned somewhat surprised and asked if this was true. With a calm gaze, the patriarch explained that even when selecting a simple servant, they conducted exhaustive background checks on all their direct relatives and even distant relatives. Then, if they considered them acceptable, they incorporated all their direct relatives into the clan. With a confident smile, he made it clear that all their children were raised within the Tang clan, so under such circumstances, no one would dare to betray them. Our boy couldn't help but go into shock upon seeing that they took such extreme measures. He began to sweat, and his eyes widened with curiosity, and then he asked who the secret agent was. Somewhere else, someone broke a teacup. A muscular man grabbed a woman tightly by the neck, making her clench her teeth. She tried to break free, but it was in vain. The man was Ju Young-hak, and his eyes were full of rage. He began to strangle the woman, making her face turn pale. She was a servant of the Murim Alliance. Jughu showed a finger and, with a confident smile, made it clear that within the alliance, only 3 people had knowledge of this matter, and he was confident that by now, the leader of the alliance should have already captured her. It was daytime, and the sun was high in the sky. While the situation in the clan was stabilizing, an unexpected guest arrived at the gates of Tang Clan Manor. Upon seeing the guest, the guard couldn't help but tremble with fear. The guest mentioned that he had finally arrived, explaining that running all the way from Hebei to Chengdu without using mobility arts had been quite fun. He struck his fist against his chest and, with an excited smile, asked the guard to inform his patriarch that Peng Muwen, head of Clan Peng, had arrived. Someone shot an arrow into the air, and upon seeing it, Soryong and Huiyen started running towards the entrance of the clan. Everyone's attention was fixed on them. They were all somewhat surprised without knowing what was happening. With a curious expression, Soryong asked Huiyen if it would be okay for them to go out to welcome them. Huiyen turned around and, with a kind smile, explained that her father and the others were discussing something important. Her eyes began to shine with confidence, and with a nervous smile, she mentioned that as the son-in-law of the Tang clan, Soryong should have a little more confidence. Our boy couldn't help but get nervous. Soryong arrived at the doors of the manor and with a smile began to open the door, thinking that they must be guests from another clan. So there was no need to be scared, while on the other side, the guard was scared shitless. Upon opening the door, Soryong saw Peng Muwen and his men staring at him intently with a serious expression. This made our boy frightened. Peng Muwen's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. He placed his hands on his waist and couldn't help but smile upon seeing Huiyen. She joined her fist with her palm and greeted the head of the Peng clan with respect. With a smile, Peng Muin said that some time had passed. He had seen her when she was little and now she had grown so much that he could hardly recognize her. Huyen closed her eyes and with a forced smile mentioned that had been 5 years ago, realizing that indeed a lot of time had passed. Peng Muin's eyes filled with seriousness and his attention focused on Soryong. He wanted to know who he was. Upon feeling the gaze of the head of the Peng clan, Soryong began to sweat like crazy. Huyen started observing him and couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. With his face sweating, our boy greeted Peng Muin, introducing himself as the son-in-law of the Tang clan. Why Soryong? Peng Muin began to stare at our boy and while touching his chin, he began to ponder. He grabbed Soryong by the cheek and with a curious gaze asked if he was Huyen's fiancé. Soryong panicked, not knowing what to do. Huyen placed her hand near her mouth and nodded with a smile. This made Peng Muin's eyes fill with seriousness. Soryong began to sweat and, with a nervous expression, looked away. Peng Muin's attention was fixed on our boy. He put his hand under his chin and began to think with a curious gaze. Without wasting time, he touched our boy's private parts, which made Soryong turn as red as a tomato. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huyen's jaw dropped and her eyes widened in surprise, leaving her in shock. With a smile, Peng Muin explained that he was wondering if Soryong was too young, but down there he was a full-grown man. Soryong, who was panting heavily, began to observe Peng Muin and couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. Our boy turned to Huyen without knowing what was happening. Peng Muin placed his hand on Soryong's head, gave a thumbs up, and with a confident smile made it clear that in a few years, Soryong was going to be incredible. Huyen turned as red as a tomato, looked away, and put her hands over her face. She remembered that the people of the Peng clan really didn't like formalities or rigid etiquette, so for this reason, the head of the clan had his own way of evaluating. Peng Muin placed his hand on Soryong's shoulder and began to smile. The attention of his men also focused on him, and their eyes widened in surprise, thinking that he was incredible. One of the men even put his hand on his chin, bent down, and began to curiously observe the intimate parts of our boy. Soryong's eyes filled with confusion. He looked away and felt somewhat depressed. But then he thought that this was their style. For him, it was expected to see one man recognizing another man. He greeted Peng Muin, and while his eyes were shining with joy, he smiled and thanked the head of the Peng family for the compliments. Peng Muin started laughing, thinking that Soryong was different from the useless brats of other noble clans. He hit our boy on the back and introduced himself as Peng Muin, head of the Peng family. The slap was so strong that it hurt our boy a little. He welcomed everyone to the Tang clan, and while they were conversing, Huyen began to observe them and couldn't help but start sweating. Huyen caught Peng Muin's attention by saying she had a doubt. He became curious, turned to her, and asked what doubt she had. Her eyes widened with curiosity. She thought they had come from distant Hebi just to help her family, asking how they had arrived so quickly. Peng Muin's eyes widened with seriousness. In reality, they had not come to help, so he asked if the Tang clan had problems. With a surprised expression, he began to inspect Soryong's hair and asked if something had happened. Huyen began to sweat. She was bewildered as she did not know the reason why Peng Muin had come. Seeing her expression, Soryong was confused. A while later, they went to the family mansion and Peng Muin was somewhat surprised to see that the blood cult had appeared. They sat at the table to drink tea and converse. With a calm expression, Huyen informed them that they had already been eradicated. Peng Muin, who had his head resting on his fist, began to observe her and let out a sigh. He was somewhat annoyed and thought that he should have come a little earlier. Jughu, who was sitting beside him, remained silent. With a smile, the patriarch asked what had brought him here. Peng Muin's eyes widened in surprise. He turned to the patriarch and explained that he had been distracted upon hearing Huyen's story about the blood cult, revealing that he had actually come hoping to receive some help from the Tang clan. Huyen and Soryong's attention focused on him. The patriarch's eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. He asked if Peng Muin could explain himself. He began to touch his head with his hand, closed his eyes, and then let out a sigh. He put his hand near his mouth, turned towards the door, and with a serious expression asked his men to bring her to greet her elders. Jughu became somewhat curious, and his attention was fixed on him. Someone opened the door of the hall. It was one of Peng Muin's men whose eyes were shining. With a penetrating gaze, the man entered the hall. Huyen put her hand near her mouth, and her jaw dropped. She realized that it was a kid. Soryong began to sweat, and his attention was fixed on the man. The man approached the table, put his hand behind his cape, and asked the young lady to come down and pay her respects to the elders of the Sichuan Tang clan. Just then, someone on the man's back started moving, saying they were still sleepy. Soryung's eyes widened in surprise, and his jaw dropped, leaving him in shock. Someone dressed in white got down from the man's back, also shocking Hueying. It was an adorable little girl who was eating a lollipop. Everyone remained silently watching the little one. With a sweet expression, she greeted the elders of the Sichuan Tang clan, introducing herself as Peng Yingying. The girl started eating a cookie. Peng Muin grabbed her, and while showing her to everyone, with a cheerful smile he revealed that she was his daughter, leaving both Soryong and Huiyan somewhat confused. Her eyes widened in surprise, realizing that this girl was a miracle of genetics, while on the other hand, our boy's jaw dropped. Peng Muin couldn't help but laugh, explaining that because they looked so much alike, people always ended up giving them that look. He began to stroke the girl's head and explained that she was the reason he had come to the Tang clan. While the little one was eating the cookie, he placed his hand on her shoulder, revealing that his daughter was feeling a bit unwell and asked if the patriarch could take a look at her. With a serious gaze, the patriarch asked if Peng Muin was saying that his daughter was sick. Our boy's attention was fixed on the girl, and his eyes widened in surprise at the thought that she was ill. While the girl was eating cookies, he began to observe her closely, and could see that a strange energy was emerging from her body. That same night, Soryong was lying on the bed with the small centipedes playing on his body. He had heard about Peng Yingying's symptoms and had carefully reviewed them, but in the end, he had not discovered the cause. He closed his eyes and began to stroke one of the small centipedes. A few hours ago, they sat the girl in a chair while everyone was watching attentively. With a serious expression, Peng Muin explained that sometimes she had difficulty breathing and large red spots appeared on her body, and in severe cases, she even lost consciousness, and after a while, she regained her senses, but he had no idea what was causing it. The patriarch sat next to the girl, extended his hands, and decided to examine her. Peng Muin's eyes filled with rage as he had searched and searched. He had even made the disciples of the medical sect examine her, but they all said she was perfectly healthy. He was going crazy. One of the disciples had even said something strange, and he had almost beaten him to the brink of death before stopping. The patriarch asked what he meant by strange. Peng Muin explained that they suspected there were symptoms of poisoning due to the deliberate act of someone, but he was sure that there was no way someone like that existed within his Peng clan. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise, while on the other hand, Huiyan became serious. After examining the girl, the patriarch stood up and revealed that the cause was poisoning, revealing that it could be an internal problem of the clan. Peng Muin's eyes widened in surprise. He panicked and swore that no one from the Peng clan would ever do something like that. He put his hand on top of his head and decided to stop talking about it since he did not want to suspect his own clan. Jughu nodded and mentioned that it was still uncertain, so it was not good to jump to conclusions hastily, revealing that poisoning did not always necessarily occur because someone deliberately administered poison. The patriarch's gaze fixed on the girl who was absorbed in eating the cookie. He decided to provide them with an empty courtyard in the guest residence, asking them to stay there for now since he wanted to observe the girl's condition to determine whether it was poisoning or some strange illness. With a grateful expression, Peng Muin thanked the patriarch of the Tang clan, deciding to let his daughter be under his care for a while. Back in the present, Soryong began to imagine the girl eating sweets, no matter how he looked at it. That was childhood diabetes, realizing that sugar was literally multiplying inside her body. He sat on the bed and began to think, not knowing if diabetes caused red spots, and if there had been obvious symptoms, it should have been easier to recognize. Just then, someone knocked on his door. Our boy's eyes widened in surprise, and someone revealed that there was a big problem. Soryong became curious, opened the door to his room, and asked what the problem was. The maid who had knocked on his door became nervous, revealing that little Peng Yingying had collapsed. Upon hearing this, our boy went into shock. It was nighttime, and the moon was high in the sky. He put on his clothes and ran to the place where Peng Muin's daughter was. Upon arriving, he saw Huiyan and Muin's men with a worried expression. He asked what was happening. The girl had lost consciousness, her face was red, and she was breathing heavily. Peng Muin took her in his arms and couldn't help but panic. Huiyan explained to our boy that the girl had been sitting in the pavilion, coughing, and then suddenly collapsed. With a serious expression, the patriarch explained that seeing as she had collapsed here as well, it was safe to assume there were no spies within the Peng clan. Upon hearing this, Peng Muin couldn't help but clench his fist tightly. The patriarch's attention fixed on him. He became confused, not knowing what was happening. Without hesitating for a second, Peng Muin punched himself in the jaw with a powerful blow, leaving the man behind him in shock. The punch was so strong that a tooth flew out of his mouth. With his nose bleeding, Peng Muin closed his eyes and, with a smile, apologized since, even though he had said those words, he could not forgive himself for having suspected even momentarily of his own people. Now he knew that if Ying collapsed again, it had to be for another reason. One of his men put his arm over his face and couldn't help but cry. Meanwhile, on the other side, Soryang's jaw dropped upon seeing that Peng Muin had lost a tooth. Peng Muin's men began to hit themselves in the face because despite being there, they had failed to prevent the young woman from collapsing, admitting that their sin was also great. The patriarch's eyes widened in surprise, and his jaw dropped. He reached out to them and asked them to calm down. While on the other side, Peng Muin began to smile. More teeth started flying out. With a worried gaze, Huiyan approached Soryang and asked what they should do. Our boy put his hand behind his head and, with a sincere expression, mentioned that there was a way. He clasped his hands together and began shouting, asking them to calm down. Upon hearing our boy's voice, the men whose faces were covered in bruises stopped hitting themselves abruptly, and their attention turned to Soryang. Showing a finger and a confident smile, he revealed that there was a way to identify the cause of her symptoms and prove that no one here was guilty beyond all doubt. The attention of Peng Muin and the patriarch fixed on Soryang, and their eyes widened with curiosity. Soryang sat next to him and began to stare at him intently. Seeing this, Peng Muin's eyes widened in surprise. With a cold gaze, Soryang explained that first they had to remove Miss Peng Yingying's clothes. Upon hearing this, both the patriarch and Huiyan were petrified. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Peng Muin's eyes began to shine with rage. The patriarch was in shock upon hearing Soryang, while on the other side, Peng Muin's eyes widened in confusion and surprise. He asked what Soryang had just said. Our boy's eyes widened in surprise and curiosity upon seeing their expression. This was a reaction he did not expect. Soryang mentioned again that they should take all of Yingying's clothes off, but just before he could finish the sentence, Peng Muin grabbed him tightly by the collar. Our boy couldn't help but feel afraid. Upon seeing that he wanted to undress his daughter, Peng Muin's eyes began to shine with rage. Soryang's eyes widened in panic. He opened his mouth and panicked, asking him to wait a moment. Just then, one of the small centipedes emerged from Soryang's clothing and its gaze fixed on Peng Muin. Soryang realized that the little one was ready to attack, so without wasting a second, he ordered it to hide again. Little by little, Peng Muin began to lose his composure, and Soryang soon realized that this was not good at all. The patriarch's eyes filled with fear. He panicked, asking him to calm down and explaining that his son-in-law must have had a reason for saying such things. Huiyan, who was sitting next to him, extended her hands and with a nervous expression asked Lord Peng to please at least listen to what Soryang wanted to say first. He grabbed the poor Soryang by the collar even more tightly. Our boy closed his eyes and began to show a forced smile. Peng Muin started staring at him with a gaze full of rage, not knowing what to do. Despite being in panic, Huiyan began to show a smile, explaining that Soryang was a good person. After going around the matter several times, Peng Muin let go of Soryang. Our boy had dared to suggest stripping his daughter, who had not yet reached her prime, so he decided to listen to any justification that Soryang could offer. Our boy opened his mouth and began gasping heavily, feeling somewhat relieved. He sat on the floor in front of Peng Muin and with a serious tone asked him to please calm down and listen until the end. Peng Muin crossed his arms and closed his eyes, deciding to trust him. Showing a finger and a sincere expression, Soryang explained that what he meant was to take off all of Lady Peng's clothes and change her into something else, as it was possible that something in her clothing or personal belongings was the cause of her collapse. Upon hearing this, Peng Muin's eyes widened in surprise and his jaw dropped. He was in shock, realizing that he had misunderstood Soryang. He lowered his gaze, clenched his fist tightly, and prepared to hit himself again for having doubted the words of our boy. Soryang's eyes widened in fear, making him panic. He began to shake his hand, asking him to calm down. He was sure that his daughter's sudden collapse must have left him shocked. With a kind smile, Patriarch Peng thanked our boy from the bottom of his heart for being able to understand someone else's mistake. Soryang began to stare at Peng Muin and with a serious expression explained that from now on, the young lady of the Peng clan was going to be under the care of the Tang clan, and until further notice, all contact with the Peng clan was going to be restricted. Upon hearing this, the Patriarch and Huiyan were somewhat surprised. Peng Muin began to point at himself with his finger and with a confused gaze asked if he also. Soryang's eyes began to shine with confidence and with a smile nodded his head, since if his daughter experienced the same symptoms under their care, then it would be proven that the cause was not related to the Peng clan. This was the method called controlled environmental adjustment, a technique commonly used by breeders who raised poisonous insects, snakes, and amphibians. In his past life, one day he took his little chameleon out of the terrarium. The little chameleon tried to converse with our boy by asking if he could add some vitamin D to the food. Soryong's eyes expanded in confusion, leaving him in shock. If only the creatures they cared for could tell them this part hurts, things would be much simpler. But there was no way since humans could not communicate with them directly. That's why they systematically changed aspects of their environment, such as habitat and food, to identify what was making the creature feel sick. Back in the present, Ying, who had collapsed, had a red face and was breathing heavily. Soryong planned to use this method to diagnose her. He wanted to completely reset her environment and gradually reintroduce elements to identify the trigger since they couldn't just sit and let her keep collapsing without knowing why. The patriarch began to touch his beard and with a curious expression realized that Soryong was right since, with some time, they would be able to discover the cause of her condition. He could not help but praise his son-in-law for having such a good idea. Soryong's eyes widened in nervousness, making him panic, while on the other hand, Huyen closed her eyes and felt relieved. Peng Muin understood Soryong's plan, and his body began to tremble. He hugged his daughter and, with tears in his eyes, asked Soryong to please take good care of her. Our boy's eyes began to shine with confidence. He placed his hand over his chest and, with a smile, asked him to trust him. What no one knew was that he had raised countless creatures, and a little girl was nothing in comparison. The next day, little Ying woke up and her eyes filled with tears. This was not going to be as easy as Soryong had hoped. Ying started crying, and upon seeing this, our boy panicked, not knowing what to do. Ying started crying even more. Soryong put his hands on top of his head and his eyes widened in confusion since the moment she had regained consciousness, she had begun to cry. Meanwhile, Lady Huyen and Soryong's mother-in-law were outside gathering essential supplies to care for Ying, so Soryong was left alone with an unpredictable little child. He approached the bed and with a confused expression asked if she was sleepy or hungry. He didn't know what to do. Several minutes passed and Ying did not stop crying. Soryong put his hands together and with a confused smile asked if she was crying because Lord Peng was not here. Pointing outside, he explained that her father had gone to get medicine for her, promising that he would return soon. Still with tears in her eyes, Ying puffed up her cheeks and said that she wanted sweets. Our boy started sweating in surprise upon seeing that she was crying because she wanted sweets, and not because her father was not here. Ying started crying even more since all her sweets were gone and now she was all alone. Soryong remembered that when Huyen had changed her clothes, she had discovered that she had a lot of hidden pockets just for sweets, leaving her somewhat surprised. With a kind smile, he asked her to calm down, explaining that she had just woken up after collapsing so she shouldn't eat sweets right now, advising that for now, she should eat some rice porridge since later he was going to make some sweets for her. Upon hearing this, she stopped crying and with a surprised expression asked if he was really going to make sweets for her. Soryong began to show one finger and explained that if Lady Peng ate her porridge well and was obedient, he would make candied fruit skewers just for her. The little girl's eyes widened in surprise. She closed her eyes and with a tender smile decided to make a promise with him. She clenched her fist and with a smile revealed that the Peng clan always kept its promises. If she broke hers, he could hit her in the face. Soryong lowered his head and couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed, not knowing why the damn Peng clan taught these kinds of things to children. It was daytime and the sky was clear. Somewhere in the manor, Peng Muin was hiding among the bushes. His eyes were full of seriousness as lately he had been burdened with worry. Ying, who was playing with one of the bees, and Huyen passed in front of him. Peng Muin's eyes filled with tears as he could only see Ying from afar. You see, due to the rule of no contact with the Peng clan, he could not see his daughter. Soryong's attention was fixed on him. He put his hand over his mouth and with a confused expression asked what he was doing here. Upon hearing our boy's voice, Peng Muin went on alert, and without wasting a second, grabbed Soryong and pulled him into the bushes. With a worried gaze, he asked how Ying was doing. Soryong's eyes, as he lay on the ground, widened in confusion. He sat in front of the patriarch and mentioned that she was eating well and was obedient. Upon hearing that she was eating well, the patriarch's jaw dropped in surprise. Our boy revealed that she had devoured an entire plate of fried pork. Peng Muin was in shock, not knowing how Soryong had made her eat, to which he responded that she had eaten it by herself. Peng Muin's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Just then, someone wearing a red dress appeared. Their attention was fixed on it, and their eyes expanded in surprise. It was Huiyan. With a kind smile, she greeted the lord of the Peng clan with respect. In response, with a grateful smile, Peng Muan thanked her for taking care of his daughter. With a calm gaze, she mentioned that Yingying was asking where older brother Soryang had gone. Upon hearing older brother, Peng Muan couldn't help but feel furious, while on the other hand, Soryang was somewhat confused. Peng Muan's eyes began to shine with rage since not even he had had a proper conversation with her, without knowing when they had become so close. Seeing his expression, our boy's jaw dropped in fear. Peng Muan exploded with fury, wanting to know since when she had started calling him older brother. Soryang clenched his teeth and without wasting another second, ran out of the place. Peng Muan put his hands on top of his head and started going crazy. Huiyan turned towards him and with a cheerful smile asked if he was heading to the training grounds again. Our boy explained to her that after playing a little with the golden-haired king bees, Yingying was more obedient. Soryang started running towards the training grounds, realizing that the golden-haired king bees also felt affection for Yingying. A few minutes later, he arrived at the training grounds where little Yingying was playing with one of the bees. She held the bee in her arms and with a cheerful smile greeted our boy. Yingying started playing with the bee and then more bees began to arrive. One of them climbed onto her head and another started licking her cheek. She couldn't help but smile as she felt ticklish. Soryang's attention, who had his arms crossed, was fixed on her, and a smile appeared on his face since thanks to these little creatures, he had been able to bond with Yingying very quickly. One of the bees climbed onto his head, and our boy's eyes began to shine with seriousness, realizing that the adorable golden-haired king bees loved Yingying because she had spilled sugar syrup on herself while eating sweets, not knowing if they were mistaking her for food. Yingying knew that the bees liked her, so now she threw a tantrum every day, demanding to visit them. Just then, the queen bee emerged from the tree. Yingying, who was playing with the bees, turned towards Soryang, started pointing at the tree and with a smile said that the queen bee was there. Soryang sat on the bench and asked Yingying not to ask the queen bee to play since she was busy. In response, she closed her eyes and nodded her head. Soryang felt happy thinking that if he had a younger sister, he would feel like this, realizing that taking care of children was not so bad. Yingying raised her hand and called his attention, saying that there was another bee. Upon hearing this, our boy's eyes widened in surprise. He brought his hand to his mouth and with a worried gaze asked her to be careful since some bees stung. Just then, she started screaming as she had been stung. Soryang panicked and started running towards her, asking if she was okay. She had a small sting on her arm. With a worried gaze, our boy explained that she should be careful. He decided to leave the matter aside and go first to the medicine hall. Little Yingying began to observe the sting, saying that it didn't look so bad. Soryang grabbed her hand and decided to apply some medicine just in case since sometimes bee venom could make people very sick. Yingying closed her eyes and with a sad expression nodded her head. Just then, Soryang's eyes widened in surprise. Little by little Yingying began to gasp heavily and her face started turning red. She started to feel cold and not long after, she collapsed. Soryang reacted in time, and just before her body could hit the ground, he caught her. His eyes widened in fear as he began to remember what Peng Muan had said. Sometimes her breathing became difficult, and large red welts appeared on her body, and in more severe cases, she even lost consciousness. Finally, he realized exactly what this reaction was. With a furious gaze, he clenched his teeth upon realizing that the pure reason Yingying had been collapsing all this time was due to anaphylactic shock. More precisely, anaphylaxis. Anaphylaxis is a severe allergic reaction caused by a hyperactive immune response. Usually, when harmful foreign substances or toxins enter the body, the immune system immediately launches an attack to eliminate the threat. When toxins entered the body, they were like thieves entering your house. This causes the cells to run away from the place since the toxins destroy cell membranes. The immune response to these invaders is known as inflammation. The body releases histamine, which dilates blood vessels, allowing white blood cells and antibodies to flood in and neutralize the invader. But the problem arises when the body overreacts to certain harmless substances, widening the vessels even more. When histamine is released in excess and malfunctions due to a hyperactive immune response, the blood vessels throughout the body dilate rapidly, causing a dangerous drop in blood pressure, and since oxygen does not reach the brain and important organs, they stop functioning properly. In extreme cases, anaphylaxis can become lethal. Soryang carried little Yingying on his back and with a determined expression, began to run at full speed, knowing that they had no time. He started running quickly through the area, and along the way begged Ying to please hold on a little longer. Several minutes later, thanks to his incredible mobility arts, Soryang arrived at the entrance of the patriarch's residence. With a nervous gaze, he began to shout, informing his father-in-law that Ying had lost consciousness. Upon hearing this, the patriarch opened the door. Ying, who was as red as a tomato, began to pant heavily. Soryang picked up Ying in his arms and clenched his teeth in worry, not knowing if she would be okay. The patriarch and Peng Muon ran out of the residence, and upon seeing that Ying had lost consciousness, they panicked, asking what had happened. With a worried gaze, Soryang explained that she was having serious trouble breathing. Peng Muon took his daughter, and his eyes widened in fear. He reached out and decided to pour his internal energy to stabilize her. The patriarch sat beside them and remained silently observing. Little by little, the breathing of little Ying began to stabilize, and the red rashes started to disappear. In a matter of seconds, the red rashes disappeared, and Ying's breathing returned to normal. Seeing this, Soryang closed his eyes, fell on his butt to the ground, and let out a sigh of relief, thinking that internal energy was incredible. The primary treatment for anaphylaxis was to stabilize blood pressure and ensure an open airway for breathing. In modern medicine, this was done using epinephrine, steroids, and antihistamines, and in more severe cases, intubation was required to help with breathing. But in this world, Kai-based techniques solved everything, and it was no surprise that Soryang found it impressive. The patriarch's gaze fixed on Ying, and his eyes filled with seriousness as he realized that the symptoms were the same as last time. He turned to Soryang and, remembering that he was with her, asked if he had seen what had triggered the reaction. Peng Muon's eyes widened with curiosity. He asked if Soryang knew what had caused her to faint. Our boy sat in front of them and nodded his head, explaining that he had seen it clearly. With a confident expression, Soryang began to show a finger, revealing that Ying had collapsed after being stung by a bee. Upon hearing this, Peng Muon and the patriarch's jaws dropped in surprise. They could not believe that a bee had been the trigger for the allergic reaction. The patriarch began to stroke his beard and thought that although it was rare, there were cases of people fainting after being stung by a bee. But he knew that this did not explain why she had collapsed all those other times. Peng Muon's eyes widened in surprise. He thought that the patriarch was right, since if a bee sting were the cause, she would not have made it this far. He was somewhat confused because this meant that they still did not know what the cause was. The patriarch let out a sigh as they could not find any clear connection. But just before he could finish the sentence, Soryang closed his eyes and nodded with a smile, revealing that he had found what the cause was. The patriarch's eyes widened in surprise and curiosity. He was in shock and asked if Soryang was really telling the truth. With a smile, our boy revealed that Ying being stung by a bee had helped him discover the true cause. Peng Muon's jaw dropped in surprise. He demanded that Soryang explain himself. Our boy decided to explain in detail. Peng Muon's face filled with sweat, while on the other hand, the patriarch's eyes widened with suspicion. Soryang's attention was fixed on little Ying. He closed his eyes and with a smile mentioned that first they had to remove her clothes. It was already dusk. Someone closed the door of a room. It was Huan, who turned around and with a sincere gaze admitted that it was just as Soryang had said. Those eruptions on her body made it difficult to see at first, but beneath them there were some old marks, and now new ones had appeared. Behind her were Soryang, who had a bump on his head, the patriarch, and Peng Muon. The patriarch, who had his arms crossed, began to smile, while on the other side Peng Muon's eyes widened with happiness, thinking that Soryang was right. Just then, the matriarch opened the door and with a serious gaze asked everyone to remain silent since she had not yet regained consciousness. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded their heads. Peng Muon brought his fist to his mouth, closed his eyes, and coughed, admitting that it was just as Soryang had mentioned. There were additional marks beyond just the rash. Soryang, who had a giant bump on his head, began observing him in silence. With a sad and confused gaze, Peng Muon asked why his daughter had been fainting all this time. With a confident tone, Soryang revealed that it was due to bee venom poisoning. Peng Muon's eyes filled with confusion as he recalled that the patriarch had said that was not the cause. Besides, there was no way they wouldn't notice a bee sting, and their courtyard had no flowers, only stone pavement, so there was no reason for the bees to be there. He wanted to know what made Soryang think it was bee venom. Soryang closed his eyes, started touching his chin, and thought that he was right since a bee sting would have been noticeable. But he had no doubt that her symptoms matched perfectly with anaphylaxis caused by bee venom. Little by little, our boy began to open his eyes, which started to shine. His mind was like a giant bookshelf full of books about poisonous creatures. His eyes began to shine with seriousness. He started touching his cheek and knew that what he needed to find out was another creature that had the same venom as a bee, one that contained melatonin or peptides that triggered swelling and difficulty breathing. He began to imagine the forest of Hebei province in China, which had a temperate western climate. Several poisonous creatures appeared in front of him. Among them was the white-lipped pit viper known as the Chinese cobra, the Chinese scorpion, the Chinese red ant, and the red-chested ant. Soryong began to touch his chin and decided to discard the snakes and scorpions. Peng Muin's and the patriarch's attention focused on him, and their eyes widened in confusion. They did not know what he was doing. He began to imagine little Ying-Ying eating sweets. He had to find an environment where she would often be bitten by that creature, something she did frequently. He remembered that she loved to eat sweets. His eyes widened in surprise as he recalled that Ying-Ying had a secret pocket in her clothes to hide sweets. He couldn't help but smile as he found the cause. He stood firm with his decision, mentioning that he was sure it was bee venom, asking them to trust him. Huiyan's attention was fixed on our boy, and her eyes filled with confusion. Peng Muin was somewhat furious and mentioned again that there were no bees in the Peng clan residence. Soryong turned to them and with a confident smile said that those from the Tang clan would know. The venom does not affect everyone in the same way. For some, even an infinitesimal amount could be lethal, while others could withstand 10 times that amount without problems. Peng Muin's jaw dropped, and he began to sweat without understanding a single word. The patriarch reached out to him and, with a sincere gaze, argued that Soryong was right since even with the same poison, the effects varied from person to person. Soryong extended his hands, explaining that as they had seen, Ying-Ying was particularly sensitive to bee venom. Huiyan remained silently listening, while on the other side, Peng Muin and the patriarch nodded their heads. Soryong's eyes began to shine with confidence. He started touching his head with his finger and said that one thing was certain, she was vulnerable to bee venom. But since there were no bees in their house, that only left one possibility. Peng Muin started to observe our boy and couldn't help but sweat. Somewhere in the manor, the queen bee was lying on the ground with a tender gaze next to another bee. Soryong revealed that the culprit was in fact a bee, but a very special kind. Several hours later night fell. Soryong was crouched on the ground next to some rocks. Huiyan was illuminating the area with a fire lamp and behind were the patriarchs. The patriarch started to observe our boy with a confused gaze. Peng Muin's eyes expanded with curiosity, and he asked if Soryong was sure that it was here. Soryong's eyes began to shine with confidence. With a smile he said that he was sure this was the place. He asked Huiyan if she could illuminate the area a little. Huiyan's eyes, who was holding the fire lamp, widened with curiosity, and she nodded her head. Soryong left a candy on the ground and not long after, several small ants emerged from the stones and began to devour the candy. One of the small ants started eating another ant, which began to call for help. Using some chopsticks, Soryong grabbed the ant and with a confident gaze revealed that this guy was the culprit. The attention of Peng Muin and the patriarch was fixed on the ant. They were in shock since this insect was an ant and not a bee. Soryong asked them to look closely since, after all, this ant was a collateral relative of the bees. Peng Muin began to observe the ant carefully, not knowing what Soryong was talking about. Several seconds later, the patriarch's eyes widened in fear, leaving them in shock. The little ant was furious and upon looking closely they noticed that it had a massive stinger on its backside. They could not believe that an ant had such a large stinger. The patriarch finally realized what Soryong meant by them being collateral relatives, while on the other hand, Peng Muin was left open-mouthed upon seeing an ant with such a large stinger. Soryong began staring at them, revealing that this creature was the collateral relative of the bee that had caused Ying-Ying to collapse, a real stinger ant. Peng Muin's gaze fixed on the ant, and he couldn't help but sweat, while on the other hand, the patriarch was in shock. This ant was the true culprit behind Ying-Ying's condition, belonging to the order Hymenoptera, family Formicidae, known as the Asian needle ant. The king stinger ant or Pachycondyla chinensis was from the order Hymenoptera, from the family Formicidae, and from the subfamily Ponrani. Many must be wondering what the hell ants had to do with stingers. It was simple. These stinger ants had evolved from the same ancestor as bees, which meant that they had retained many characteristics similar to those of bees. In fact, studies on the venom of stinger ants and bees had shown that people who suffered anaphylaxis from stinger ant venom also tended to react in the same way to bee venom. Soryong grabbed the ant with the chopsticks, making it become furious, pointing at it with his finger. And with a smile, our boy mentioned that he didn't believe the ant was targeting Ying specifically. According to him, it had probably appeared to feast on the demon beasts that had invaded the Tang household, revealing that the King Stinger demon ant fed mainly on other demonic creatures. After being stung by the ant, one of Peng Muen's men carefully analyzed the sting. The mark looked like a common rash, so then they had no way of knowing what had really stung her. And by the time Ying regained consciousness a few days later, she simply assumed it was a residual spot from something insignificant. Peng Muen's eyes widened in surprise and his jaw dropped. Now everything made sense, and no one would have thought that Ying had collapsed because of such a pathetic and small creature. With a curious expression, he turned to the patriarch and asked if he could make an antidote. The patriarch closed his eyes and began to think. He opened his eyes, which were filled with seriousness, revealing that there was an antidote for bee venom. But cases like Ying's, where the body was highly sensitive to the toxin, often it did not work effectively. Peng Muen's eyes widened in surprise and his jaw dropped. The patriarch made it clear that just knowing the cause was a step forward, since at least now they could be careful before she collapsed again. Peng Muen couldn't help clenching his teeth and feeling furious, but then let out a sigh. He began to observe our boy and with a smile thanked him. Soryong's eyes began to shine with joy and he nodded his head, saying that there was nothing to thank for. With a confident expression, our boy asked Peng Muen not to worry since there was a way to treat Ying and even though it was slow, it existed. Upon hearing this, the patriarchs were in shock. Peng Muen extended his hand and asked Soryong to tell him what it was. Soryong began touching his cheek and with a calm gaze mentioned that it was something called desensitization. Huiyen's attention fixed on our boy. She didn't know what he had in mind. Soryong began to explain himself. Peng Muen's eyes filled with confusion and he asked if they had to undress Ying again. Soryong began to sweat and with a nervous expression explained that it was a treatment where small amounts of bee venom were injected into the patient's body over time, gradually decreasing sensitivity to the toxin, so it was normal that it was going to take some time. With an angry expression, Huiyen was already ready to give Soryong a good lesson. He was sure that once the treatment was complete, Ying would no longer collapse from the venom. The patriarch, with a surprised expression, crossed his arms, realizing that Soryong's method was viable, since even in the Tang clan they had similar techniques. They introduced venom gradually into the body to develop resistance. Peng Muen clenched his fist, asking if once the treatment was over, Ying would no longer collapse. With a smile, the patriarch nodded his head. It was going to take a long time, but it should be possible. Upon hearing this, a pleasant smile appeared on Peng Muen's face. He closed his eyes and patted Soryong on the back, thanking him for having saved his daughter. Our boy started touching his head in embarrassment. The patriarch and Huiyen couldn't help but smile. Peng Muen's eyes began to shine with joy. He grabbed our boy by the shoulders. After receiving such help, there was no way he would simply let it pass, so he asked if there was something that Soryong wanted. Whatever it was, Soryong only had to name it and he would grant it to him. Our boy started to sweat, then closed his eyes and felt somewhat confused, not knowing what was wrong with the people of this world. At the moment he helped them, they began to throw blank checks. With a grateful expression, Soryong greeted Patriarch Peng, saying that Ying was his little sister, so there was no way he could expect a reward in return. Peng Muen started laughing and gave Soryong another pat on the back, explaining that there was no such thing as modesty in the Peng clan, asking our boy to say what he wanted as a reward. The slap was so strong that Soryong began to scream in pain. He knew that if he didn't say something right now, he was going to die. Just then, our boy's eyes widened in surprise. With a joyful gaze and mouth watering, he asked if Peng Muen could join him for a mountain tour. Peng Muen became somewhat confused. The next day, Peng Muen, Soryong, Gupi and Huiyen went to Mount Gongga, which was in Sichuan province. Everyone's attention was fixed on the beautiful waterfall. No one had seen anything so beautiful. With a smile, Peng Muen mentioned that this was a magnificent mountain. Soryong began to laugh, explaining that it was said there was even a beautiful stone cliff. Huiyen stepped forward and her attention fixed on the waterfall. With a smile, she admitted that according to the general, this should be the place. With a confident expression, Soryong thought that she was right, since this should be the waterfall and the rock he had mentioned. Our boy felt somewhat confused since he didn't know how they were going to reach the cave that was behind the waterfall. Upon hearing this, Peng Muen turned toward them and an idea came to his mind. With a surprised gaze, he remembered that Soryong had said that he had only recently started learning mobility arts, realizing that he was not familiar with the technique of wave-stepping swallow flight. With a curious expression, our boy asked what that was. At first, Peng Muon began to smile, but then his smile disappeared and his eyes filled with confusion. He grabbed Soryong by the shirt and lifted him into the air. Explaining was painful, so he decided to teach him directly. Our boy's eyes filled with fear, causing him to start sweating, while on the other side, Huiyin put her hand over her mouth and couldn't help but go into shock. Using all his strength, Peng Muon threw Soryong toward the waterfall, and upon seeing this, Huiyin panicked. Our boy landed near the waterfall, and while he was gasping heavily, Peng Muon also landed in front of him. He put his hands on his waist and started laughing, thinking that he had a pretty agile body. Our boy fell to his knees on the ground, thinking that this guy was crazy. Huiyin also arrived at the area and with a worried expression asked if Soryong was okay. She helped Soryong sit down, and when looking forward she realized that this seemed to be the entrance of the cavern. The eyes of our boy filled with surprise since an entrance hidden behind a waterfall was mysterious. The eyes of Peng Muon began to shine with joy. He decided it was time to enter and find out what was inside the cavern. A few minutes later, while the water from the waterfall was falling into the river, Soryong and the others entered the cavern. The eyes of our boy and Huiyin widened in surprise, leaving them in shock. With a worried gaze, he admitted that something felt strange. Huiyin, who was beside him, began to observe the place and nodded her head. In front of them were small rocks, and on top there were bright crystals, surrounded by dead plants. They knew there was no way that the general had lied. The interior of the cavern was nothing like what they had expected. Soryong sat next to the crystals and began to observe them carefully. This was how Yeagle, who, the general of the Miram Alliance, had described it. A ray of light falls in the center of the cavern, and the ground is covered with countless nameless flowers in full bloom. It is mysterious and strange beyond words, like another world, a paradise. Peng Muon and the others began to walk around the area. Our boy's attention was fixed on the dead plants. For him this was like hell, nothing like paradise. Huiyin, who was walking behind them, admitted that although light entered through the hole in the ceiling of the cavern, there were no blooming plants. In fact, they all seemed withered and wilted. With a serious gaze, Peng Muon realized that a sacred beast was altering the environment around it. His attention fixed on the rocks, realizing that a cold kai was radiating from the center rock. With a sincere expression, Soryong admitted that the elder was right. Peng Muon grabbed his sword and asked them to stay behind him. Slowly, Peng Muon began to walk toward the rocks. His eyes began to shine with seriousness, realizing that this was a very serious cold. Just then, a creature let out a powerful roar. Soryong's and Huiyin's eyes filled with surprise. Peng Muon's eyes began to shine with seriousness. He unsheathed his sword, revealing that the creature was ahead, asking them to stay just behind him. Soryong's eyes began to shine with joy since for him the roar had been amazing. At that moment, a creature with bright eyes began to emerge from the rocks. It began to stare at our boy and let out another roar. Our boy's eyes widened in surprise and amazement, causing his jaw to drop. The creature was a chubby-tailed gecko. The creature began to walk toward them and its body began to emit a cold kai. It was approximately 1 foot long. It had small and round yellow eyes and a chubby little tail. Soryong put his hands on his cheeks and his eyes expanded with love. The gecko was so cute that he was about to lose it. Huiyin put her hand near her mouth and with a smile admitted that the blue lizard was very beautiful. Our boy clenched his fists and couldn't help but smile, since he knew she was capable of recognizing its value. While on the other side, Peng Muon began to sweat, but then clenched his teeth as he realized something. Then the gecko began to roar. Upon seeing this, Peng Muon tightly grabbed the sword, revealing that there was another gecko deeper inside. Upon noticing there was another one, Soryong couldn't help but wonder if they were pair. Smoke began to emerge from his nose and his eyes widened in surprise when he thought that they could even have offspring out of this. He explained to Lord Peng that they had to bring them back alive no matter what. The gecko started staring at Soryong with a murderous look and cold kai began to emerge from its body. Deeper within the rocks, there was another gecko that seemed to be injured. With a worried expression, Huiyin turned to him and asked if there was any problem. Soryong's eyes began to shine with seriousness and his attention fixed on the rocks. He had caught a faint glimmer, but he was sure of one thing. His eyes filled with concern and his gaze fixed on the gecko, revealing that he thought it might not be breathing. The other gecko opened its mouth and began to roar. Soryong decided to leave it to Commander Gupi. If something happened, he had to let him know immediately. The furious gecko was watching the entrance. Gupi, who was hiding, began to show a forced smile, asking Soryong to trust him. If the gecko showed any unusual behavior, he was going to inform Soryong immediately. Soryong left the cavern and decided to retreat for now. During the night, they lit a bonfire near the waterfall. Huiyan and Peng Muon began observing our boy who was standing near the entrance of the cavern. They knew nothing about its habits, and trying something reckless could harm the already injured creature. While the centipedes were playing with Huiyan, she adjusted her hair and with a loving expression asked our boy to come down and eat. Soryong closed his eyes and began to imagine Huiyan as his wife, preparing food for him. He couldn't help but blush since for him this was kinda sweet. Using the campfire, they started cooking the food. Peng Muon sat on the log, and with a curious expression asked if there had been any progress. Soryong, who was sitting next to Huiyan, began to ponder in silence, and then revealed that the creature hadn't moved at all. With a serious gaze, Peng Muon mentioned that when he had checked, the thing hadn't moved even a little bit. He asked if living creatures shouldn't at least be eating something. Soryong's attention was fixed on the campfire. For him it was strange, since usually geckos or common lizards fasted for several days when they were stressed. Especially fat-tailed geckos. They stored energy in their thick tails. If it hadn't eaten anything, it was likely surviving only on stored energy. They were reaching the point where a decision had to be made. With a serious expression, Soryong suggested checking on the gecko that wasn't moving. Peng Muon couldn't help but smile, thinking that they were finally going to catch the gecko. Soryong clarified that they were not going to catch it. He believed that they needed to check where it was injured, and if it got hungry, it could even eat something. He wanted Peng Muon to lure out the gecko that was watching the entrance. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. Showing his bicep and a smile, Peng Muon asked if it wouldn't be easier to knock it out with a single blow. That way they would get both the healthy one and the injured one. Our boy started sweating, knowing that the gecko was going to die on the spot after being hit by those muscles. With a forced smile, our boy explained that if Peng Muon smacked it, even the rock thing that repelled General Jekyll, whose men could drop dead on the spot. Lord Peng started laughing, thinking that our boy was right. He gave Soryong a strong slap on the back, mentioning that it was no wonder that a scholar like him, always glued to his desk, had been relegated by a phenomenon like that rock thing. He thought that if he hit the gecko, he could kill it. With a serious gaze, Peng Muon asked if the plan was to subdue the gecko gently. Showing one finger, Soryong said that was the best move. With the help of a stick, Soryong began to draw on the ground, explaining that first, Peng Muon was going to lure out the lively gecko, then he and Huiyan were going to check on the one that seemed to be injured during that time. Huiyan threw some rocks on the ground, explaining that in the meantime, the poison division could block the path to Soryong. The Lord nodded his head, thinking that this seemed to be the best approach. With a smile, Peng Muon asked if there was anything else he should watch out for. Our boy asked him just to make sure it didn't reach the wall, since it could climb it and come over to his side. Peng Muon hit his fist on his chest, and his eyes began to shine with enthusiasm. He decided to move since his body was eager for action. He started running toward the cavern. Soryong panicked and asked him to please go slowly. A smile appeared on Huiyan and Soryong's face. Our boy knew that if the gecko was sick, then it might not have much time left. Peng Muon, who had the sword resting on his shoulder, Soryong and the others entered the cavern. Upon noticing that they had returned, the gecko's eyes began to shine with rage. Soryong brought his hand to his mouth and whispering gave Peng Muon that he could begin. Upon hearing this, an excited smile appeared on his face. Peng Muon drew his sword and while his eyes were shining, began to imbue mana in it. He and his men drew their weapons and began to advance toward the rocks. Upon seeing that they were planning to attack, the gecko's eyes began to shine with rage and it let out a loud roar. It jumped and using all its strength, attacked, but luckily Peng Muon reacted in time and blocked the attack using his sword. The gecko struck hard at the sword using its tail. He couldn't help but smile as he couldn't believe that such a small creature was good enough to be a first-rate warrior of the Peng family. The creature backed away, only to gather momentum and attack again. Upon seeing this, an excited smile appeared on Peng Muon's face and his eyes began to shine. Using the sword, he deflected the trajectory of the gecko's attack, and when it realized it, it couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. With a serious gaze, Peng Muon told his men that this was their chance. In the blink of an eye, Peng Muon's men surrounded the small creature. It got angry and started roaring. Soryong's eyes filled with fear, but Huiyan grabbed him by the shoulders and whispering suggested moving quickly while they could. A while later, they moved away from the area and reached the rocks. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise. With a worried gaze, Huiyan asked if the creature was really injured. He replied that it seemed so. Upon observing closely, he noticed that the tip of the tail was necrotized due to an incomplete shedding. It had not been able to finish shedding, and now its eyes were also full of pus. With a curious expression, Huiyan asked what to do now. Resting his hand on the rock, Soryang explained that they should treat the gecko immediately, but there was no medicine or anything here. With a confident smile, he decided to strip it all off. Upon hearing this, Huiyan couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. With a furious gaze, she mentioned that lately, it seemed like he wanted to strip everything. Soryang started blushing like a tomato, but he knew this was the right method. Our boy took a step and the injured gecko woke up. He began to extend his hand toward it, explaining that he was going to treat it, asking it to stay still. The gecko closed its eyes. Soryang grabbed the creature and his eyes widened in surprise. Just like the queen bee, it seemed to understand speech to some extent. Soryang grabbed the gecko's skin, mentioning that these creatures, like snakes, shed their skin. However, wild fat-tailed geckos often ate their own shed skin, so it was difficult to find any remains. Huiyan's eyes widened in amazement. He left the gecko on top of the rock and took out his kunai, realizing that this skin was very tough, and doing this with bare hands wasn't going to work. With the help of the kunai, he got to work. Huiyan's eyes filled with surprise since according to her, it looked just like a precious stone. Using the kunai, Soryang cut a bit of the gecko's shed skin, revealing a beautiful and shiny color. Gently, Soryang removed the skin from the gecko's leg. Pointing at it with her finger, Huiyan couldn't help but feel tenderness since it looked like gloves. He knew she couldn't resist it because even during his days as a YouTuber, videos of peeling off shed skin went viral. Now the only parts left were the head and the tail. Soryang acted carefully since one had to be cautious around the eyes so as not to hurt the creature. There was pus accumulated in the gecko's eyes. It was because it had not been able to shed completely. Now the inflammation had filled its eyes. Very carefully and gently, Soryang managed to remove the skin from the gecko's head without hurting it. With a smile, our boy asked if it felt better. The gecko's body began to tremble until it opened its eyes. Huiyan couldn't help but feel somewhat excited. Soryang began to observe the gecko closely. Huiyan asked if there was any problem. With a sincere gaze, he admitted that yes. Pointing at the gecko's tail, he mentioned that he was debating what to do with its tail. He began to sweat since he knew that to stop the necrosis, he would have to cut off the tail. But in its current state, cutting it could kill it instead. Just then, Pengmuin began to shout, asking Soryang to be careful. Upon hearing this, he and Huiyan went on alert. Pengmuin revealed that they had lost the gecko. Just then, the gecko appeared behind them. The creature's eyes began to shine with hatred. Upon noticing this, our boy panicked and asked it to calm down. Showing the kunai and holding the gecko in his arms, Soryang explained that he was only trying to help and treat its friend. Our boy's attention was fixed on the kunai and his eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Upon seeing the weapon, the gecko exploded with rage and began to roar. The gecko's body began to release an intense frozen kai, repelling Soryang. Our boy panicked, realizing that it was pissed off. The gecko jumped and upon noticing this, Huiyan stood in front of our boy and with a worried gaze asked him to be careful. Without hesitating for a second, she pushed Soryang. At that moment, the fierce gecko descended forcefully to the ground. But luckily, Huiyan and Soryang were barely saved. Soryang hugged the injured gecko tightly and fell backwards onto the ground. The attention of the other gecko fixed on them and it started roaring again. The gecko's eyes began to shine with rage. Soryang extended his hand toward it and with an expression full of fear asked it to wait a moment. With a serious gaze, Soryang admitted that this was not what it seemed, asking the creature to calm down. Just then, Soryang's eyes widened in confusion. The female gecko that Soryang was holding in his arms began to make sounds, leaving our boy somewhat confused. With eyes shining with fury, the gecko prepared to attack. But then, it calmed down and felt somewhat surprised. The two geckos began to talk to each other and couldn't help but laugh. Soryang's attention was fixed on them, making his jaw drop. At that moment, Pengmuin and his men returned to the cave and with a worried gaze, the leader asked if Soryang was okay. Gripping his sword tightly, Pengmuin admitted that the gecko was vicious and fast. He didn't expect it to slip between his legs. Upon seeing Pengmuin's sword, the gecko clenched its teeth and began to roar. Just before things could heat up, Soryang stepped in the middle, raised his hand and with a serious expression asked Pengmuin to wait a second. With a confident smile he told Pengmuin that he was fine and asked him to step back a little since he was going to try talking to him for a moment. Pengmuin's eyes filled with confusion as he didn't know if Soryang wanted to try talking to the gecko. He asked if our boy thought the gecko could understand words. Looking at the gecko, with a confident expression he said that the gecko seemed to understand speech up to a certain point and it was likely that it wouldn't attack them again. He asked if Huiyan could bring some dry grass. With a confused gaze, she nodded her head. With a cheerful smile, she and the centipede began to collect the dry grass that was near the rocks. A while later, she prepared a soft nest of dry grass for the female gecko. Soryong and Huion sat next to the female gecko, and our boy asked the male gecko not to worry since he was not trying to hurt her, explaining that he had removed the shell that would not come off and had taken away what was covering her eyes, asking him to make sure to keep licking her eyes for a while. The gecko approached her and with a curious gaze began to lick her eyes. Soryong crossed his arms and revealed that only one problem remained. Upon hearing this, the attention of both the gecko and Huion focused on Soryong. Touching his head, Soryong began to observe her tail and revealed that her eyes should heal well. But the problem was her tail. Half of it was already rotting and he didn't believe that licking it would help. The gecko began to look at her tail and couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. He turned towards Soryong and nodded with his head, saying that he was right. Forming scissors with his fingers, Soryong revealed that they would have to cut the tail. The gecko's face filled with sweat and fear when he imagined Soryong cutting her tail. The creature began to roar again. Upon seeing this, our boy felt somewhat confused. The gecko jumped and with glowing eyes prepared to attack. Soryong put his arms in front of his chest and with a gaze full of fear, began to scream. A few hours later, Peng Muon's men lit a campfire inside the cave, while Soryong and Huion were sitting on the rocks. Using her finger, Huion began to apply a special balm on Soryong's cheek. Our boy let out a sigh and felt furious, since he was only trying to help, but even so the gecko had bitten him. Huion, who was applying the balm on his wound, asked him to stay still, explaining that if he moved it could leave a scar. Peng Muon, who had his arms crossed, began to laugh, saying that Soryong was finally starting to act like a real man, since after all, he had gotten a glorious scar in battle. Upon hearing this, Huion began to stare at Peng Muon with a sinister gaze. Feeling her gaze, the patriarch could not help but feel fear. Touching his cheek, Soryong felt relieved since the misunderstanding had somehow been cleared up. The small centipedes climbed onto Huion's body and began to play. Seeing how the centipedes were not reacting to any murderous intent, he realized that little gecko never intended to harm him in the first place. While they were distracted, Gupi appeared and called their attention. Upon hearing his voice, Soryong's and Huion's attention turned to Gupi. Gupi appeared alongside the gecko, revealing that the creature had something to say. With a forced smile, Soryong began to touch his cheek and asked if he was ready. The gecko nodded. Soryong stood up, promising to do his best effort. But before that, he wanted to ask something to the gecko. He began to observe our boy and became somewhat curious. Showing a finger, Soryong asked what geckos ate, since if he was going to cut her tail off, she was going to need to eat something nutritious in order to recover well. Taking small jumps, the gecko turned his back on them and began to move away. Soryong panicked and started to follow him. The little gecko moved several meters away and stopped near a small plant. Soryong's eyes filled with curiosity and his attention focused on the plant. Using his mouth, the gecko pulled out the plant and began to show it to Soryong. Our boy took the small plant in his hand. Peng Muon and Huion began to observe it closely. With a curious gaze, she asked if she could take a quick look at the plant. Our boy did not refuse and handed her the plant. Huion took the plant and began to inspect it carefully. Showing the plant to Soryong, she revealed that although it was weak, she could feel a bit of kai seeping out. She was sure that this was a seed of a spirit herb that used to grow in this cavern. Soryong's eyes widened in confusion. He took the seed and his jaw dropped in surprise. With a serious gaze, Peng Muon revealed that he had heard about it long ago. It was said that spirit herbs always grew where spiritual beasts dwelled. The centipedes were sleeping on top of the rocks. Huion began to observe them and explained that if that was the case, then maybe these little ones, just like the centipedes, survive by feeding on the kai of the spirit herbs. Soryong clenched his fist and his jaw dropped, realizing that if they unearthed the spirit herb, then that meant they were in serious trouble. He panicked and started to replant the herb again, but Peng Muon mentioned that it was no longer useful. Soryong planted the herb again, but Peng Muon placed his hand on his shoulder and revealed that once a spirit herb had been touched by human hands, it would not grow again. He was sure that the gecko knew this and for that reason had unearthed it to show them. Even if he replanted it, it was not going to grow beyond this point, leaving our boy in shock. Soryong began to imagine Jughu pulling out the spirit herbs that were in the cave, and the little geckos crying. Soryong's eyes filled with tears knowing that humans were very cruel. With a curious gaze, Peng Muon asked Gupi what the name of the spirit herb that used to grow here was. Gupi began to observe him in silence, and revealed that that thing was called frost ginseng. Peng Muon began to ponder, and then a smile appeared on his face since then all they had to do was find something that emitted the same type of kai as the frost ginseng. Upon hearing this, our boy stood up and his eyes began to shine with joy. He asked if there really was something like that. With a smile, Peng Muin nodded his head and then revealed that it was called ice jade, just like the frost ginseng. It contained the essence of cold kai. Touching his chin, he mentioned that the problem was how to obtain the ice jade, since even with money, it was not something that could be obtained easily. While they were distracted, Huiyin stepped forward, capturing their attention. With a serious gaze, she said that if they were talking about the ice jade, then she knew someone who had it. Upon hearing this, a curious smile appeared on the faces of Soryong and Peng Muin, since for them this was good news. With a curious gaze, Soryong approached her and asked who had the ice jade. She panicked and asked him to calm down. She began to sweat, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Soryong and Peng Muin became somewhat confused. Huiyin swallowed saliva, then began to touch her chin and with a sincere gaze revealed that they were some other weed. Upon hearing this, our boy's jaw dropped in surprise, while on the other hand, Peng Muin became even more confused. With a serious gaze, she let out a sigh. Soryong's eyes widened in fear as he did not know what was happening. Peng Muin and Soryong began to observe Huiyin, not knowing what she had in mind. Even Peng Muin felt confused. Huiyin began to show a confident smile, and upon seeing this, Soryong's eyes filled with fear, and he couldn't help but sweat. He put his hand on his face and let out a sigh. He didn't know why his father-in-law had to say something like that at that moment. He remembered that in this world girls were called weed. Peng Muin crossed his arms and asked who was that other weed who supposedly had the ice jade. Soryong came out of his thoughts and his jaw dropped in surprise, leaving him in shock. Huiyin began to show a confident gaze. Showing a finger, she revealed that one of the 3 flowers of Muram was known as the Flame Queen Peony. Her real name was Namgung Xiao, the daughter of the Namgung clan. From what she had heard, Xiao had the ice jade, but she really didn't need it. Upon hearing this good news, a smile appeared on Peng Muin's face, while on the other hand, Soryong's jaw dropped in surprise. While they were conversing, the little gecko appeared and started making chirping sounds to get Soryong's attention. Upon hearing the gecko's voice, our boy became curious and turned around. The little gecko's eyes filled with tears and sadness. Huiyin asked what he was saying, and Soryong revealed that he was asking them to quickly treat the injured gecko. Soryong reached out his hand and decided to save the rest of the conversation until after treating the gecko. Huiyin nodded her head. Noticing that the little gecko was nervous, she thought that was for the best. Soryong peeked his head between the rocks and saw the little gecko sleeping. He took her out of the nest and began to examine her carefully. The other gecko's eyes began to shine with concern. With a confused look, Huiyin remembered that geckos could cut off their own tails. She didn't know why it had held on until things had gotten so bad. With a sad expression, Soryong admitted that she was right, but also revealed that there were some geckos that weren't like that. Upon hearing this, Huiyin's eyes widened in confusion. When a lizard cut off its own tail, it was called autotomy, and depending on the species, the traits were different. Soryong began to observe the gecko carefully, remembering that there were some who could perform autotomy but couldn't regenerate. Some could both shed and regrow, and others couldn't do either of those things, so he couldn't assume anything and had to examine it properly. Soryong started to touch the gecko's tail. Once they confirmed it, they would find the detachment segment and press it with a finger to trigger the separation. Huiyin's eyes filled with confusion since she didn't know what that was. With a smile, our boy explained that although it seemed like the gecko's tail could be cut anywhere, in reality, the point where it breaks was predetermined. That was what they called the detachment segment. Huiyin was in shock since she didn't know much about geckos. Because they weren't poisonous, she didn't know how Soryong knew so much. According to her, this was amazing. The gecko was sleeping in Soryong's hands. He had sounded confident when he said it, but the tail was already very decayed, so he wasn't sure that the surgery would go well. Soryong grabbed its tail and his eyes began to shine with determination. He had to try anyway since he was spicy Fabry. A few minutes later, Soryong and Huiyin began performing the surgery. Peng Muin, who was sitting on a rock, realized that this was taking longer than he had thought. With a serious gaze, he started staring at Soryong, and the little gecko began to emit chirps. A few minutes later, with the gecko sleeping in his arms, Soryong appeared. Lord Peng Muin asked what had happened to the gecko. Huiyin began to show a smile, while on the other side, with a joyful gaze, Soryong revealed that fortunately the surgery had gone well. As long as they took good care of her, she should be fine. Upon hearing this, the little gecko couldn't help but cry and show a grateful smile. Our boy sat next to the gecko and felt happy to see that he was so happy. Peng Muin's gaze fixed on our boy. The more he looked at him, the more incredible he seemed. The pair of geckos returned to the nest. Now that the surgery had been completed, Soryong and the others decided to stay nearby and monitor its condition for a few days. A few days later, with a curious smile, Soryong and Huion returned to the cavern and began to run toward the rocks. Near the nest was the pair of geckos playing happily. Seeing that her condition was better, Soryong couldn't help but smile. The little geckos began to show tender looks. Soryong clenched his fists and couldn't help but feel excited, realizing that they had gone from being kittens to being lizard puppies, knowing that if this had happened in his past life, it surely would have gone viral. Soryong's attention was fixed on the female gecko, realizing that the injured girl had also regained some strength. Now that her condition was better, Soryong decided it was time to leave. Upon hearing this, the gecko's eyes widened with sadness. With a smile, Soryong explained that they were not going away forever. They were just going to get some food for them and then come back. Until then, he asked the gecko to make sure to preserve the seeds Kai. The two geckos nodded their heads. Soryong turned around and with a confident gaze told Huion that it was time to return to the Tang clan. With an excited gaze, he clenched his fist and thought that it was time to obtain the ice jade. A few hours later, they returned to the manor of the Tang clan and sat down to chat with the patriarch. Back in the Tang clan, leaving behind the geckos, a few pieces of news had arrived, and among them, without a doubt, the biggest incident had been the matter related to the blood cult. The patriarch interlaced his hands and with a serious gaze decided to speak about that matter. After the identity of a spy infiltrated in the Murim alliance was revealed, their warriors followed the owl that an assistant had raised. A man with a mustache hid behind a tree and when he peeked out, his eyes widened in surprise and fear. The owl arrived at the hideout of the blood cult, which was filled with ninjas. Coincidentally, a squad had just returned to the Murim alliance, and they had sent them poison extracted from tiger-striped water snakes, which had played an important role when they raided the hideout. Showing a letter, the patriarch revealed that the leader of the alliance had personally sent a handwritten letter of gratitude. He was very proud of Soryong. With a forced smile, Soryong coughed. The patriarch asked if he had caught that mysterious gecko. He decided to stop by the toxic creature garden himself to see how it looked. Soryong began to sweat and with a nervous gaze mentioned that one could say they had half caught the gecko. Upon hearing this, the patriarch felt somewhat confused. Just then, with a serious expression, Huion decided to explain everything that had happened so far to her father. The patriarch put the cup of tea on the table. He began to stroke his beard and started thinking about the ice jade. Resting her hands on the table, Huion stood up and explained that for that reason, they had planned to go together to Anhui province to visit the Namgun clan. After thinking, with a calm gaze, the patriarch gave them permission to go. For him this was very convenient since he needed them to deliver something along the way. The timing wasn't the best because of the blood cult, but if Soryong was with her, he could be at ease. Soryong let out a sigh and his eyes filled with confusion since he didn't know if that had been a stealthy way of assigning him a task. Just before they could leave, with a serious expression, the patriarch asked them to wait a moment. He closed his eyes and revealed that some disturbing rumors had been circulating lately about the Namgun clan. Soryong and Huion began to look at each other and their eyes widened in surprise. It was nighttime and near the Namgun clan was Yellow Mountain. Two men were walking around the area. The bald man's eyes filled with surprise and he couldn't help but sweat when he asked if his friend was joking. With a confident gaze, his friend said that he was telling the truth. He again mentioned that the young lady from the Namgun clan was not normal. With an angry gaze, the bald man asked his friend to stop saying nonsense and not to make up dirty and scandalous rumors. His friend's attention was fixed on something. Not far from them there was a man lying on the ground. Upon seeing this, their eyes widened in fear. They began to run toward the man without knowing why someone had collapsed here. The friend placed his hand under the man's head without knowing if he was dead. Just then, the man began to smile. Their attention was fixed on the man and they could not help but feel even more confused. The man had not collapsed. Blood was coming out of his nose. He was red like a tomato and gasping heavily, as if he were in love. The men began to look at each other and felt even more confused. They carried the man on their back and decided to take him to the village thinking that he must be drunk. Not far from them, there was a woman hidden behind a tree, watching everything. The woman's body began to release a strange aura. Her shadow became larger. She was like a spider hanging from its web. It was night and under the light of the moon, a woman was practicing with the sword. She concentrated and her eyes began to shine with determination. With precision and elegance, she swung the sword several times, cutting the leaves of the trees. At that moment, her body began to tremble, and the woman began to gasp heavily and felt frustrated. She had not managed to cut all the leaves, so she thought that she still needed more training. A woman with pigtails who was holding a lamp appeared and addressed the woman as Unnai. She was Namgoon Yoon from the Namgoon clan. With a serious expression, she suggested returning now, since if they arrived late, they were going to be caught. Yoon knew that her father was going to scold her if they were caught this time. She admitted that the sword handling was great, but as the eldest daughter of their family, Unnai had to take better care of herself. Unnai began to observe Yoon in silence. Using her hand, she took off her hat and with a sincere gaze admitted that Yoon was right. She was the eldest daughter of the Namgoon clan, also known as the Flame Queen Peony or Soul. At that moment, she began to cough strongly. Seeing this, Yoon's eyes filled with concern since she did not know if Seul was okay. Unnai clenched her fist and her face turned pale, since she suffered from the disease called overflowing Kai deviation. At first, everyone in the family considered it a blessing. That was because the Kai channels were completely open, which made the construction of internal energy much faster, and there was no blockage at all in the circulation of pure Kai. The old man who was treating her mentioned that too many of her blood points were open, and her innate Kai was being depleted too quickly. With a worried expression, the father asked if there was no solution. The old man put his hand on his chin and began to ponder. With his face sweating, and with a sincere expression, the old man revealed that she needed yin energy, pure and strong yin energy, which should be used before her innate Kai or her life could be shortened. Back to the present, Unnai began to pant heavily and little by little began to run out of energy. Yoon approached her and with a worried gaze asked if she was okay. With a smile, Unnai asked her not to worry and suggested going back. With a confused gaze, Yoon asked if she was sure. Just then, Unnai's attention was fixed on the lamp. She felt identified and thought that she was like the oil flame inside this lamp. She began to stare at the lamp, knowing that she was a being who would disappear once the oil was consumed. She began to look towards the sky, knowing that she had to hurry and master at least the Emperor's sword style as soon as possible. Her attention was fixed on the moon, and while the wind was blowing, she thought that she should master the style before her body burned and disappeared. It was daytime, and somewhere on the Yangtze River there was a boat. On the boat were Soryang, Huan, and Gupi. Gupi began to point towards the water and asked Soryang to look, since the Beiji dolphin had appeared. Upon hearing this, Soryang's eyes widened in surprise, realizing that it was the Yangtze River dolphin. The dolphin emerged from the water and began to play. Soryang was in shock, since he could not believe that he was seeing with his own eyes a species that had gone extinct. And even though he liked insects and reptiles, dolphins were something different. With a smile, Huan mentioned that if they followed the Yangtze River, they would reach Wuhan, where the Muram Alliance was located. Soryang's attention focused on her. With a smile, he explained that according to his father-in-law's orders, they had to stop in Wuhan and deliver the red-necked keelback's poison. After that, they could get off the boat at Angyang, which was considered a safe zone. Huan began to show a smile and said that at this speed they could arrive at a much earlier hour. Soryang sat next to her and with a worried expression revealed that there was something he was concerned about. Huan sat next to him and with a curious gaze asked what it was. Our boy knew that if the ice jade was really so precious, then the Namgoon clan would not hand it over easily. He extended his hand and explained that this fact kept bothering him, no matter how he thought about it. She started laughing and asked him to trust her. She started imagining Unnai and revealed that the ice jade was of special use for the young lady Namgung Seol. She needed to be able to eat it, but the ice jade could not be eaten. She started to point at our boy, being sure that now that they had that, they were going to trade it for the ice jade, since after all, that could be eaten. Soryang put his hand into his clothes. Then he started to touch his chest and mentioned that she was not entirely wrong about that. He felt worried since he did not know if this ice jade was safe. He also remembered that lizards were cold-blooded, so normally they hated everything that was cold. He did not feel good feeding them, something he was not sure about. With a serious gaze, he called Huan's attention and remembered that she had said that the ice jade contained cold yin energy. He asked what that was, since he had heard about yin and yang energy before, but for him it was still difficult to understand. Huan turned towards him, and while her eyes were shining with joy, she started to show one finger and began to smile. Because it was important for martial arts cultivation, she decided to explain, but asked our boy to listen carefully and remember. The yin kai was the kai that created the yin fire, and among the kiss of heaven and earth, it referred to the kai that sank downwards and gathered. With a serious expression, she revealed that normally, yin energy suppressed the activity of living beings. Dark, cold, and fearful things were all types of yin energies, So the expression cold yin energy was simply a type of yin energy. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise and he thought that yin energy was bad. With a smile, Huiyin said no, since in contrast to yin energy, yang energy created yang fire. But an excess of it accelerated living activities, causing faster aging and depleting energy. Soryong began to imagine lizards playing with ice, realizing that the reason those two children needed cold energy was that their bodies were cold energy in itself, and thus they grew by absorbing that yin energy. He thought it was something like recharging batteries. Soryong started touching his head and questioned if yin and yang were not supposed to be balanced, like male and female. He did not know how they achieved that balance when they had pure yi energy. Soryong started touching his head in confusion. Huiyin's gaze fixed on him and she could not help but blush like a tomato. With a nervous expression, she looked away and said that she did not know. She started shouting, saying that they were going to discover how to find that balance between yin and yang later. Upon hearing this, our boy could not help but blush and his mind filled with confusion. She put her hands on her face and felt embarrassed. Just then, Gupi appeared and announced that they had arrived, asking them to get ready to disembark. Their ship docked at the port of Wuhan. Once the ship stopped, Soryong and Huiyin got off. She introduced herself and revealed that they had brought the object he had requested. The man with a ponytail extended his hand and with a smile said that the general was already waiting for them. They started walking across a bridge and Soryong felt amazed. He was in shock to see how grand the Murim alliance was. Not far from the area, a woman grabbed a man by the ear, making the man start to scream. With his face full of sweat, the man asked the woman named Sword Phoenix to stop since he was about to teach that guy a lesson. With an angry gaze, she made it clear that he could not be dueling against his own allies. With a sincere expression, the other man told Seonghu that she was right since he had acted too hastily without verifying the facts first. Seonghu said that he was only defending the honor of the young lady. At that moment, something caught Seonghu's attention. His gaze fixed on Huiyin and he soon realized that she was the poisonous flower. Huiyin turned around and recognized the man with a white bandana as Slaying Dragon, the woman as Sword Phoenix and Seonghu as Spear Dragon. With a smile, she remembered that it was the first time they met since the Dragon Phoenix meeting. She asked how everyone had been. Seonghu could not help but smile since it had been a long time since he had last seen Huiyin. They began to talk among themselves and Soryong remembered that in Murim, only those with remarkable skills received titles like Dragon or Phoenix, realizing that all of them were elite martial artists. Sword Phoenix said that she had something to ask her, revealing that there was a strange rumor circulating about her. Upon hearing this, Huiyin felt somewhat confused. She revealed that there was a rumor circulating that she had a lover. Huiyin's eyes widened in surprise. Our boy started sweating and felt confused. With a confused expression, she asked if it was true that this rumor was circulating about her. With a nervous smile, Seonghu said yes, revealing that all the warriors were gossiping about it. He was about to challenge him to a duel in her honor for spreading nonsense. They were comrades who fought together, so he wanted to defend her honor. Our boy noticed that he had a crush on her. Huiyin looked to the side and made it clear that this rumor was false. Seonghu felt furious and decided to find the warrior who was spreading the false rumor and give him a good beating. Huiyin stepped forward and decided to correct that rumor. She grabbed Soryong by the arm, leaving him somewhat confused. She began to show off Soryong and with a proud smile revealed that she did not have a lover, but rather a fiancé. She introduced Soryong as her fiancé. Upon seeing this, everyone went into shock. With a surprised expression, Sword Phoenix noticed that Soryong was very young. With a forced smile, Huiyin apologized and thought that she should have introduced Soryong to them earlier. Soryong and the others greeted each other. Just when he raised his head, he saw Seonghu staring at him with a murderous gaze. He approached our boy and asked if his name was Soryong. With a face full of fear, Soryong said yes. Seonghu knelt before our boy, leaving everyone in shock. He introduced himself as Yang Seonghu, the spear dragon of the Yang family of Sincheng. Our boy started sweating like crazy. With an angry expression, Seonghu challenged Soryong to a duel. Seonghu asked Soryong to accept the duel, leaving them in shock. Sword Phoenix and Slaying Dragon let out a sigh and felt somewhat disappointed upon seeing Seonghu's attitude. With his face full of sweat, Soryong asked if he really wanted to challenge him to a duel. With eyes shining with rage, Seonghu said that he wanted to have a duel man-to-man. Just then, Sword Phoenix grabbed Seonghu by the collar and pulled him, leaving him somewhat confused. With an angry gaze, Huiyin asked what Seonghu was doing, suddenly asking for a duel. With eyes shining with rage, Sword Phoenix began staring at Seonghu and asked him to take things seriously. Soryong's eyes began to shine with confusion. He couldn't believe that Seonghu wanted to have a duel with him as soon as they had met. He didn't know why he kept meeting strange people. At that moment, someone wearing white clothing approached them and asked why they were making such a fuss. This man was none other than the military advisor, Junju. Soryong closed his eyes and greeted the military advisor with respect. Upon seeing this, Seongwoo's eyes filled with fear, and he couldn't help but panic. Junju hit Seongwoo in the face with the fan and with a furious gaze demanded to know what he was doing to the guests. Upon receiving the blow, poor Seongwoo panicked. With a kind smile, Junju suggested going together to the Heavenly Martial Pavilion where the leader of the alliance was. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise and he nodded his head. Junju, Soryong, and Huan went to the Martial Pavilion. Seongwoo clenched his fist and his eyes began to shine with rage since he wanted to have a duel with Soryong. Seeing his expression, his friends felt somewhat confused and suggested that it was better to leave. It was daytime and next to the Heavenly Martial Pavilion there was a beautiful river. Huan decided to wait in the guest hall. Soryong, who was walking beside Junju, did not refuse and nodded his head. A girl who was in the guest hall began to sweat and with a nervous expression started pointing out the way, saying that first they had to go greet the leader of the alliance. Soryong's attention focused on her and he soon realized that she was a rookie and seemed a little lost. Junju began to smile and mentioned that they had caught that guy thanks to Soryong and explained that she was the one they had brought to replace the previous maid, who had turned out to be a spy, and because she was new, she was still somewhat inexperienced. Our boy began to show a forced smile. The maid closed her eyes and informed the leader that the general and the young warrior from the Tang clan had arrived. Upon hearing this, the leader gave them permission to enter. The door of the hall opened. The leader of the alliance was standing on the balcony enjoying the views. Junju and Soryong bumped their fists against their palms and bowed their heads to him as a sign of respect. Our boy introduced himself as Y Soryong from the Tang clan of Sichuan. Upon hearing this, the leader's eyes filled with surprise. With a kind smile, he asked them to come in since he knew that Soryong must be tired from such a long journey. Just then, something caught his attention, putting him on alert. He began pointing at our boy with his finger and with a serious expression questioned whether those little guys on his wrist and waist didn't bite just anyone. With a surprised expression, our boy said that they didn't bite just anyone. The little centipedes were sleeping under Soryong's clothes. He remembered that it was said the leader was one of the top 3 martial masters in all of Muram. He couldn't believe that he had instantly noticed the poisonous creatures wrapped around his body. They sat down to chat, and the leader got straight to the point and asked if Soryong had brought the venom from the tiger-striped water snakes. Soryong said that he had, and with a smile revealed that he had prepared as much as possible just before leaving. He had brought 3 bottles. Junju was in shock, and with a calm expression mentioned that when he was in Sichuan, he had seen the process of extracting that venom. A complicated task. It required a lot of work and effort to collect. He didn't know how to thank Soryong for having brought 3 bottles. The leader began to look at our boy and mentioned that he had heard that he had become the son-in-law of the Tang clan. Soryong turned his head toward him and nodded. The leader decided to ask about his parents, and Soryong revealed that he had no family. He was alone in this world and had no one to trust. Junju interrupted the conversation and with a serious tone said that he had heard that Soryong had lost all his memory in an accident, and before being taken in by the patriarch of the Tang clan, he used to live alone on Hainan Island, hunting snakes and selling them. The leader crossed his arms and it didn't take long for him to realize that Soryong must have lived a lonely and difficult life on his own. With a cheerful smile, Soryong began to touch his head and mentioned that he wasn't completely alone. The leader decided to change the subject and talk about the reason why he had summoned Soryong. He knew that our boy had played an important role in the recent blood cult incident and wanted to grant him a reward. The eyes of our boy widened in surprise. With a nervous gaze, he mentioned that he had already told the general what he needed the last time. Junju began to show a smile. What Soryong had discovered was something enormous, enough to ensure that those disgusting leeches from the blood cult would never set foot on the Central Plains again. And according to him, this kind of service deserved more than just a simple reward. With a nervous expression, Soryong began to shake his hands in denial, revealing that it had been something he had stumbled upon while trying to save his people from them. If it was that gift which had already been promised to him, according to him that was more than enough for him. The eyes of the leader and of Junju began to shine with seriousness. The leader placed his hand on the table and asked if he had really stumbled upon it while trying to save his people. He stood up, crossed his arms, and couldn't help but smile, as he had been wondering why he felt a sense of closeness with Soryong. Now he had realized that it was because they were alike. Soryong's eyes filled with confusion, and the leader clarified that he wasn't talking about their faces. With a serious gaze, he revealed that he had lost both his clan and the one he loved because of those bastards from the blood cult. He was struggling, doing everything possible to save even a single remaining member of the family, and at some point along the way, he reached enlightenment and achieved martial mastery. The leader began to observe our boy and mentioned that he had heard that Soryang had thrown himself against an elder of the blood cult while he was poisoned in order to save his people from the Tang clan. With a smile, our boy said it was true. A smile appeared on the leader's face since he had done the same thing 30 years ago. He began to walk towards Soryang. Despite being imposing, he had thrown himself in completely, with nothing but desperation in his heart. He placed his hand on our boy's shoulder, leaving him somewhat confused. With a smile, as a reward, he decided to grant our boy his unique martial art, called Iron Coffer Technique. The jaws of Soryang and Junju dropped in surprise. The leader couldn't help but smile and with a confident gaze revealed that he had never taken a disciple before. And when he died his martial art would disappear with him. He had no intention of pretending to be his master, so he decided to let the Tang clan know they didn't need to worry. Junju stood up and his face was covered in sweat. Our boy was open-mouthed and sweating like crazy. From the bottom of his heart, he thanked the leader and swore to make sure not to bring shame to his great name. Upon hearing this, a kind smile spread across the leader's face. Once night fell, Soryang was walking around the area carrying a heavy book. He held the book tightly. The alliance leader was granting him his own martial art. For now, Soryang had to keep it secret from everyone except for the elders of his clan, since if it were found out, he could become a target of the blood cult. He decided to return to the guest hall and thought that if he told Huyen she would be delighted. Just then, a man appeared and began watching him in silence. The man asked our boy to wait. With a curious gaze, Soryang turned around and saw the furious Xianghu staring at him. Soryang couldn't help but tremble. Xianghu took a step forward and with a serious look said that he had heard that Soryang had passed through the heavenly martial pavilion. He had come since he still hadn't received an answer regarding their duel. Our boy was in shock to see how persistent this guy was. With a sincere expression, Xianghu admitted that he wanted to know if Soryang was a man worthy of marrying Huyen. He wanted Soryang to prove it. With a nervous gaze, Soryang said that a duel was very dangerous. Pointing at the spear with his finger, Xianghu explained that he shouldn't worry about that, since he was going to remove the tips from his spear. With a piercing gaze, Soryang revealed that he was worried because he was afraid that Xianghu could end up dead. Both remained silent for several minutes, looking at each other. Soryang's words made Xianghu angry. He grabbed Soryang by the collar and with a furious gaze demanded to know what he had just said. Just then, something that was hidden in our boy's clothes started to move. Xianghu's attention fixed on it, leaving him somewhat confused. With a furious gaze, the small centipedes emerged from Soryang's clothes and lunged at Xianghu. At that moment, our boy caught the centipedes and asked them not to bite Xianghu. The arrogant Xianghu fell on his butt to the ground, his face filled with sweat and fear since he didn't know what was happening. Soryang approached him and with a smile mentioned that as he had told him it was dangerous. Soryang sat in front of Xianghu, making him start to sweat like crazy. With shining eyes, with an arrogant expression, Soryang made it clear that he had already forgiven him once. Xianghu began to pant heavily with fear and realized that Soryang was not joking. If our boy had not stopped the centipedes, he really would have died. Soryang stood up and began to show a penetrating gaze. Xianghu realized that he was a fearsome man. In Yan Xianghu's eyes, Soryang was like a monster. Our boy asked if he was okay, and at that moment, Hayan appeared and with a confused gaze asked what they were doing. Upon hearing her voice, Soryang's eyes widened in surprise, making him panic. With eyes shining with rage and a murderous intent, she questioned whether Xianghu was planning to harm Soryang. Resting his hand on Xianghu's shoulder, with a forced smile, Soryang explained that there had been a misunderstanding. He had gotten lost after leaving the pavilion, and at that moment Xianghu had appeared and offered to show him the way, so for this reason, they were together. Huyen began to ponder in silence. She did not know whether to believe that Xianghu had offered to show Soryang the way. Upon observing closely, she saw that the centipedes were restless. With a nervous gaze, Soryang placed one of the small centipedes on Xianghu's head and mentioned that after chatting he wanted to show the centipedes to Xianghu. So he had asked Xianghu to release a bit of killing intent and this was what had happened. Our boy explained that he was only joking with Xianghu. Xianghu was confused, but decided to play along with Soryang. He stood up and placing his hand on his shoulder, with a smile mentioned that Soryang was right. Huyen's eyes filled with suspicion. She didn't know if they were telling the truth. She thanked Seonghu for guiding Soryong and decided it was time to return to the reception hall. With a nervous smile, Soryong nodded and started running. Seonghu put his hand on top of his head and let out a sigh of relief since he had narrowly avoided getting into trouble. While Soryong was walking away, he turned around and with a smile made it clear that he had saved Seonghu's life twice. After saying this, they left. Seonghu's jaw dropped in confusion. He didn't know what was happening. The next morning, the ships began to arrive at the port. Soryong, Huian and Gupi got ready to leave. With a smile, she greeted Seonghu and the others by bowing her head and explained that they had something to do, so they had to go, thanking everyone for their kindness. Slaying Dragon asked both of them to take care. Just before they could leave, with a curious gaze, Sword Phoenix asked Soryong to wait a moment. Then, she placed her hand on Seonghu's shoulder with eyes full of nervousness. He bowed his head to Soryong as a sign of respect. Sword Phoenix mentioned that she had heard what Seonghu had done and thanked Soryong for his generosity. Soryong's eyes widened in confusion. Seonghu started touching his head and with a nervous gaze thanked our boy, explaining that after talking with Sword Phoenix at night, he had realized how foolish he had been. A proud smile appeared on the faces of his friends. With eyes full of tears, he clenched his fists and revealed that he had convinced himself when he saw Soryong's great tolerance, who had covered up his bad manners. According to him, Soryong was the most suitable as Huian's fiancé. He asked our boy to take good care of her in the future. Soryong said goodbye to them and couldn't help but smile. He had heard that they would meet again at the Phoenix Dragon Conference, so there was no need to become enemies. Once Soryong and the others boarded the ship, Seonghu and the others bid them farewell with a smile. They departed in the sky filled with birds. Late at night, in the village below Mount Huang there was an inn. Soryong and the others stayed at the inn and sat down to eat. A maid brought them food and left. They had left Wuhan and arrived in Anqing. Gupi suggested that it was better to rest in this place since it was late. Mount Huang could be rough, and it took half a day to reach the Namgung clan. Soryong began to eat calmly. They decided to spend the night at this inn after hearing Gupi's words. Huian's eyes filled with confusion, leaving her in shock. She couldn't believe that Soryong had received the secret manual of the Iron Coffer technique, the exclusive martial art of the Fist Emperor. Soryong mentioned that he had said they looked alike and asked if that was a good thing. She nodded because although it was said that training for the Iron Coffer technique was painful, once he mastered it, it could even block swords and Kai-based attacks. With a cheerful gaze, she revealed that it was the exclusive martial art of the very Emperor of the Fist himself. Some even said that it rivaled Shailin's indestructible diamond divine art. And since it was an external martial art, it was not heavily influenced by internal cultivation methods, so Soryong wasn't going to have any problem learning it. Soryong was in shock as he knew that if he mastered the technique, he would gain bulletproof defense. He knew that he had inherited an incredible technique. With a kind smile, she offered to help him train, as she had heard that the first emperor used to whip his own body every morning as part of the regimen and she could do this for Soryong. Soryong's jaw dropped upon hearing that the first emperor used to whip his own body, clenching her fists. She said this was true since hardening skin through whipping was part of training. Soryong couldn't help blushing at the thought of Huian dressed as a maid holding a whip. Just then, an old man approached them and asked if they were planning to climb Mount Huangshan. Soryong's eyes filled with curiosity and he turned around. Huian nodded her head and questioned why the old man was asking this. The old man introduced himself as the owner of the inn and asked if they were heading to the Namgung clan. Our boy stood up and with a confused gaze asked if there was any problem. Huian remembered that her father had said that sinister rumors had been spreading. She didn't know if this could be related to them. The old man approached her and revealed that during the last few months, the people who had gone up Mount Huangshan had started to disappear. Eventually they had been found safe and sound, but all their yang energy had been completely drained. Upon hearing this, Soryong's face filled with fear, while on the other hand, Huian became suspicious since according to her this was strange. She questioned what all of this had to do with the Namgung clan. The old man coughed and couldn't help blushing when he revealed that each of the people who had come back to their senses had said the same thing. The person they had spent the night with was none other than Lady Namgung Xiao of the Namgung clan. Upon knowing this, Huian's eyes widened in confusion, leaving her in shock. She began arguing with the old man saying that this was absurd. According to her this must be a trap, a malicious slander. Soryong asked her to calm down. The old man panicked and with a nervous expression revealed that everyone had reacted like her. It was night and the moon was high in the sky and not far away was the manor of the Namgung clan. Xiao was sitting in her room sewing. Just then, a maid opened the door to her room, making her curious. The maid informed that the patriarch had summoned her to the patriarch's hall immediately, leaving her somewhat surprised. Without wasting any more time, she left her room and began heading toward the patriarch's hall. She did not know if her father had found out that she had been secretly training fencing at night. Once she arrived at the patriarch's hall, her eyes filled with surprise. In front of the patriarch there were several men kneeling. When he saw that she had arrived, the father's eyes began to shine with seriousness. He gave the order to all the men to raise their heads, and asked everyone to say if the one they had seen was really his daughter. With a face full of fear and trembling, one of the men raised his head, and the others began to ask for mercy. With a furious gaze, the father gave them the order to speak the truth at once, leaving Xiao somewhat confused. With a serious expression, he asked if Xiao had been secretly going out to Mount Huangshan at night. He revealed that these men were saying that she had drained their yang energy. Her eyes widened in fear and confusion. Her face filled with fear and she couldn't help but cry. The father began to point at her and asked her to speak clearly. With a sincere gaze, she admitted that it was true that she had been training with her sword in the valleys of Mount Huangshan the last few days, but swore that aside from training with the sword, she hadn't done anything else. The father turned toward the men and said that his daughter had declared herself innocent, so they must provide solid evidence of what they claimed to have seen. With eyes full of tears, the fat man swore that they only spoke of what they had seen with their own eyes. They did not intend to insult the young lady. The other man began to cry since he didn't know what was happening in this world, nor if everyone had gone crazy or been possessed by spirits. Upon hearing this, the fat man's eyes filled with surprise. He stood up and said that there was a mole. The patriarch became curious and asked which mole he was talking about. Pointing at his chest, he revealed that the woman they had seen had a mole on her chest. With a curious expression, the father thought this was nonsense, turned around and asked Xiao if it was true. She put her hand over her mouth and her eyes began to shine with fear, leaving her in shock. Seeing her expression, the father couldn't help but get angry. He couldn't believe that this was true. Huiyan and Soryang left the inn and began to walk through the forest. Huiyan's face was full of rage. Our boy approached her and with a curious expression asked if she was still upset about what the innkeeper had said. Despite being so, she denied it. In front of them was Gupi, who carried all the luggage in his backpack. With a furious gaze, Huiyan turned around and made it clear that it was ridiculous to think that Namgung Xiao was absorbing men's masculine energy every night. Soryang's eyes widened in fear, realizing that she was upset. Huiyan let out a sigh. With a sincere expression, she apologized since she didn't want to get angry. But according to her, those rumors were nonsense. She revealed that Namgung Xiao could not have contact with men, leaving Soryang in shock. With a face full of sadness, Huiyan revealed that Xiao had a strange illness, and if she didn't constantly receive yin energy, her life expectancy would shorten. Due to that type of body, yang energy was like poison for her. That's why she was careful not to let any man get close to her. So spending each night with men was something impossible for her. With a confused gaze, Soryang realized that this scenario was like that of a fantasy heroine. He didn't know if this was going to end well. Several hours later, they arrived at the entrance of the Namgung Manor. With a serious gaze, the guard began looking at Soryang and asked what they had come for. Huiyan began whispering and her eyes started shining with seriousness, realizing that the family atmosphere in the Namgung clan wasn't good. So it was possible that the guards wouldn't allow them, and if they said they came to see Xiao without any reason. So she asked our boy to make something up. With a curious expression, Soryang decided to listen to her. Our boy approached the guards, coughed, and with his eyes shining with confidence said they had come to make a deal. The guards said nothing, and upon seeing this, Huiyan panicked since she didn't know what Soryang was saying. Seeing that the plan hadn't worked, our boy couldn't help but sweat. Just then, someone opened the door upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing who this person was, Soryang and Huiyan's eyes filled with surprise, leaving them in shock. This person was Namgung Yoon. She was just as surprised to see Huiyan. Thanks to her, Soryang and the others entered the clan's manor, and Huiyan and Yoon began to dance with joy. Yoon was happy since it had been a long time since the last time she had seen Huiyan. With a smile, Huiyan mentioned that it had been 2 years since the meeting of the 7 families. With a confused expression, Yoon asked what Soryang meant by making a deal. Huiyan closed her eyes and let out a sigh. With a nervous expression, Soryang began to show a smile. Huiyan explained that they needed the ice jade, and she had heard last time that Xiao had it. Upon hearing this, Yoon felt somewhat surprised. With a sincere gaze, Huan mentioned that they really needed it, so they had come to see if they could get it. Yoon put her hands together and with a kind smile suggested first going to the patriarch's hall to talk about the matter with her father. She was sure that her father was going to be happy to see Huan after such a long time. Resting her hands on Soryong's shoulders, with a smile Huan revealed that she had brought something to exchange for the ice jade. Our boy's eyes widened in confusion. Yoon was in shock and asked if she wanted to exchange Soryong. Not long after, they went to the Namgun clan patriarch's hall. They told everything to the patriarch. He stood up and with a surprised gaze asked if it was true. His eyes widened in fear. He was in shock since he couldn't believe that they had brought an elixir that contained cold energy. Huan asked Soryong to show it. Upon hearing this, with a smile, our boy put his hand inside his clothes, took out the elixir, and placed it on the table. The patriarch's attention was fixed on it and his mind was filled with surprise. Inside the elixir there was something shining. With a curious gaze, the patriarch asked if he could take a closer look, and with a smile Soryong gave him permission. Soryong couldn't help but sweat. It was an elixir that he had brought very carefully, keeping it in his arms. He hoped that they would accept this exchange. The patriarch began to examine the elixir carefully, and mentioned that the purity of cold kai was very high. With this, she could endure at least 10 years. With a curious expression, Yoon asked if really it was so incredible. Because it was so valuable, the patriarch decided to exchange it for the ice jade. Upon hearing this, a joyful smile appeared on the faces of Huan and Soryong. Pointing at it with his finger, the patriarch noticed that there was something inside and questioned what it was. With a forced smile, our boy said he couldn't tell him that. The patriarch realized that it could reveal the place where the elixir had been found and decided not to ask further. With a smile, Soryong coughed and thanked him, but then his face filled with fear since he knew that wasn't the real reason behind it. A few days ago, Soryong was in the clan walking with the grandfather. Our boy began to feel something cold in his clothes. The old man's attention fixed on him and he asked if there was any problem. Our boy took it out of his clothes and his eyes widened in confusion. It was a tail. Soryong handed the tail to the grandfather and mentioned that there was a strange thing similar to an ice crystal in the gecko's tail that he had kept as a souvenir. With a curious expression, the grandfather began to examine the tail carefully and noticed that it had cold kai, knowing that it was going to be good material for those who had mastered ice martial arts or cold kai martial arts. Soryong began to touch his chin and remembered the small geckos. He thought they stored nutrients in their tails, like fate-tailed gecko. He would have never thought that it was actually cold kai. With a smile, the grandfather asked if Soryong wanted to try turning the tail into an elixir. Back in the present, our boy was in shock since he knew that a withered gecko's tail wasn't even worth mentioning. With a cheerful gaze, the patriarch asked Yoon to go tell her sister to exchange this elixir for the ice jade. Upon hearing this, she nodded. Now that they were already here, he asked them to rest a little. He had to organize a party to welcome the guests of his clan. He also noticed that Huan was close to Seol. He revealed that his daughter had gone through something difficult recently and wondered if she could comfort her while she was here. With a smile, Huan did not refuse. They stood up and Yoon decided to guide them to the guest residence. They left the mansion and began walking. With a smile, Yoon mentioned that thanks to Huan, her father was in a good mood. These past few days, they had been walking on thin ice. With a curious gaze, Huan asked what had happened to Seol since she had heard rumors near Mount Huangshan. Yoon's eyes filled with surprise upon noticing that she knew that. Her eyes began to shine with sadness because she didn't think Seol would do something like that. But since they hadn't been able to find any clues, she was locked in the confinement room and had to be marked with virginity sand to prove her innocence. Huan was in shock and Soryong was somewhat confused. Virginity sand was something women applied on their bodies to demonstrate that their body was pure. If you raise a gecko in a jar and feed it cinnabar, its body will turn red. Huan revealed that afterwards it was ground into powder and applied to the woman's body. If her body was pure, that blood mark could not be washed off even with water. Upon hearing this, Soryong's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. He was furious since identifying a maiden was the task of a unicorn, not that of a gecko. Seeing Soryong's expression, Huan panicked. Just then, they arrived at the place where Seol was, catching their attention. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise. Not far from them sat Seol with the blood mark still on her hand. With a smile, Huan greeted her. Upon seeing Huan, Seol couldn't help but go into shock. Yoon revealed that she had brought an elixir containing cold kai. Their father wanted her to exchange it for the ice jade. Yoon gave Seol the elixir. Her eyes widened with curiosity and her jaw dropped upon noticing the immense cold kai of it. She thanked them and decided to make the exchange, making Huion and Soryong feel happy. She took out the ice jade and handed it to Soryong. Our boy began to observe it carefully and couldn't help but smile. Just then, with a sad gaze, Seol let out a sigh. The attention of our boy and Huion focused on her. With a sincere gaze, Huion admitted having heard the rumors. She didn't believe that Seol would do something like that, so she asked her not to get too discouraged. With an expression full of sadness, she mentioned that there were many witnesses who knew where her mole was. Soryong's eyes filled with emotion upon realizing that this was a mysterious case. He put his hand over his face and couldn't help but smile. Our boy was an expert in this kind of thing, and in his previous life he was called Sherlock Faber when they played escape and deduction rooms. With a smile, he asked if Seol had ever bathed alone in a pond or river at night. She began to observe our boy and felt confused. With a serene expression, Huion asked if he wanted to know if someone had been spying on her. Soryong's jaw dropped when he realized she was right. With her face full of sweat, Seol admitted never having bathed outside, and even if they had seen her, they had no reason to defame her. The people who were in the reception hall were like family since they lived together in the village at the foot of the mountain. Yoon mocked Soryong, saying that he was wrong. Soryong's face filled with sweat. He couldn't believe that he had failed. He fell to his knees on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Just then, Huion noticed something. Putting her hands together and with a smile, she revealed that she had solved the mystery. According to her, there was only one probable explanation for this situation. Everyone's attention turned to her and all felt confused and curious. With a serious gaze, she revealed the probable explanation for this situation. With a serene expression, Huion decided to reveal the identity of the possible culprit. Everyone began to look at her with a curious expression. Huion remained silent until several seconds later, with eyes shining with confidence, she revealed that the culprit was a ghost. The faces of Yoon and Seol were filled with sweat and their eyes widened in surprise, leaving them in shock. Huion nodded her head. Soryong's eyes filled with confusion since he was thinking that she was going to say something profound. He didn't know why she suddenly started talking about ghosts. With a curious expression, Soryong began to touch his chin and started thinking about it. He remembered encountering the ghost of the blue-spotted centipede after it died, so this situation wasn't so absurd. Soryong extended his hand and asked Seol if by any chance she had touched or done something strange lately, like eating the inner core of a spiritual beast. Seol began to ponder and with a serious gaze revealed that she had recently touched an acorn and also a tree branch. Soryong and Huion began to sweat and felt confused, realizing that this was what they called idiotic charm. Seol's eyes widened in surprise. She clasped her hands and remembered something. She revealed that while she was training alone at night, she felt the presence of someone. It was as if someone had been watching her all the time. With a confused expression, Yoon asked her sister if this was true. Seol nodded her head. She had no doubt about it. She had clearly felt it. At first she thought it was Yoon, and when she went to check there was no one. She put her hand on her chin and couldn't help but wonder if she was being too sensitive. Soryong began to observe her, knowing that this was a suspicious situation. While they were distracted, a maid came running. Upon hearing her voice, the sister's attention focused on her. With a face full of sweat and while panting heavily, the maid revealed that something terrible had happened. Upon hearing this, with a worried expression, Seol asked what was going on. The maid clenched her fists and revealed that another villager had disappeared. She also mentioned that the warriors had left the clan's territory to begin the search. With a confused gaze, Yoon asked if this was true. Seol began to look down at the ground and couldn't help but feel furious. Soryong's attention fixed on her. With a calm expression, he asked if she was okay. Seol's eyes began to shine with determination. No matter what, she had to catch the ghost personally and avenge the affront against her lost chastity. Yoon clenched her fists and with a serious gaze asked her sister not to go, since if she sneaked out alone again and was caught, this time it was going to be a very serious problem. Seol started to think, and then with a smile, asked Yoon not to worry. Then she turned towards Soryong and Huion, and revealed that this time they were not going alone. With a confused gaze, Yoon asked what she meant by that. Seol approached Huion and grabbed her hand, and with a sad expression asked if the two of them were willing to help her. Soryong and Huion's eyes widened in surprise, leaving them in shock. Night fell and somewhere in the forest there was a small owl sitting on a branch. When it turned around it saw Soryong and the others searching the area. With her body trembling and her eyes full of tears, Yoon grabbed Huion by the arm, knowing that if she was caught this time, they were going to lock her up in the closed cultivation room. Then she thought she would be trapped there for at least half a year. Upon hearing this, Huion began to show a nervous smile. Yoon turned around and mentioned that Soryong must be helping her stop Seol. She didn't know how Soryong could fall in love with her so suddenly. Soryong's eyes widened in confusion, and he began to show a nervous smile. A moment before, Seol took out a golden ornament. She explained that it was a norigi made of knots. The central piece was designed so that an ice jade could be inserted. Our boy and Hwayun remained listening in silence. With a serene gaze, Seol mentioned that although she wasn't very sure why they needed the ice jade, if they were looking for something to carry with them, this wasn't a bad option. Soryong and Hwayun began to observe it closely, and their eyes widened in astonishment. She split it in half, revealing that even it could be split in half, it could serve as a symbol between the two. She promised to give it to Soryong if he helped her. Our boy went into shock. Their attention was fixed on the bright ornament. Back in the present, our boy began to think silently. He placed his hand over his chest and made it clear that, as he had already said before, it wasn't because he wanted the norigi. He simply wanted to protect Lady Seol's honor. Yoon's face filled with rage. She knew that Soryong was lying. Seol began to stare at her sister and asked her not to be so impulsive. While Hwayun was showing a forced smile, Yoon began to lose her mind since she didn't know what she should do. Several minutes later, they stopped walking. This was the area where she had felt someone's presence. There could be some kind of trace, so she decided to thoroughly check the area. Hwayun approached her and with a worried expression asked what they were going to do if the culprit really was a ghost. Seol began to show her sword and promised to cut the ghost with her sword imbued with the energy of destroying evil and revealing justice. Soryong began to observe carefully, realizing that this was intense. Just then, his eyes widened with curiosity and surprise as something caught his attention. Out of nowhere, fog began to appear in the area. Now none of them could see. Soryong began to look from side to side and became confused, not knowing what was happening. He began to shout and call for Seol and the others. He began to walk around the area without knowing if they had been separated. Just then Soryong's foot bumped into something. He became confused, not knowing what was happening. When he looked closely, he realized it was a spiderweb. He grabbed it in his hand and noticed that the thread was very thick, realizing that the creature that had created the web was enormous. At that moment, screams began to be heard. With a gaze full of fear, our boy turned around. He panicked since the voice was Yoon's. He didn't know what had happened to her. Our boy called the little centipedes, Grace and Myra, and asked them if they could find their mother. The little creatures began to smile. They jumped from Soryong's clothes and began to run. Soryong entrusted them with the mission of going and protecting Hwayun. Our boy began to run through the forest, realizing that they were being dragged deeper and deeper into the forest. He didn't know why there were spider webs. He began to pant heavily, remembering that spiders were divided into two types, sedentary and wandering. The sedentary ones built a web and stayed in one place, while the wandering ones roamed like vagabonds. The forest was full of spider webs. He knew that no way, none of them wove flat webs on the ground, which meant this was not an ordinary spider. Red fog was all over the forest, and once the fog began to clear, with a serious expression Soryong decided to hurry and find Yoon and the others. Several seconds later, our boy stopped walking. The trees in front of him were full of cobwebs. He began to observe this and his eyes widened in confusion since he didn't know what was happening. At that moment he heard Yoon's voice, and when he lifted his head his eyes widened in fear. She was wrapped in spiderwebs and stuck to a tree. Upon seeing this, our boy panicked. With a surprised gaze, Soryong turned around and saw a woman sitting on top of a giant spider. The woman began to smile. It was Seol, with her eyes shining with evil. She started staring intently at Soryong. With eyes shining with evil, Seol began to show a smile. Soryong's face filled with fear. He was in shock since he couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. The area was covered in webs. It was a type of ground spider that our boy had never seen before. It wove its thread on the ground, not the air, so he thought it was a new species. Soryong clenched his teeth and began to stare at Seol, who was sitting on top of the giant spider. He finally understood everything that had happened. What was in front of him, under the form of Namgung Seol, was a pedipalp disguised as the spider. A pedipalp was, in essence, a sensory or manipulation appendage of spiders, often mistaken for a leg but actually being a specialized organ attached to the head, used for touch, mating or prey capture. He observed how, with a slight slide, it was revealing its shoulders and acting seductively to attract him, and thought that this must be the result of evolution to attract male prey. Soryong began to blush and thought there was no need for that, since he had already been captivated. Yoon regained consciousness and tried to free herself from the silk that was wrapped around her body. Her attention was fixed on Soryong. She was furious to see that even he had fallen into the trap. Without hesitating for a second, our boy began to walk toward her. Seeing this, a smile appeared on the spider's face. With his face full of love, Soryang mentioned that she was very beautiful. Without wasting another second, he hugged the spider, leaving her in shock. Her eyes began to shine with evil, and with a smile, she prepared to attack Soryang. At that moment, our boy gave the order to one of the centipedes to bite. In the blink of an eye, the small centipede emerged from Soryang's clothes and bit the spider on the neck. She opened her mouth and began to scream in agony. Soryang moved away. The little centipede jumped and returned with our boy. With eyes full of tears, the spider reached out to Soryang and tried to ask for help. Her expression was too realistic, and for our boy it was not surprising that people fell into her trap. She put her hand on her neck and began to feel dizzy. Not long after, she collapsed to the ground. Soryang began to pant heavily and his eyes widened in confusion. He did not know if the poison had paralyzed her. Using a stick, Soryang began to touch the body of the spider. The venom of a centipede was a neurotoxin intended to paralyze other insects. He thought that although centipede-type insects had quite strong venom, the size of this creature should correspond to its toxicity, so it would be fine. He began to pet the spider and asked it not to be upset since he had saved it from being captured and killed by the villagers. Soryang's eyes began to shine with excitement, and without hesitating for a second, he began to hug the spider. He was happy because the spider had a bright red body, 4 large spots on its back, soft and dense fur like velvet. He began to pet it again. According to him, it was like a scarlet spider. With a curious expression, he decided to see how pretty the spider's face was. He wanted to know what shape it had, and thought that it maybe had big fangs like those of a tarantula. Soryang lifted her skirt, and at that moment, Huian appeared and with a furious expression gave him a powerful kick in the face. Our boy's eyes filled with confusion, leaving him in shock. Soryang's body flew off and crashed against a tree. With eyes shining with seriousness, Huian made it clear that the spider was a monster. She asked him to try to breathe while circulating his internal energy, asking him to do it slowly. She put her hand over her face and her eyes filled with fear, realizing that she had not controlled her own strength when attacking. Soryang began to gaze toward the sky. He seemed to have lost consciousness. Several minutes later, he stood up. With a worried gaze, Huian asked if he was okay. Our boy became somewhat confused. With eyes full of fear, she revealed that the mist surrounding the forest was clearly the work of the spider. Inhaling the mist made men's desires increase so much that it was like an aphrodisiac. She inhaled a little and was very surprised, so she forced the mist out of her body with her internal energy, and then came to where Soryang was. With a serene expression, Soryang revealed that he had not felt anything strange. He put his hand on his chin and came to the conclusion that the villagers acting as if they had been possessed was the work of the mist. He did not know if it was some kind of pheromone that spiders released. He started to touch the spider and asked Huang what this monster was. It could release mist and was gigantic and poisonous. Huang couldn't help but feel afraid when she saw that Soryang was touching the spider. She began to look at the ground and apologize to Soryang. She put her hands over her face and started blushing like a tomato. She had thought that Soryang had been seduced by the spider. Soryang was confused, but she was right. In a different sense, he really had been seduced. Soryang began to pet the spider's leg, explaining that he was only trying to observe the shape of the spider. According to him, the leg was very fluffy and cute. With her face full of sweat, she asked Soryang to stop petting the spider. She couldn't help but blush and, with a surprised look, began to remember something. A bright red body, 4 large spots on its back, and soft dense fur like velvet. Soryang's eyes widened in confusion. He didn't know why she was so nervous. Just then, someone coughed, making both of them turn curiously. With a confused gaze, Soryang turned around, and not seeing anyone, he couldn't help but wonder if the spider had made that sound. The voice started to sound again, making Soryang's eyes widen in surprise. It was Yoon, who still had her body wrapped in silk. Our boy panicked since he had completely forgotten about her. She began to cry, and upon seeing this, Soryang quickly lowered her, and they placed her body on the ground. Huian and Soryang sat next to her. Yoon's face was pale and she was gasping heavily. She was breathing, so he realized that she was only paralyzed. Upon hearing this, Huian felt relieved. It was night, and Soryang mentioned that now all that remained was to find Seol. Now that the mist had disappeared, Huian was sure of being able to find her soon. Our boy stood up and decided to do one thing before going to look for Seol. Huian's attention fixed on him and she couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. He started to tie the spider's body using the threads of its silk. Several seconds later, our boy completely tied the spider's body. He started to drag the spider's body and decided to take it back to the clan to check what kind of monster it was. He was sure that it was not a creature. Huiyan did not refuse. Not long after, Xiao began to make her way through the forest and move toward them. Upon noticing this, Huiyan's eyes filled with surprise. Xiao's eyes began to shine with worry upon seeing that Yun was lying on the ground and gasping heavily. Her eyes filled with tears and rage. The spider had not only dared to stain her honor, but had also dared to hurt her little sister. She began to draw her sword and prepared to kill the spider. Seeing this, Soryang panicked and asked her to wait. Without hesitating for a second, Soryang started running and stood in front of the spider. Seeing this, Xiao stopped. She began pointing at the spider with her sword and with a serious gaze asked our boy to get out of the way. With an expression full of determination, Soryang stood firm in his decision and refused to step aside. Upon seeing this, Xiao felt confused. Soryang began to point at himself with his finger and made it clear that he had been the one who had caught the creature, so now it was his. Huiyan's eyes widened in surprise, leaving her in shock. Xiao began to gaze toward the ground in silence, not knowing what to do. She let out a sigh, and while her eyes were shining with rage, she began to stare intently at Soryang and asked what he had just said. With a furious expression, Xiao asked what Soryang had just said. Our boy swallowed hard. According to him, killing the small creature was too much. He remembered that first she had killed a salamander with a poisonous chant, and now wanted to kill the spider. Huiyan grabbed Yun in her arms and asked Xiao to wait, revealing that she was still alive. She was only paralyzed. Upon hearing this, her eyes filled with relief and surprise, and she asked if this was true. Huiyan confirmed it and asked her to calm down. Huiyan understood Lady Namgung Xiao's feelings, but warned that if the hosts were killed and the mimicry broken, it would change into another form, and then there would be no way to clear Lady Yun's name ever again. Looking at the spider with a serious expression, she asked Xiao to think about it. If she took the spider and showed it to her family members, her grievance would be cleared. Besides that, it had been Soryang who had caught that host. He found the elixir that would be delivered to her and even saved Lady Yun's life. It was Soryang who helped clear Lady Yun's grievance, therefore Xiao should not wield her sword recklessly. Soryang and Xiao's eyes filled with surprise. She let out a sigh and began to think about it. She put away her sword and apologized to Soryang, explaining that she had not considered the kindness he had shown her. With a confused gaze, Soryang began to wave his hands, saying that this was not important. With a smile, he gave Huiyan thumbs up and could not help but praise her for being able to think so logically in a situation like this. Observing the spider carefully, Xiao asked what Soryang planned to do with the creature. Our boy explained that, for now, he planned to forgive it and take it back to the Tang clan. Soryang began to caress Xiao's head and with a face full of emotion mentioned that she was very cute. Upon hearing this, Xiao's eyes filled with surprise and she couldn't help but blush like a tomato. She misunderstood the situation, started touching her fingers and got nervous mentioning that Soryang already had Lady Huiyan. Huiyan let out a sigh and with an exhausted gaze explained to her that Soryang hadn't said it with that intention. He was only referring to the fact that the host spider itself was cute. It was red, its fur was soft, and it possessed unique abilities, which is why Soryang had expressed that he found it adorable. Upon hearing this, Xiao's eyes filled with fear. Soryang's attention, who was caressing the spider, focused on her, leaving him somewhat confused. It was night, and when he asked what the two of them were talking about, they changed the subject. At dawn, the spider and Lady Namgung Yun were safely transported with the Namgung family. Everyone was in shock since they had never seen such a large spider before. The patriarch panicked and began to draw his sword, furious upon learning that this creature had stolen his daughter's appearance and insulted her. Our boy asked him to calm down, explaining that now the misunderstanding about the lady would be cleared up and the rumors corrected. Upon hearing this, the patriarch decided to calm down, and Soryang realized that he and Xiao were alike. After all, they were father and daughter. The patriarch extended his hand to express his most sincere gratitude to the young warrior. He declared that it was as if he had saved the lives and honor of his two daughters and assured that the Namgung clan would never forget such kindness, so they would honor his wishes. Pointing at the spider with his finger, our boy mentioned with a smile that, just as he had said, he would take that guest with him. The patriarch showed no objection but mentioned that there was one thing that worried him. Upon hearing this, our boy became somewhat curious. The patriarch was in shock to see that the creature was still in the form of his daughter Xiao. He reasoned that, if that creature had stolen his daughter's appearance, it could also change into another form. Therefore, he asked if it could not at least adopt a different appearance. He never wanted to experience such doubts about his own daughter again. Soryang put his hand under his chin and began to ponder. He understood that, although he had secured ownership of the creature, there still remained the matter of image rights, and he wondered what should be done about it. Just then, he turned around and his eyes filled with surprise. Suddenly everything was becoming chaotic. He ran up to Gupi and asked what was happening. Gupi reported that the crowd was very agitated. 3 old men appeared, visibly furious. They began shouting, referring to the creature as a cunning little thing and a bastard who had been imitating the young lady's appearance. They demanded to know what they were doing and why they weren't killing it. With a serious gaze, Gupi extended his hand and asked them to watch their words. He reminded them that this guest had been captured by his clan and asked if they were daring to defame the property of the clan. Upon hearing this, the old men panicked and begged for forgiveness. Soryung crossed his arms. Now that the misunderstanding was already cleared up and it seemed that almost everyone who needed to see it had already done so, he explained to Gupi that they should not accept anyone else, as he was concerned that the creature could be hurt if this continued. Gupi nodded his head and gave the order to the guards to close the entrance. Once the people left, the guards closed the entrance. But just then, someone appeared and asked them to wait. It was a bald old man with a cane, who was gasping heavily and whose eyes were full of fear. He began to cough and asked if he could take a quick look. The guard explained that he had orders from above and couldn't do anything about it. With his face full of sweat, the old man explained that he was just going to take a look for a moment. The guard started touching his head and mentioned that it wasn't allowed. With a smile, our boy asked the guard to show him, since he realized that he had come a long way despite his poor health. The old man's eyes filled with surprise and with a grateful expression, he thanked our boy. The old man approached the spider and began to observe it carefully. Soryung and the others remained silent. The old man's eyes filled with tears, and upon seeing that it was true, the spider's attention focused on him and its eyes widened in surprise. The old man turned around and asked if Soryung was going to kill the spider as the others said. With a calm expression, Soryung replied that he would by no means do so. He explained that it was a precious creature and he planned to take it to Sichuan to raise it properly in the Tang clan. Although its diet might seem unusual, it was simply a guest. According to him, this was something predetermined by the heavens, and it wasn't the little creature's fault. The old man's eyes filled with tears of joy, since he had never heard anyone say something like that. He decided to trust him. Without wasting any more time, the old man began to untie the ropes that were around the spider. Seeing this, Soryung and the others panicked. With eyes shining with concern, our boy revealed that this was very dangerous. After untying the spider, the old man began to caress it, and the spider's eyes began to shine with joy. With a confused gaze, Soryung let out a sigh. For him it was not surprising, since from the beginning he had felt that a familiar aura emanated from him. He began to observe the old man closely, realizing that he was a kindred spirit. There was no doubt about it, he was an enthusiast. The old man revealed that the name of the spider was Yowa. He explained that one day, after losing his entire family to the plague and falling into despair, he had found the little creature, who at that time was only about as big as his fist, and they started living together. That had been more than 20 years ago. When he still had vitality, he personally fed her with his yonkai in order to raise her. However, as his strength waned and he could no longer provide her with his yonkai, these kinds of things had begun to happen. He turned around and revealed that she had ended up doing something terrible to the young lady of the Namgung clan, and it was all his fault. Soryung's eyes filled with surprise. The old man couldn't help but cry, confessing that he didn't know what to do. He had been wandering in anguish, but now that a gentleman as kind as him had taken her in, he could finally rest easy, so he begged him to please take good care of his Yowa. Soryung greeted the old man with respect, bowed his head before him and promised to raise her well. With tears in his eyes, the old man explained to Yowa that he was already old and could no longer take care of her. He asked her, please, to follow Soryung and live a long life. Yowa and the old man gave each other a hug, and the creature's eyes filled with tears. Soryung felt moved and couldn't help but cry, amazed that a pet could understand human speech and respond to emotions in that way. He wondered how much time they must have spent together, realizing that the old man had truly treated and treasured her like a daughter. He reached out his hand and asked the old man to please stop. He asked if he would consider following them to Sichuan, suggesting that it might be better for them to go together instead of simply parting ways. The old man refused and, with tears in his eyes, explained that he deeply appreciated his words, but he was no longer young enough to endure such a long journey. Besides, his family's graves were here, so it was impossible for him to leave this place. Soryung began to touch his head and, with a smile, asked the old man if he could share the experience he had acquired raising Yowa, explaining that it was the first time he dealt with a creature like that. The old man promised that he would answer anything he asked to the best of his knowledge. Our boy began to blush and, with a nervous expression, admitted that what aroused his curiosity the most was undoubtedly Yong-kai, and asked how it was provided. The old man extended his finger and Yoa began to suck on it. He decided to show him directly how it was done, explaining that the finger was simply inserted in that way. He added that apparently even just sleeping together was enough to transmit Yong-kai. The form of the host began to change and everyone's attention was fixed on her. The old man revealed that when Yong-kai was transmitted in this way, the creature would transform into the form it considered most beautiful in the eyes of its owner. Yoa took the form of a beautiful woman. It was the appearance of the old man's late wife when she was young. He had wanted to see that face before dying and, upon achieving it, he felt relieved. With a curious gaze, the old man asked if Soryong wanted to try. Our boy approached her and began to ponder silently. Our boy inserted his finger into Yoa's mouth, and not long after, her form began to change again, causing Soryong's eyes to widen in surprise. His eyes began to shine with excitement as he wondered what form it would take, assuming that, naturally, it would be Lady Huiyan's. The spider began to change shape, and upon seeing the form that it had taken, the old man and Soryong went into shock. Goopies and the patriarch's eyes filled with fear and surprise. They asked if that new form was to her liking. The spider began to change shape and took the form of a wooden doll. The old man's eyes widened in confusion and surprise. According to him, this form was, without a doubt, the appearance that Yoa had shown only once before taking human form. Goopy panicked and asked Soryong why she did not appear as Lady Huiyan. Our boy was not very sure. Soryong began to sweat and feel dizzy. He understood that the reason why Yoa, or rather, the creature, had been able to maintain Namgung Xial's appearance all that time was because most of the villagers considered her the most beautiful woman. However, now it was about the most beautiful woman in all of the Central Plains, Tang Huiyan the poisonous flower. He himself had given his Kai Yang to the creature and yet Yoa had not transformed into Lady Huiyan, which made no sense to him. Soryong turned his back on them and started to run. He was sure that the Tang clan would see this as nothing other than a betrayal against them. Seeing this, Goopy and the others were thrown into confusion. Soryong began to pant heavily. For him, this was inconceivable. He refused to accept that his fascination with poisons was stronger than his admiration for Lady Huiyan, much less that this was the reason why the creature had revealed its true form. He was convinced that there clearly had to be another explanation for what was happening. At the same time, Huang was in Namgung Yun's room at the guest residence. On the bed lay Yun. Not long after, Soryong opened the door running. Upon noticing this, Huang's eyes filled with confusion and surprise. She didn't know what was happening or why he was so out of breath. Soryong said he had a favor to ask her. With eyes shining with seriousness, he asked if he could hug her. This made her blush like a tomato. With a forced smile, Soryong began to wave his hands and asked her please not to misunderstand him, saying that it wasn't like that. Although later, changing his mind, he considered aloud that maybe a misunderstanding wouldn't be so bad after all. She stood up and clenched her fists and couldn't help but get nervous upon realizing that in the end he had found out. She put her hands over her face and revealed that she had not intended to hide it on purpose. She had only read about it in books, so she was not sure herself and, consequently, had not been able to say anything. Soryong became confused since he did not know what she was talking about. She began to gasp and decided to talk about that spider, revealing that it was one of the 10 great venomous creatures of the Central Plains, the human-faced spider. Our boy was paralyzed, not knowing how to react. His eyes filled with surprise. He could not believe that Yoa was one of the 10 great venomous creatures of the Central Plains. With an embarrassed look, Huiyan began to touch her fingers and swore that she had never intended to deceive him. She had only thought it would be better to be sure first, because of the promise they had made in the past. Soryong began to observe her carefully, realizing that this was the reason why she had been hesitating. She began to approach Soryong knowing that a promise was a promise. Without hesitating for a second, she gave our boy a hug. Soryong couldn't help but blush like a tomato, but then someone coughed, making his eyes widen in surprise. It was Yun who was awake and, with an embarrassed expression, asked if she should give the two of them some space. Seeing that she was awake, our boy panicked, and upon seeing his expression, she got nervous and started to gaze off to one side. It was already daytime and the sun was shining high in the sky. And 2 days later, Soryong began saying goodbye to Xiao and the others. Xiao began waving goodbye to them and thanked them deeply, promising she would never forget that debt of gratitude. The incident came to an end, and they departed from the Namgung clan. Fortunately, after Yoa consumed Soryong's Yong-kai, she transformed into the appearance of Lady Huiyan. He assumed they would no longer have to worry about those piercing gazes. With a kind smile, he asked her if she was okay, asking her to hold on a little longer and assuring her that he would let her out as soon as they arrived. Upon hearing this, Yoa couldn't help but feel happy. Yoa was inside a cage. Gupi reached out his hand and asked Soryong if he had any idea about the next part of the journey. Soryong explained that originally, after recovering the ice jade, he had been planning to head directly to Mount Gonga, where the fat-tailed geckos lived. But now that they had brought Yoa along, he was debating whether they should stop by the Tang clan first, since he wasn't sure if Yoa could endure an even longer trip. Yoa began shaking her head no, and upon noticing this, Soryong became confused, not knowing if she was okay. Her eyes began to shine with worry. Soryong approached the cage and a tear formed in his eyes. He couldn't believe it. He wondered if she was really worried about him. Thinking that she was such a kind and gentle soul moved him deeply. He thanked Yoa and promised her that he would take them there as quickly as he could. With a confident look, Soryong turned around and decided to go directly to Mount Gonga as planned. They would take the fat-tailed geckos and Yoa and return together to the Tang clan. Gupi nodded his head. They began sailing down the river. The sky was full of seagulls, and our boy was enjoying the views. Two people who were on the ship began to talk to each other. One of them asked the other if he had heard the news that, apparently, the leader of the alliance had personally led the Blue Dragon unit on an expedition this time. The other mentioned that he had heard that the guys captured during the recent raid on the Blood Cult base had revealed information about the locations of other fortresses. With a worried expression, the boy with a ponytail revealed that he had heard there were barely any casualties in that battle, which seemed quite incredible to him. It was said that someone had managed to create a poisonous mist that only affected members of the Blood Cult. Soryong was in shock since they were talking about him. With a curious gaze, the boy with the ponytail asked his friend who had accomplished such an incredible feat. The friend mentioned that since there was a possibility that the cult could retaliate, the alliance had decided not to reveal his identity. Whoever it was, he was nothing less than a hero, and he had decided to admire that person from that moment on. Soryong felt excited as he began to remember his past life where he was a YouTuber. While he was distracted by the avalanche of compliments, before they realized it, they had arrived at Mount Gonga. They got off the ship and reached the area where the waterfall was. With a sincere gaze, Soryong explained that he wasn't very good at Lightfoot techniques, so he wouldn't be able to cross by himself. Therefore, he asked if Lady Huan and Commander Gupi could go and bring back the little ones. He knew there wasn't anyone there this time to throw him across to the other side. Gupi began to touch his head. He was not sure if the geckos would follow them without Soryong. With a sincere gaze, Huang admitted that Gupi was right. She told Soryong that it would probably be better if he went in person, or else she asked him if she should try to extend a wild kudzu vine to the other side. With a confused expression, one of the warriors began to point toward the sky and asked Soryong to look. Our boy became somewhat confused and turned around. Yoa was climbing the mountain. Soryong panicked and asked her to come down. At that moment, the spider decided to use its silk and made a beautiful jump, passing over Soryong. She landed in front of them. The eyes of Soryong and the others were full of surprise. Yoa began to stretch her arms, and Soryong's attention was fixed on her. He wondered if that was ballooning and if Yoa was telling him that she could also fly because she was a spider. Ballooning. Most people didn't know it, but spiders, despite not having wings, were insects that could fly. By giving their body to the wind, they could fly dozens or even hundreds of kilometers. This phenomenon was called ballooning. Sometimes, while walking down the street, if one suddenly felt like they had walked into a web suspended in the air, that was the trace left by ballooning. His eyes widened in amazement upon realizing that Yoa could also do ballooning. An idea came to his mind. Not long after, Yoa hugged Soryong, and with a jump and using ballooning, they reached the waterfall. Our boy was happy to see that this had worked. He couldn't help but hug Yoa since, according to him, she was incredible. He didn't know how she could be so ridiculously versatile. Yoa began to show a smile. With an annoyed look, Huang approached them and expressed her discomfort with the hug to Soryong. She explained that, since Yoa had her appearance, the situation made her feel as if it were herself who was being cradled, which felt strange to her. Soryong got nervous and stopped hugging Yoa. He asked them to wait a moment and decided to go bring the geckos. Our boy entered the cavern. Sunlight was coming in through the hole in the roof, and in front of Soryong were the geckos. He started to show a smile and caught their attention. The geckos turned around, and upon seeing Soryong they felt somewhat surprised. They jumped and Soryong started running toward them. He was worried and wanted to know if they had been okay and if they weren't hurt anywhere. The geckos started licking our boy's face, and he couldn't help but smile. He realized they had become even more affectionate during his absence and was very happy to see them looking healthy. He began to show the ice jade and promised to take good care of them if they came with him. The geckos began to watch it closely. They started to show a smile. Soryang decided to name them. He called the female Snow and the male Ice. Carrying the geckos in his arms, Soryang decided it was time to go to their new home. And so, Snow and Ice became part of the family. It was night and someone arrived at the Tang clan manor. Upon seeing who it was, the guards couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. It was Soryang, Gupi, Lady Huang, and Yoa, who was in the form of Huang. The guards were somewhat surprised to see two Huangs. Upon observing closely, they realized that Yoa was a spider, and they couldn't understand why this creature had the appearance of Lady Huang. Soryang coughed, and with a confident expression asked the guards to announce to the elders of the clan that the proud official son-in-law of the Tang clan had arrived. Furthermore, he instructed them to inform that he had captured, then corrected himself and clarified that he had actually brought with him one of the 10 great poisonous creatures. Upon hearing that Soryang had brought one of the 10 great poisonous creatures, the guards could not help but go into shock and decided to report it immediately. They launched a flare to announce that Soryang had returned with one of the 10 great poisonous creatures. Not long after, the patriarch, his wife, the grand patriarch, and the clan elders began running towards Soryang. The great patriarch remembered that Soryang had said he would go look for food for the lizards, questioning with disbelief how, instead of this, he had ended up bringing a spider. The patriarch demanded to know where Soryang had been and what he had been doing. The eyes of the patriarch and his wife widened in surprise and confusion upon seeing that the spider looked just like their daughter. With a pleasant smile, Soryang explained that they had found the spider by chance when passing through the Namgung clan, leaving the patriarch somewhat confused. The elders were somewhat confused. In their entire lives, it was the first time they had heard of someone encountering one of the 10 great poisonous creatures by chance, and they could not understand how a human-faced spider, which was said to be so fierce, could have been captured. They couldn't help but smile. With a proud expression, the Grand Patriarch mentioned that Soryang was always doing incredible things. After clearing his throat, he stated that at least in this way, one could truly be called the son-in-law of the Tang family. The patriarch began to laugh, declaring that Soryang was officially their son-in-law. Huang's mother began to show a smile and mentioned that now the promise between Soryang and Huang had been fulfilled. Soryang's jaw dropped in surprise since he didn't know how she knew about this, while on the other hand, Huang couldn't help but blush. With a smile, the patriarch mentioned that this had no importance. What really mattered was that he was now truly part of the family. With a calm gaze, the great patriarch asked Soryang to go to the river starting the next day and catch a live goose. Our boy became somewhat confused. The great patriarch extended his hand and with a smile questioned whether Soryang didn't know that he had to prepare the goose for the engagement ceremony himself. He added that, although he was not yet old enough to marry immediately, at least they could celebrate the engagement. Soryang's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't know what to say. The patriarch began to show a finger and explained that once this was done, even if one day he stopped liking Huang, he wouldn't be able to run away. Huang became nervous and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She asked her father to stop talking about the subject. They began to chat among themselves. A smile spread across Soryang's face. He caught everyone's attention, making them turn around. Soryang greeted them with respect, and upon noticing this, a proud smile spread across their faces. Huang couldn't help but clench her fist and feel excited. With a confident smile, Soryang declared that, as a member of the Tang clan of Sichuan and as the official son-in-law of the Tang clan, he hoped to get along well with everyone from now on. Thus, once they arrived at the Tang clan, the first thing Soryang did was assign places where the children could stay. First, Yoa chose as her residence a large tree next to the well within the village of the Tang clan. Because lizards behave similarly to dogs, he didn't want to separate them, and instead of sending them to the garden of poisonous creatures, he allowed them to stay in his room. Once everything was more or less organized, Soryang sat down with them to chat. When our boy asked if they liked this place, the geckos began to show a smile and Yoa nodded her head. Then, he told Yoa that if she was hungry, she could come directly to where he was, asking her if she would know how to get there. She began to show a smile, and then started pointing at the spiderweb with her fingers. Soryang's attention focused on it, making his eyes widen with curiosity. She had spread the spiderweb all over the place. If someone bad came, she would punish them and send out an alert with her web. Huang was somewhat confused, while on the other side, Soryang's eyes widened with joy. Showing a finger, he asked if what she meant was that, in case someone suspicious invaded, he should touch the spiderweb and she would come running. She started clapping. With eyes shining with joy, the geckos began to look at our boy. Soryang understood that they also wanted to say that he shouldn't worry because they were going to protect him. He put his hand over his mouth and couldn't help but cry with joy. He got ready to give them a hug, realizing that they were very trustworthy. He was very happy. Thus, once the new home for the new family members was prepared, the engagement ceremony was held. For this, the elders of the clan gathered and, in a simple ceremony, engagement gifts were given as an oath of marriage. However, there was a small misunderstanding during the preparation of the gifts. While Soryang was waiting in the hall, Huan appeared carrying the geckos in her arms. Soryang's eyes widened with surprise and confusion. She began to show a confident gaze, and our boy noticed that she wanted the gifts to be the lizards, and he couldn't help but wonder if they weren't just a simple ornament. Our boy's face filled with sweat, realizing that this was a problem. He regretted that it had to be precisely this, and he didn't understand how he was supposed to offer the geckos as an engagement gift. He began to remember Huang. He knew that she had liked the geckos, but he didn't think she would say it directly. With a confident expression, he apologized and explained that this was going to be complicated. She became somewhat confused as she didn't know why. Soryang grabbed her arm, began to look into her eyes, and explained that originally engagement gifts existed to promise eternal love. He clarified that although lizards were pretty, the gifts should be immutable objects, like ice jade, to properly symbolize this promise. Huang couldn't help but blush like a tomato. With a kind smile, Soryang mentioned that both geese, which symbolized 100 years of life together, and oath letters had deep meaning. He continued by explaining that in celebrating the engagement, everything he owned would essentially be hers. Upon hearing this, her eyes widened with love. She turned around and thought that this was true, and decided to follow Soryang's will. Our boy was happy and praised himself. She caught our boy's attention, making him curious. With a confident gaze, she asked our boy to call her Huang from now on instead of Lady Huang. Now that they were engaged, they shouldn't use titles between them. Soryang's face filled with sweat, making him blush like a tomato. While the geckos were playing, with a nervous expression, he nodded his head. The next day, when the sun came out, it was time for the meeting with the patriarch. He asked if Soryang and Huang had rested well. Our boy was somewhat curious, wondering why he had called them and whether it would be to give them some advice. With a serious expression, the patriarch revealed that they had been called because they had something to say about Soryang's great technique. Soryang's attention was fixed on him and his mind filled with confusion. Huang explained to our boy that the great technique consisted of learning the internal art of the Tang clan and accepting the poison. Soryang realized that she was referring to the 10 poisons. With a smile, the great patriarch explained that this time it had been a very good thing for Soryang to bring the spider with a human face, since being the weakest among the 10 great poisonous creatures, it was the best one to accept first. Soryang questioned if he was now going to train the great technique. The patriarch shook his head and mentioned that Soryang had said he would use the 10 great poisonous creatures for the great technique, but he originally had another proposal. Our boy's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. With a serene expression, the patriarch revealed that upon reviewing the poisons Soryang had and those he would bring, he had remembered something the clan had forgotten for a long time. With a smile, he asked if Soryang knew what 5 poisons meant. Soryang's eyes widened with uncertainty, wondering if he was referring to the 5 poisons return technique that he had learned. The patriarch nodded his head. Then, he began to show one finger at a time and named the centipede, the lizard, the scorpion, the snake, and the toad. He explained that these 5 poisons formed the basis of the 5 poisons return technique. With a serious expression, he suggested to Soryang the idea of practicing the divine 5 poisons return technique. Our boy couldn't help but sweat. He didn't know what to say. The patriarch interlaced his hands and explained that in the Tang clan they divided poisonous creatures into 2 main categories, common beasts and spiritual beasts. His eyes began to shine with confidence as he revealed that the common beasts were ordinary poisonous creatures that could be found anywhere. The spiritual beasts, on the other hand, were those that possessed mystical powers, intelligence, or even an internal core. Soryang felt somewhat confused and questioned whether the golden-haired king bee he brought, the fat-tailed geckos Snow and Ice, the blue-spotted centipedes, and the human-faced spider would then be considered spiritual beasts. The patriarch nodded his head. It was precisely because of this that he was going to propose something else. The great patriarch began to laugh and made it clear that the 5 venoms returning technique was limited in its mastery, as it only absorbed the venom of ordinary poisonous creatures. But its origin technique, the 5 venoms true returning technique, was different. It could absorb the venom of spiritual beasts. He pointed out that with the blue-spotted centipedes and the fat-tailed geckos, he already had 2 of these beasts prepared. If they also managed to obtain the venoms of the snake, scorpion, and spiritual level toad, then all conditions would be met to master the 5 venoms returning divine art. That was why he suggested training in said divine art. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise. He remembered that fat-tailed geckos were not venomous. The great patriarch began stroking his beard, explaining that he had examined them. They carried a venom that plunged people into a state of extreme cold. The icy air they emitted was their venom, leaving Soryong somewhat surprised. Now our boy had 2 paths open before him. One was to absorb the venom from the blue-spotted centipede and from the fat-tailed gecko in order to aspire to master the 5 venoms returning divine art. The other was to absorb poison from the human-faced spider, one of the 10 great venomous creatures, and begin gathering all 10 poisons necessary for dual-core 10 poisons body. With a curious gaze, Soryong asked if he couldn't simply use the 10 great venomous creatures to complete the 5 poisons body. The patriarch shook his head. The fat-tailed gecko was not among the 10 great venomous creatures. Soryong put his hand under his chin and began to ponder. He understood that if he absorbed poisons from lower-class creatures like blue-spotted centipedes and fat-tailed geckos, it would no longer be possible to complete the 10 poisons body path using only the 10 great venomous creatures. The choice came down to this: absorb what he called children's poison and follow the path of the spiritual beast class 5 poisons body, or collect the 10 great venomous creatures and fully commit to the 10 poisons body path. Huang began observing our boy closely, not knowing what he had in mind. Soryong realized that this was like choosing a skill tree in a game. He remembered well from his past life, when playing RPGs, that the most important thing was always the skill tree. This choice determined whether one became a useless character or a god-level character. The patriarch asked our boy to think it over carefully. He explained that the 5 venoms returning divine art was an incredible martial art, and without truly heavenly luck, not even he would encounter the 10 great venomous creatures, much less tame them. Soryong came out of his thoughts and couldn't help but get nervous, not knowing what to do. He was torn between taking the easy and fast path of the 5 poisons body, or the arduous and punishing path of the 10 poisons body, one that would allow him to reach even greater heights. Our boy started going crazy, falling into a spiral of indecision. A few hours later, Soryong was still thinking about what to do. Huang's attention turned to him, and she couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. She called his attention and mentioned that if it was because of that promise, he didn't have to tie himself to the 10 poisons body. The 5 venoms returning divine art was more than enough, since it was an incredible martial art in its own right. While her eyes were shining with concern, she asked our boy not to rush into a decision out of anxiety. She assured him that, no matter which path he chose, he would still be Soryong. Upon hearing this, Soryong turned around, and while his eyes were shining with sincerity, he was honest and said that even the patriarch had mentioned that the preparation process was the same in both cases and only the final poison changed. He decided to take his time to think it through. A few days later, Soryong was lying in bed. Even though 2 days had passed while the grand technique was being prepared, he still couldn't decide easily. While the geckos were playing, our boy, completely undecided, asked them what they thought he should choose. Just then, Huang opened the door to Soryong's room with a surprised expression. Our boy became somewhat curious and asked what was going on. With her face full of sweat, she revealed that the blue-spotted centipedes were about to shed their skin again. Soryong got out of bed and his eyes widened in surprise. Without wasting any more time, he went to the pavilion where the centipedes were. Upon seeing them, both he and Huang felt tenderness. The creature's skin had become hard as stone. Soryong remembered that they had been growing very fast lately and hadn't thought that the second shedding would begin so soon. With a curious smile, Huang asked if the appearance of the blue-spotted centipedes would change again. With a confident smile, Soryong nodded his head, revealing that this time, blue spots would start to appear on their bodies. Our boy's eyes filled with excitement. Just the idea that they were becoming like their mother made his heart race wildly. Huang began to show a kind smile. She was very eager to see how the centipedes would change. Soryong was sure that they were going to be even cuter than before. Just then, his eyes widened in surprise and his attention focused on them. Suddenly he realized that this was not something to celebrate. What if they didn't manage to finish drying their bodies in time for the day when the grand technique would take place? Soryung put his hands on top of his head and couldn't help but feel worried. He knew that ordinary centipedes took an entire day to dry their bodies, and based on the last molt, this process would definitely take even more time. Huang's attention was fixed on our boy and she couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. Soryung knew that the venom of fat-tailed geckos was special and needed proper preparation before it could be extracted. He had debated between using the venom of the blue-spotted centipedes or Yoas for the first dose. But if this happened, then he could no longer use the venom of the blue-spotted centipedes. Our boy began to think. He understood that if he tried to forcefully extract the venom now, something would go wrong. However, he also couldn't just sit around waiting for their bodies to harden. He started imagining Yoa, the gecko, and the centipede in a ring, with Yoa raising her fist. It was then when he realized why in hell he had been tormenting himself over these past few days. 2 days later, the grand technique prepared for him was finally carried out. The ritual took place in the grand technique hall, deep within the hall of 10,000 poisons of the Tang clan. He had considered postponing it for the sake of the blue-spotted centipedes, but the preparation for the grand technique was so meticulously complex that delaying it simply wasn't an option. The process was elaborate. First, hundreds of decoction cauldrons were used, each to boil different herbs and extract their medicinal essences. Then, these extracts were cooled and gathered into a massive jar. This constituted the first step. Next, into that jar, a precise mixture of various poisons and blood from poisonous beasts was added. Although this might sound simple, working with hundreds of herbs, poisons, and blood, each with its own volatile properties, and managing them all at once in perfect harmony was an extraordinarily difficult undertaking. In addition to this, with the slightest delay, all the medicinal liquid they had worked so hard to prepare would become useless and would have to be completely discarded. Because of this, sitting idly by waiting was not an option either. His mind was already made up. He would accept Yoa's poison, one of the 10 great venomous creatures. Soryung began to observe the liquid closely, realizing that the color was incredibly dark. The great patriarch approached our boy and informed him that they would now begin the grand technique, ordering him to take off his clothes and enter the jar. Soryung came out of his trance and nodded. Soryung took off his clothes, first put his foot into the jar and then began to insert the lower part of his body. His eyes widened in surprise, as for him, this felt strangely familiar, like an herbal bath. While the great patriarch's eyes were shining with joy, with a smile, he mentioned that they were going to add a single drop of Yoa's poison into this herbal decoction to provoke a reaction. Then, they would add the already prepared medicinal compounds so that his body could begin to absorb the poison. The great patriarch began to laugh, revealing that normally the process would be unbearably painful. Luckily, Yoa's poison was of a paralyzing type, so it wouldn't hurt too much. Upon hearing this, Soryung felt somewhat worried and couldn't help but sweat. The patriarch decided to go look for the rest of the necessary ingredients and asked him to wait a moment. After saying this, they left the room, leaving Soryung alone. Not long after, Huan, who was carrying the geckos in her arms, and Yoa entered the room and greeted our boy with a smile. With a cheerful expression, Huang revealed that the centipedes were awake, they had shed their skin, now had spots, and their bodies were emitting an intense glow. The centipedes began to play, and Soryung noticed that Nova, Myra, and Grace were now even more adorable. They began to climb onto the jar in which Soryung was submerged. The change was not as drastic as he expected. In fact, their appearance now resembled that of pillow-shaped stuffed animals, which, in a strange way, made them even more adorable. The centipede's attention was fixed on the liquid. Soryung started laughing since he realized that it must be strange for them to see their father inside there. He knew it was dangerous, so he asked them to stay with Huang. With a smile, she began calling the centipedes to come with her. Nova didn't listen and its attention was fixed on the liquid. When it tried to get down from the jar, unintentionally the liquid came into contact with its ear. It began to writhe in pain, and upon seeing this, Soryung's eyes widened with caution. He revealed to Huang that Nova's antenna had touched the medicinal liquid and asked her to wash it with water immediately. Huang's eyes widened in surprise and concern. Without wasting more time, she grabbed Nova. In the process, it opened its mouth and its saliva came out of its mouth and fell into the liquid. Soryung began to observe closely. Nova's saliva caused the liquid to start reacting and began changing color. Huang's eyes filled with fear upon realizing that the poison was seeping into the jar. Soryung clenched his teeth tightly and not long after, he began screaming in agony. Our boy began to scream in agony. With a worried expression, Lady Huang asked Soryung to regain control. The liquid began to burn Soryong's skin, making his face turn red. He did not know this kind of pain. It was as if all his skin were being torn off while his entire body burned. He remembered that he had been told he must not move at all during the grand technique, even though he desperately wanted to jump out of there. Somehow he barely managed to restrain himself. Foam began to come out of our boy's mouth. For him this was too much. Upon seeing this, Yohua and the geckos were in shock. Lady Huaying put her hand near her mouth and her eyes filled with worry. She didn't know what to do. The Great Patriarch and the Patriarch returned, and upon seeing what was happening, they went into shock. They started running toward our boy. Huaying turned around and with a sincere expression explained to the Great Patriarch that the centipede had accidentally dropped a bit of venom. Soryong began to collapse while begging to be saved. The Great Patriarch grabbed Soryong, supported one hand under his head trying to calm him down. The Patriarch asked our boy to stay alert, calm his mind, slow his breathing and above all not lose consciousness. Our boy opened his mouth and started to bleed. He could no longer bear the pain. Not long after, he dropped his hand because he no longer had strength. The Patriarch's attention was fixed on him and his mind was filled with surprise. Everyone panicked, not knowing if Soryong was okay. Little by little our boy's eyes began to close. Soryong felt as if he were underwater. Little by little he opened his eyes and his attention focused on Nova, who was asleep. She made contact with Soryong and a strange energy began to emerge from her body and entered Soryong's body. Several hours later, our boy began to open his eyes. Noticing this, Lady Huaying felt relieved and with a surprised expression informed the Great Patriarch that Soryong was regaining consciousness. Once Soryong fully opened his eyes, Huaying couldn't help but cry and feel relieved to see that he was okay. While on the other hand, the grandfather began to show a kind smile. Soryong started touching his head and realized that he was in the same place. With a worried expression, Huaying asked if he was okay. The Great Patriarch explained to our boy that, fortunately, he had guided his internal chi directly through his Baihui point, so he managed to overcome the worst. He informed him that the grand technique had also ended safely and successfully, and that, although it was not Yohua's poison, in the end he had accepted instead the centipede's poison. Soryong put his hand on top of his head and let out a sigh, realizing that, after all, Nova wanted her father to learn the 5 poisons body. With a worried gaze, he asked if Nova was okay, since he remembered that Nova's antenna had been exposed to the substance. Huaying and the Great Patriarch were somewhat surprised. She explained that she had washed Nova's antenna immediately. She did it anxiously, not knowing whether Soryong would live or die. Soryong's attention was fixed on her and his eyes widened with concern. She turned her gaze to the side, as she was angry. Our boy panicked, knowing that right after the engagement ceremony, he should have gone to see Huaying, his fiancée. But instead, he had instinctively run first toward the centipedes. Soryong's head started hurting again. Noticing this, Huaying asked if the pain was returning. Our boy's eyes began to shine with seriousness since the most important thing for him was to know if Nova was okay. The Great Patriarch and Huaying were in shock as they couldn't believe that he was more worried about Nova than about his own well-being. She noticed that our boy had not yet fully regained consciousness. The Great Patriarch decided to call the physicians. Our boy let out a sigh of relief, since his movement had been swift. 2 days later, the grand technique finally came to an end. Once all the medicine in the jar had dried up, Soryong met with the Great Patriarch, who asked our boy if he was really okay, suggesting that maybe they should examine him a bit more thoroughly. Soryong promised that he was fine. With a serene gaze, the Great Patriarch mentioned that, in any case, whether he wished it or not, he had now begun the path of the 5 venoms returning divine art, so he would hand him the corresponding martial arts manual. Soryong remained listening in silence and his eyes filled with surprise. The Great Patriarch revealed that there were 5 martial techniques in total: Centipede's Poison Fang Claw, Venomous Snake's Life-Grabbing Hand, Scorpion Tail Rapid Leg, Lizard Wall Climbing Body Step and Toad's Explosive Palm. He began to stroke his beard and explained that each of the techniques belonged to a specific category: claw technique, hand technique, leg technique, step technique, body technique, and palm technique. This martial art allowed one to reach a realm where one became poison, and poison became oneself, achieving a true unity between being and poison. Soryong's eyes widened with excitement and joy. Seeing our boy's expression, the Great Patriarch realized that he liked it. Soryong nodded his head, although he admitted to being surprised. They were not poison arts or assassination techniques as he had expected. The Great Patriarch coughed. According to him, Soryong had been perceptive in noticing it, since the truth was that this martial art did not originally come from his Tang clan. He closed his eyes and revealed that the 5 venoms returning divine art, and these 5 poison techniques were the martial arts of the 5 poison sect, which had already been annihilated. 200 years ago, the second son of the Tang family, a genius of his time, and the daughter of the palace lord of the southern barbarian beast palace fell in love. Despite fierce opposition from both clans, they eloped and founded the 5 Poison Sect. They created a new martial art by combining the strengths of poison arts from the Tang clan with beast fist techniques from the Beast Palace. However, they selfishly took martial arts that should never have left their sect and even mixed them. Naturally, they could not escape persecution from both clans and, about 100 years ago, were finally annihilated in the jungles of Yunnan by both forces. Showing one finger, the great patriarch mentioned that after this, it was agreed that both sides would reclaim their respective martial techniques, and what was recovered then was the 5 venoms returning divine art and the 5 poison techniques. His eyes began to shine with tranquility as he explained that, since the essence of both clans' martial arts was intertwined, there was much dispute over its ownership. But since it was necessary to accept the poison in order to master it, in the end it was passed down to his Tang clan. It was said that the sect master of the 5 Poison Sect at that time had been able to withstand the joint assault of both the Beast Palace and his Tang clan, so without a doubt, it was an extraordinary martial art. He had thought that it would be the perfect style for someone like him who had an affinity for poisons. Soryong was somewhat surprised to realize that the great patriarch had had this in mind all along. Our boy thanked him and promised to train diligently. The great patriarch was happy, since as long as he continued with this dedication, he was destined to achieve greatness. And so, Soryong took his first step in the 5 venoms returning divine art. Soryong left the poison hall and began to stretch his arms, wondering how long it had been since the last time he saw sunlight. Only now did he feel truly alive again. At that moment, one of the little centipedes started running toward our boy. His attention fixed on it and his eyes widened in surprise. It was Nova. She couldn't help but cry with joy upon seeing that he was all right. Soryong realized that she had been waiting for him there all this time. He began to show his bicep and a smile. He knew that she must have had a hard time emotionally. He assured her that she shouldn't be heartbroken, since this hadn't been her fault, and, to prove it, he showed her that Dad was already fine. Nova jumped in and got inside our boy's clothes and started playing. He thought that maybe she felt a little prickly because not much time had passed since she molted. He really would prefer her to climb on his clothes instead of on his bare skin. She began to observe our boy closely, and upon noticing this, Soryong couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. She came out of Soryong's clothes and started running along his arm. Our boy's eyes widened in fear, wondering if Nova had just understood what he was thinking. According to him, this couldn't be. It must be just a coincidence. He told himself that these kinds of things sometimes happened when you raised a pet for a while. Soryong began to ponder, realizing that he was a hopeless fool. There was no way that Nova, a simple poison creature, could really do this. Nova's eyes began to shine with rage. She was furious with Soryong. Our boy panicked, not knowing what was happening. His eyes filled with surprise. He said nothing and in his thoughts asked her to get on top of his head. Nova obeyed and got on. Then Soryong hid behind a tree and asked her to try to find him. She did it without much difficulty. Soryong panicked, since this had not happened just once, but 3 times in a row. Nova let out a sigh and began to show a confident expression. It was as if her heart and Soryong's were connected by a strange energy. Soryong was in shock, not knowing what was happening. While the 2 centipedes were playing, Lady Huaying, who was somewhat worried about Nova, began to look for her, not knowing where she was. She approached the centipedes and asked them if they knew where Nova had gone, explaining that since she shed her skin, she had been wandering so much that it was hard to find her. Soryong, who was panting and carrying Nova on his back, began to run toward Huaying. His eyes were full of surprise. Our boy put his hands on his knees to catch his breath. Huaying asked if Soryong was okay, but immediately afterwards scolded Nova. She reminded her that she had told her not to go far because of the worry it caused her and insisted that she must inform her mother before going anywhere. With a surprised gaze, Soryong began to show Nova, revealing that this was not what mattered at the moment, but rather the fact that Nova understood human speech. Huaying's eyes were full of calmness as she remembered that Nova had always understood human speech. This was nothing new. Soryong couldn't help but sweat and feel somewhat confused. He panicked and explained that she understood him even when he was only thinking to himself, leaving Huaying somewhat surprised. Carrying Nova on his back, Soryong decided to go see the great patriarch to find out what was going on. With a worried gaze, Huaying suggested they go together. It was daytime and, several minutes later, they arrived at the Patriarch Hall. Our boy left Nova on the table and asked them to please take a look. He explained that Nova understood him just as well even when he only spoke in his mind. Considering that the other children couldn't do this, he proposed that perhaps it was due to the influence of the grand art. The great patriarch began to stroke his beard and his attention was fixed on her. With a serious expression, he explained that this was not the case. He pointed out that in the history of the Tong clan, more than a few people had accepted the poison of spiritual creatures. If supernatural abilities like this had been discovered, there should be records, but he had never seen or heard of them. Soryong's eyes widened with curiosity. With a serene expression, Huaying questioned what could be the cause. The great patriarch began to think. He concluded that this was undoubtedly due to the 5 venoms returning divine art. The patriarch interrupted his thoughts and confirmed that the grand art was created to absorb poison, and Soryong was the only one who had absorbed the poison of spiritual creatures using the 5 venoms returning divine art. The great patriarch came out of his trance and couldn't help but smile. He knew that the reason this was happening could be the influence of the southern barbarian beast palace, since they treated beasts as if they were their own limbs. Their secret, he concluded, could be embedded in the 5 venoms returning divine art. The patriarch began to stroke his beard. According to him, it would be impossible to find out why this was happening. Soryong's eyes filled with confusion. He didn't know why. The great patriarch explained that there was no reason for them to reveal their most precious secret. He added that if they found out they had mastered a martial art affected by that influence, it would be impossible to predict how they would react. Huaying felt somewhat worried, not knowing if there was any way to avoid this. The great patriarch closed his eyes and began to think, coming to the conclusion that it would not be easy, unless they owed them a great favor. A while later, Soryong came out of the Patriarch Hall. He was depressed since this was somewhat disappointing. He began to imagine himself with his pets. He had the hope of gathering Nova, Myra, Grace, Snow, Ice, golden-haired queen bees and Yohua to form something similar to the Bremen town musicians. While our boy was distracted, someone caught his attention, making him curious. When he turned around, he saw Commander Gupe, who greeted Soryong with a smile and expressed his joy at seeing that he was feeling better. Gupai started touching his head. According to him, it was lucky to have run into him there. He explained that there was a slight problem with the venomous creature garden and asked if he would like to accompany him. Soryong couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised to see that there was a problem. Soryong began to ponder. He decided that he should take care of the problem in the venomous creature garden first and then think about the southern barbarian beast palace. He realized that he had completely forgotten about the garden, since he had gone directly to the engagement ceremony as soon as he returned. His eyes began to shine with joy, and with a smile he decided to go together. Behind Gupai there was someone. He also wanted to entrust that person to Soryong. Soryong's eyes widened with curiosity. Behind Gupai was Yingying, who with a smile started running toward our boy to give him a hug. Soryong grabbed little Yingying's hand and they started walking with Gupai following them from behind. Our boy decided to take Yingying to the venomous creature garden, as she clung to him and wouldn't let go. He turned around and asked why Yingying was here. Gupai began to show a smile, explaining that she was there for treatment and would stay in the Tong clan for a while, since it was a request from Patriarch Peng. While little Yingying's eyes were shining with joy, with a smile, she asked her older brother why he hadn't come to see her if he had already been back for several days, explaining that this was exactly why she had been waiting for him today. Soryong felt somewhat surprised to notice that she had lost her front teeth in the meantime. Our boy began to show a forced smile and apologized to Yingying. He explained that he thought she had already gone back and asked her if she had gotten very bored being alone. She began to show a bag, making it clear that she hadn't been bored since she had been playing with Clicky. Soryong opened the bag and his eyes widened with curiosity. Gupai also came closer to see what the bag contained. The bag contained a spring beetle. The spring beetle, known in the West as click beetle, was characterized by its ability to produce a clicking sound when flipped onto its back. It was a pest that bored into potatoes and sweet potatoes and destroyed plant roots, but for children it turned out to be a familiar and adorable insect. Gupai felt somewhat confused, not knowing if it was a snapping beetle. Yingying made it clear that it was Clicky, not a snapping beetle. Soryong began to remember his childhood. As a young boy, he called these insects click bugs. This was the first insect he raised in his past life. He could consider it an introductory insect, the one that had led him to where he was today. He sat in front of her and with a smile realized that Ying Ying liked bugs. She nodded, affirming that she did like them, and she also liked Queen Bee and Clicky. Soryong's eyes began to shine with excitement, as she seemed like a small version of himself when he was young, and he wondered if he should give her some kind of training with poisonous creatures. He picked up Ying Ying in his arms and with a smile asked her if she would like to learn about insects with her older brother, assuring her that they were very special and fun. Ying Ying's eyes began to shine with joy and she couldn't help but smile. They started chatting among themselves. Gu Pei felt somewhat confused since he didn't know what to say to Patriarch Peng. They arrived at the venomous creature garden. Ying Ying's attention was fixed on a turtle. Soryong opened one of the drawers, which contained a striped snake. He turned and asked Gu Pei how the rat breeding was going. Gu Pei mentioned that at that moment, after giving birth only once or twice, there would no longer be a shortage, estimating that in about 2 months the population would probably exceed 1,000. Soryong noticed that the feeding of the tiger-striped water snake had been solved, so he wondered what was then the problem. Ying Ying took out the small turtle that was inside the cage and began playing with it. Gu Pei began to touch his head, explaining that the number of crickets they were raising as food was not increasing at all, and that because of this, some creatures were starving. With a confused gaze, Soryong put his hand under his chin. He wondered if they might be eating them again, like in the incident with the baby rats, since the crickets, no matter how many there were never enough. After thinking about the matter several times, he came to the conclusion that the only way was to find an alternative food source. At that moment, little Ying Ying began to cry, causing Soryong and Gu Pei to panic. He tried to calm her by asking if she was okay. Ying Ying continued crying, revealing that there was a strange smell, leaving Soryong somewhat confused. She began to show her hand, as a strange smell was coming from it. With a surprised expression, Soryong asked Ying Ying if he could see her silk pouch. Soryong opened the silk pouch using chopsticks and his eyes widened in surprise, realizing that it was just as he had thought. She had made the same mistake he did when he was young. He let out a sigh and asked her to look closely because these were not clickies, but something else. Ying Ying stopped crying. Using the chopsticks, Soryong took another bug out of the silk bag, and Gu Pei noticed that it was a flower weevil. The name of this insect was mealworm beetle. Upon reaching adulthood, it emitted a terrible stench when touched due to the substance secreted by its odoriferous glands. It looked similar to a click beetle, which is why this confusion sometimes happened. Showing one finger, Soryong explained that click beetles made a clicking sound with their abdomen, but the mealworm beetle did not, so she should not confuse them next time. With a gaze full of determination, Ying Ying clenched her fists and nodded her head. With a proud smile, Soryong told Ying Ying that, even so, she had done a good job, since her older brother really needed these friends. Gu Pei became somewhat confused, as he did not know why he would need those stinky insects. Showing the silk bag, Soryong's eyes began to shine with determination. He revealed that, from that moment on, they would raise the mealworm beetles that Ying Ying had caught in the venomous creature garden. Although it didn't seem like much, these mealworm beetles were actually the most commonly used food for insects and lizards. Soryong was happy, as it was the perfect moment. If they replaced the crickets with mealworms, the food supply would be sufficient. With a smile, he mentioned that, thanks to Ying Ying, they could take care of the immediate problem. He decided to go to the cricket breeding facility to see what the problem was. With a cheerful look, Gu Pei nodded. They went to the cricket breeding facility. Our boy put his hand under his chin and began observing carefully, noticing that the breeding facility and environment didn't seem to have any problems. He opened the cap of a jar and his eyes widened in confusion upon seeing that the cricket's legs were detached. His eyes filled with fear as he thought cannibalism was occurring. Because of this, the numbers were not increasing, leaving Gu Pei and the other in shock. He was sure he had given enough food to the crickets. Soryong turned toward him and with a serene smile revealed that he himself had experienced this problem when raising them on Hainan Island too, since sometimes these things happened regardless of food. Soryong began to ponder. He didn't know much about crickets either, which was somewhat frustrating. He was spicy Fabre, not just Faber, so unfortunately he did not possess the knowledge for large-scale breeding of ordinary non-poisonous insects. He knew this was a big problem, since they couldn't figure out the cause. At that moment, one of Gu Pei's men approached them, started touching his head and with a nervous smile mentioned that, if it was someone familiar with crickets, he just happened to know the right person. Gu Pei became somewhat curious upon seeing Huang Gion. He extended his hand toward him and explained to Soryong that, besides himself, Huang Gion was the only volunteer in the poison division. Soryong felt somewhat surprised to see that he had volunteered. This seemed trustworthy to him. With a nervous expression, Hwang Gyeon was honest. He admitted that sometimes he went to the cricket fighting arena to pass the time, although he clarified that he didn't do it often, just enough for some drinks. Our boy felt somewhat confused, but Hwang Gyeon explained that it was a game of chance where crickets fought each other and bets were placed. Since the bigger and stronger crickets were traded at high prices, they were usually raised in facilities inside the gambling den. There was a cricket caretaker there. Somewhere, where the light barely reached, someone began to pet a cricket. It was a woman with long hair. She had bandages all over her body and messy hair. Hwang Gyeon had heard that she knew everything about crickets. Night fell and the streets of the Tang clan lit up with red lanterns. Everyone had gone out to have fun. The women had put on makeup and the men were drinking. Not long after, Soryong, Gu-pei, Lady Huaying and Hwang Gyeon arrived at the place. They headed toward the gambling den in the capital to meet the cricket caretaker that Hwang Gyeon had told them about. Soryong and Gu-pei wore elegant suits. Our boy had thought they would use the Lightfoot technique, believing that their destination was far away. However, they were advised to dress well and use a carriage since they were heading to a gambling den. While he was distracted, someone informed him that they had already arrived at the gambling den in the capital, causing him to snap out of his trance. In front of them was a man next to two muscular guards. Gu-pei approached, extended his hand and informed the man that Lady Huaying, the direct descendant of the Tang family, and her fiancé Soryong were there, asking him to show them the way. The man's eyes widened in fear upon hearing that it was the direct descendant of the Tang family. He and his men greeted them with respect. The man introduced himself as the owner of the Golden Phoenix gambling house, welcomed them and expressed what a great honor their visit was. Seeing the man's attitude, Soryong couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. With a smile, Hwang Gyeon asked the owner if they could see the fighter crickets. The owner nodded his head, mentioning that on this very day the battle between the cricket generals was being held. He began to guide them and asked them to enter. Passing through curtains, Soryong and the others entered the betting den. Our boy's attention was fixed on several excited warriors standing around a table. A battle between two crickets was about to begin, and one of the men decided to bet all the prize money he had won last time. The crickets began staring at each other and then attacked. While the two creatures were fighting, people started cheering for the fight. Soryong was somewhat surprised to see that this is what a cricket fight looked like. With a smile, Hwang Gyeon asked if it wasn't exciting, explaining that the one who turned its back on the other would lose. One of the crickets gave a strong bite to the other in the abdomen, causing it to start fleeing from the fight. The owner of the winning cricket couldn't help but smile upon noticing that the battle of the cricket generals had ended. Not long after, several men began showing bags full of money. Hwang Gyeon revealed that they also immediately auctioned off the winning cricket general. According to rumors, one could reach a price of about 30 silver taels. Soryong was in shock at seeing so much money. His eyes began to shine with excitement and, with a smile, he decided that he might dedicate himself to selling crickets later on. With a serious look, Lady Huaying called our boy's attention, telling him that he had already seen enough and that it was time to go meet the caretaker. A few minutes later, they began to descend some stairs, and the owner opened the door to the basement of the place. He couldn't believe that they had come to meet the cricket caretaker. He explained indifferently that, although sometimes other guests wanted to see her, there was nothing special about the girl. Her only task was to feed the crickets and clean, since they didn't care who would win. The owner began pointing at the woman with his finger, revealing that she was the caretaker. He added with disdain that the girl was useless, and for this reason he left the care of the crickets to the brat. Finally, he complained about how incredibly gloomy she could be. The woman turned her back on him, and upon noticing this, the owner started shouting, demanding that she get up immediately. Soryong and Huaying were important guests. He couldn't believe that she wasn't even greeting them. With an expression full of fear, she stood up and apologized. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Upon observing closely, he realized that the caretaker was a woman. With eyes shining with fury, she began to stare at them silently. Soryong remained silent, approached her, extended his hand, and with a serene gaze mentioned that they came from the Sichuan Tong family, and that they simply had a question about the care of crickets, asking if they could consult her about something. She nodded her head. Showing one finger, our boy explained that he was raising several crickets in one place, but they kept eating each other. He wanted to know if she knew the reason for this. She began to ponder and then revealed it was because they wanted meat. She thought Soryong had probably only fed them grass. The crickets were omnivores, so it was necessary to give them meat to avoid cannibalism. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise, and then he began to think that this hadn't even occurred to him. Cannibalism was solely due to the lack of protein. The woman's body began to emit a strange aura. Soryong wondered if this was what it meant to be a true expert in crickets and knew he had to recruit her immediately. With a smile, our boy turned toward Lady Huaying and she understood what he had in mind. She took out a bag, extended her hand, and asked the owner if she could buy the woman. The owner was somewhat confused as he didn't understand why they wanted to buy the girl. With an arrogant smile he slapped her on the back, saying they could take her right then. However, the woman approached Lady Huaying, struck her with her hand, making the gold coin fly into the air, leaving Soryong and the others in shock. With a face full of rage, the owner grabbed her by the hair, demanded to know how she dared and if she was aware of who they were. He began to hit the girl, asking her to go with them, but she screamed that she didn't want to do it. Soryong panicked and told the owner to stop. With a sincere expression, Lady Huaying promised her that they would treat her kindly, and would even take her family to the Tang family if she wished. Even so, she refused again, saying that she did not want to go with them. The owner became even more furious and questioned whether he would have to get violent with her again. Gupai began observing in silence, without saying a single word. Soryong asked the owner to calm down and then with a curious expression asked if she had debts or if she was working in someone else's place. The owner said not exactly, then revealed that about 5 years ago, she had offered to work for him for free and he had taken her in. However, she wasn't good at attending customers, so he simply assigned her minor tasks, saying that she was just another mouth to feed. Our boy let out a sigh since he didn't know why she didn't want to leave with them. Gupai put his hand under his chin and started thinking. Then, he revealed that the girl reminded him of himself before he came under the protection of the Tang family. Soryong's eyes filled with confusion and surprise. Gupai asked the owner if they could take her with them for just 1 day, explaining that they would feed her and try to persuade her. The owner couldn't help but smile and gave them permission to do whatever they wanted. With a kind expression, Gupai asked the girl what she thought about going out to get some fresh air with them. She began looking down at the ground and then nodded her head. Noticing this, Gupai promised to come back for her the next day. Soryong let out a sigh of relief and Lady Huaying began to show a smile. A while later, they took the woman to the Tang family guest residence within the capital and offered her food. Soryong was somewhat surprised since he didn't know that the Tang family had a building in the capital. Gupai mentioned that this place was like the branch of the Sichuan Tang family in the capital. The 2 inns, 8 pharmacies and 5 restaurants in this alley all belonged to the Tang family. He added that later he would show him the trading company and escort agency. A trading company was an organization made up of merchants, while an escort agency was a business dedicated to delivering goods for a fee. Soryong's jaw dropped in shock upon learning that the entire alley belonged to the Tang family. His grandfather and father-in-law only practiced martial arts all day, so he had always wondered how the family managed to survive. Certainly, he did not expect this. With a curious expression, Gupai asked the woman if she could now tell them why she didn't want to leave, assuring her that if she was in trouble, they could help her. Soryong began to whisper and told Lady Huaying that the woman still hadn't said a word. Lady Huaying mentioned that she also wasn't touching the food or the tea. Gupai noticed that she seemed to be holding some kind of grudge against someone. He told her not to worry and to tell them about it, reminding her that this was the Sichuan Tang family. The woman placed her hands on top of the table and stood up, then she bowed before our boy, leaving him in shock. She introduced herself as Song Nauk from Song Village, a place not very far away. Lady Huaying was in shock to see that the woman had finally spoken. With a calm look, our boy questioned if there was any reason why she didn't want to leave the gambling house. The woman began to stand up and then brushed aside the hair that covered her face, causing Soryong's and the others' eyes to widen in surprise. The woman had a pretty face, but also burn marks. Soryong couldn't help going into shock, while on his side Gupai wondered how someone could have burned a woman's face like that. She decided to tell the truth, declaring that she had to take revenge no matter what it cost. She clenched her teeth tightly and while tears of sadness and rage were emerging from her eyes, she made it clear that she would not leave that place under any circumstances until her grudge was resolved. Song Naik decided to tell her past. Her story dated back to a quiet day in the areas near the Sichuan Song village, where she and her younger sister, Naeun, lived in the small town where the Song family gathered. After losing their parents at a young age, Song Nauk took it upon herself to raise her younger sister, and because of this, they both became quite well known in the village, due to their beautiful appearance, and especially their pearl-white skin. They were known as the Jade Sisters. Naeun, in a sad tone, asked her older sister if she couldn't skip work that day. With a smile, Nak explained that the neighboring village wasn't far. She promised she would help with the festival work and return immediately, asking her to wait a little. Nayeon started shouting, saying she didn't want to be alone that day and would rather go with her. The truth was, that day was Nayeon's birthday. Stroking little Nayeon's head, Naek apologized. She couldn't let her suffer too. This was something she had already promised their parents. On the ground was a jar with several crickets, and Nayeok knew that even if her sister felt lonely, she should stay and play with them until she returned. Nayeon calmed down a bit, but still with tears in her eyes, she mentioned that even cricket fights were more fun with two people. Naek reached into her bag and let out a sigh. Noticing this, Nayeon became somewhat curious. Naek took out an incense pouch, which she had been hiding as a birthday gift. She reminded her sister that this was what she had wanted last time. The incense pouch was a small bag filled with aromatic herbs for perfume. Little Nayeon was in shock. Since she recognized it as an incense pouch, she knew it must be very expensive. Naek explained that she had gotten it as a reward for helping out the previous time. She was giving it to her in advance, asking her to please wait patiently that day. Nayeon grabbed the incense pouch and thanked her older sister, promising to treasure it. Now that Nayeon had calmed down, Naek decided to leave. With her eyes shining with joy, Nayeon began to say goodbye to her sister, asking her to come back as soon as possible and assuring her that she would be waiting. Seeing how happy her sister was, Naek couldn't help but feel joyful. However, more guests arrived than expected, so things took longer, and the promised time quickly passed. Once night fell, the workers lit lanterns and warned Naek to be careful, as it was dark and she could get hurt. She asked them to excuse her. Nayeon must be hungry, so she needed to hurry. As she wanted to celebrate her sister's birthday with the delicious festival food, she rushed off without a lantern. In the middle of the night, there was a man in her village. The man turned a corner and the heedless Naek bumped into him. She apologized, and the man advised her to watch where she was going. At that moment, her eyes widened in surprise. The man turned his back and started running, leaving a trail of scent behind him. Naek's attention was fixed on him. As she could smell the incense pouch coming from this man, she felt a little worried. It seemed strange, as outsiders were not often seen in the village, but she simply dismissed it and headed home. A few minutes later, she arrived at her house, announcing her arrival. She was confused, not knowing why everything was so quiet, wondering if her sister had gotten tired of waiting and fallen asleep. She lit a small candle and opened the door. The only thing she could see was the destroyed furniture of the house, her sister lying on the floor with her clothes torn and covered in blood. Naek dropped the candle to the floor and, with tears in her eyes, rushed to see if her little sister was okay. Her eyes filled with fear and sadness as she wondered what the hell had happened. This simply couldn't be happening. The candle set the house on fire. Noticing this, one of the men started pointing at the house and shouting about the fire, recognizing it as Naek's house. Not long after, someone emerged from the burning house. It was Naek, carrying her little sister in her arms. She began to pant heavily, and just before she could reveal what had happened, she lost consciousness and fell to the ground. The others panicked, shouting for someone to call the physician. Naek's eyes were filled with sadness, and the only thing she could see was her house in flames. Back in the present, Soryong finally realized why she had that scar on her face. With a sincere expression, Naek revealed that when she regained consciousness, more than 2 weeks had already passed. An elderly couple was taking care of her. Naek's body was covered in bandages, and she still had burns all over her body. The old man began to cry, explaining that he had asked the escort agency to find that bastard, but they couldn't, and that it wouldn't be easy. The old woman apologized, admitting she didn't know how she could face Hyungnam after this. The only thing Naek could do was cry in silence. Just as all life grows dormant in late autumn, her heart also slowly faded away. The only communication she had with the world were the small whimpers she made when they changed the cloths to treat her burn wounds. Time flowed like a river, and when winter passed and spring arrived, the crickets awoke again. The image of her little sister in the burning house came to her mind. Her little sister asked her big sis to please catch that bastard and relieve her grudge. In the middle of the night, Naek woke up and her eyes widened in fear. She went out into the garden and sat down. It was when the chirping of the crickets sounded like Nayeon's voice that she regained her senses. Naek clenched her fist tightly, and her eyes began to shine with rage. She knew she had to find and kill that bastard. All that remained was a grudge deeply rooted in her bones. The next day, she told the old man something, causing him to panic. With a confused expression, he questioned where she was going, reminding her that she wasn't even fully healed yet. Naek was sincere and revealed that every night, Nayeon screamed in pain. She couldn't stand still. As her sister, she had to avenge her. The old man felt even more confused, questioning how a woman like her could carry out revenge, especially when she didn't even know who that bastard was. The old woman admitted that her husband was right and advised Nayak to take better care of herself. The old man and woman even locked the door so she couldn't leave. But every night, the sound of the crickets strengthened her determination even more. In the end, she secretly escaped during the night and left the village. With a sad gaze, she asked them to stay healthy. Nock's attention was fixed on the pouch. She gripped the pouch tightly and asked her sister Nayan to wait just a little longer. The first place she went was the city because the bastard had headed in that direction. She didn't know his face, but just like the red scars left on her body, this unforgettable voice was engraved in her like a brand, and she swore to find him no matter what. She dedicated herself to talking to random men. Of course, no one looked at her kindly. Time began to pass, and 2 years later, on a rainy night, she arrived at the Golden Phoenix gambling house, right during the season when the crickets sang again. Her body shivering from the cold, she asked the owner if she could take shelter from the rain for a moment. The owner was somewhat furious. He called her a brat, yelling that she was ruining his business and to get lost. At that moment, a man walked past her and seemed annoyed by the smell she gave off. Hearing this, Nayak's eyes widened in surprise. With a piercing gaze, the man mentioned that this smell was ruining his mood and told her to get lost. Nayak was in shock, and memories of her little sister lying in the house came to her mind. She hadn't forgotten, she couldn't forget. She had finally found the owner of that voice. Soryong and Hwaying became somewhat curious as they wanted to know what happened next. Nok mentioned that while wandering the city, she approached a beggar who told her that the bastard frequently visited a gambling house. Soryong finally understood why she had worked at the gambling house. With a sad gaze, she explained that she initially thought of following him secretly and stabbing him. However, the beggar told her he was a martial artist, so it was impossible for a woman like her to get revenge on him. The beggar told her that the best way was to poison the alcohol or food he consumed, so she put poison in the drinks she offered him. But even that failed. Apparently, the poison she bought in an alley wasn't really poisonous. After this, she started taking care of the crickets in the basement. Every time she heard their chirping, she remembered Naeun's face. Then, she would be half insane, only to regain her senses again and again. Naek gritted her teeth tightly, and her eyes filled with tears. With a gaze full of anger and rage, she swore that she must kill that bastard and that she could not leave that place until she did. With a confused expression, Soryong began to whisper, explaining to Gupai and Lady Hwaying that, although her circumstances were clear, he was doubtful of the situation. She needed to raise the crickets, but hearing their chirping made her faint. Her mind seemed deeply disturbed. Lady Hwaying was honest. She explained that this only showed the depth of Naek's resentment, and that once she got her revenge, she would heal. She reasoned that if they helped someone with such a deep grudge, she would never betray them, also becoming a good member for their Tang clan. Gupai admitted that Lady Hwaying was right. He explained to Soryong that before he could avenge his own parents, he used to talk to himself in the rain. But after the Tang family carried out the revenge for him, it was as if everything had been purified. Gupai's attention fixed on her. Now he understood why he had seen himself reflected in this woman. Soryong began to ponder, and he started to watch Gupai. Gupai nodded his head. With a confident smile, our boy stood up and got Naok's attention, making her somewhat curious. He placed his hand over his chest and assured Naok that they would help her settle that grudge, asking if, once they did, she could promise to become part of their clan. Naek's eyes widened in surprise. She asked if they could really help her, swearing that if they did, she would serve them with her life until her last breath. Our boy asked her not to worry and to simply entrust it to them. Soryong began to gaze towards the floor, and as his eyes were shining, he asked who exactly that bastard was. Naek felt somewhat surprised. She grew nervous and began to hesitate, unsure whether to tell the truth. After mulling it over, she was filled with determination, clenched her fist, and revealed that the bastard was the third son of the Great Harmony Gate, named Jin Daisung. With a confident smile, Soryong placed a hand on his chest. He would take care of Jin Daisung and destroy him completely. Lady Hwaying's and Gupai's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Hwaying panicked and asked Naek if she was sure the killer was the third son of the Great Harmony Gate. Naek nodded, promising she was telling the truth. Soryong grew a bit confused and asked if there was a problem. Gupai's attention turned to our boy, and he revealed that the Great Harmony Gate was a sect that belonged to the same orthodox faction as them. In Sichuan, they were the most powerful after the Tang, Amei, and Qingcheng. Soryong was in shock, not knowing it was such a powerful sect. Lady Huaying placed a hand under her chin and began to ponder. According to her, if what Jin Daisheng had done was true, then his sect didn't matter. She began to whisper, revealing that the problem was the pact their clan had made with the Great Harmony Gate. Her great-grandfather had once received great help from them. Because of this, even if the Great Harmony Gate committed a grave offense or a crime worthy of death, they had to, at least once, unconditionally yield or forgive it. Soryong's eyes widened in fear, realizing this meant he could do whatever he wanted. Lady Huaying mentioned that in the Murim, oaths and promises were extremely important, especially when made in the name of a technique, a clan, or a nickname. They were sacred and had to be fulfilled. Nayak approached them and asked if there was a problem. Hearing her voice, Soryong panicked and with a forced smile, assured her there was no problem. He was just surprised it was someone like that. He told her they would take care of the rest, asking her not to worry and to get some rest. Nayak's eyes filled with tears and gratitude. She didn't know how to express her gratefulness, as she could finally avenge Nayun. Not long after, she collapsed to the ground and fell asleep. Lady Huaying noted that she seemed to have relaxed too suddenly, and proposed that, first, they should take Miss Nayak to the Tang residence to rest. Gu Pei crossed his arms. He knew this would be more complicated than expected. Soryong nodded. He knew he would first have to talk to his grandfather and his father-in-law, and he was sure that, even if it was about an oath, they would understand. The next day, once the sun rose, Soryong and Huaying went to the Tang clan's patriarch's hall. Everyone remained silent, creating tension. With a serious expression, the Grand Patriarch made it clear that the Great Harmony Gate was a prestigious sect in Sichuan and its leader a righteous man, but from a tiger father, a dog son had been born. The Patriarch clasped his hands. He was somewhat confused and surprised, as he couldn't believe Soryong wanted to avenge a woman even knowing about the oath they had with the Great Harmony Gate. Soryong was sincere and asked his father-in-law to grant him permission. The Patriarch began to ponder. Although the circumstances were understandable, the oath of his ancestors was tied to the honor of the Tang clan. He reasoned that if they started making exceptions just because of circumstances, people could no longer make oaths with the Tang clan or trust them. The Grand Patriarch simply nodded in agreement. The Patriarch stood up and forbade the Tang clan's lineage or its poison from helping the woman. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise. He stood up and begged his father-in-law to reconsider. The Patriarch stood firm in his decision, declaring that he had nothing more to say on the matter. Just as Soryong was about to insist further, Lady Huaying grabbed his hand, winked at him, and told her father that she understood and they would do as he commanded. Our boy couldn't help but feel a bit confused. Lady Huaying started to show a smile. She had found the loophole in the order. It was forbidden for the Tang clan's lineage or its poison to help the woman. This meant that, so there would be no suspicion of the clan's involvement, their poison would not be used, and Soryong would be allowed to act on his own. She revealed that Soryong was not of the Tang clan's bloodline. The Patriarch turned his back to them and with a smile, questioned why they were still here. Our boy was somewhat surprised, realizing this was what the Patriarch had meant all along. Huaying suggested they leave quickly as there was much to do if they were going to help Nayak. Soryong clenched his fists, knowing they had permission and that this was the moment to prove his worth as the son-in-law of the Tang clan. He began to imagine himself capturing Jin Daisheng, reasoning that the initiation ceremony into an organization always involved eliminating someone. The next day, early in the morning, Gu Pei, who was holding a scroll, met with Soryong. He let him know that, although they had received permission, they had to avoid involving the clan's name at all costs, so he would discreetly investigate Jin Daisheng's movements. Soryong asked Gu Pei to take care of it. The first step was to confirm Jin Daisheng's whereabouts and movements. Squad leader Gu Pei, who was a member of the Poisonous Extermination Squad, decided to gather the information. With a smile, our boy went to Nayak's room. Upon opening the door, he saw Lady Huaying and Nayak drinking tea. Soryong greeted them and then asked Nayak if she had rested well. Nayak, who was wearing the Tang clan's attire and had her hair tied up, nodded and thanked him for his help. Soryong couldn't help but smile and feel joyful. Miss Nok had decided to stay at the Tang residence for a while. They had bathed her, changed her clothes, and even fixed her hair, and now her face looked much better. Soryong took out a bag and mentioned that he had brought medicine for the burns from the Tang clan. Nok thanked him again, admitting that she didn't know how she could repay this debt. Soryong sat down and, with an expression full of curiosity, asked if he could ask her about the crickets. Nok nodded. As Soryong's eyes were shining with joy, he began to raise a finger and was about to ask his question. But just at that moment, Gu Pei, who was panting heavily, opened the door to the room. Soryong's attention fixed on him, and he asked squad leader Gu Pei if he had already returned from confirming the information. Gupai got nervous and revealed that he had met a guest on the way. Behind Gupai stood a man with long hair and a long beard, wearing a hat. The man's attention was fixed on them. With a smile, he took off his hat and recognized Lady Huaying, greeting her as the poisonous flower and commenting on how long it had been since he'd last seen her. Lady Huaying stood up, introducing herself as Tang Huayan of the Sichuan Tong clan, and greeted the elder beggar emperor. Soryong felt somewhat confused, not knowing who this guy was, so Lady Huaying asked him to be respectful, explaining that he was the elder beggar emperor, one of the 3 emperors, just like the elder fist emperor. Hearing this, Soryong's eyes widened in fear and surprise, realizing that this was one of the 3 emperors, just like the leader of the Murim alliance. Soryong immediately greeted the beggar emperor, introducing himself as Wei Soryong. The beggar emperor had heard that the fist emperor taught him his martial arts, so he had come to see who he was. Naek's eyes filled with surprise as she recognized the beggar emperor. Lady Huaying questioned if she knew him, and Naek explained that he was the beggar grandfather who had helped her in Chengdu. She added that she didn't know he was such an important person and apologized for her lack of respect. The beggar emperor told her not to worry, as he was now just an old man in the shadows. Huaying became somewhat curious and asked the beggar emperor what brought him to the Tang clan and if perhaps he had come about the matter of the Great Harmony Gate. The beggar emperor couldn't help but laugh, admitting that, as expected of the poisonous flower, she was very astute. Lady Huaying panicked, thinking he had come to stop Naek. The beggar emperor placed his hand under his chin and questioned how he could stop her after knowing the girl's situation. He clarified that since there was no clear proof, he couldn't intervene directly, but he had come to help a little. Soryong approached and asked him how he could help without intervening directly. The beggar emperor began to ponder. With a smile, he revealed that he would help with information, as he was curious to see how the Fist Emperor's successor would resolve this. He had his young ones investigate the events from a few years ago. Jin Daisheng was a truly problematic guy, the worst of villains, who violated women and didn't hesitate to murder. It was only because of his sect's influence that he hadn't been caught. The emperor suspected about 5 cases in total, including 2 in Chengdu and in the slums outside the city. Apparently, even the Great Harmony Gate considered him a problem. Soryong felt even more furious, realizing this was much worse than he thought. Stroking his beard, the beggar emperor mentioned that since the Song Village incident, Jin Daisheng had kept a low profile. He hadn't gone out, except for his visits to the gambling house every 3 days, and that's why he had advised Naek to use poison. Soryong coughed. He figured the only way to deal with him would be at the gambling house, and he wondered if he should try poisoning him, just like Miss Naek did. Lady Huaying made it clear that Soryong couldn't use the Tang clan's poison. Our boy approached Naek and, with a curious expression, asked her how she was able to distinguish that bastard's food or drink among so many people. With a sincere look, Naek revealed that every time he came, he made very specific and demanding requests, so this information always reached the kitchen. Soryong was a bit confused, but she revealed that whenever food with ingredients like crab or shrimp was served, he would ask for them to be removed from his portion. That's why she poisoned that food, although it wasn't real poison. The beggar emperor remembered that the guy had said something broke out on his body just from tasting it. Connecting the dots, Soryong realized that Guy had an allergy to crustaceans, and a very severe one at that. Our boy started thinking about crab, shrimp, and the protein they contained, tropomyosin. Several seconds later, with a confident smile, he got squad leader Gupei's attention and asked him to go immediately to the poison storage to bring him yellow worm powder. Gupei was confused, not understanding why he was suddenly asking for yellow worm powder. Soryong started to laugh wickedly, and everyone's attention fixed on him, not knowing what he had in mind. Holding up a finger and smiling, Soryong revealed that he was going to kill that guy in a brilliant way. Crossing his arms, Soryong began to imagine a worm and decided to call this operation Savory Death. He realized that the root cause of Jin Daisheng's shellfish allergy was precisely tropomyosin, a protein component that constitutes muscle. Tropomyosin was present in most animals, but unlike the version in vertebrates, which was 90% similar to the human one, the invertebrate version had a much lower similarity, and this was what caused the allergy. The important thing was that tropomyosin was found in great abundance in mealworms, even in a much higher quantity than in crustaceans like shrimp or crabs. While our boy was distracted, Gupei opened the door with a bag in hand, informing him that he had brought the mealworms as requested. Soryong got to work and started cooking while Lady Huaying and Gupei watched in silence. He took out the mealworms, boiled them in hot water, and then lightly stir-fried them in a hot wok. Soryong prepared a delicious dish and placed it on the table. With a smile, he asked everyone to try this stir-fried mealworm. Naek, the beggar emperor, and Lady Huaying began to stare at the dish with expressions full of contempt, wondering in horror if he was really asking them to eat this. Soryong nodded, promising it was very tasty and delicious. They decided to trust Soryong, and the first person to try Soryong's dish was the beggar emperor. Lady Huaying and Naok remained silent, not knowing what to do. Without wasting any more time, Lady Huaying grabbed a mealworm and put it in her mouth. The taste left them impressed. Both she and the beggar emperor were in shock. It was delicious. They couldn't understand how an insect could be so tasty. Noticing this, Soryong's eyes began to shine with joy. Of course, it was delicious, so much so that it was known as gosoe for being a savory larva. In his past life, it had been a surprisingly popular snack. With a curious expression, the beggar emperor admitted it was tasty but asked how he planned to assassinate Jin Daisheng with this. Our boy crossed his arms, then, showing a finger and a confident smile, he reminded them how it was mentioned that Jin Daisheng had a reaction when eating things like crab and shrimp. He explained that what was harmless to one person could be a poison to another. Just like crab or shrimp, these mealworms also contained an ingredient that was a poison to him. Lady Huaying realized it was similar to how Lady Yongyong was sensitive to bee venom. Soryong explained that if they ground it finely and mixed it with other food, it would only add a delicious flavor, and there would be no reason to suspect murder by poisoning. With a smile, the beggar emperor began to stroke his beard, realizing that this was what Soryong meant by killing him in a savory way. Soryong began to ponder and mentioned that the more they added, the more certain the effect would be, so they would add a generous amount. The problem was deciding which food to put this in. Nok raised her hand and in a calm tone, mentioned that she had a good idea. Soryong became curious, wondering what she had in mind. She extended her hand and proposed putting the mealworms in Ryatagan, as they often ate it at the gambling house. Hearing this, Soryong felt a bit confused. In a serious tone, she explained that Ryatagan was made of glutinous rice with red bean paste inside. Sometimes, its exterior was covered with syrup and then with soybean powder. If they mixed this mealworm powder with the soybean powder and coated it, it would be perfect. An idea came to Soryong's mind, a glutinous rice cake soaked in yellow worm powder, and on top, covered with a sticky syrup. This was the perfect dish to die of asphyxiation. It was perfect for a murder. Clenching her fist tightly, she asked Soryong to let her make the Ryatagan. Only if she made it with her own hands would she feel that she had been freed from this grudge. Stroking his beard, the beggar emperor nodded. He agreed that revenge should come from her own hands. His last meal, a Ryatagan covered in insect powder, was a fitting end for trash like him. Our boy decided to ask the owner of the gambling house to let her do the cooking for a day. With a worried gaze, Lady Huaying proposed that, just in case, they should participate in the gambling to keep him there and prevent him from escaping. A smile spread across Soryong's face, and his eyes began to glint with malice. This plan was becoming more and more flawless, a plan from which he could not escape alive. A few days later, Jin Daisheng, holding a bag full of coins alongside his bodyguard, headed for the Golden Phoenix gambling house. The owner greeted him respectfully, welcoming him. With an arrogant expression, Jin Daisheng dismissed the greetings and demanded liquor and women at his usual table. Just then, the owner apologized, informing him that the table was already occupied by special guests. Jin Daisheng felt somewhat confused, and when he entered the place, his eyes widened in surprise. At the table where Jin Daisheng usually sat, Soryong and Lady Huaying were gambling. Jin Daisheng's attention was fixed on the beautiful Lady Huaying, whom he recognized as Tang Huaying, the poison flower of the Sichuan Tang clan. Jin Daisheng approached and with a smile, greeted Huaying respectfully, mentioning that he didn't expect to see her in this place. With a confused gaze, Huaying asked who he was. With a nervous expression, Jin Daisheng introduced himself as the third son of the Great Harmony Gate, reminding her that he had visited her some time ago and asking if she didn't remember. Soryong interrupted the chat because he had won a bet. Showing a confident expression, he asked Lady Huaying what she thought of his skills. While Huaying's eyes were shining with admiration, she admitted that Soryong was incredible. Jin Daisheng became confused and asked his bodyguard who Soryong was. His bodyguard replied that he had heard the poison flower had a fiancé and presumed that it was him. Soryong began to smile, and Jin Daisheng panicked. He couldn't believe it. He wondered how that weak-looking wimp could have such a beautiful woman by his side, when even he hadn't managed it. His eyes began to glint with malice. He remembered that woman from the Song clan from a few years ago. According to him, she hadn't been bad at all. His mouth watered at the memory. If she hadn't resisted so much, he wouldn't have ended up killing her by accident. It was a shame her older sister wasn't there, as they said she was even more beautiful. Just then, he approached the table and Soryong's and Hwaying's attention fixed on him. Jin Daisheng sat down across from them, extended his hand, and declaring it was an honor to meet the Poison Flower's fiancé, asked if he would like to have a game with him. Soryong didn't refuse. A smile spread across Jin Daisheng's face. Whatever the case, this was a good opportunity. He was going to crush him completely and ridicule him in front of everyone. A moment later, Jin Daeseung's arrogant and confident expression vanished completely, leaving him in shock. Soryong won yet again, and Lady Hwaying began to cheer him on. Jin Daeseung couldn't help but feel somewhat confused, not knowing what was happening. According to him, this was ridiculous. Soryong grabbed the bag of coins, and all Jin Daisheng could do was stare. He had been losing non-stop for an hour and had already lost half of his money. Soryong grabbed the bags of coins and with a smile, said it was getting late and that he had to go. Soryong and the others left. Furious, Jin Daisheng clenched his teeth and fist tightly, cursing the tremendous humiliation this represented. He let out a sigh and tried to calm down, thinking it was just a bad streak. Then he told the servant to bring him something to eat, as he was a bit hungry after all the tension. His attention was caught by some men who were eating. One of them mentioned that the ryatagan was especially delicious, much better than the ones sold in the market. With a curious gaze, he turned to the servant and asked if it was really that delicious. With a smile, the servant mentioned that it was especially delicious today and asked if the young master would like to try some. The servant brought the dish, and Jin Daisheng decided to try a little. Grabbing a piece, he took a bite. It was really delicious. He noticed that the more he chewed it, the crunchier and more delicious it felt. Not long after, Jin Daisheng's face twisted in pain, causing him to fall from his chair to the ground. He placed his hands on his neck, feeling a familiar sensation. Hearing the commotion, Soryong and the others started running towards him, worried about what had happened. The bodyguard revealed that the young master had collapsed after eating the ryatagan. Soryong asked the bodyguard to step aside for a moment to attend to him. Worried, the bodyguard asked Jin Daisheng to hang on for a bit. Foaming at the mouth and with his eyes full of tears, Jin Daisheng grabbed Soryong by the shirt, begging for help. But not long after, his eyes widened in surprise. As a sinister aura emanated from Soryong's body, he began to stare at Jin Daisheng and asked him if he had enjoyed the ryatagan. With a cold expression, he told him that for the crime he had committed in the Song clan's village, he hoped he would regret it forever, even in the afterlife. Furious, Jin Daesung grabbed Soryong by the collar, not knowing how this bastard knew about that. Soryong pushed Jin Daesung's hand away, exclaiming that he seemed to be suffering horribly. Jin Daesung started screaming in pain, and Soryong mentioned that if the patient struggled too much, he wouldn't be able to channel his internal energy, and asked the others to hold him down. Everyone rushed to help and began to grab Jin Daisheng, who slowly began to suffocate. That delicious taste left in his mouth became his last memory in life. The next day, Soryong and Lady Hwaying met with the elderly couple who had taken care of Naok. The old man bowed his head before them and asked them to take good care of their Naok, as he couldn't imagine how much the little one must have suffered. Soryong assured them that she was now part of the Tang clan, so they shouldn't worry. As the wind blew, Naok began to walk towards a grave in silence. Soryong's attention was fixed on her, leaving him somewhat curious. Before returning to the Tang clan, they had visited the Song clan's village. Luckily, Jin Daisheng's case was resolved without a trace. Normally, there would have been an investigation into possible poisoning, but since he was a son rejected by his own family, it seemed they did their best to keep the matter from going public. Tears began to well up in Naok's eyes. She rested her hands on her sister's grave and couldn't help but cry, wondering if she had taken too long. Overwhelmed by guilt, she lamented not having come home earlier that day, repeating over and over that she was sorry. Soryong couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised, and he realized that even the crickets were crying. Lady Hwaying's eyes widened with sadness. She remembered that Miss Naok had told her that the song of the crickets reminded her of her younger sister's voice. Soryong wondered what her younger sister might be saying to her at that very moment. As the sun was setting and the crickets were crying, the only thing Naok could do was feel guilty for not having gotten home sooner. The sun was setting in the alleys of Sichuan's capital. Not far away, a man in a hat was eating. It was the beggar emperor, who was enjoying the dish prepared by Soryong. He couldn't help but smile, because although it might seem unpleasant, it was truly rich and delicious. To him, Soryong's plan, a savory revenge, confirmed that our boy was a truly interesting guy. Two people were observing the beggar emperor in silence, Noticing this, his expression turned serious. Clenching his fist, he demanded that they come out, declaring that only a thief would lurk in hiding like that. Realizing they had been discovered, they felt somewhat confused. Without wasting any more time, they came out of their hiding spot and descended behind the beggar emperor. The man acknowledged that, as expected, the emperor's perception was still incredibly sharp and asked him what he of all people was doing in this place. The man was one of the 5 emperors, the divine thief Kang Ji-ho, and the girl was his disciple, Cho Yong-ryon. Crossing his arms, Kang Ji-ho felt offended by the term thief. He reproached him, saying that after not seeing each other for so long, this was his way of greeting him. The beggar emperor felt somewhat confused, wondering how else he was supposed to address a thief. With a nervous smile, Kang Ji-ho suggested that divine thief sounded much better. Besides, he reminded him that his disciple was present and asked him to show a little dignity. Yong-ryon greeted the emperor with respect, leaving him somewhat confused. For him, dealing with that bastard alone was already enough of a headache, and the fact that he now had a disciple too only heralded more trouble in the future. With a curious expression, the beggar emperor asked what brought them to Sichuan. With a nervous smile, Kang Ji-ho explained that he had something to ask. He was looking for the person with the greatest knowledge of silkworms in all the Central Plains. Pointing to his wrist, Kang Ji-ho explained that his sacred item, the heavenly silks, had recently broken. He had believed they would last forever, but he guessed that even it had a lifespan. His tradition was to pass on the heavenly silks once the disciple's training was complete, but at this rate, he wouldn't be able to pass anything on to her. The beggar emperor placed a hand under his chin and began to ponder. For this case, he did know a guy. Kang Ji-ho was anxious to know who this guy was. The beggar emperor began to smile, and his eyes shone with confidence. The image of Soryong came to his mind, because in all the Central Plains, he might be the man who knew the most about insects. A few days later, it was dawn in the poison garden. Soryong was screaming in pain. One of Gupai's men was hitting him on the back with a whip, telling him to endure just a little longer. Not far away, Lady Huaying and the small centipedes were observing in silence. Soryong was cultivating the iron coffer art, a unique martial art of the Fist Emperor based on poison. In short, this was a technique that strengthened him the more he was beaten, almost to the point of death. The method consisted of tensing his muscles upon receiving a blow and, at that exact moment, circulating his chi to harden his body. With a cheerful gaze, Lady Huaying and the centipedes began to cheer our boy on. The man gripped the whip tightly, declaring that this was where it truly began. One of the centipede's attention was fixed on it, and its eyes began to shine with excitement as it remembered when Lady Huaying used to caress them with a feather. Without wasting another second, it leaped from Huaying's arms, causing her eyes to widen in confusion. As the whip was slowly approaching, it jumped and put itself in the path of the lash. Noticing this, Soryong, whose back was covered in wounds, panicked. Luckily, he was quick, and using his arm, he grabbed the small centipede and then took the full force of the lash on his back. Our boy placed the centipede on the ground and began to pant heavily, knowing it had been a close call. Lady Huaying felt somewhat worried for our boy. She scolded the little one, Hyanga, for its dangerous action, wondering in exasperation if they couldn't have a single day of peace. Soryong, somewhat surprised, asked if Hyanga got into trouble often. Letting out a sigh, Lady Huaying explained that Hyanga was such an energetic creature that it simply couldn't stay still. From the moment it opened its eyes, it would start causing trouble. The last time, it had chased a butterfly, and it ended in enormous chaos. Soryong was in shock, as the little one could have been seriously hurt. The centipede sister started to scold Hyanga. To Soryong, seeing another centipede scold Hyanga was something anyone who had ever raised a pet knew. Even within the same species, each individual had a different personality. Apparently, Hyanga was curious and mischievous. Since Cho had recently caused a major incident, Hyanga seemed to hold the title of resident troublemaker for now. Cho, being the eldest, was sensible and charismatic. She kept the younger ones in line, being strict when necessary. Finally, there was Bina. She was usually quiet, but deep down, she was a tsundere who held the greatest affection for him. Her only small problem was that she slept a lot. To Soryong, this confirmed that, although they looked similar, the three had their own unique personalities and were special creatures. His wish was for them to grow up healthy and strong so they could become great blue venom sovereigns, just like their mother. Lady Huaying approached the small centipedes, asking them to come to Mama. Soryong couldn't help but smile. While they were distracted, Nyok and Gupai appeared. Gupai greeted Soryong with respect, while Naok held a jar. Soryong commented that they were both up and working hard, and his eyes expanded in surprise upon noticing that the poison unit's uniform suited Naok really well. With a nervous smile, Naok thanked him. With a curious gaze, Soryong asked her how her life in the Tang clan was going. She explained that everyone treated her much better than she deserved and that the work was also manageable. With a cheerful expression, she opened the lid of the jar, announcing that these were the things he had asked for. Soryong approached, and his eyes widened with curiosity. He felt happy to see that the jar was full of crickets. Gupai was honest, admitting that this might be more crickets than they could use and that it was because Naok handled everything so meticulously. Naok couldn't help but feel a bit sad, and our boy figured that being too good at your job could also be a problem. With a confident smile, he declared that, in that case, he would make sure to bring new members to the poison garden soon. Gupai, somewhat surprised, asked him if he was finally going out to capture new poisonous creatures. Crossing his arms, our boy nodded, explaining that while they could stop raising them, honestly, the best way to use them was as food for other beasts. Lady Huaying, somewhat worried, approached and interrupted them, advising Soryong that, before doing this, they should probably wait for news from the Martial Alliance. Her eyes filled with fear as she explained that to go on an expedition and gather them, they would need an official permit, and with the blood cult situation, it wasn't easy to get permission to go out at the moment. She had heard that the alliance leader had personally led the raid on the border of the Daiwell nation, but since then, there had been no news. Hearing this, Soryong's and Gupai's eyes began to shine with anger. While they were talking, a servant came running, making them somewhat curious. Huaying asked her what was happening, as she was in such a hurry. The servant informed them that the clan head was calling them to the clan head's hall, as he had something to tell both of them. This left them somewhat confused and surprised. Both went to the clan head's hall, where the patriarch clasped his hands and began to ponder in silence. Soryong's and Lady Huaying's attention was fixed on him. Soryong felt the tension in the air. He wondered what this could be about, as the clan head would normally be busy at this time, and he questioned if something had happened again. His father-in-law's strange smile seemed ominous. The patriarch decided to speak and, laughing, told his son-in-law that he brought the news Soryong wanted to hear. He extended his hands and took out a scroll. With a smile, he began to point at it with his finger and revealed that they had finally received news from the Martial Alliance. The expedition had been a great success. A joyful and surprised smile spread across Soryong's and Huaying's faces. The patriarch explained that the alliance leader had raided a village on the Daiwell border and completely annihilated the blood cult's base. Half of those cult bastards were killed or captured, and the rest fled towards Daiwell. Both felt thrilled as they knew what this meant. They started to dance with joy, and the patriarch confirmed that they could finally go capture poisonous creatures as they wished, giving them his permission to form an expedition. With a cheerful gaze, Soryong lamented not having planned their destination in advance. With a serious tone, the patriarch clasped his hands and mentioned that, in this case, he had a place to recommend. Soryong turned around, his eyes filled with curiosity. The patriarch began to stare at Soryong, because for the first expedition of the Tang Clan Poison Division, there was no place more suitable than this, a place where countless poisonous creatures roamed everywhere, where even at the entrance there were beasts on par with those of the Golden Phoenix class, a place known as a paradise for poisonous beasts. This place was Yunnan. Several days passed, and the journey took him to the far southwestern edge of the Central Plains, below Sichuan, to the tropical jungle of Yunnan. Deep in the Ailao Mountains, there was a valley known as the Poison Ravine. This was a place where the cries of beasts were heard before the words of men, a land where strange rocks rose like forests, and mysterious creatures abounded. For him, this was basically paradise on earth. Soryong was lying on his bed next to his pets, the sleeping centipedes and lizards. He was happy, unable to wait to discover what kind of creatures inhabited this place. Grabbing one of the centipedes, Soryong asked them to wait just a little longer, as he was going to bring them back many new friends. Several days went by, and soon in the morning, a small unit was selected from the Poison Division to form the expedition. The management of the Poison Garden was entrusted to Lady Naok, who was officially appointed vice captain of the division. It was considered that without a title, it would be inconvenient for her to give direct orders while the team was away. Soryong, Gupai, and the others prepared their luggage, and just as they were about to depart from the Tang clan, one of the small centipedes grabbed our boy's foot and began to cry. It wasn't just one, but all of Soryong's pets, the lizards, the centipedes, and even the spider Yowa. With a nervous smile, Soryong asked them to let go so he could leave. They started to growl, not wanting him to go. Soryong then asked them to understand, as he was only leaving to bring them more friends. He assured them they shouldn't worry, since while he was away, the members of the Poison Division would provide them with yang energy. Hearing this, Yohwa's eyes widened in surprise. In the blink of an eye, she wrapped Soryong's body in a spiderweb, causing him to start screaming for her to release him. Lady Huaying noticed that they didn't want to be separated from him. Soryong complained that they kept insisting on going with him. Finally, as Soryong began to break free from the webbing, the Grand Patriarch explained that this wouldn't work. Perhaps the others could go, but Yohwa couldn't, as she had the exact form of Lady Huaying. He knew that her massive spider body would attract attention, and they wouldn't be able to provide an explanation for it. Yohwa began to stare silently at the Grand Patriarch. She decided it was time to do something about it. Everyone's attention was fixed on her, leaving them somewhat confused. Yohwa's body began to change, and not long after, her massive spider body disappeared, leaving only the appearance of Lady Huaying. She sat down and began to show a proud smile. Soryong's and the Grand Patriarch's jaws dropped in shock upon seeing that Yohwa's body had vanished. They couldn't understand how this had happened, and Soryong despaired, wondering where his pet's beautiful body had gone. Soryong approached and began to caress Yohwa's smooth spider skin. Lady Huaying was somewhat confused. The Grand Patriarch was clever and realized that she could hide her body from sight. Our boy was overjoyed, since this way no one would mistake her for a spider demon. With a smile, Lady Huaying let out a sigh and accepted that in this case, everyone could accompany them, offering to help take care of them. Soryong began to smile. Lady Huaying approached them and warned that since they had ignored their father and thrown a tantrum, they would have to obey during the trip. Soryong stepped forward, and with the lizard sitting on his shoulders, he raised his hand and with a smile announced that they were ready to leave, and thus the first journey of the Poison Division began. They arrived in the vicinity of Mount Eme, in the Sichuan province, where there was a long line. With a confused expression, Soryong asked Gupai why the line was so long. Gupai explained that it was a checkpoint. Since the appearance of the blood cult, these inspections were sometimes carried out in the middle of the road. He had heard it wasn't easy to pass and expressed his concern about whether they would be all right. The attention of one of the workers was drawn to them upon recognizing the Honorable Elder Mandong Shingun. She noticed that even members of the Tang clan were there. With a kind smile, the Grand Patriarch informed her that they were heading to Yunnan, and asked for permission to pass. The woman began to smile and replied that, of course, they could proceed. Soryong let out a sigh of relief. It was a completely free pass. The influence of the Tang clan was truly strong, for no matter where they went, they were treated with great respect. Just then, the woman's eyes began to shine with surprise and confusion, asking them to stop for a moment. She noticed that Yohwa was floating in the air. Soryong's eyes filled with fear, making him panic as he realized that her body was invisible, which was why it only looked like Yohwa was floating. To everyone's surprise, the woman was amazed, as she believed this was the sky-leaping void technique. She was convinced that the young lady had mastered a divine skill and wondered when she could have trained in such an art. Everyone was astonished, thinking it was incredible and just what one would expect from one of the three flowers of the martial world. The only thing Yohwa could do was show a grateful smile. At that moment, with a furious gaze, Lady Huaying grabbed Yohwa by the clothes, and Soryong and the others started running while shouting for them to forgive them, as the young lady was just shy. Everyone was somewhat confused and in shock, not knowing what was happening. As they fled the scene, Lady Huaying asked Soryong to do something about Yohwa, as people would get the wrong idea. He, in turn, begged her to calm down. To avoid suspicion because of Yohwa, Huaying dressed in men's clothes and covered her face with a veil during the journey. In the Central Plains, twins were considered as ominous as demons due to superstition. Although a few small incidents like this occurred on the way, in the end, they arrived in Yunnan safely. Soryong and the others were exhausted. In front of them was a beautiful river and mountains. They were happy, as this was Ilao Mountain. The Grand Patriarch mentioned that there was only a little further to go to reach the Poison Ravine. With a worried expression, Soryong turned around and put his hand under his chin, as he felt that something wasn't right. Gupai grew curious and asked him what he meant. Soryong mentioned that it was strangely quiet around here. He began to observe carefully. There were no signs of life, neither in the cracks of the caves nor in the trees. He couldn't perceive any sign of life at all. The Grand Patriarch felt somewhat confused. With a serious gaze, he acknowledged that this feeling was not unknown to him. It was just like when they had hunted the blue venom sovereign. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise when the Grand Patriarch mentioned the blue venom sovereign. The Grand Patriarch nodded, confirming it and explaining that around the sovereign's lair, even the chirping of insects had disappeared. Everything had either fled or become prey. He decided to explore a bit. He instructed the rest to fall back to the point where the Yun River and the Amok River joined, as birds still seemed to be flying there. Soryong and the others showed no objection. The Grand Patriarch gathered his strength and leaped away. Observing carefully, Lady Huaying confirmed that he was right. On the side they had crossed, birds and insects were still present. Gu Pai felt that something was dividing the area along the river. Soryong was lost in his thoughts, concluding that something must be living there, in Ailao Mountain. But to claim such a vast territory, it had to be something dangerous. Crossing his arms, he let out a sigh, knowing this was strange. With a curious look, Lady Huaying asked him what he meant. Soryong turned and explained that for a beast to take such a wide area as its lair, it would have to be enormous, like the blue venom sovereign. Soryong was unsure, as he saw no signs either beyond the river or along the path deep into Ailao. He wondered how it would hunt or find prey if there was nothing there. He closed his eyes, certain that its suspected size was too large and the environment wasn't suitable to sustain prey. This was truly strange. Gu Pei coughed, acknowledging that this was true. They hoped the Grand Patriarch would discover something. A while later, the Grand Patriarch and his men returned. Noticing this, Soryong's attention fixed on them, making him curious. The Grand Patriarch revealed that this was problematic, as even at the entrance of Ailao Mountain he had found nothing, leaving Soryong and the others in shock. With a confident smile, the Grand Patriarch stated that the poison ravine was most likely the same. He added that the sun was almost setting, so they should stop there for the day, and search again tomorrow. Soryong thought the Grand Patriarch was right, although deep down he was furious. They couldn't return empty-handed. They would capture whatever it was, no matter the cost. Night fell and they lit a bonfire to prepare food. While Soryong was playing with the centipedes, Lady Huaying brought him a plate of food. She asked Soryong to eat and then told the pets to let their father rest and go with her. Soryong thanked her. She noticed Soryong was examining the map and with a smile asked what he was doing. Soryong was checking the vast expanse of the area. He believed the creature's lair was likely in the center. While they were talking, one of the centipedes' attention was caught by a dragonfly flying near them. Without hesitating for a second, it jumped and attacked it fiercely. Noticing this, Soryong and Lady Huaying were shocked, not knowing what was happening. Soryong scolded Hyanga, saying that it had scared him and shouldn't jump like that. Lady Huaying noticed it was trying to catch that dragonfly in midair. Soryong thought it must be because they were near the river, with many dragonflies around. However, just before, there were none. His eyes widened in surprise and his attention fixed on the dragonflies flying behind him. Without wasting any more time, Soryong told the Grand Patriarch to return to the places they had checked earlier to see how many dragonflies were flying there now. With a confused expression, the Grand Patriarch turned and asked what he meant. Soryong explained that land creatures could remain hidden, but dragonflies could fly wherever they pleased. He revealed that if something threatened them, they would have fled for a while, but once the threat disappeared, they would return. He put his hand under his chin and, with a confident look, concluded that the reason they hadn't seen any creatures wasn't because it was its territory. Somewhere else in the forest, there were skulls and remains of devoured animals. This was because, before they arrived, something had already swept through this land. Soryong and the others set off. The Grand Patriarch warned them that the area ahead was a thick jungle and that they should stay alert, as wild animals could appear at any moment. With an excited smile, Soryong nodded his head. Soryong's eyes were shining with curiosity, as he realized they needed to catch up to whatever was moving ahead before it got away. The Grand Patriarch felt worried about our boy, and asked him if this was too difficult for him. With a confused expression, Soryong turned to him and replied that it wasn't difficult at all, that he could handle it. A smile appeared on his face, because although he would normally complain non-stop, he couldn't give up until they caught it. Just then, a strange sound caught their attention, making them curious. Gu Pai noted that it sounded like bamboo swaying forcefully in the wind, which was strange, as there shouldn't be any bamboo forest ahead. Two men from the clan leaped forward, warning that there was a cliff ahead and to watch their step, as there was something down below. Soryong and Gu Pei panicked and couldn't help but feel fear. In front of them was a cliff, and at the bottom were hundreds of strange creatures. Observing closely, the Grand Patriarch saw they were red ants and panicked, wondering if they weren't demonic ants, all clustered together like this. Gu Pai was speechless, as judging by the size, They were not normal demonic ants. The Grand Patriarch admitted that not even in the records of the Tang clan had he seen anything like this, and he asked Soryong if he knew what they were. Soryong began to ponder, for although he had never seen them this big, he was almost certain they were army demonic ants. Hearing this, the Grand Patriarch's eyes widened in surprise and curiosity. Army ants, found in Africa and America, travel in massive swarms. Most ants build secure nests and live sedentary lives, but army ants, when food is scarce, move in large numbers, migrating as one. Their march looks like an advancing army, hence the name army ant. They were extremely aggressive, and if provoked, not even the bones would be left. Soryong and the others were watching in silence, hidden among some bushes. Our boy became serious and suggested that, for now, they should retreat silently. But just then, one of the men stepped on a branch. Our boy and Gu-pei realized this was not good. Soryong's and the man's faces twisted in fear, and when they turned around, they saw the ants staring intently at them. Everyone froze in fear. Not long after, the ants began to charge towards them. With their faces covered in sweat, Soryong and the others started to flee for their lives. Several minutes had passed, and it was already dusk. Soryong and the others were running with all their might, somewhat surprised, as the ants were much faster than they had imagined. On the path, there was a small deer eating leaves. As soon as they saw it, the ants pounced on the small deer and began to devour it. Noticing this, Soryong's eyes filled with fear. He remembered that demonic ants sensed movement through vibrations, and that if they kept going like this, the ants would think they were prey. With a worried expression, the Grand Patriarch asked him what they should do. Something caught Soryong's attention, and an idea came to his mind. He revealed that they had to cross the river, as the ants couldn't cross water. The Grand Patriarch pointed in the direction of the river and told them to jump. Without hesitating for a single second, everyone leaped into the water. By the time the ants arrived, everyone had already jumped. Several seconds later, Soryong emerged from the river and couldn't help but smile upon noticing that the ants were turning back. Gu-pei was relieved that they had survived. Once the ants left, they got out of the river. He sneezed, feeling that it had been too close. It was like having one foot in the grave. Soryong was lying on the ground exhausted and asked his centipede Cheoya if he was okay, assuring him that he would dry him off quickly. Cheoya nodded. With a smile, the Grand Patriarch stood up and admitted that they were monstrous creatures. He, the myriad venom's divine lord, had never felt fear before any enemy, and yet these demonic ants had filled him with terror. Our boy's eyes filled with concern, and he warned that they must remain cautious. These creatures devoured every living being in their path, and this explained why they hadn't seen a single animal on the way. Stroking his beard, the Grand Patriarch nodded, confirming that a swarm of this size explained everything. Our boy was disappointed, thinking it was only demonic ants and not some unknown beast. The Grand Patriarch noticed the sun was setting and, seeing that this place seemed safe, suggested they rest for a while. Soryong nodded, thinking it was a good idea. Then, he approached Gu-pei and with a smile proposed to Great Lord Gu that, once night fell, they should head back towards the demonic ants to investigate. Gu-pei was shocked and asked what they were supposed to check. With a confused expression, our boy replied that, of course, he meant the demonic ants. Gu-pei began to tremble and his eyes widened in fear. They had barely escaped, and he couldn't believe he was being serious. The other man asked if he was planning to catch them all, just as he did with the golden phoenix beasts. With a nervous smile, Soryong waved his hands, explaining that of course not. It would be impossible for him to capture so many. His plan was simply to infiltrate and catch a few. Gu-pei and the other man panicked, thinking Soryong was insane. Our boy began to pet his centipede, which started to show a smile. While Soryong's eyes were shining, he asked them if they would come with him. The next day, they ventured once more into the blood-red jungle. The midnight kidnapping mission was a resounding success. Soryong, the Grand Patriarch, and Gu-pei managed to catch 4 ants. Once they were in a safe place, they tied up the ants. Gu-pei was panting heavily to catch his breath, unable to believe he had to do this crazy thing again. When they had proposed going at night, he had thought the ants would be sleeping. Soryong revealed with a laugh that demonic ants don't sleep. Soryong pointed out that they had succeeded, as they had managed to catch 4 demonic ants. Gu-pei grabbed the ant he had caught and with a confused gaze asked Soryong if they could really raise them. Soryong sat down beside them and began to observe the ants carefully. After analyzing them, he determined that it probably wouldn't be possible to raise them. Their memory only lasted about 3 days, which made any training useless, and without a queen, they were impossible to control. Gu-pei was somewhat furious, wondering if all this had been for nothing. With a serene smile, Soryong replied that it hadn't been for nothing. He pointed out the beauty of the creatures, explaining that the simple act of displaying them in the Tong clan would be impressive. Gu Pei put his hands on his face. Soryong, with a nervous smile, reminded him that this was the poisonous creatures unit and that he had to endure it. The Grand Patriarch interrupted them, asking Soryong what his plan was now. He suggested that if they were going to hunt more poisonous creatures, they could head west towards Ruili or south to the deeper jungles of Xishuangbana. Soryong's eyes began to shine with confidence as he revealed that they would do neither of those things. First, they would regroup with Hua Yun's group and then they would track the demonic ants again. More precisely, they would move ahead of them. Gu Pei and the others were in shock. Soryong cracked his knuckles and revealed his plan. Their targets would be the poisonous creatures flushed out by the march of the demonic ants. This, in reality, would make it easier to capture others, turning it into a perfect opportunity. For this reason, they had to join their march. Gu Pei's face was covered in sweat, knowing he wouldn't make it out of this alive. A smile spread across our boy's face, making him feel excited as the image of poisonous creatures came to his mind. It didn't matter if he couldn't catch the ants. With this plan, he would take over all the venomous beasts of Yunnan. He would sweep them all up. Once night fell, they lit a bonfire. Lady Huaying was in shock to see they had captured 4 ants. Her attention was fixed on the sharp limbs of the insects. She couldn't believe that Soryong wanted to run in front of these creatures and, on top of that, catch the venomous beings that fled from them. She became somewhat furious. After the bees, now it was ants. She remembered it hadn't been that long since they ran in front of the golden-haired royal bees. Soryong panicked and, showing a nervous smile, reminded her that she herself had said they got good results last time. Her eyes widened in surprise, as she knew Soryong was right. She remembered the Grand Patriarch's words, who had explained that by running tirelessly in front of the swarm of golden-haired royal bees, she had depleted her internal energy over and over again. Thanks to this, she was able to absorb most of the energy from the inner core of the blue-spotted centipede. And without seeking it, even Huyen got a great opportunity. A cheerful smile spread across our boy's face. He explained that, now that the centipedes had molted twice and no longer needed to feed on the core's energy, it was her chance to completely absorb the remaining energy. The Grand Patriarch approached them and interrupted, asking Soryong if for that very reason, he shouldn't run as well. With a confident gaze, Huaying nodded. She stated that Soryong had also taken the elixir of the golden-haired royal bees, and therefore, he also needed to absorb this energy. Soryong's face filled with sweat and, with a confused expression, he proposed that the Grand Patriarch carry him and run, arguing that his Qigong skills weren't very good. Laughing out loud, the Grand Patriarch told him that he had seen him run very well that day, and that this was a great opportunity. Soryong couldn't help but grit his teeth hard and feel furious. Just then, Lady Huaying took our boy's hand and with a smile, asked if he would run with her tomorrow. Soryong didn't know what to say. Huaying let out a sigh and as her eyes shone she whispered that this was his punishment for trying to get his way. Her expression seemed strangely satisfied, like someone who had just eaten powdered yellow worms. The next day, the ants were chasing a wild boar through the forest. The large-scale collection of venomous creatures had begun. Shortly after, the ants caught the boar and began to devour it. Not far away, Lady Huaying, Soryong, and Gu Pei were running at full speed. Our boy informed them that the hunting unit was at the front of the legionary ants, so they had to be careful, as they bit everything that got in their way. Huaying nodded her head. Soryong's eyes began to shine with confidence and a smile spread across his face. He explained the plan. The current distance between them and the ants was about 60 zhang. Once the ants began to move, they would reduce the distance to less than 30 zhang and maintain it while they ran. When they caught the venomous creatures that appeared, they would pass them to the main group running alongside them. This group would place them in a cage and leave them on the opposite bank of the river, out of the ants' reach. Thus, the deadly race began once more. The plan worked, as many venomous creatures were also fleeing from the ants. With an excited smile, Soryong caught one of the snakes. With an expression full of determination, he noted that the name of the Valley of Venomous Creatures was not in vain, as all kinds of them were coming out, and he was determined to catch them all. The hunt continued for another hour or two, and the venomous creatures began to pile up without a problem. Soryong, Gu Pei, and Lady Huaying were now carrying several venomous creatures while fleeing from the ants. Soryong caught a snake and threw it to a man who was holding a wooden box. The man put the snake inside the box and with a worried expression asked our boy if he was feeling okay, to which he replied with an energetic yes, declaring that he couldn't get tired because there were venomous creatures waiting for him. Huaying informed our boy that there was a huge snake up ahead. Hearing this, Soryong's eyes widened in surprise. His attention was fixed on the snake in the tree. It was a genuine Burmese python. The Burmese python was one of the 5 largest snakes in the world, and the largest of them all. It was an animal as large as it was adorable. Besides, it was docile and not difficult to raise. Gupai was somewhat confused and asked Soryong if this snake wasn't a venomous creature. With a smile, Soryong nodded and stated that, while that was true, he had to catch this one. Gupai panicked, reminding him that he had said the same thing when the whip scorpion appeared, and again with the giant toad. At this rate, he wondered why they didn't just catch everything that appeared. Our boy's eyes began to shine with excitement and, with a confident smile, he stopped running and turned around, declaring that he would catch the snake then too. Lady Huaying told him to wait, revealing that the ants were too close. With a smile full of excitement, our boy assured them not to worry, as he would be right back. Soryong reached the Burmese python, grabbed it, and put it around his neck. The ants were hot on his heels, but our boy continued to smile. He wasn't going to let such a beautiful creature end up as food for the ants, so he decided it was time to get out of there. Soryong's luck ran out when he tripped on a branch and fell face first onto the ground, right in front of the ants, causing Lady Huaying and Gupai to panic. Knowing this was not good at all, Soryong turned around and his eyes widened in fear, knowing the ants were very close. Consumed by fear, the only thing Soryong could do was freeze as the ants lunged at him. Just then, someone grabbed Soryong by the collar. It was Manhwa, who had tied her spiderweb to a tree branch and, grabbing our boy tightly, lifted him off the ground, preventing him from being devoured by the ants. Soryong was in shock, as he couldn't believe she had saved him. The stampede of ants was so large it created a blizzard. Manhwa told our boy to hold on, making his eyes fill with tears. Noticing this, Lady Huaying and Gupai felt relieved. She congratulated Manhwa on a job well done and asked her to please take Soryong to a safe place. The ants had destroyed everything in their path, devouring every living being and tearing down trees. A moment later, Manhwa let go of Soryong, causing him to fall to the ground. As he was panting heavily to catch his breath, Manhwa started running towards him with a furious expression. Huaying let out a sigh and told Manhwa to give Soryong a good scolding. With a furious gaze, she declared that from now on, she would not allow him to get near the ants. The only thing our boy could do was apologize. Then a collar made of spiderweb wrapped around his neck. Soryong felt somewhat confused and asked Manhwa to untie him, but she and Lady Huaying began to show a wicked smile. At that moment, Gupai arrived and saw Soryong on all fours like a dog, a scene that confused the leader. Lady Huaying quickly asked what had happened with the ants. Gupai mentioned that, luckily, they had stopped just on the other side of the hill and, as the sun was setting, he suggested they take a short break. Soryong didn't lift his head. He was very embarrassed. Lady Huaying agreed and decided they would wait there for the main group that was following them. At that moment, something behind the trees began to move. Noticing this, Huaying's eyes filled with curiosity. Not long after, someone threw a spear which stuck in the ground near Soryong. Seeing this, everyone panicked, not knowing what was happening. Men carrying spears emerged from the bushes, ordering them not to move. They declared that this was the land of the Beast Palace and demanded the intruders identify themselves. With a confused gaze, Gupai unsheathed his dagger, while on the other side, Lady Huaying asked them to calm down, revealing that they were from the Tang clan of Sichuan. Upon learning they were from the Tang clan of Sichuan, a man carrying a spear and with a fierce, bright-eyed wolf as a pet emerged and asked them how the Tang clan had come to the depths of the Yunnan jungle. His attention fixed on something and his eyes filled with seriousness. The leader's gaze fixed on the silk collar Manhwa had made for Soryong. Soryong's face filled with fear and he began to wave his hands, explaining that it wasn't what it looked like. The leader couldn't help but grit his teeth as a powerful energy began to emerge from his body. He gripped his spear tightly and his eyes began to glow with rage, demanding to know what the hell they were doing in the land of the Beast Palace. This man's name was Huk Rang, a warrior affiliated with the Southern Beast Palace. He had found them after hearing a strange noise during a scouting mission. This place was the territory of the Beast Palace, a valley called the Valley of the Wild Beasts. As he walked towards them, Huk Rang stated that this was why they couldn't enter the territory. With a smile, Soryong nodded and said that they would withdraw. But then, his eyes widened as he remembered something. He told the great warrior Huk Rang that, before they withdrew, he had something important to tell him. With a curious gaze, Huk Rang turned around, asking Soryong what it was about. With a nervous smile, our boy asked if he could go up this hill with him for a moment. Huk Rang did not refuse and decided to climb the hill our boy mentioned. Once at the top, his eyes widened in surprise and fear. He couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. In the distance, a mountain of ants could be seen. Soryong revealed that they were ants, known as legionary ants, and that the strange sound Hyukrang had heard was surely them on the move. He was honest and admitted that he believed the Beast Palace was in the path of these ants, warning that if the Valley of the Wild Beasts was a long, narrow valley, this would be very dangerous. Hyukrang began to sweat in panic, understanding that if this was true, it would be a true disaster. With a serious gaze, he announced that he would return to the Beast Palace to inform the Palace Lord and asked the members of the Tang clan to accompany him to explain in more detail about the legionary ants. While Naek was playing with Rang's wolf, Lady Huaying showed a cheerful smile and said they would gladly do so. Soryong's attention was fixed on the ants and his eyes began to shine with fear, so he urged everyone to go to the Beast Palace immediately, as quickly as possible. Night was already falling and the ants were preparing to sleep. They would rest quietly, but when the sun rose, they would rampage through the area again. This was like the sea in silence just before a great wave crashed against the shore. Once night fell, Soryong and the others went to the Beast Palace. The place was beautiful and Soryong, somewhat surprised, thought to himself that this was the Beast Palace. With a smile, Rang noted that this must be the Tang clan's first visit in 100 years. In this place, everyone was taken care of or walking with their beasts, something that astonished Soryong. Lady Huaying explained that it was said that the beast-taming techniques of the southern Beast Palace were unrivaled, not even beyond the Great Wall or in the Central Plains. With a kind smile, Rang explained that the large circular clearing they had passed at the entrance was a training ground where they let the beasts loose, and that from this point on, the residential area began. He detailed that the Valley of the Wild Beasts was shaped like a gourd with a single entrance. Huaying was astonished, as the entire environment was surrounded by high rocky mountains. Rang nodded. For as long as the entrance was well defended, it could be considered a perfect natural fortress. Soryong's attention was fixed on the buildings, realizing that while it was a fortress, on the contrary, if the entrance was blocked, it meant they would be trapped like rats in a cage. Once at the entrance, Rang became serious and informed the palace lord that the guests from the Tang clan of Sichuan had arrived. The palace lord gave them permission to enter. Everyone's eyes widened with seriousness, and upon entering, Soryong saw 3 figures next to their black leopards. The atmosphere was tense. The old man with white hair and scars on his face began to pet his beast and introduced himself as Manhwa, the lord of the Beast Palace. Clasping his fist in his hand, Soryong bowed his head before him as a sign of respect and introduced himself as Wei Soryong of the Tang clan of Sichuan. Lady Huaying also introduced herself. With a serious tone, Manhwa deduced that they had come all the way to Yunnan to hunt venomous creatures. He added that he had already heard the gist of it from his warriors, and acknowledged that the Tang clan of Sichuan knew much more than they did about poisons and venomous creatures. With a furious expression, he let out a sigh and asked them what exactly the legionary ants were and how they had gotten here. Soryong's and the others' eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Closing his eyes, our boy nodded and proceeded to explain everything that had happened so far, how dangerous the legionary ants were and the level of destruction they could cause. He even warned them that they should evacuate the people immediately. However, their reaction was different from what he had expected. As a suffocating aura emerged from Manhwa's body, with a furious gaze, he questioned the simple suggestion of evacuating. He began to stroke his beard, asking if they were telling him to abandon his home of over 300 years just out of fear of some ants. The brown-haired woman placed her hand on her chest and with a gaze full of rage told the palace lord not to listen to this outsider from the Central Plains, assuring that if he gave her 500 flying wolves, she herself would take care of annihilating them all. Her eyes began to shine with confidence and her gaze fixed on our boy, dismissing the threat by stating that, even if there were many, they couldn't be a big deal and that outsiders from the Central Plains always exaggerated. Clenching his fist tightly, our boy made it clear that he was not exaggerating. He warned that if by 500 flying wolves she meant 500 wolves, then all of them would be devoured by the legionary ants in an instant. The woman became furious. She couldn't believe what Soryong had just said. Lady Huaying grew a bit nervous, reprimanding Soryong for being very rude. Soryong decided to confront the woman, explaining that they were not ordinary ants, so they would undoubtedly cause great damage. It would be a real tragedy if the animals were injured or died because of this. The woman became even more furious and asked what the hell an outsider from the Central Plains knew to say this. She added that his people even ate the dogs they raised and that, for this reason, they were incapable of understanding them. Hearing this, Soryong became furious and gritted his teeth tightly. For him, for her to judge them just for raising animals differently, This was crossing the line. A powerful energy began to emerge from our boy's body, causing Lady Huaying and Gupai to panic. While he could tolerate other things, he couldn't stand anyone doubting his feelings for his pets. He decided it was time to show everything he had. Without hesitating for a single second, he extended his hand and ordered his pets to come out. The 3 centipedes emerged from his clothes. Naek showed her true form, her spider body now visible, and then the lizards also emerged. Everyone's attention was fixed on them and their eyes widened in surprise, leaving them in shock. Soryong began to show off all his beasts with a proud smile, while those present, speechless, recognized the centipedes and lizards, and understood that the woman, in fact, was not a twin. While petting the centipedes, with a confident look, Soryong told them that her words were a bit offensive, as these were his companion venomous creatures. He revealed that it broke his heart when they got sick or were injured, so, of course, he also understood very well. The woman was in shock as she couldn't believe someone like Soryong had so many beasts. The old man with a parrot as a beast was dumbfounded and asked if by companions he meant they were venomous creatures that would accompany him for life. The old man with a cat added that even in their beast palace, where they cherished animals, no one used the word companion. Manhwa's furious expression disappeared and a smile spread across his face. He began to laugh out loud, exclaiming that this was truly extraordinary. Laughing, he mentioned that it had seemed strange to him that a woman was holding the young warrior on a leash, but that if the one holding the leash was this tamer and her companion, it meant that they both considered each other as their owner. Soryong panicked and began to sweat, knowing that this was all a misunderstanding. The elders became serious. They reasoned that if the young warrior referred to the creatures he raised as companions, it showed the magnitude of his love for them. Nodding, they concluded that if the advice he had given them arose from this same feeling, then they should not ignore it. Manhwa also agreed, thinking that our boy was right, as buildings could be rebuilt, but people and beasts would not come back. With a cheerful smile, Soryong and Lady Huaying looked at each other. They couldn't believe Soryong's plan had worked. Placing his hand on the table, Manhwa stood up and ordered everyone to gather in the main courtyard of the Beast Palace to prepare for evacuation. Following Manhwa's order, several hours later, everyone went to the main courtyard of the Beast Palace. Manhwa, who was next to Rang, approached Soryong and thanked him. Placing a hand on his shoulder, with a smile, he told him he was sorry he couldn't see him off or compensate him properly due to the urgency of the situation. Soryong said it was nothing, that he had only done what any person should do. With a regretful expression, the woman apologized to the young warrior for yesterday. She admitted she didn't know he was so serious and that she had made a mistake in judging him. Our boy told Miss Seal Pio not to worry about it. This aggressive woman turned out to be not only one of the palace elders but also the daughter of the palace lord. Her attention fixed on one of the centipedes, acknowledging that this was truly amazing. For her, it was easy to have beasts near people, but getting insects and venomous creatures to follow him like this was something else entirely. She began to pet the small centipede on Soryong's head and asked the young warrior if, in the future, his little creatures happened to have offspring, could she keep one? At that moment, roars of agony began to be heard, causing everyone to panic. Seol Pio became somewhat confused, wondering what that sound was and if it was an elephant. Soryong's eyes filled with surprise, and when he turned around, he saw that the ants were attacking and slowly devouring an elephant. Soryong felt fear as he understood this was bad, as the elephant must have fled right in this direction. The elders were in shock. It was the ants, and the elephant had been taken down without being able to do anything. Our boy began to sweat. He panicked, turned around, and shouted at them that there was no time to lose. He urged them to evacuate immediately, as the ants were coming straight for them. Manhwa refused, gritted his teeth and revealed that it was already too late, as they had already reached the entrance of the Wild Beast Valley. The ants began to devour the elephant's carcass while the others were on their way to the Beast Palace, which was only a few hundred meters away. Fleeing was no longer an option. In the blink of an eye, the ants devoured the elephant, leaving only bones. Soryong and the others panicked as they watched the elephant turn to bone in an instant. Manhwa grew serious, understanding they had no choice but to fight. One of the elders clenched his fist and doubted they could hold out if even such a huge elephant was annihilated in an instant. Lady Huaying, somewhat worried, asked Soryong if the Grand Patriarch and the poisonous creature squad were okay. With a confident expression, our boy stated that, knowing the dangers of the legionary ants, they must have fled to the other side of the river. The ants began to advance towards them. Gupei's attention fixed on them and his face filled with sweat. He was more worried about his own group, as it seemed impossible to break through the ants and escape from there. Soryong put his hand under his chin and began to ponder. This was the worst possible scenario. If they kept on like this, the ants would catch them in the Valley of the Wild Beasts, and he needed to decide what they should do. Just then, a spiderweb descending from the top of the mountain caught everyone's attention. It was none other than Yohua. While Soryong was somewhat surprised, Lady Huaying began to smile. Remembering they had her, she realized that if they could use Yohua's web to cross the mountain, they could escape to safety. Nearby, Manhwa stood with his arms crossed. Soryong turned towards them and wondered what the people of the Southern Beast Palace would do. If it were just his group, it would be fine, but with so many people, the situation was very different. With a confident smile, Manhwa told the young warrior not to worry about them and to just leave. He explained that, in the world of beasts, eating and being eaten was natural. If they couldn't defeat these creatures, their fate was to be devoured. Soryong and Lady Huaying were surprised. Our boy clenched his fist tightly, his eyes shining with determination. He couldn't just abandon them like this. They were animal lovers, like him. He concentrated, telling himself that there had to be a way to save them all, and that, as Spicy Fabor, he had to think. Soryong began to carefully analyze the habits and migration routes of the legionary ants. His eyes began to shine with joy, and with a smile, he revealed that he had an idea. Manhwa and the others were somewhat confused by this. With his eyes closed and a curious expression, the palace lord asked Soryong if there was a way to deal with this horde of ants. Our boy nodded, confirming that there was a way, although they would have to suffer a bit to achieve it. With his hand on his chin and an excited smile, he asked if he would like to hear it. The next day, the ants, having completely digested the elephant they devoured, began to move towards the Valley of the Wild Beasts in search of food. Following the plan they had prepared all night, they arranged themselves in formation and waited for them in the middle of the grassland. Lady Huaying, who was watching from afar, closed her eyes and clasped her hands, praying that no one would get hurt. Everyone was carrying their weapons. With a serious gaze, Soryong told Manhwa and Hyuk Rang to get ready. Manhwa began to shout, ordering the disciples of the Beast Palace to stand firm as a mountain and not to break formation. They were going to protect their home with their lives. The ants began to advance towards them. Soryong started to stare at them intently, waiting for them to get a little closer. Once the ants stepped onto the liquid that was on the grass, our boy gave the order for everyone to throw their torches. Following the order, Hyuk Rang threw his flaming torch, which hit the liquid squarely. The instant it made contact, flames erupted, and in the blink of an eye, several of the ants were trapped within a circle of fire. Soryong was overjoyed to see that it had worked. The hunting group had been isolated. With an expression full of determination, Soryong began to run towards the ants, declaring that their formation had collapsed and ordering the advance with the water buffaloes. The warriors and the water buffaloes began to fight against the isolated ants. Using their sharp spears, they began to slaughter the ants, knowing they had to annihilate everyone in the hunting group and cover the young warrior so he could reach the main body. Manhwa's daughter wished our boy good luck. Soryong was more worried about them and asked them to be careful not to get hurt. While the warriors were fighting the ants, Soryong broke through and reached the main body. Several minutes passed and nothing happened. Noticing this, our boy began to ponder. Not long after, he started making faces and mocking the ants, shouting at the damn creatures that he was there. His plan worked as the ants became furious. Without wasting a single second, Soryong started running while the furious ants chased him. Seol Pyo and the others had already defeated the ants that had been isolated. Her attention was fixed on our boy, and she didn't know if the plan would work as the young warrior had said. Her father mentioned that they would have to wait and see. Soryong was running with all his might, realizing the plan was perfect as they were following him. He just had to keep running in circles around the grassland. At that moment, our boy stepped on the oil and lost his balance. His eyes widened in fear, knowing this wasn't good. Seizing the opportunity, the ants closed the distance and pounced on him. Soryong panicked as he realized he had stepped on the oil they had spilled earlier. The ants began to descend from the sky onto Soryong. The only thing he could do was close his eyes and prepare for the worst. Hyuk Rang panicked and revealed that Soryong had been caught by the ants. Hearing this, Lady Huaying and Gupei were shocked and their eyes filled with fear. The avalanche of ants began to bite Soryong, making him scream in agony. Soryong wasn't going to give up so easily, so he called for Yohua. She reacted immediately and threw her web towards Soryong. Luckily, our boy was able to grab it, and by pulling hard, she prevented him from being devoured by the ants. Gupei and Lady Huaying were relieved to see that he had managed to survive, and they praised Yohua. Soryong, who was sitting on some rocks, began to pant to catch his breath. Looking at his clothes, he noticed one of the ants was still trying to bite him. Fortunately, he only received a couple of scratches and was glad to have learned it. Soryong's body was as hard as iron. Using the iron coffin technique, Soryong killed the ant that was stuck to his clothes. Yohwa and the centipede became furious and began to scold Soryong. With a nervous smile, he told them he knew, and that even if they didn't, Hwaying was going to scold him later. His eyes began to shine with joy as his attention fixed on the ants. They were standing on some rocks, and the ants were circling around them. Manhwa and Rang were astonished to see the ants going in circles, exactly as the young warrior had said. Soryong was the only one who knew why the ants were behaving this way. The reason was that their path had been cut off. He understood that the ants couldn't see well and were guided by the pheromones left by the lead ant. Because of this, if the hunting or advance group suddenly disappeared, the worker ants, which only followed signals to move forward, would end up intertwining with each other and losing their way. Since the warriors of the Beast Palace had destroyed the hunting group, the ants would get trapped chasing each other until they died. With an astonished expression and a smile, he revealed that this was the death spiral, the ant mill. As Seolpyo's eyes widened with joy, she turned to her father. Crossing his arms, Manhwa nodded and gave his daughter permission to tell everyone immediately. With a smile, Soryong picked up the centipede. Her and Yohwa's eyes were filled with tears of relief and fury. Lady Hwaying and Gupai couldn't help but smile. Our boy felt relieved as everything had turned out well, and that was how that little warrior prevented the destruction of the Beast Palace. 3 days had passed since Soryong had trapped the legionary ants in the ant mill. In front of the Beast Palace, the massive swarm of insects continued to march in endless, self-destructive circles, slowly getting weaker. The colony was now falling apart as the ants collapsed one by one from exhaustion. The warriors of the Beast Palace walked among them, finishing off the last of the weak creatures by crushing them. Standing with Soryong, Manhwa, the lord of the Beast Palace, asked if the long ordeal was finally ending, and Soryong hesitantly agreed. Manhwa, grateful, asked what Soryong wanted him to do. Soryong made a strange request. He wanted help finding the queen ant among the dying swarm. He explained with a smile that he wanted to see if he could raise her, asking for their help just this one time. In his mind, Soryong was excited, remembering how he used to catch and raise ants as a child. He thought they were the perfect pet and was determined not to let this rare chance slip by. With a new goal, the search began. Soryong told everyone, including Rang, Gupai, and Lady Hwaying, to search for the ant with the biggest abdomen. Rang shouted that he understood and led the search. It wasn't long before one of the Beast Palace warriors called out to Soryong, telling him to come quickly. Soryong rushed over, surprised and hopeful. He was met with a gruesome sight. A monstrously large red ant lay on the ground, surrounded by the bodies of other ants. This giant insect had menacing, glowing red eyes, and a spear was already in its head, yet it was still alive. The group gathered around in shock, pointing out that the ants were eating each other, with the giant ant at the center of the scene. Lady Hwaying asked if this could be the queen. Soryong, with a disturbed look, confirmed that it must be the queen, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something about the situation was very strange. Soryong was deeply troubled by the scene. He knew from his knowledge of insects that while a new queen ant might eat her own eggs to survive and start a colony, a queen would never eat her own young once the colony was large and established. Also, he knew that ants only recognize their dead companions after about 3 days, when the bodies start to release a specific chemical. This led him to a horrible conclusion. The queen was eating her own young while they were still alive, which was completely against the laws of nature. Just as he was thinking about this, Lady Hwaying called out to him, telling him to look closely at the queen's head. His eyes widened as he saw something gleaming where the warrior's spear had been. It was a golden needle, glowing with a faint energy, stuck deep in the creature's forehead. Driven by curiosity, Soryong carefully approached the dying monster. Lady Hwaying warned him to be careful, but he was focused on the strange object. He reached out and, with a firm grip, pulled the golden needle free from the queen's head. The moment it came out, black blood shot from the wound, and the giant ant let out a final pained screech before collapsing. Soryong stared in shock. The queen was dead. Holding the strange needle, he turned to Lady Hwaying and asked if she recognized it. She looked at it thoughtfully, explaining that while the Tang clan also used golden needles, this one had a rare length and shape. As Soryong looked at it more closely, he noticed that the needle was hollow. He guessed that it must have been used to inject some kind of drug or poison into the queen. Suddenly, a voice called out to Soryong and Lady Hwaying. It was the Grand Patriarch, who came running towards them with his men, much to the relief of his grandchildren. The elder explained that he had met the warriors of the Beast Palace while searching for them and had been told everything that had happened. He asked Soryong if he was alright, and the boy assured him that thanks to his iron coffin technique, he had only a few scratches. Manhwa then approached the Grand Patriarch and, confirming he was an elder of the Tang clan, did something amazing. He, along with all the warriors of the Beast Palace, knelt down in a deep bow of gratitude. Manhwa declared that his people owed a great debt to the Tang clan for their help, leaving the Grand Patriarch completely flustered and begging them to rise. Lady Huaying noted to herself that for the proud lord of the Beast Palace to show such deep respect was truly special, even for someone as important as her grandfather. Once they stood up, Manhwa insisted on treating the Tang clan with the greatest hospitality and invited them into his palace. However, Soryong interrupted, explaining that he had an important question for his grandfather first. He held out the golden needle he had pulled from the Queen Ant's head, explaining where he found it and noting its similarity to the needles used by their own clan. He asked the Grand Patriarch if he had ever seen one like it before. The moment the Grand Patriarch saw the needle, his expression changed to pure shock and horror. He grabbed Soryong's hand, demanding to know where he had found it. Startled by his grandfather's intensity, Soryong repeated that it was in the Queen Ant's head. Lady Huaying asked what was wrong, sensing a serious problem with the needle. With a grim and heavy tone, the Grand Patriarch looked at both his grandchildren and the members of the Beast Palace. He ominously stated that it seemed an old enemy, one who held a deep grudge against both the Tang clan of Sichuan and the Beast Palace, was still alive. This news left Manhwa and his warriors completely stunned and filled with dread. Manhwa was taken aback, questioning who could possibly hold a grudge against both their houses. With a grim expression, the Grand Patriarch revealed the name of their old, shared enemy, the Five Venoms sect. The name struck the members of the Beast Palace like a thunderbolt. Manhwa and his elders cried out in disbelief, asking if it was possible for the sect they had supposedly wiped out 100 years ago to still be alive. As the elders reacted, Soryong recalled a story his grandfather had once told him. He remembered hearing that the divine technique he had learned had come from this very sect, which the Tang clan and the Beast Palace had joined forces to destroy long ago. Manhwa, putting the pieces together, realized that if the Five Venoms sect was involved, they must have used their forbidden great explosive immersion technique of wild beasts on the Ant Queen. Seeing Soryong's confusion, Seolpyo explained that it was a dangerous technique that forced a beast's potential to be unlocked, driving it into a frenzy. She added that it was a last resort art, as it could easily kill the animal if done wrong. The Grand Patriarch explained more about the sect's cruelty, describing them as ruthless people who forced beasts to breed with venomous creatures to create spiritual pills and who would kill anyone who got in their way. He concluded that the combination of a Tang clan-style golden needle and a Beast Palace technique was undeniable proof of their involvement. Fear began to spread through the Beast Palace warriors as they whispered among themselves, wondering if the terrible events of a century ago were about to happen all over again. Interrupting the growing panic, the Grand Patriarch placed a reassuring hand on Soryong's head. He acknowledged the danger but focused on the positive outcome. He stated that the ants had been defeated and, more importantly, this incident had shown that the Five Venoms sect was still active. Looking down at his grandson with pride, he told him that he had accomplished something truly great. Manhwa wholeheartedly agreed, patting Soryong's head as well and admitting that without the young warrior's help, they would have remained unaware of the coming threat. Soryong blushed under the praise. Finally, the Grand Patriarch stood tall and made a formal declaration. He announced that since the Five Venoms sect had not truly been destroyed, the alliance made 100 years ago was still in effect. In the name of the Patriarch, he pledged the full support of the Tang clan of Sichuan to the Beast Palace in the fight to come. With a determined expression, Manhwa clasped his fist and formally renewed the alliance, declaring that the Beast Palace would, of course, stand with and support the Tang clan. Having settled the matter, he turned to Soryong with a warm smile. He expressed his deep gratitude, explaining that since Soryong had done him a great favor, he wished to grant the young warrior and his clan anything they desired. Manhwa's enthusiasm was clear as he loudly encouraged Soryong to ask for anything at all, leaving our boy flustered and wondering why he kept getting these open-ended offers. Sensing the opportunity, the Grand Patriarch leaned in and whispered to his grandson. He told Soryong to ask Manhwa about the divine returning technique of the Five Venoms, assuring him that the palace lord would not dare to refuse such an important request. Taking his grandfather's cue, Soryong turned to Manhwa and stated that he had a question. The palace lord graciously told him to ask whatever he wished. The scene then shifted to the grand hall of the palace lord within the Beast Palace. There, Soryong presented his two small centipede-like creatures, which hopped playfully on a tiger skin rug. He began to explain his unique situation. Unlike the other members of the Tang clan, he had learned a technique that came from the Five Venoms sect. Because of this, he revealed, he was able to give commands to one of his creatures purely through his thoughts. Getting to the main point, Soryong asked his crucial question. Did the divine returning technique of the Five Venoms, that the Tang clan had also contained the secrets of the Beast Palace's Wild Beast's Heart technique? He recounted his understanding that their two clans had divided the techniques of the defeated sect between them 100 years ago. He explained that his ultimate goal was to understand how this mental connection was possible and to find out if he could do it with his other beloved creatures. The question hung in the air, leaving MANHUA and his daughter Seolpyo to think about the deep implications of his request. After a moment of thought, MANHUA regretfully told the young warrior that his request was a difficult one to grant, leaving Soryong looking disappointed. Seolpyo explained more about her father's refusal. She explained that while the Beast Palace was not stingy with its martial arts, the Wild Beast's Heart technique was their greatest and most guarded secret. It was an art that allowed one to share their heart with wild beasts, but it was passed down only to the direct descendants of the palace and it was strictly forbidden to share. This created a problem for the elders. MANHUA noted that the son-in-law of the Tang clan had somehow already mastered a part of their most secret technique, and they were unsure what to do. Realizing he had asked for too much, Soryong panicked and turned to his grandfather, apologizing for asking something he shouldn't have. Suddenly, MANHUA's expression changed as an idea seemed to strike him. He looked intently at Soryong and asked a very personal question. If he was the son-in-law of the Tang clan, what about his original family? Confused, Soryong answered truthfully that he was completely alone, without any family or connections, and wondered why the palace lord was asking. To Soryong's utter shock, MANHUA and Seolpyo reacted with delight. The palace lord exclaimed that being an orphan was perfect, which only confused Soryong more, who couldn't understand how that could possibly be a good thing. MANHUA laughed heartily, complimenting Soryong on his fitting name and praising his love for his creatures, declaring it was more genuine than anyone else's in the entire Beast Palace. His expression then turned serious as he captured everyone's attention. He looked directly at the stunned young warrior and, pointing a commanding finger at him, made a shocking declaration. With absolute certainty, MANHUA announced that Soryong would become his son. Soryong and his companions were left speechless by MANHUA's sudden announcement. Flustered, our boy could only stammer, asking if the palace lord had really said he wanted him as a son. MANHUA confirmed his offer with a firm look, stating clearly that Soryong was to be adopted into the Beast Palace. He explained that if Soryong became a member of his family, he could learn all of the Beast Palace's martial arts, including its greatest secret technique. He added that with the Five Venoms sect appearing again, it was more important than ever for their two houses to have a closer relationship. Turning to the Grand Patriarch, MANHUA respectfully asked for his opinion. He admitted that a previous attempt to unite their clans 200 years ago had failed, but he believed that with a special boy like Soryong, they could finally fix past mistakes. The Grand Patriarch stroked his beard in thought. He agreed it was a tempting offer, especially if Soryong's status as a son-in-law to the Tang clan was also honored. However, he left the final decision to Soryong, saying his free will was the most important thing. With the elders' approval, MANHUA turned back to Soryong. He made the offer even better, promising that if Soryong became his adopted son, he would personally teach him how to share his heart and mind with all of his animal companions. The offer was overwhelming for Soryong, who panicked at the thought of suddenly getting a new father and sister. He felt it was too big a decision to make so quickly. Sensing he was hesitant, MANHUA and Seolpyo exchanged a look, realizing the offer wasn't quite enough. Suddenly, Seolpyo's face lit up with an idea. She excitedly suggested to her father that they offer Soryong the Bisa, or flying snake. She figured that since the young warrior loved venomous creatures, the legendary snake would be the perfect gift. Soryong, hearing the unfamiliar name, looked confused. He turned to his grandfather for an explanation, and the old man's expression grew serious. The Grand Patriarch explained that she was likely talking about the legendary Bichionsinsa, the divine flying snake. He described it as the greatest of all venomous creatures. It was a mythical beast, said to have 2 horns and the ability to fly through the sky. The description had a huge and immediate effect on Soryong. His hesitation vanished, replaced by pure excitement. His eyes began to sparkle, and he clenched his fists, completely taken by the thought of such an incredible creature. It was, he thought, an insanely amazing offer. Seeing that Soryong was about to accept, Seolpyo made the final, irresistible offer. With a confident and playful smile, she promised him that if he became her little brother, she would personally help him capture the legendary flying snake. That was all it took. All of Soryong's doubts disappeared. Without a second thought, he bowed deeply and formally greeted his new family, calling Manhwa father and Seolpyo older sister. The palace lord burst out in joyous laughter, welcoming his new son. While Lady Hwang and her companion from the Tang clan looked on in confusion, the hall filled with celebration. And so, after a sudden but happy decision, a formal adoption ceremony was held, officially making Soryong a member of the Southern Beast Palace. Later that night, as Soryong lay in his new comfortable bed, he couldn't help but smile at how strange his situation was. He thought that in his past life, he had adopted many animals, but he never imagined he would be the one getting adopted. Still, he found that it wasn't a bad feeling. He felt that the people of the Beast Palace, with their deep love for animals, were genuinely good, just like his family in the Tang clan. His peaceful thoughts were shattered when his bedroom door was suddenly thrown open. To his shock, in the doorway stood his new sister, Seolpyo, and a very flustered Lady Hwang, both dressed only in their nightgowns. Before he could figure out what was happening, Seolpyo casually said that since they were all family now, they should sleep together and talk. She winked, explaining that she had always dreamed of doing this if she ever got a younger brother. When Soryong dazedly asked why Lady Hwang was there, she blushed and stammered that it was a custom in the Beast Palace for fiancés to sleep in the same room. Soryong's mind went into overdrive. For a moment, he thought it was a wonderful custom before he realized the full meaning. His heart began to pound as he panicked at the thought of spending the night with two women. Ignoring his flustered state, Seolpyo playfully pulled at his blankets and, along with a hesitant Lady Hwang, climbed into bed, trapping the embarrassed Soryong between them. As he let out a silent scream, Seolpyo cheerfully suggested they start by talking about his venomous pets. On a nearby table, his small creatures could only watch in confusion as their master was overwhelmed by his new family. The next day, Soryong walked with his new father and sister outside the palace. It was clear he had not slept at all, his face tired from the night's chaotic slumber party. When Manhwa asked if he had slept well, the boy could only force a denial. Manhwa announced it was time to begin Soryong's training and teach him the technique he was so curious about. But first, he needed to check the boy's internal energy. He told Soryong to sit and relax, and our boy did. Manhwa then placed a hand on his back, sending his own internal energy through Soryong's body to check his condition. After a moment, the palace lord pulled his hand back with a thoughtful look. He said that Soryong's energy was so well hidden that he hadn't been able to sense it properly before. He concluded that while Soryong had managed to copy the wild beast's heart technique, his version was incomplete and much weaker. This, he decided, was something he needed to discuss with the Grand Patriarch. Still confused, Soryong asked what the wild beast's heart technique was. Seolpyo explained that it was an internal training method that lets a warrior communicate their heart to beasts and grow stronger with them. Soryong was amazed. Manhwa added that it also gives the user the ability to feel a beast's heart and give special commands. Deciding a demonstration would be better than words, he prompted his daughter. Seolpyo took a deep breath and let out a sharp, powerful howl. In response, a pack of large, fierce wolves with glowing blue eyes came out of the nearby woods, snarling as they approached. Soryong stared in stunned silence as the intimidating beasts gathered around them. The alpha wolf began to growl at Soryong, but Seolpyo quickly scolded it, telling the beast not to be suspicious, as Soryong was now her little brother. The wolf immediately stopped, letting out a confused whimper. With the pack now calm, Seolpyo smiled and encouraged Soryong to try giving them a command himself. She ordered the wolves to attack Manhwa using a fierce wolf formation. Instantly, the whole pack obeyed, attacking Manhwa together. The palace lord, however, stood his ground, not worried at all. With just a flex of his internal energy, he easily pushed back the fierce beasts, sending them flying without touching them. The powerful demonstration ended with Manhwa standing calmly among the now calm wolf pack. Soryong was left completely speechless, his eyes wide with awe. He exclaimed that it was incredible how all 10 wolves had moved in perfect sync. Manhwa explained that this was possible because they were all connected through the wild beast's heart technique. He proudly described the art as a way for the user to become one with beasts, using their fangs and claws as their own. He also explained that once the technique is fully mastered, a warrior could command hundreds or even thousands of beasts at once, though he warned that being too greedy could be dangerous. The explanation and display of power were more than enough for Soryong. He clenched his fists, his face excited, and declared that the technique was the absolute best. Without hesitating, he dropped to his knees in a formal bow, earnestly pleading with his new father and sister to teach him the wild beast's heart technique. A broad smile spread across Manhwa's face. He laughed and told his new son to rise and sit, declaring that he would, of course, pass on the technique to him. Overjoyed, Soryong thanked him. Manhwa once again placed his hand on Soryong's back, and a powerful visible surge of energy began to flow from the palace lord into his new son. As he transferred the knowledge, Manhwa focused. He thought to himself that while teaching Soryong the wild beast's heart technique, he would also adjust the boy's own 5 venoms returning origin technique. He had analyzed Soryong's body and noticed the great strain it was under from constantly using poison, something the Beast Palace's core art was never made to handle. As he continued the process, Manhwa explained that the wild beast's heart technique wasn't really meant to handle poison. Its true purpose was to connect with something more basic, like a creature's blood. The news shocked Soryong. Manhwa added that it only required a single drop of blood, or even other body fluids like spit. He revealed this was the reason Soryong was already able to give his centipede-like creature mental commands. The bond had started to form when the creature bit him. The memory clicked for Soryong, and he finally understood. With a final pat on Soryong's shoulders, Manhwa announced that the ritual was complete. He told his new son that he was now fully connected to his little centipede through the technique and would be able to feel its heart and emotions completely. Closing his eyes and holding the small creature, Soryong felt a warm, golden energy surround him. He was stunned, he could truly feel it now. He was overwhelmed by a wave of pure, unconditional love from his companion, an emotion so strong it was like being loved as a baby. Tears streamed down his face as he hugged the creature tightly. Manhwa looked on, satisfied, declaring that this was the power of the complete wild beast's heart technique. Ready to continue, Manhwa then asked Soryong to hand over his other small creatures so he could repeat the process and form a bond with them as well. Though Soryong worried they might bite, Manhwa assured him he would be fine, as he could use a protective aura if he needed to. However, the method for the next step was much weirder than Soryong could have imagined. Manhwa instructed him to lie on the ground and open his mouth. Before the confused boy could react, Manhwa held the 2 creatures over his face and commanded them to each spit into their master's mouth. He explained that Soryong's training was to use the technique to feel the spit as it entered his body. Horrified, Soryong tried to protest, but it was too late. The 2 creatures began to drool heavily above him. As the spit dripped down, Soryong was filled with disgust, thinking that the situation was getting very weird. In the training grounds at the Beast Palace, Soryong prepared to train his 3 small, rabbit-eared centipede creatures. With his new sister Seolpyo and Lady Hwaying watching, he gave his companions the signal to begin. He ordered them to perform the centipede chain formation, a new technique he was developing. The 3 creatures leapt towards a wooden training post, but instead of a fierce attack, they just latched onto it gently. From a distance, Seolpyo and Lady Hwaying were overcome with emotion, saying how incredibly adorable the little creatures were. Soryong, however, was horrified, realizing this wasn't the scary effect he wanted. He thought about how powerful and cool the wolves looked when they attacked, but his own creatures just looked cute. He tried to coach them, telling them to perform their attacks with a bit more style. Seeing their sad faces, Soryong immediately panicked and rushed to reassure them, praising them for doing a great job. Holding them close, he reminded himself that they weren't even a year old yet and just needed to grow slowly. With that, he decided they would get back to training. Half a month had passed since Soryong had officially inherited the beast heart art and bonded with his centipedes. Because his original technique was similar, he was able to master the new one very quickly. This let him focus on strengthening his connection with his companions. Soryong didn't actually go through with the disgusting method of having his creatures spit in his mouth. He couldn't do that. Instead, he completed the bonding process by having them all suck on his pinky finger. Later, while walking, Soryong asked his sister Seolpyo if she had heard any news from the flying heavenly divine master yet. Seolpyo explained that the place the warriors had gone to check was a 3-day journey away, so they would probably hear back soon. Soryong understood and agreed. As Soryong stood with Seolpyo and Lady Hwaying, Gunpei came running towards them. Out of breath, he called out for young Master Soryong, announcing that he had a message from the Grand Patriarch. Surprised, Soryong asked what was going on. Gupai hesitated for a moment before delivering the exciting news. The heavenly flying emissary had finally been found. The news sent a jolt of excitement through both Soryong and Lady Huaying. A determined smile spread across Soryong's face as he thought that the moment had finally come. Without wasting a second, he announced that they would go to his grandfather at once. The group arrived at the guest hall of the Beast Palace, where the Grand Patriarch was watching his men prepare various materials. Soryong, along with Gupai and Lady Huaying, rushed over to him. The Grand Patriarch greeted his grandson warmly and asked how his training was going. Soryong assured him that he was fully dedicated to it. Eagerly changing the subject, Soryong mentioned that he heard the heavenly flying emissary was found. The Grand Patriarch confirmed this, explaining that he was personally watching the creation of a special Realgar mixture using the Tang clan's secret formula, which was needed for the capture. He explained that while the creature had been found, they couldn't move to capture it right away. He warned that although its poison was considered weaker than the 10 great poisons, they couldn't be careless. Before talking about it further, the Grand Patriarch's expression softened. He told Soryong that he had caught something interesting and wanted to show it to him. He pointed towards a large clay pot, leaving Soryong to wonder what could be inside. As the Grand Patriarch presented the pot, Soryong and Lady Huaying looked inside, their eyes widening in surprise. At the bottom sat a strange-looking spider with a hard, flat abdomen that looked exactly like a fancy gold coin. Soryong excitedly identified it as a money coin spider. The Grand Patriarch confirmed this with a smile, explaining that the creature was named for its abdomen's resemblance to a gold coin. This creature, also known as the Chinese hourglass spider, is a type of trapdoor spider. Soryong's face lit up with joy. He thought that this was an incredibly rare species that he couldn't find in his past life. Overjoyed, he thanked his grandfather for the wonderful gift. The Grand Patriarch was pleased to see his grandson so happy. With the gift presented, the Grand Patriarch turned the conversation back to the important task. He said that all that was left was to figure out a secure place to hold the heavenly flying emissary after they captured it. Soryong chimed in, explaining that snakes can usually escape through the smallest openings, so his clan usually kept them tied in special sacks. However, the Grand Patriarch looked serious, fearing that their usual methods wouldn't be enough. He warned that the creature they were hunting was a spirit-grade venomous beast, capable of tearing apart most containers. This problem left Soryong looking concerned and deep in thought. Turning to his grandson, the Grand Patriarch asked if he had any good ideas for a container. Soryong was caught off guard, stammering as his grandfather reminded him that he was their expert. As Soryong tried to think, he accidentally bumped into a clan member holding the pot with the new spider, causing the man to yelp in pain. Suddenly, the same clan member cried out in alarm, telling Soryong they had a problem. In a panic, the man announced that the money coin spider had disappeared. He held up the pot, showing it was now empty except for the dirt. The man was upset, apologizing and explaining that he had only looked away for a moment. Soryong, however, stayed calm. He reassured the man that it was all right and that the creature hadn't actually escaped. He then asked the clan member to bring him some spider thread and chopsticks. Once he had the items, Soryong tied an insect to the thread and dangled it over the center of the jar. In a flash, the money coin spider burst out from under the dirt, snatching the bait with surprising speed. The clan member was completely shocked. Soryong explained that it was a trapdoor spider and that it naturally digs burrows to live in, telling the man not to worry. The man let out a huge sigh of relief. As the man walked away with the pot, Soryong watched him, a thoughtful look on his face. He remembered how the spider built its home by digging a burrow, creating a secure, pouch-like space. As he pictured the spider's den, a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. He realized that a specially made pouch with that exact shape would be the perfect solution. His eyes widened and he clenched his fist in excitement, exclaiming that he had figured it out. With a brilliant idea, Soryong rushed to find the one person who could make it happen, his companion, the spider Yohua, who was napping in her web. He called out her name, waking her up. Once he had her attention, Soryong held up a small cloth pouch. He asked Yohua, who had transformed into her large spider form, if she could create something similar, but much, much bigger. The plan was to use Yohua's spider silk, an incredible material that was 20 times tougher than steel of the same weight. As a spirit beast, Yohua's thread was exceptionally powerful. It had already proven its strength against an army of ants, making it the highest grade fiber in existence. The idea was simple but genius, to weave that nearly unbreakable thread into a giant pouch to hold the spirit beast. Taking on the challenge, Yohua got to work. In a short time, she presented a massive, beautifully woven white pouch made of her silk. Soryong was completely amazed. He took the finished pouch and praised her, saying it was amazing and exactly what they needed. Yohwa chirped happily, proud of her work. The others were equally impressed. Gupai tested the pouch by trying to cut it with a dagger, but the blade only sparked against the tough material. He exclaimed in shock at how tough it was. The Grand Patriarch agreed that it was a monstrous creation. With this final preparation complete, the Grand Patriarch announced that they could now leave as soon as the next day. He gave the order for the warriors to be prepared, as they would set out early in the morning. Soryong, standing proudly between Yohwa and Lady Huaying, confirmed that he understood. Overjoyed and relieved, Soryong turned to Yohwa and told her she had done a great job. As a reward, he gave her a storm of head pats, much to her delight. The Grand Patriarch and Gupai laughed at the sweet scene, while Lady Huaying looked on with a blush. And with that, all preparations to capture the flying heavenly divine master were finally complete. The next morning, as the sun rose, the group set out on their mission. Led by warriors from the Beast Palace, Soryong and his companions from the Tang clan headed for Hyupsu Gorge, where the flying heavenly divine master had been seen. As they walked, the Grand Patriarch said he was looking forward to this, as he hadn't seen the 24 poison branches in person since he was young. Soryong, confused, asked his grandfather what he meant, recalling only that they were ranked below the 10 great poisons. The Grand Patriarch explained that the term was a comparison. Just as the day is divided into 24 hours, the Tang clan assigns a powerful venomous beast to each of the 24 hours. While they were not among the legendary 10 great poisons, these were 24 very potent beasts of the highest grade. Soryong and Lady Huaying listened, beginning to understand. After some time, one of the lead warriors shouted that they had arrived, pointing ahead toward the gorge. Soryong's gaze followed, and his eyes widened in awe at the sight. Hovering majestically near a cliffside waterfall was a massive, snake-like creature, its long, elegant body decorated with light blue fins and 2 sharp horns on its head. He could only whisper its name in disbelief, the heavenly flying emissary. The Grand Patriarch began to recite the description from the ancient records of the Tang clan. He described how the creature rode the chaotic winds of the gorge as if they were water, its body dissolving into the blue clouds and its horns breathing out a spirit energy as sharp as a blade. It moved so smoothly between the sky and the mist that it was impossible to tell where the heavens ended and the sea began. He then revealed the creature's true importance. The Tang clan had placed this beast at the very head of the 24 poisons. It was the beast that was in charge of the first double hour of the day, representing the very beginning of heaven and earth, black and yellow, a truly ancient and powerful being. As he stared at the impossible sight, Soryong's mind went back to his previous life. He remembered that flying snakes did exist on Earth, though most people didn't know it. He recalled a live stream he did as his online personality, Spicy Faber, where he excitedly showed his 1 million subscribers a real, flying snake. He had shown a green snake called a Chrysopelia, and when his viewers asked how it could fly, he explained the science. It didn't truly fly, but glided by spreading its ribs to catch the air. His viewers had accused him of clickbait, but he had calmly defended himself, arguing that gliding up to 250 meters was close enough to flying. He had then laughed and confidently said that everything in the universe had to obey the laws of physics. A snake couldn't just fly like a bird. That was what he used to believe. But now, seeing a massive horned serpent soaring through the air against all logic, he could only wonder what he was looking at. The sight was so reality-breaking that his brain felt like it would shut down. He turned to his grandfather and asked if it wasn't a bit strange that a snake was flying. The Grand Patriarch just chuckled, saying that was exactly why it was called the Flying Heavenly Divine Snake. Soryong tried to explain that wasn't what he meant, but the words wouldn't come. Meanwhile, Lady Huaying was completely fascinated. Holding Soryong's small centipede creatures, she encouraged them to grow up quickly and become incredible venomous creatures just like the one before them. Her excited words, however, did not go unnoticed. The divine serpent turned its gaze toward the group on the cliff and spotted them. In an instant, the massive creature was covered in a bright blue light and shrank to a tiny version of itself before flying away at incredible speed. Soryong cried out in alarm, shouting that the snake was escaping. The Grand Patriarch stayed calm, noting that it had obviously sensed them. He told the panicked Soryong not to worry, confident they would find it again. He decided the creature likely hadn't gone far and told the group to set up camp and send out a scouting party to search the area. Soryong, calming himself, agreed to the plan. After the divine serpent had fled, the group stood on the cliff, thinking about their next move. Seolpyo approached Soryong, who seemed lost in thought, and asked him what he was doing. He explained that since it was his first time seeing a snake that could actually fly, he was trying to figure out a plan to lure it back down so they could capture it. Seolpyo chuckled, playfully teasing him. She had thought that with all the creatures he commanded, he would surely know the basics of hunting. Soryong was puzzled, asking what she meant by the basics. She explained a simple but important fact. Even though the creature could fly, it was still a living being. It had to eat and sleep just like any other animal, which meant it would eventually have to come back to the ground. That would be their chance to strike. The simple logic hit Soryong like a lightning bolt. He understood immediately. Of course, the creature couldn't fly forever. His mind made a connection to the video games of his past life, where a boss was always weakest while eating. He realized he had been overthinking the problem and had missed the simplest solution. Filled with thanks, he thanked his new sister for the advice. Seolpyo smiled confidently, telling him he could count on her and promising she would help put the flying serpent in his hands. They both shared a happy laugh. But their good mood didn't last. As night fell over the mountains, the situation got worse. The hunting party was in chaos. The warriors from the Beast Palace lay scattered on the ground, groaning in pain, clearly beaten. Standing among the fallen warriors, Soryong and his companions looked on in shock. It was in that moment that they finally understood the true nature of their prey. Hovering above them in the moonlight, surrounded by a powerful aura, was the divine serpent. It was then that the group truly understood why this venomous creature was known as the very first of the 24 poisons. The divine serpent hovered over the defeated hunting party, its powerful aura filling the air. Lady Huaying rushed to Soryong's side, asking with concern if he was all right. Though he was shaken, he assured her he was fine. The serpent's glowing eyes stared down at them, a clear show of its power. Soryong's mind raced, thinking about the events of the last few days. It had been 3 days since they had set up camp to watch the creature. Through their scouting, they had learned 2 important facts about it. First, it came down from the sky once every 3 days to eat a specific type of fish. Second, its ability to fly was not endless. It could only stay in the air for a maximum of 2 hours at a time. Based on this information, they had made a plan. They would wait for the serpent to come down to eat and then ambush it at night, hoping to catch it while it was distracted. However, the plan had failed badly. The creature was much more aware than they had thought. The moment they made their move, it noticed them and immediately took to the sky, leaving its meal. What followed was a one-sided fight. The serpent's huge 6-meter-long body was covered in unusually hard skin that their weapons couldn't cut, but its most powerful ability was its raw strength. The creature would repeatedly crash into the ground with great force, creating powerful shockwaves that sent the warriors flying. The constant storm of flying rocks and debris made it impossible for anyone to even get close. As the dust settled, Soryong and the others finally understood the truth. While the serpent's poison might not have been as strong as the legendary 10 great poisons, its overwhelming physical power and sharp senses were more than enough to earn its reputation as the most powerful of the 24 venoms. Seeing the damage, the Grand Patriarch quickly made a decision. He told Soryong that there were too many injured and they needed to retreat immediately. Soryong quickly agreed. The Grand Patriarch then shouted the order for everyone to fall back, telling them to grab the wounded and return to the safety of their camp. The entire group turned and fled from the powerful serpent, their faces showing fear and determination. Their first attempt to capture the flying serpent had ended in complete failure. Later that evening, the group gathered around a campfire. The mood was serious as they tended to their wounds. Lady Huaying was wrapping a bandage around her arm and Soryong approached her with concern. She assured him it was just a scratch. Nearby, the Grand Patriarch finished setting a splint for a warrior with a broken arm. The warrior apologized, but the Grand Patriarch took responsibility for the failure. Standing next to a concerned Seolpyo, the Grand Patriarch admitted that he hadn't realized how powerful the creature truly was. He said they had been careless, noting that if even a lower-ranked beast was so strong, they should have been much more careful with the top-ranked one. He then turned to Soryong and asked what they should do now. Soryong fell into deep thought. He realized this creature was completely different from anything he had ever seen, and his knowledge from his past life was useless. Looking at the bandaged and beaten warriors, he concluded that another direct attack was too risky. They couldn't afford to lose their valuable warriors trying to capture one creature. He thought that the whole situation would be much easier if the serpent just couldn't fly. As he thought about this, a sudden memory sparked in the Grand Patriarch's mind, and he exclaimed that he had just remembered something important. The Grand Patriarch announced that he had an idea about how the divine serpent managed to fly, getting Soryong's attention. He explained his theory, saying he could clearly sense a flow of energy around the creature whenever it flew. Since it rose without any physical movement, he guessed that it must be controlling this energy to lift itself. Confused, Soryong turned to Lady Hwaying and asked her to explain what controlling energy to rise meant. She clarified that it was a type of martial art focused on lightness and speed. She explained that while normal techniques use energy through the legs to jump higher, this advanced technique was different. It involved using one's internal energy alone to float the entire body. She emphasized that doing this was impossible without a huge amount of internal energy. This led Soryong to ask if this meant the venomous creature had a massive amount of internal energy. However, the Grand Patriarch stepped in to correct him. He stated that it was not internal energy that powered the creature's flight. With complete certainty, he revealed the true source of its power, an internal core. He was sure that the venomous creature had to have this condensed ball of pure energy, which allowed it to do such impossible things. The Grand Patriarch's reveal of an internal core shocked the group. Gupai and Seolpyo were stunned, asking the elder if it was truly possible. Soryong's mind immediately went to the internal core he had gotten from the azure-spotted centipede, remembering it as a powerful medicine that could greatly improve a person's martial arts skills. This realization sparked new excitement. Gupai declared that this gave them even more reason to capture the creature, and Seolpyo enthusiastically agreed. The Grand Patriarch explained the potential reward, saying that Lady Hwaying had achieved a breakthrough after eating the core of a lower-ranked beast. He guessed that if she were to eat the core of a creature as powerful as the flying heavenly divine serpent, her martial arts skills would improve instantly. However, he added a grim condition. If their main goal was to get the internal core, it would be incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to capture the creature alive. The thought of killing such a beautiful beast made Soryong's expression harden. Noticing his sudden change, Lady Hwaying asked him what was wrong. With strong belief, Soryong declared that killing it was not an option. He stated firmly that they would capture the serpent, but it had to be done alive. The rest of the group looked on, surprised by his firm decision. Seolpyo was the first to question him, asking why he would pass up such an opportunity. She reminded him that this was the internal core of a legendary flying serpent. Soryong just laughed and explained his way of thinking. He argued that while internal energy was valuable, it could be gained over time through training. To him, killing a unique and powerful creature just for a shortcut felt wrong. He believed that a living venomous creature was more valuable than any internal core it might have. The Grand Patriarch smiled warmly, saying that this respect for life was typical of his grandson. He accepted Soryao's decision but then asked the practical question, what was their new plan? Looking down at his 3 small centipede companions napping peacefully, Soryong announced that he did, in fact, have an idea. A confident, almost mischievous smile spread across his face as he made a silent promise to the divine serpent. He would capture it, and he would do so without leaving a single scratch on its beautiful body. Following Soryong's new plan, the group began their operation. They found the divine serpent as it came down to a quiet river to drink. From a hidden spot, Soryong picked up a rock and threw it near the creature. The sudden noise startled the serpent, causing it to hiss and look around for the source of the sound. Observing its reaction, Soryong began to analyze the situation scientifically. He knew there were 3 main ways a snake senses the world. The first is through a bone in its head that detects sound waves and vibrations. The second is an organ that analyzes smells captured by its forked tongue. The third is a pit organ that uses heat-sensitive cells to track the body heat of its prey. With this knowledge, Soryong came to a simple conclusion. If they could block their scent and hide their body heat, the serpent wouldn't be able to find them. The way they did this, however, was not very dignified. The whole group, including the Grand Patriarch and Lady Hwaying, found themselves wrapped from head to toe in thick, white bandages, looking like mummies. The Grand Patriarch was very embarrassed, asking Soryong if he really had to wear such a silly outfit. Soryong explained that the suits, made from Yowa's super durable and insulating silk, were essential for the plan to work. He did, however, warn everyone that the suits didn't block their presence completely, so they had to be careful not to get too close. The Grand Patriarch, while understanding the reason for the disguises, still had one important question. He asked Soryong how these suits would actually help them catch the serpent without hurting it. Soryong smiled and began to explain the full plan. He started by reminding them of his sister Seolpio's advice. Even a divine beast is still a living creature that needs to eat and sleep. With that as the foundation, he revealed the next step. He said that from now on, they would follow the serpent for several days, and every time it tried to land to eat or rest, they would bother it by throwing rocks, not letting it have any peace or food. The simple but brutal strategy left the Grand Patriarch and Lady Huaying speechless. Soryong confidently explained the logic behind his tough plan. Since the suits made from Yowa's silk would make them invisible to the serpent, the creature wouldn't be able to find them to attack. By constantly denying it food and sleep, it would eventually get exhausted and collapse. He reasoned that even though it was the most powerful of the 24 venoms, it couldn't ignore the basic needs of hunger and sleep. He admitted this would be tiring for them as well and told them he was counting on their endurance, which made the other members groan. And so, their campaign of harassment began. 6 long days passed. Just as the hunting party was getting tired, they found the divine serpent, now looking weak and weary, coming down to a small spring for a desperate drink of water. A lookout warrior immediately spotted it and shouted the order for everyone to throw their stones. The serpent let out a frustrated and tired roar, its body trembling with fatigue. It tried to fly back into the sky, but its movements were now slow. The creature grew dizzy, its vision blurring from exhaustion. Finally, its body couldn't take any more. The divine serpent gave in to hunger and exhaustion and fainted, falling from the air and crashing to the ground. The warriors below shouted in victory as their target was finally down. And just like that, the operation was a success. The warriors quickly moved in with the giant pouch made of Yowa's silk and secured the unconscious beast. They had managed to catch the flying heavenly divine serpent without a single scratch on it, and just as importantly, without any of their own warriors getting hurt. Soryong, looking at their prize, proudly decided to name his successful strategy the Heaven and Earth Net Pursuit. The entire group erupted in cheers, celebrating their hard-won victory. With the serpent safely contained, the group loaded the huge white pouch onto a large wooden cart and began the journey back. As they traveled, the Grand Patriarch stood beside Seolpio. Looking at the cart, he sighed, remarking on how much trouble that one miserable creature had put them all through. Curious about the prize, Soryong asked his grandfather if he had had a chance to check the serpent's internal core. The Grand Patriarch confirmed that he had. He explained that while the core itself wasn't very large, the energy inside was incredibly dense. He estimated its power was equal to 120 years of dedicated internal energy training, a truly amazing treasure. The Grand Patriarch's assessment of the internal core's power left Lady Huaying completely stunned. She exclaimed in disbelief, questioning if it was really equal to 120 years of power. The immense value of the core immediately changed her mind. Turning to Soryong with an eager Seolpio, she pleaded with him to just let them take the core. She stressed that this wasn't just 5 or 10 years of power, but a huge 120. She continued, reminding him that he was still young and that with such a massive boost to his internal energy, he could master any martial art. She acknowledged his love for venomous creatures, but insisted this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The Grand Patriarch added his voice, agreeing that an internal core of this quality would completely change a person's body and give them a huge amount of power. He suggested that with it, Soryong might even be able to surpass the legendary 10 great poisons and reach a higher level of existence. Soryong fell silent, seriously thinking about their words. He admitted to himself that the idea of surpassing the 10 great poisons was very tempting. However, his thoughts went back to the creature itself. The flying heavenly divine serpent was an incredibly rare and beautiful being. The thought of killing such a magnificent creature was something he couldn't do. Sensing his hesitation, Seolpio and Lady Huaying grew more insistent, pleading with him to decide quickly. Overwhelmed by the pressure, Soryong could only ask them to give him a moment to think. Suddenly, their debate was violently interrupted. The large wooden cart carrying the serpent began to shake uncontrollably, and to everyone's horror, it was lifted completely off the ground. Soryong stared in shock, realizing the creature inside must have woken up. The warriors holding the rope struggled desperately to control the thrashing pouch, realizing the creature still had a surprising amount of energy left. The serpent let out a furious muffled roar from inside its silk prison. The Grand Patriarch watched the chaos with a grim look. He noted that the serpent was still full of energy and didn't seem like a creature that had been starved for days. Soryong sighed, adding that snakes are tough creatures that can go for a month without eating. The Grand Patriarch pointed out that this gave them a serious problem. Now that the serpent was awake, it would constantly try to resist, and its thrashing had broken the cart, making it hard to transport. He then brought up an even bigger concern. He admitted to Soryong that he had kept quiet because he knew how much his grandson admired the creature. He explained that while Soryong's other pets were easy to raise, this divine serpent was so fierce and powerful that he wasn't sure if they could even find a place to keep it if they brought it back to the clan. The Grand Patriarch's patience had run out. With a grim and determined look, he gave an ultimatum. If the creature continued to resist so violently, they would have no choice but to kill it and take the internal core, whether Soryong wanted to or not. As he spoke, the thrashing inside the pouch suddenly stopped. The abrupt silence was broken only by a soft hissing sound, leaving the warriors confused. A moment later, a strange vapor began to come out of the silk pouch, and everyone watched in stunned silence. Then, something incredible happened. A glowing blue-green orb rolled out from an opening in the pouch. The warriors were speechless. One of them finally shouted for Soryong to come quickly, announcing that the flying serpent had shrunk. Soryong and the others rushed to the cart. Peeking inside the now loose pouch, they saw an unbelievable sight. The once massive, majestic serpent was now a tiny chibi-like creature with large, tear-filled eyes, looking completely harmless. The transformation was too much for Soryong. Instead of being relieved, he fell to his knees in despair. He cried out, mourning the loss of his magnificent flying serpent, which had been reduced to a mere pet. The Grand Patriarch, watching the scene, quickly understood what had happened. He explained that the creature must have offered up its internal core to save its life. He was amazed by its intelligence and its ability to expel its own core. Soryong, however, was not listening. He was now scolding the tiny serpent, calling it a fool for giving up its power so easily. He insisted that if it had just waited, he could have convinced his grandfather to let it live. He picked up the core and tried to force the little creature to eat it, begging it to take its power back. And so, in a completely unexpected way, they had killed two birds with one stone, getting both the legendary internal core and the now tamed divine serpent. Because the creature had shrunk, they were able to transport it easily and return directly to the Beast Palace. The following day, in the hall of the Beast Palace Lord, MANHUA and his elders gathered to look at the prize. The internal core sat in a fancy box, radiating a powerful, pure energy. MANHUA and his elders were in awe. One commented on its incredible and refreshing aura, now understanding why the Grand Patriarch had valued it at 120 years of power. However, as MANHUA looked at the core more closely, he noticed something strange. He announced that, unfortunately, the energy in the core seemed to be of a heavenly origin. The news left the others looking on with a mix of curiosity and concern. Confused by the term, heavenly energy, Soryong questioned what it meant. MANHUA explained that not all internal energy is the same. He said that the internal energy methods of the Beast Palace were based on the energy of the earth. The Grand Patriarch then added the important detail. The internal core of the flying heavenly divine serpent was filled with the energy of the heavens, making it incompatible with the internal energy technique Soryong was practicing. He regretfully told his grandson that because of this mismatch, he would likely only be able to absorb about half of the core's immense power. Despite this, Soryong was not discouraged. He reasoned that even half of such a powerful core was still a great chance. The Grand Patriarch was pleased with his positive attitude and agreed, telling him to store the core safely for now while he tried to find a way for Soryong to use more of its energy. Lady Huang congratulated Soryong on the incredible opportunity, and he happily accepted the fancy box with the precious core. However, the moment he took the box, his three small rabbit-eared centipede companions suddenly came out of his robes, their eyes glowing with intense desire. Before Soryong could react, the three creatures leaped from his shoulders, knocking the box from his hands and sending the glowing core rolling onto the floor. They immediately surrounded it, their bodies glowing as they began to viciously fight each other for the prize. Lady Huang, shocked by their behavior, immediately tried to stop them, calling them by their names, Nova, Myra, and Grace, and ordering them to stop. But the creatures, consumed by their desire, only hissed back at her defiantly. Soryong was equally stunned and angry, demanding to know what they were doing and how they could be so rude to their mama. He quickly grabbed Myra and Grace, scolding them and declaring that their papa was very angry. Lady Huang found the situation deeply worrying. She thought that while fights among young creatures were common, it was completely out of character for these three, who had always been so close. As she thought about this, a distinct gulping sound cut through the chaos. Soryong's eyes widened in dawning horror as he looked down at the third creature, Nova. His heart sank. An intense swirling blue energy began to erupt from Nova's small body. Soryong and Lady Huang could only stare in absolute shock, the terrible realization hitting them with the force of a physical blow. Nova had swallowed the internal core. In the Beast Palace's main hall, a blinding blue light suddenly exploded from where Nova was. The blast of energy was so strong that everyone was thrown back. Lady Huaying cried out, realizing Nova had swallowed the powerful core. As chaos erupted, Soryong had a strange vision, realizing this was the exact scene he had seen in a dream. Immediately after, a terrible headache hit Soryong, causing him to scream in agony. A worried Lady Huaying rushed to his side and asked what was wrong. The surge of energy was so powerful that even she stumbled back. Overwhelmed by the pain, Soryong collapsed, unconscious. Lady Huaying shouted his name in panic as his two other small companions looked on, distressed. As Lady Huaying knelt beside Soryong, she saw Nova glowing brightly on his chest. She started to move forward, but Manhwa quickly shouted at her to stop and not to touch Soryong. She was confused and asked why she shouldn't help. He told her to look closely, explaining that the same light from Nova was now also coming from Soryong. Manhwa could feel the energy of the beast heart art and realized something was happening inside Soryong. He warned that if anyone touched him, he could suffer a dangerous Kai deviation. Lady Huaying was left confused and terrified. A moment later, she got goosebumps as Soryong's body began to float into the air, surrounded by a brilliant white light. The scene then shifted to inside Soryong's mind. He found himself in a dark, watery space, clutching his head in pain. He felt as if his head was about to split open. He wished he could pass out and mentally cried out for someone to help him. Just then, a large glowing orb of light came down towards him. From the light, a mysterious woman appeared, floating down to him. She reached out a hand towards his head, and Soryong looked up in surprise. The woman gently placed her hand on his head. As she softly stroked his hair, Soryong felt the intense pain begin to fade. Though he didn't know who she was, he felt calm and relieved from her gentle touch. Inside his mind, Soryong felt the gentle touch and turned around, confused. He wondered if the person comforting him was Lady Huaying or his sister, Seol Pyo. However, he saw a completely unfamiliar young girl with blue hair and a kind smile, who was glowing softly. He stared in shock, bewildered as to who she was. The mysterious girl floated closer, and before he could react, she gently hugged him and gave him a soft kiss on his forehead. The moment her lips touched him, a bright light flashed, and the girl disappeared in a burst of energy. With a gasp, Soryong's eyes snapped open. He was back in the room at the Beast Palace and wondered if the whole experience, including the mysterious girl, had just been a dream. His thoughts were cut short when he felt something slimy and wet on his head. He looked up and was horrified to see a massive blue armored creature that looked like a giant centipede pinning him to a table. The creature had a blush on its face and seemed to be looking at him with affection. Panicked, Soryong let out a loud scream. At that moment, the door burst open, and Lady Huaying and Seol Pyo rushed in. They were relieved he was awake but shocked by the scene. Trapped under the giant creature, Soryong desperately called out to them for help. He frantically shouted that the huge centipede was trying to eat him, while the creature only nuzzled him affectionately. Seeing Soryong's panic, Seol Pyo and Lady Huaying reassured him. Seol Pyo told him to calm down, explaining that the giant creature wasn't trying to eat him. She then revealed the shocking truth. The massive centipede was his beloved pet, Nova. Soryong stared in disbelief, unable to understand how his small creature had turned into this giant beast. He mumbled that it didn't look like a normal centipede anymore. Lady Huaying, with a happy expression, confirmed his thought. She explained that after Nova swallowed the internal core of the flying heavenly divine serpent, she changed into this new, powerful form. Seol Pyo added that Nova had evolved into a legendary flying centipede. Lady Huaying then described the legend of the flying centipede. It was known as a living disaster that could fly through the skies, bringing down a deadly poisonous rain that could destroy the earth. With a serious tone, she revealed its true status. It was one of the legendary 10 deadly venoms, the king of all centipedes. The news that his own pet was now one of the most feared creatures in existence left Soryong completely stunned. He cried out in disbelief that this could be his Nova. However, his shock quickly turned into a strange daydream. He imagined a future where his daughter, now a modern girl, was using her ability to fly to demand a higher allowance. The absurd thought filled him with a sudden sense of fatherly pride. Snapping back to reality, Soryong rushed to his newly evolved pet with tears of joy. He exclaimed that his precious first daughter had grown up so beautifully. He began to lovingly pet Nova, comparing the situation to raising a kitten, only to find out it was a tiger. Lady Huaying tried to calm him down, reminding him that he had been unconscious for half a month and needed to rest. As Seol Pyo worried that the connection to a 10 deadly venom might have affected Soryong's mind, Lady Huaying sighed, saying this over-the-top behavior was just how he usually was. Getting serious, she told Soryong this wasn't the time for jokes. She explained that while Nova's evolution was a wonderful thing, there was also some bad news. Soryong, still admiring his pet, dismissed her concerns. Annoyed, Lady Huaying shushed him, insisting that he listen. Lady Huaying, with a serious expression, told Soryong the bad news was not small. On her shoulders, his other two small creatures, Myra and Grace, glared menacingly, their eyes glowing red. She explained that the two girls were absolutely furious. A moment later, a horrifying realization hit him. He imagined the scene before the core was eaten. Nova pointed at the two creatures and declared the rule of their competition. The centipede that won the fight and ate the core would evolve. This was followed by another comical vision where his three pets were human children. Two of them argued that the oldest sister was cheating, while Nova proudly held the core. Soryong, as their father, was left trying to comfort the two crying children. Snapping back to reality, Soryong was horrified, finally understanding the sibling rivalry he had accidentally created. Filled with guilt, he rushed to apologize to the two angry creatures on Lady Huaying's shoulders, telling them he was sorry and that they were just as precious to him. The two creatures seemed to accept his apology, nuzzling happily against Lady Huaying's cheeks. This, however, only sent Soryong into a new panic, as he realized his daughters now preferred their mother. Lady Huaying just laughed, explaining that it's common for children to love their mothers more. After a long round of apologies from their father, the two little creatures finally calmed down. The next morning, Soryong sat quietly as the Grand Patriarch examined his internal energy. Both his grandfather and his new foster father, Manhwa, carefully checked his body to see how Nova's evolution had affected Soryong's own power. The Grand Patriarch gave his analysis first. He concluded that Soryong's poison cultivation had clearly advanced. Manhwa agreed, adding that this made sense, as the beast heart art lets the master and their beast grow stronger together. Since Nova's venom had become much more powerful, Soryong's own poison abilities had grown with hers. The Grand Patriarch smiled. Pleased, he told Soryong that even though the core was gone, it had still helped him greatly, and they would confirm the full changes once they returned to the Tang clan. Just as they finished, Manhwa turned to Soryong and asked an unexpected question. Had he been seeing any visions lately? The question caught Soryong completely by surprise. Manhwa explained his concern. He warned that when a person accepts a powerful beast's consciousness into their mind too early, there is a risk that the beast's will could overwhelm their own mind. He stressed that this was especially worrying for Soryong, as he was now connected to one of the 10 deadly venoms. Soryong's thoughts immediately went to the mysterious blue-haired girl he had seen. He wondered if she was a sign of his mind being taken over. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, remembering her gentle touch felt healing and comforting, not threatening. Manhwa finished by telling Soryong to come to him immediately if he ever sensed anything strange. Soryong respectfully agreed. With Soryong's condition stable, the Grand Patriarch and Manhwa decided it was time to get back to the important business they had paused. A confused Seol Pyo asked her father what they had postponed. With grim expressions, the two elders revealed their true purpose. It was time to deal with the Five Venoms sect. They announced their plan to find the sect's hidden base. The name of the evil sect brought a look of shock and determination to Soryong's face. The Grand Patriarch explained that the ruins where the sect was supposedly wiped out 100 years ago were not far from their location. Now that they had clear proof the sect was still active, they couldn't just do nothing. Soryong clenched his fist, thinking about the cruel sect hiding somewhere, breeding their monstrous creatures. The Grand Patriarch continued, saying that since the sect had already targeted the Beast Palace, it was only a matter of time before they aimed for the Tang clan next. With absolute resolve, he made a final, powerful declaration. Before the Five Venoms sect had a chance to find them, they would strike first and destroy them. In the guest hall of the Southern Beast Palace, preparations were underway for the Tang clan's departure. Soryong was busy packing clay pots and boxes onto a cart. Before they could investigate the Five Venoms sect, they first had to transport all the venomous creatures they had captured back to the Tang clan. While working, Soryong asked a clan member about the flying heavenly divine serpent. Gupai explained that the creature was being cared for separately. He told Soryong they couldn't send it to the clan yet, as the poor creature had refused to eat for days and was just huddled sadly in a corner. Worried, Soryong decided he should go check on it. As he walked, he thought about how shocking the experience must have been for the once proud serpent. After all, it had lost 120 years of its power, only to see it eaten by another creature right before its eyes. He glanced at his newly evolved and cheerful pet Nova, then pictured the sad, shrunken divine serpent, and couldn't help but feel a lot of sympathy for it. Soryong, with the huge Nova floating behind him, entered the room where the small divine serpent was being kept in a wooden cage. He approached it gently and asked if it was all right, but the serpent only responded with a furious hiss, its body glowing with an angry red aura. Trying to calm it, Soryong explained that he had never meant to hurt it. He told the little creature that he only wanted to capture it because it was so impressive and beautiful, but its fierce nature had forced his hand. He suggested that instead of being angry, it should think about its new situation. He pointed out that now that it was small and weak, it would be in danger from other beasts if it returned home alone. He then made an offer. Instead of going back, it could come with them. He tried to make the offer sound better by telling it about all the other friends it would have, like his lizards, a spider named Yohua, and his other centipedes. As he spoke, Nova flew excitedly around the room. The serpent, however, remained silent and unimpressed. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a loud rumbling sound. Soryong was startled for a moment before realizing it was the serpent's stomach growling from hunger. He smiled, realizing that after days without food, the creature must be starving. He pulled a fire carp from a bag and offered it, telling the serpent to eat and think about his offer. To his surprise, the proud serpent turned its head away with another angry hiss, refusing the food. Soryong was left wondering what he could do to get through to the stubborn creature. Just then, the serpent's eyes widened as it noticed something behind Soryong. It was the massive, intimidating form of Nova, glaring down at it with menacing eyes. The divine serpent let out a terrified hiss, its anger instantly turning to fear. Completely panicked, the little serpent immediately grabbed the fire carp and began to eat it hungrily. Soryong, unaware of Nova's silent threat, was just happy to see it finally eating, thinking it must have been very hungry. Nova, having achieved its goal, returned to its small, cute form and happily chirped. In a courtyard at the Beast Palace, Lady Huaying walked by with the small creatures Myra and Grace on her shoulders. Just then, Soryong came out of the building, with the huge, evolved Nova floating behind him. Lady Huaying asked what had happened with the divine serpent. Soryong happily reported that the creature had finally started to eat, so she didn't need to worry. He then turned to Myra and Grace on Lady Huaying's shoulders. With a playful grin, he told the girls to be patient. He promised that once the divine serpent recovered, their papa would ask it to share more of its internal core with them, which made the two creatures chirp excitedly. Although he felt a little bad for the serpent, Soryong had a brief, funny daydream of himself as a modern father. He mentally apologized to the divine serpent, asking it to endure a little more for his family's peace. Just then, the Grand Patriarch called out to Soryong from across the courtyard. The elder approached and announced that all preparations for their investigation into the Five Venoms sect were complete. He declared that with everything ready, they could now begin the search. The Grand Patriarch asked if Soryong was sure he was ready, pointing out that he had recently woken up from a half-month-long coma. Soryong just smiled and assured him that he was fine. With a determined look, Soryong explained why he wanted to go. He declared that as the adopted son of the Southern Beast Palace and the son-in-law of the Tang clan, any enemy of both houses was his own enemy. He insisted that he could not miss such an important mission. The Grand Patriarch chuckled, feeling proud of his grandson's loyalty. However, he also knew Soryong had another reason. The investigation was also a perfect opportunity to search for other rare and powerful venomous creatures. With the decision made, the Grand Patriarch laid out the plan. He announced that the next morning, they would all head to Mount MANHUA, the last place the Five Venoms sect was seen, to search for clues. He was confident they would still be able to find traces of the sect there. He clenched his fist with a determined look. Finally, with a powerful voice, he declared that the time had come to settle the 100-year-old debt they owed the evil sect. A few days later, the search began. High above the peaks of Mount MANHUA, Soryong rode on the back of his massive flying centipede, Nova. By the second day, their search had found nothing. Soryong realized that finding any exact traces after 100 years was proving to be very difficult. The old records from the Beast Palace were not specific, only stating that the sect had been exterminated on Mount MANHUA. Even after searching the entire mountain from the air on Nova, he had found nothing. As the sun began to set, Soryong let out a tired sigh, wondering if another day would end with no results. As Soryong was about to head back, his companion, Nova, suddenly stopped and began to chirp excitedly. Confused, Soryong asked what was wrong. He followed Nova's gaze and saw a large flock of creatures flying against the setting sun. He realized they were bats. Seeing Nova's curiosity, he explained that it was a bat, a type of flying rat, and guessed it was the first time his companion had seen one. With the sun going down, Soryong decided it was time to return to camp. He landed and met up with his foster father, MANHUA, who asked if he had found anything. Soryong reported that his search was unsuccessful. The only thing he had seen was a flock of bats flying north. The seemingly small detail had a big effect on MANHUA. His eyes widened and he declared urgently that they needed to head north at once. A startled Soryong asked why. MANHUA explained that if many bats were flying in a flock, it meant they were heading to a large cave. This cave, he reasoned, could be the hidden location of the Five Venoms sect. With this crucial lead, MANHUA ordered Soryong to guide them in the direction the bats had flown, promising that the warriors would follow him. Soryong immediately agreed. The entire group set off, following the northern mountain range, after walking for several hours through a jungle that grew thicker and harder to pass through. They arrived at their destination. Before them stood a massive, towering cliff face that seemed to stretch up forever. The huge size of the rock wall left everyone in shock. Soryong and Lady Huaying stared in awe, wondering if the entire mountain could be connected to one gigantic cave system. Their quiet awe was broken when the Grand Patriarch suddenly called out to MANHUA, his voice filled with excitement. He pointed to a spot on the cliff, announcing that he had found something. Embedded in the stone was a large, reddish, hand-shaped carving, a clear sign that this place was not natural. MANHUA examined the reddish handprint and read an old inscription on the stones, which said that the Five Venoms sect was sealed there forever. He confidently announced that they had found the right place. The Grand Patriarch identified the handprint as the Divine Red Carp Palm, a powerful martial art used by a Tang clan ancestor. This surprised Soryong, who had thought his clan focused only on poisons and hidden weapons. MANHUA noted that the main entrance was blocked by large stones. He suggested they look for another path before trying to move the heavy rocks. Just as he said this, a huge swarm of bats suddenly flew out of the cliff, startling the group. Soryong and MANHUA looked up, watching the bats fly towards an opening high above them. Soryong pointed out that there was a large opening at the top of the cave. The two elders looked at each other, realizing that 100 years was more than enough time for a new entrance to form. Seeing the new opening, Soryong volunteered to go first and scout ahead. He assured the elders that he would be safe with his powerful companions, Nova and Yohua. Lady Huaying and Sealpyo also agreed that with his two powerful beasts, there was nothing to worry about. The Grand Patriarch, however, insisted that Soryong take Sealpyo and Lady Huaying with him just in case. He told them he and MANHUA would check the lower area a bit more before following. Soryong happily agreed. With that, Soryong, Lady Huaying, Sealpyo, and Yohua made their way into the dark cave. As soon as they entered, they were hit by a terrible smell. Lady Huaying pinched her nose, and Soryong warned her to be careful, explaining that the cave was filled with bat droppings. The group went deeper into the darkness, finding the cave filled with loud, echoing noises and a darkness so complete they could barely see. Fortunately, Soryong was prepared. He remembered that at the Beast Palace, he had learned the Dark Night Cat's technique from Sealpyo, which let him see clearly in complete darkness. He thought that exploring the cave shouldn't be a problem. However, he soon realized the darkness wasn't the biggest issue. The real problem was the bats. As they moved into a massive cavern, they saw an unbelievable sight. The cave was filled with thousands of bats, all with glowing, menacing red eyes. Soryong admitted to himself that while he loved all creatures, bats were one of the few that he naturally tried to avoid. Faced with a seemingly endless sea of bats, Soryong and his companions were left wondering how they could possibly get through such a dangerous situation. Faced with so many bats, Soryong's powerful companion, Nova, took action. The massive centipede took a deep breath and let out a deafening roar. An immense wave of pure, red killing intent exploded from its body, rushing through the cavern. The effect was immediate. The thousands of bats were instantly overwhelmed by the powerful aura, their eyes swirling as they fainted. They began to rain down from the ceiling, completely unconscious. Sealpyo was amazed, saying it was just as she'd expect from one of the 10 deadly venoms. Soryong, however, was thrilled. The incredible display of power reminded him of the Conqueror's Haki from comics of his past life. He rushed to Nova and praised her, petting her and telling her what an amazing daughter she was. The display of power sparked a sense of rivalry. On Lady Huaying's shoulders, Myra and Grace also began to glow with a red aura, wanting to show they could release their killing intent too. Soryong was overcome with emotion. With tears of fatherly pride, he declared that all of his daughters were incredible. As he was celebrating, Seol Pyo suddenly noticed something in the now cleared path ahead. She called out to Soryong, telling him to look. His gaze followed hers, and in the distance, he saw a faint, glowing red light deep within the cave. As the group approached, they discovered the source of the light, a massive, ominous-looking stone door, glowing with a faint red energy. The ground around the door was covered with countless human skulls and skeletons. They realized the massive swarm of bats had been completely hiding the gruesome sight. Soryong concluded that this had to be the final battleground of the Five Venoms sect from 100 years ago. His attention was then drawn to something in the center of the clearing, just before the door. He walked closer and was completely shocked by what he saw. There, on a stone altar, were carvings of 5 venomous creatures: a lizard, a snake, a scorpion, a toad, and a centipede, all arranged around a single glowing red orb that pulsed with a sinister energy. Standing in the cavern filled with bones, the group stared at the stone altar. Lady Huaying recognized the 5 carved creatures: a centipede, a snake, a scorpion, a lizard, and a toad, and identified them as the symbol of the 5 Venoms sect. Just then, Seol Pyo noticed something carved on a stone tablet nearby. She moved closer to read the chilling message aloud. It was a promise of revenge, declaring that while the sect was hiding for now, their defeat would one day be avenged, and that the 5 Venoms sect would never forget. The ominous promise made Soryong a bit uneasy. He figured this had to be the sect's main fortress from 100 years ago. The thought made him excited, as it meant there might still be valuable records inside. However, they first had to figure out how to open the massive sealed stone door. Soryong decided it was best to wait for his grandfather and Manhwa to arrive, as the 2 elders might know how to handle such a complex lock. Lady Huaying agreed. The group found places to sit among the skeletons and waited. As they sat in silence, the mood grew awkward. Feeling the need to lighten things up, Soryong decided to make a joke. He called out to them and, with a mischievous tone, explained that doors with beads like the one on the altar often had a hidden mechanism. He dramatically pointed at the altar, confidently saying that if someone pressed the central orb, the door might open. His expert analysis left both girls amazed, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Soryong silently laughed to himself, remembering a similar puzzle from an escape room game he had played in his past life. He thought it was impossible that a real fortress would have a lock as simple as a video game. However, while he was lost in his thoughts, the 2 girls, taking his joke seriously, eagerly went to the stone altar to test his theory. Taking Soryong's joke seriously, Seol Pyo and Lady Huaying went to the stone altar and pressed the glowing red orb. When nothing happened, they turned back to Soryong with disappointed looks. He just laughed awkwardly, trying to say he didn't really expect it to work. Not wanting to let the joke die, Soryong walked over to the altar himself. He continued the gag, suggesting that maybe it needed a special spell or had to be filled with a person's internal energy. To show them, he casually placed his own hand on the central orb. To his complete surprise, the moment his hand touched it, the orb and the entire altar lit up with a bright white light. A deep rumbling sound echoed through the cavern as the massive stone door in front of them began to grind open. Soryong could only stare in shock as the ancient lock revealed a deep, spiraling passage leading down into the darkness. Seol Pyo and Lady Huaying were just as stunned. They exclaimed that the door had actually opened and praised Soryong, calling him incredible. Seol Pyo admitted she thought he was only joking, but he had solved the puzzle in an instant. Soryong, however, was still trying to understand what had just happened, completely confused that his silly joke had actually worked. He looked down at his hand, remembering the flash of light when he touched the orb. A sudden realization hit him. The unique energy from his 5 Venoms divine returning technique must have been the key that unlocked the ancient door. He could feel a faint wind blowing from the new passage, suggesting it was a very long and deep tunnel. Soryong nervously asked if they should go inside. Lady Huaying, however, was filled with excitement. She remarked on how incredible the lock was, saying that even her own Tang clan would be impressed. She eagerly suggested they take a look inside. Soryong noted to himself that Lady Huaying seemed to have a surprising interest in mechanics. Caught up in the excitement, Soryong's hesitation disappeared. He agreed they should explore a little, feeling a thrill as the mission started to feel like a treasure hunt. Before going in, he wisely decided to leave a note on the stone tablet at the entrance, letting his grandfather and Manhwa know they had gone inside. With the message left, Soryong declared it was time to enter the 100-year-old base of the Five Venoms sect. Lady Huaying lit a lantern to guide them, and the group cautiously stepped into the dark, mysterious passage, ready to uncover the secrets that had been sealed away for a century. The moment the group stepped into the dark passage, a loud grinding sound echoed behind them. Soryong turned in horror just in time to see the massive stone door slam shut, sealing them inside. Seol Pyo exclaimed that they were trapped. Lady Huaying, holding the lantern, noted that it was fortunate Soryong had left a note for the elders. Seol Pyo guessed the door was designed to close automatically as a safety measure. Deciding they had to move forward, Soryong guessed that some members of the Five Venoms sect must have used this passage to escape 100 years ago. The group continued down the long, dark tunnel, which eventually opened up into a truly enormous, breathtakingly large cavern. As they stepped into the massive space, everyone was left in awe. Lady Huaying wondered if the cavern had been a training ground in the past. Seol Pyo, however, noticed something else. The cavern walls were dotted with the entrances to many smaller caves. Her sharp eyes then spotted what looked like writing on the wall of one of the caves. She asked Lady Huaying to bring the lantern closer. As the light hit the wall, Soryong's eyes widened in shock. Lady Huaying immediately recognized the text. She announced with disbelief that it was the final, missing chapter of the Five Venoms Divine Returning Technique, the very martial art Soryong had been practicing. Seol Pyo asked him what it said. Lady Huaying began to read the text aloud, and her voice grew heavy with horror. The writing described the final, gruesome step needed to fully master the technique. It said that once a student reached the 11th level, they had to cut off the heads of the 5 venomous creatures they had raised and then drink their blood. The reveal was accompanied by a sinister image of a masked figure doing the horrific ritual. The cruel requirement left both Soryong and Huaying completely shocked and disgusted. The cruelty of the ritual sent Soryong into a rage. He couldn't believe the technique demanded such a monstrous act against the very creatures a person had cared for. Clenching his fist, he furiously cursed the sect, calling them inhuman bastards. In his fury, he turned to Huaying and demanded her lantern. Taking the candle from inside, he held the flame to the wall, burning the vile writing away. He declared that such disgusting nonsense needed to be erased, saying that harming the creatures one has raised and drinking their blood was absolutely unacceptable. Seol Pyo looked on with pride, agreeing with her new brother's strong sense of right and wrong. His determination hardened. Soryong announced they needed to search the entire area to find and destroy any other records like this one. He declared they would explore every single cave in the cavern. His companions, sharing his determination, immediately agreed. A few hours passed as the group carefully searched the many small caves. After exploring what seemed to be old living quarters, they met back in the central area. Lady Huaying reported that while they found some large rooms, everything inside was either broken or had been burned. Soryong concluded that the attacking clans must have burned everything when they destroyed the sect 100 years ago. As they stood in a new, long passage, Lady Huaying remarked that this particular cave felt strange. She pointed out that its surface and structure seemed too perfect to have been formed by nature. Soryong agreed, noting that it was definitely different from the other caves. He paused, a thoughtful look on his face, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had seen a cave just like it before. Suddenly, a memory from his past life flashed through his mind. He realized the tunnel was very similar to the Cu Chi tunnels in Vietnam, a place he had visited on a trip. He recalled the tour guide explaining that the tunnels were dug for military purposes, because the ground was a mix of clay and limestone that hardened when exposed to air, making it perfect for tunnel building. Putting the pieces together, Soryong shared his theory with the others. He explained that he believed the members of the Five Venoms sect had dug these tunnels themselves. This meant the cave system could be far longer and more complex than they had imagined, and he warned that they needed to be extremely careful. Seol Pyo, however, was not scared. She confidently scoffed at the idea of a man-made tunnel being that long. Full of energy, she pointed down the passage and declared that since they had already come this far, they should press on a little more. Her confidence, however, quickly faded. The group walked and walked, but the seemingly endless tunnel stretched on. Soon, even the energetic Seol Pyo was panting with exhaustion, admitting that her ancestors were right when they said the members of the Five Venoms sect were truly insane. Soryong had collapsed to his hands and knees, completely tired out, as Huaying wondered how much further they could go. After what felt like forever, Seol Pyo asked how long they had been walking. Soryong, still on the floor, breathlessly answered that it had definitely been more than 2 days. He decided they needed to rest. Just as he said this, a loud rumbling sound echoed in the quiet tunnel. It was the sound of both Nova's and Yohwa's stomachs growling from hunger. The serious reality of their situation began to set in, and Seolpyo started to panic, worrying they might never get out. Soryong, trying to sound strong, told them not to worry and promised a delicious meal once they were free. As the exhausted and hungry group was about to give up, a faint, unfamiliar scent drifted through the air. Seolpyo sniffed curiously and asked what the smell was, her sharp senses telling her a delicious aroma was coming from deeper inside the tunnel. A moment later, her eyes lit up with excitement as her hunger took over. She declared with certainty that it was the smell of roasted rabbit. As her mouth began to water, Soryong quickly tried to warn her, reminding her that it could be a trap set by the Five Venoms sect. Seolpyo, however, just smiled slyly. She told Soryong that it would be even better if it was the Five Venoms sect. With a confident look, she suggested a simple plan. They could fight them and take both the meat and the sect members as prisoners. The bold idea left Soryong completely speechless, no longer able to control her hunger. Seolpyo grabbed a panicked Soryong and began to drag him down the tunnel, shouting that it was time to eat. Soryong could only yell for her to calm down as the others followed. Their frantic rush was cut short when Seolpyo suddenly stopped, sensing something ahead. She pointed towards a large, glowing hole in the floor of the cavern, realizing the delicious smell was coming from there. The group cautiously approached the edge of the pit. Peering down, they saw 3 people gathered around a campfire at the bottom, cooking a large piece of meat. Soryong quickly shushed everyone, his mind racing. He wondered if these people could be the last of the Five Venoms sect, yet as he looked at them, he felt a strange and undeniable sense of familiarity. His confusion turned to utter shock. As Hwaying asked him what was wrong, Soryong stared in disbelief at the people below. He recognized them. He was left completely stunned, unable to understand why those specific people would be in this hidden, ancient fortress. The story flashes back a few days, revealing why the mysterious figures were in the cave. In a burning village, the powerful Fist Emperor Ju Junghak, leader of the Murim Alliance, was shouting orders to his warriors. He told them not to let a single member of the evil blood cult escape. The Alliance had found a hidden cultist base in the forest of Funing and launched a full-scale attack. During the fierce battle, the Murim Alliance had a major advantage. A special poison was used against the cultists, causing them to scream as their internal energy was drained away. Fist Emperor Ju Junghak realized the poison was stopping the enemy from fighting at full strength and saw it as their chance to end the fight quickly. The battle continued, with the Alliance warriors overwhelming the weakened cult members in a flurry of powerful attacks. After a brutal and bloody fight, the Murim Alliance stood victorious over the bodies of the defeated cultists. After the battle, Spear Dragon, Sword Phoenix, and Slaying Dragon stood together, relieved that the fight was over. Slaying Dragon said it hadn't been too difficult, as the poison had made the cultists easy to defeat. However, their relief was cut short when another warrior rushed to the Fist Emperor, shouting that there was a problem. The warrior reported that the blood cult members they had captured had vanished without a trace, leaving the Fist Emperor completely shocked. The warrior explained that they found a hidden cave entrance at the bottom of a well inside the enemy's base, and some of the cultists had used it to escape. Furious, Fist Emperor Ju Junghak immediately ordered a pursuit team to be formed, saying that no one could be allowed to escape. The trio, Spear Dragon, Slaying Dragon, and Sword Phoenix, accepted the order. The pursuit began at once, leading them into the dark, narrow cave system. A chaotic and deadly fight continued for 3 long days as they battled the fleeing cultists in the tight passages. Finally, after the desperate struggle, the pursuit team came out of the other side of the cave. They found themselves in a beautiful, unfamiliar forest, realizing the long cave had led them across the border into the Dai Viet kingdom. The story then returns to the present moment that Soryong had witnessed. Exhausted from the endless pursuit, Spear Dragon's group had found a large cave and decided to rest there, roasting some meat over a fire. While they ate, Slaying Dragon teased Sword Phoenix about Spear Dragon's obsession with rabbit meat. She sighed, complaining that at this rate, she would end up smelling like a rabbit. She then asked why he couldn't find some fruit for a change. Her complaint made Spear Dragon furious. He angrily pointed at his 2 companions and yelled at them, demanding to know what they had done to help find food. He told them they should be grateful for what they have instead of complaining. Slaying Dragon casually replied to Spear Dragon's outburst, claiming that he and Sword Phoenix had been cheering him on from the side. This answer only made Spear Dragon angrier. He furiously listed all the tasks he had to do by himself: hunting, washing clothes, starting fires, and even tracking, and demanded to know how his 2 companions were helping at all. With a carefree laugh, Slaying Dragon explained that in his Peng clan, they were only taught martial arts and nothing else. Sword Phoenix added with a sigh that in her Gencheng sect, the other disciples always handled such tasks for her. Defeated by their excuses, a tired Spear Dragon simply gave up arguing. Suddenly, Spear Dragon's expression changed as he sensed something above them. The trio looked up in complete shock to see Soryong's giant, glowing centipede pet, Nova, looking down into their camp. Stunned by the sight of the massive creature, Spear Dragon instinctively raised his weapon in defense. A familiar voice then called out a simple greeting from above. Spear Dragon broke into a nervous sweat, recognizing the voice instantly. Looking up, they saw Soryong riding on Nova's head, with Lady Huaying and Seol Pyo behind him. He greeted the trio, saying it had been a long time. The warriors from the Murim Alliance stared in disbelief, recognizing him as the one they knew as young warrior Wei. While the reunion was happening, a starving Seol Pyo took the opportunity to take a large bite of the roasted rabbit leg. After Soryong introduced his companions, Nova and Yohua, the two groups settled around the campfire, talking and sharing the food while the massive centipede slept peacefully nearby. Slaying Dragon remarked on what a strange coincidence it was to run into him in such a remote place. Sword Phoenix then playfully corrected him, asking if they should now call him Young Master Soryong, since he was part of the Beast Palace. Soryong just laughed and told them they could simply call him by his name. Slaying Dragon, noting that Soryong must have been through a lot, kindly offered him another piece of meat. Soryong politely tried to refuse, saying that his friend, whom he called Guseong, needed to eat as well. Guseong insisted, pushing the food towards him and saying that he was happy just watching him eat. Soryong reflected on why Guseong, whom he had only met a couple of times, was being so kind to him. The reason was simple. Guseong was from the Peng clan. He was the older brother of Yongyong, the young girl Soryong had saved from danger in the past. When Guseong learned that Soryong had saved his sister, he decided to consider himself Soryong's older brother out of gratitude. As Soryong ate, he thought to himself that while Guseong had a calm appearance, he definitely had the same intense personality as his father, the Peng clan patriarch. As they sat around the fire, Sword Phoenix asked Soryong if his grandfather, the Divine Lord of Myriad Venoms, and the Lord of the Beast Palace would be coming soon. Soryong confidently explained that he had left a message at the entrance and had also been unspooling Yohua's spider silk as a trail for them to follow, so they should arrive quickly. However, Lady Huaying pointed out that it was strange, as they should have arrived a long time ago. Soryong realized she was right, remembering that 2 days had already passed since they entered the cave. He asked Yohua if she could feel any vibrations on her web, but she shook her head, indicating that no one had touched the silk trail. Soryong grew concerned, thinking that enough time had passed for the main group to catch up. The fact that Yohua couldn't feel anything on her web made him wonder if his grandfather and Myung-ho had even managed to enter the passage. Seol Pyo added that the elders should have caught up to them long before they even reached the end of the cave. She wondered if maybe they hadn't seen the note Soryong left. A sudden realization struck Soryong. He explained that he believed the problem was the door's mechanism. He recalled how the door only opened when he channeled his specific internal energy into the altar. Based on the inscription about the 5 Venoms returning technique, he concluded that the lock was designed to only open for someone with an energy signature related to the 5 Venoms. Lady Huaying questioned this, reminding him that the Grand Patriarch also knew the technique. Soryong agreed, but explained that his grandfather's internal energy wasn't fundamentally based on that technique in the same way his was, so it likely wouldn't be enough to activate the door. With the elders unable to follow them, Seol Pyo asked Soryong what their next move should be, return to Mount Manhua or head back to the Beast Palace. Soryong was unsure what to do. Knowing they couldn't wait there forever, he had an idea. He suggested that they join Spear Dragon's group. He reasoned that with the blood cult members still on the loose, it would be dangerous for them to travel alone. By joining forces, they could help the Murim Alliance warriors while also gathering clues about the 5 Venoms sect. Lady Huaying immediately agreed it was a good idea. Spear Dragon confirmed that his group was also planning to head to a rendezvous point to meet up with their main forces. He agreed that it would be best for both groups to travel together until then. With a grand and confident gesture, Guseong declared that he, Peng Guseong, would personally ensure that Soryong and his companions made it safely to the Central Plains. His over-the-top promise made Spear Dragon and Sword Phoenix roll their eyes in the background. With the decision made, the two groups decided to follow Spear Dragon's team to their meeting point. After getting enough rest, they set out together the next morning. As they finally emerged from the dark cave system and into the bright sunlight, Seolpyo shielded her eyes, exclaiming that it had been so long since she had seen the sun that the light was burning her eyes. As the newly formed group stood outside the cave, Spear Dragon approached Soryong with a tired look on his face. He asked, just in case, if Soryong knew how to hunt and find water. Soryong cheerfully confirmed that he and his companions, whom he called Sail Nui and Hwayan, were very capable. Relieved, Spear Dragon leaned in and whispered his request for help, complaining that his own companions didn't know how to do anything, forcing him to do all the work by himself. Soryong agreed to help. He immediately turned to Yohwa and asked if she could find some food nearby. With an excited chirp, Yohwa vanished into the forest in a blur. Before Soryong and Spear Dragon could even react, she reappeared almost instantly, carrying a large deer wrapped tightly in her silk web. They could only stare in amazement at her incredible speed. Seolpyo was impressed, remarking that Yohwa had caught a very large one. Without wasting a moment, Seolpyo took charge of the catch. She explained that the innards would spoil quickly, so they needed to clean, roast, and cure the meat right away so they could carry it with them. A nearby girl agreed, calling her Seol Uni. Spear Dragon was completely shocked, asking in disbelief if Seolpyo not only knew how to hunt, but also how to cure meat. She simply replied that it was obvious knowledge for anyone who lives in the jungle. She then offered another piece of survival advice, warning him not to drink water directly from rivers, as a dead animal upstream could contaminate it and cause stomach problems. Spear Dragon was amazed by her practical wisdom. Watching his sister impress everyone, Soryong was filled with pride. He laughed to himself, thinking that in modern times, Seolpyo would have been a very popular survival vlogger. Later, a nervous Spear Dragon approached Soryong again, asking if he could ask him a question. Trembling slightly and blushing, he shyly asked the important question. Did Seolpyo have a boyfriend? The question left Soryong completely stunned. Spear Dragon was lost in a daydream, thinking about how intelligent and beautiful Seolpyo was. Suddenly, he clutched his chest as if in pain, overwhelmed by his sudden feelings. Soryong watched in shock as the warrior was overcome with emotion. A wave of hearts and flowers surrounded Spear Dragon as he was completely consumed by his infatuation. Soryong could only stare in utter disbelief, wondering how this guy could have fallen in love so quickly. After their encounter, the group began their long journey, walking for 12 hours toward the meeting point. At one point, Seolpyo stopped and let out a special whistle. A surprised Soryong asked his sister what she was doing. She explained she was trying to call any nearby beasts to send a message to the Beast Palace. Unfortunately, she found none in the area, likely because they were too far from Yunnan, and decided to try again later. Spear Dragon, however, was amazed by her ability. He rushed over to her, saying how incredible it was that she could call beasts with just a sound, praising the power of the Beast Palace. Watching his love-struck behavior, Sword Phoenix sighed and teased him, reminding him that not long ago, he was talking about fighting for the poisonous flower. Spear Dragon frantically tried to defend himself, but Sword Phoenix just kicked him in frustration while Slaying Dragon laughed. Soryong watched with an awkward smile, amused by Spear Dragon falling for his sister. He briefly wondered if that would make the warrior his brother-in-law. He decided to ask his sister's opinion and whispered to her, asking what she thought about Spear Dragon liking her. Seolpyo immediately turned and, with a playful wink, said she hated that type of man and preferred men like Soryong. The unexpected compliment made Soryong panic inside. Seolpyo quickly assured him she was just joking. She then added her own thought, saying she believed Sword Phoenix was the one who actually liked Spear Dragon. The scene cut back to Spear Dragon still trying to convince a skeptical Sword Phoenix that he was being sincere. Lady Hwaing, hearing the conversation, said she had been thinking the same thing. She admitted she had also been trying to keep her distance from Spear Dragon because she could sense Sword Phoenix liked him. The two women looked over at the clueless pair, and Sword Phoenix grumbled about how dense Spear Dragon was. Soryong was shocked by the revelation, having no idea about the complicated relationship. He wondered if this was what people called feminine intuition. Seolpyo chuckled and added that if she had to choose, she actually preferred men like Gyeoseong. A stunned Soryong questioned her choice. She explained with a laugh that Gyeoseong had a strong body but a delicate face, comparing him to an adorable panda bear. The comparison left Soryong speechless. Seolpyo then turned to her brother and asked if that wasn't a surprise. Standing beside a whispering Lady Hwaing, a flustered Soryong could only agree with his fiancée. With the light-hearted conversation over, the group continued their journey. As they walked through the dense forest of Yunnan, a strange pink wind began to blow, carrying petals. After a long walk that lasted until sunset, the group continued on. Finally, Guxiong announced they were almost there. He pointed to a hill, explaining that an abandoned cave on it was the Murim Alliance's meeting point. Soryong noticed he couldn't sense anyone in the area. Spear Dragon explained this was likely on purpose to avoid being found by the blood cult, suggesting their allies were probably hiding nearby. As they got closer, Seol Pyo gave Soryong a serious order. She instructed him to signal Nova, who was flying high above, not to come down until called. A confused Soryong asked why. She explained that even if the meeting point was safe, there was a chance that information could have been leaked to the blood cult. It was a simple precaution. Soryong argued it might be better if they all went together, as Nova's presence could scare off enemies. Seol Pyo wisely replied that there was no need to show all of their strength at once. She then gave him a key piece of advice for surviving in the world of Murim, counseling him to always hide about 30% of his true power. Soryong understood and accepted her lesson. He then tasked Yohua to protect Seol Pyo and Hwaying if any danger came up, assuring her he would be fine with Nova in reserve. Yohua accepted with a determined pose. As the group approached the meeting point, a figure came out from the bushes, calling to Spear Dragon. Spear Dragon and his companions were surprised to see him and immediately greeted him respectfully as the vice leader. Spear Dragon also called the man Elder Swift Traveler, happy to see him. The elder acknowledged him but said he didn't recognize the new people with them. Soryong was confused by the nickname, and Lady Hwaying explained that the man was the vice leader of the Murim Alliance's secret intelligence group. She added that he earned the name Swift Traveler because of his incredibly fast movement techniques. The elder, seeing the young members of the Beast Palace and the Tang clan, decided they could talk more as they walked to the meeting point. The elder led the group deeper into the woods. As they walked, he asked Spear Dragon about the other scouting groups, saying that Spear Dragon's team was the only one they had heard from. He then asked if they had seen any blood cult members, but Spear Dragon said they had not. The elder found this strange, commenting on how long the chase of the defeated cultists was taking. Soryong also felt something was wrong, noticing a strange silence in the area. He thought to himself that the blood cult must be watching them from somewhere. Suddenly, the swift traveler's eyes widened in shock as he sensed danger. He instantly drew two short baton-like weapons. A confused Soryong asked what was happening, but the elder's sharp gaze was fixed on something in the distance. He spotted movement and immediately identified it as an attack from the blood cult. An army of masked, black-clad cultists charged out from the trees. The elder quickly saw they were completely surrounded. He concluded grimly that the enemy had found their location and ambushed them. Soryong was in disbelief, saying it was impossible as he hadn't sensed anyone. The elder swift traveler grimly concluded that the ambush must have started the moment Soryong's group arrived, meaning they were led into a trap. Reacting quickly, the elder turned to Sword Phoenix and handed her a large scroll. He ordered her to deliver it to the Alliance leader, explaining it was a map with the estimated location of the blood cult's hideout. Confused, Sword Phoenix asked why she was chosen. He declared that he and his men would stay behind to fight and buy time. He insisted that the younger generation was the future of the Murim and they could not be allowed to die there, ordering them to leave immediately. Sword Phoenix hesitated, but Spear Dragon placed a firm hand on her shoulder, accepting the elder's command. He signaled everyone it was time to go and promised the old warrior they would meet again at the Murim Alliance. The elder gave a slight, confident smile and then turned to face the enemy. With a powerful voice, he rallied his men, exhorting them to prepare to spill blood as he led the charge. As the elder and his men held the line, the younger group turned to escape. Guxiong urged everyone to hurry, shouting for them to stay together and follow him. Soryong and Lady Hwaying nodded in agreement. They followed Guxiong south. The plan was smart. The blood cult likely thought they would run north toward Yunnan. By heading south instead, they were going where the enemy was least prepared. However, as they ran, their path was suddenly blocked. The group stopped in shock, finding a new enemy waiting for them. A large, muscular man chuckled, realizing the ambush in the north was just a distraction. He stood with a menacing look, surrounded by his own group of cultists. He was the formidable Grand Master Jufeng Xiao of the Blood Demon Unit. With a sinister smile, he said it was worth waiting for them in the south. His eyes then fell on the three young women, and he commented with a creepy grin that it seemed he was going to have a very good time. Grand Master Jufeng Xiao let out a cruel laugh, sneering at the group not to expect help. He revealed the grim fate of the other 9 Murim Alliance groups, explaining they had all been captured and were likely being tortured. Soryong and Seol Pyo were horrified. With a wicked grin, Zhu Fengxiao ordered his men to kill all the men and capture the women alive. Following their master's command, the blood cult members charged forward. Spear Dragon and Slaying Dragon immediately drew their weapons, preparing to fight. Just as the battle was about to begin, a voice called out, demanding they wait. It was Soryong. He stepped forward with a determined look, announcing that he would handle the situation himself. His allies were shocked, with Spear Dragon and Gushong trying to stop him, questioning how he could possibly stop so many enemies on his own. Soryong simply replied that it wouldn't be a problem. He then revealed the reason for his confidence. He had his companion, Nova. As he spoke, his massive, evolved flying centipede came down from the moonlit sky, its presence immediately stopping the charging cultists. The enemy warriors could only stare up in confusion and fear at the giant creature. Watching from the side, Seol Pyo immediately recognized the powerful connection between her brother and his beast. Soryong stood calmly as Nova hovered above him, crackling with immense power. His eyes glowed green, in sync with his companion. He called out his pet's name and with a shared, menacing look, he gave a single, deadly command, for Nova to finish them all. With Nova hovering in the sky, Soryong gave the command to sweep all the enemies away. The sight of the giant creature and its powerful aura was enough to make the charging cultists freeze in their tracks, terrified. Their leader, Zhu Fengxiao, was furious at their cowardice. He screamed at his men not to panic because it was just a giant centipede. As he was yelling, however, he noticed something strange in the air. He looked up in surprise as a light drizzle began to fall. The rain was a deadly poison mist from Nova. The moment it touched Zhu Fengxiao's skin, it began to burn him, and he could only stare in horror as the giant centipede glared down at him. A moment later, the battlefield was filled with the pained screams of the blood cult members. The poison rain fell on them all, causing their bodies to melt and dissolve in a horrible display. Even the powerful Grand Master Zhu Fengxiao was not safe. He let out a final, horrified scream as his own body melted away from the strong venom. Lady Huaying stared in shock at the horrifying scene, realizing that Nova had created a literal poison rain. She confirmed this was the power of the flying centipede, the king of all centipedes. It could fly overhead and scatter a mist of death on its enemies. In an instant, the battle was over. The entire enemy force had been wiped out, their bodies reduced to bubbling puddles. The Murim Alliance warriors could only stare at the terrifying power that had been used. Soryong himself was shocked, noting he had never seen a poison like this. He was amazed that it could melt people completely while leaving their clothes and weapons untouched. As he was processing the scene, Lady Huaying and Seol Pyo were petting the now small and cute Nova. Huaying told the creature not to drool on its mom and dad. Soryong, still shaken, thought that even though his grandfather had told him he would be fine since he had absorbed Nova's poison, seeing its power up close was still very scary. Snapping out of his shock, Gushong urged the group to get moving, worried that other enemies might be on their way. With a final look at the aftermath of Nova's attack, the group quickly left, leaving only the dissolving remains of the blood cult's blood demon unit behind. A few hours after Soryong's group had fled, two new figures arrived at the scene. A man in black robes and his masked subordinate stared in disbelief at the melted remains of the blood demon unit. The subordinate identified the remains as those of unit leader Zhu Fengxiao and his 100 men. The leader, his face angry, questioned if they had been hit by poison again. Furious at the repeated use of poison against his forces, the man's eyes glowed with red energy as a powerful aura surged around him. He declared that he would settle this matter himself. This powerful figure was Mei Chogui, the blood-wind flying snake. He looked down at the remains of his subordinate, Zhu Fengxiao, and was furious. He knew Zhu Fengxiao was one of the top 5 unit leaders in the entire blood cult, yet he had been defeated so easily. Clenching his fist, Mei Chogui couldn't believe they had lost so many men just to capture a few young warriors. He wondered what had happened to the allies who were supposed to show up, questioning if they were breaking their promise. Just as he voiced his frustration, a mysterious woman with her hair in twin buns appeared behind him. Startled, Mei Chogui turned, wondering when she had arrived. The woman calmly told him there was no need to be anxious, assuring him that they always keep their promises. Unlike some people, she added with a sly smile. Mei Chogui recalled the history of their alliance. The woman's group was one they met near the border after the blood cult had retreated from the Central Plains. He remembered they were enemies at first, but once the blood cult learned this group also wanted to conquer the Central Plains, they offered an alliance. The name of this mysterious group was the 5 Venoms Lords, and they claimed to be descendants of the infamous 5 Venoms sect. The woman from the 5 Venoms Lords told Mei Chogui that while she didn't know why he had called for them, it was convenient as they had planned to stop by anyway. She then showed him a small white bottle, presenting it as the antidote he had asked for. Mei Chogui snatched the bottle, shocked she had already made it. The woman correctly identified the poison that had affected him and taunted him, pointing out that his martial arts had many weaknesses. As he held the antidote, Mei Chogui thought about the reputation of the 5 Venoms sect, knowing their knowledge of poisons was said to rival the legendary Tong clan. Trusting her, he then asked if she could identify the poison that had killed his men. He pointed toward the melted remains of Jufeng Xiao and the Blood Demon unit, explaining that while it looked like poison, he couldn't figure out what it was. The woman knelt to examine the remains, even dabbing a small amount on her finger to taste it. The moment she tasted it, her eyes widened in shock. She recognized the strong venom immediately, exclaiming that it was the work of a 1 Venom Lord. She noted that while the creature was not fully grown, there was no doubt about its identity. A small, interested smile appeared on her face. Mei Chogui asked how long ago the group had left, and she replied that they shouldn't be far. With a confident smirk, the woman declared that it seemed the heavens were on their side. She then summoned her own forces, a group of toad-like humanoid warriors called the Toad Unit, who came out from the shadows. She gave them a clear order: chase down the group immediately and do not lose them. The group continued their escape, running for 2 full days without rest. Gaiuxiong, leading the way, checked on Soryong to make sure he was all right. Soryong found that despite the long run, he felt surprisingly fine, guessing that Nova's evolution had also helped his own internal energy. Their goal was in sight when Guxiong pointed ahead to the Lankang River, announcing that once they crossed it, they would be safe in the Central Plains. Seeing the flat land ahead, Spear Dragon urged everyone to push through and cross the river before dawn. Just as their escape seemed certain, Soryong suddenly noticed something. A bright red light flared in the distance. Before they could react, the powerful blood cult elder, Mei Chogui, shot down from the sky, unleashing a massive wave of red energy at them. With a vicious snarl and his hands like claws, Mei Chogui lunged forward, screaming at them to die. In a heroic act, Guxiong threw himself in front of the others to block the attack. Mei Chogui's hand pierced straight through his chest in a spray of blood. Guxiong let out a scream of agony as the fatal blow landed. Soryong and Spear Dragon could only watch in horror, shouting their friend's name. Mei Chogui stood over the fallen Guxiong, his hand dripping with blood. He commented that he had promised that brat he would take someone alive, but he no longer felt like keeping that promise. He looked down at the wounded warrior and the terrified Soryong, declaring that this was the end for them. A swirling blood energy gathered around his hand. With a menacing glare, he introduced himself as Mei Chogui, the Blood Wind Flying Snake and an elder of the Blood Cult, announcing that he would handle them personally. Over the fallen slaying dragon, Blood Cult elder Mei Chogui gathered a swirling red energy in his hands. Soryong and Spear Dragon stared in shock, realizing they faced a powerful elder from the Blood Cult. Mei Chogui sneered, impressed they had gotten this far, but declared with a vicious glare that their escape was over. Enraged at seeing his friend fall, Spear Dragon was the first to react, stomping the ground to gather his energy and launching a furious attack at Mei Chogui. As the two warriors clashed, Soryong desperately asked his giant centipede, Nova, if she could use her poison rain again. The massive creature, however, only made a weak, tired sound, exhausted from the last battle. Realizing their best weapon was unusable, Sayol Pio grimly stated they had no choice but to face the elder head-on. Lady Huang then told Soryong that she, Sayol Pio, and Sword Phoenix would handle the fight. She instructed him to care for the wounded slaying dragon, and he immediately agreed. Mei Chogui watched with a cruel smile, intrigued by the promising young talents, and eager to see what they could do. With determined fury, Sword Phoenix, Sayol Pio, and Lady Huang prepared to attack. They gathered their energy, then charged the elder together in a coordinated assault. Mei Chogui scoffed at their bravery, calling them foolish for charging all at once. He concentrated a dense ball of blood energy and unleashed the Blood Wheel 10,000 breaks, a massive red explosion that engulfed the battlefield. The powerful blast sent Spear Dragon, Sword Phoenix, Seol Pio, and Lady Huang flying backward, screaming as they were overwhelmed by the elder's immense power. Refusing to give up, Lady Huang declared that their efforts were not useless. She threw a poisoned kunai with all her might, striking Mei Chogui in the chest. Seeing the hit, Spear Dragon yelled in triumph, believing the poison flower would soon disable the elder's internal energy. Their hope was short-lived. Mei Chogui simply looked at the kunai in his shoulder and let out a sinister laugh. He grabbed the weapon, mocking the foolish brats for thinking he would fall for their poison again. Pulling the kunai out, he revealed he had taken an antidote, making their poison harmless to him. The revelation of an antidote left Lady Huaying and Spear Dragon completely shocked and terrified. Even Soryong was stunned by this unexpected turn. Surrounded by a red aura, Mei Chogui promised to show them a level of pain that would make them beg for death. But as he prepared to attack, his smug expression contorted in pain. Black blood poured from his mouth as he clutched his face in agony. Horrified, he stumbled backward, exclaiming that his own blood was not obeying him. He panicked, wondering if this could be the effect of a different poison. He cried out, asking why he suddenly couldn't use his internal energy despite the antidote. As Mei Chogui reeled from the mysterious poison, Soryong knelt beside the unconscious slaying dragon. He then stood and faced the enraged elder, taunting him about the antidote. With a confident smirk, he declared that the heavens were on their side. Furious and confused, Mei Chogui demanded to know how this was possible. Soryong just smiled. He revealed the simple but brilliant truth. The poison Lady Huaying used was not the one the antidote was made for. Soryong's plan had started several hours earlier when the group was traveling. Spear Dragon had suddenly panicked, holding up an empty bottle. He explained they had completely run out of the poison they used against the blood cult, and Slaying Dragon had used all of his as well. Hearing this, Soryong had an idea. He explained that while he couldn't get the same poison, he could make something similar, which surprised Slaying Dragon. Lady Huaying proudly revealed the secret. Soryong had made all the poison they were using. The news left Spear Dragon and Slaying Dragon stunned. They asked Soryong if it was true. He smiled, realizing the Miram Alliance had kept his identity as their poison supplier a secret. Soryong confidently told them that if they needed poison, he would make it. He called to his companion, the spider Yohwa, asking if she had brought the item he requested. She presented him with a large ball-shaped object of hardened mud. The warriors looked on in confusion. Soryong split the strange ball in two, revealing what was inside. He then smashed it on the ground, causing the others to cry out, thinking he had lost his mind. Soryong calmly told them to look closer. They saw the ground was littered with stunned bees. Spear Dragon identified the object as a dew-bee hive. The warriors panicked, but Soryong reassured them, explaining he had shaken the hive to stun them. He then gave a strange instruction: squeeze the bees' bottoms to extract their venom, leaving Spear Dragon bewildered. Holding one of the stunned insects with chopsticks, Soryong explained that it was a type of wasp. He recalled finding a large wasp nest and giving it to Yohwa, deciding it would be a perfect source for a new poison. Back in the present, Soryong explained the science behind his plan. Wasp venom contains enzymes that destroy blood cells, similar to the snake poison the blood cult's antidote was for. While not identical, their core function was the same, which is why the antidote failed. He told the stunned Mei Chogui that while his improvised poison was not as potent, it was enough to disrupt his internal energy. Furious at being outsmarted by a boy, Mei Chogui roared that he would kill him. Seeing their enemy weakened, Spear Dragon and Sword Phoenix saw their chance. They charged forward to deliver the final blow. Their powerful combined attack struck the poisoned elder, who spat black blood before crashing to the ground, defeated. With their enemy defeated, the group was overcome with relief. An ecstatic Sword Phoenix hugged Spear Dragon, who sighed that the fight had taken years off his life. Their celebration was cut short, however, when he suddenly remembered his fallen friend and rushed to check on Slaying Dragon. Lady Huaying assured him she had stopped the bleeding by pressing his acupoints and that his organs seemed undamaged. However, his wound was still serious, so she urged them to move quickly. As they were about to leave, Soryong's centipede, Nova, suddenly tensed and let out a worried sound. Soryong asked what was wrong as Nova stared intently into the dark forest. A moment later, a powerful force shattered a nearby tree as a new figure approached. A mysterious woman with her hair in twin buns descended from the sky, riding a giant, menacing wasp. She looked down at Mei Chogui's body, calling it pathetic and scoffing that his trashy martial arts naturally led to his death. Soryong and Lady Huaying could only stare, wondering who this powerful newcomer could be. The woman looked down at the group, remarking she would have to reconsider her alliance with the blood cult if their techniques were so easily defeated by poison. In a cold tone, she gave an order to her giant wasp, calling it Flower. She commanded it to capture Soryong and his companions. The giant wasp instantly unleashed a powerful sonic attack toward the group. The blast hit them with incredible force, causing Seolpyo and Sword Phoenix to scream as they clutched their ears in pain. As the sonic attack continued, Lady Huaying clutched her head, crying out that she recognized the giant bee. She shouted a warning to protect their ears with internal energy, as the sound could disrupt their ki and blood flow, leaving them unable to move. From her perch, the woman smiled, confirming it was the legendary strange cry tiger wasp, one of the 10 deadly venoms. Soryong was stunned to be facing another of these feared creatures. But he was not alone. His own companion, the centipede Nova, rose to the challenge. The 2 legendary beasts, both of the 10 deadly venoms, faced off in the air. The woman was impressed. She noted Soryong must be a poison master to have tamed such a creature and asked who he was. Before he could answer, she dismissed the question, saying his identity didn't matter. She then focused her gaze on a wary Soryong. With a chilling, possessive smile, she made a shocking declaration. From that moment on, he belonged to her. The mysterious woman and her giant wasp landed on the ground, radiating a powerful aura. Seeing the threat, Lady Huaying urgently warned a stunned Soryong. She said to be careful, explaining the woman seemed as strong as his foster father, Mying Ho, though not as powerful as his grandfather. The woman's sharp ears caught their whispering. A sly, jealous smile spread on her face as her eyes glowed menacingly. With a confident shout, she ordered her giant wasp, going, to attack and capture them all. Refusing to back down, Soryong commanded his own companion, Nova, to fly up and teach the wasp a lesson. The 2 venomous creatures, a flying centipede and a giant wasp, charged at each other in the sky with fierce chirps and buzzes. They met in a brutal mid-air collision, but the wasp's power was too much for the younger centipede. Nova was sent flying back with a pained cry, and Soryong shouted her name in alarm. He realized with a sinking feeling that giant hornets are the natural predators of centipedes. His young Nova was at a serious disadvantage. Seeing his pet in trouble, Soryong immediately called for backup. He shouted for his other companion, Yohua the spider, to emerge and help Nova. Instantly, Yohua leapt from the treetops in her massive spider form, ready to join the fight. As she soared through the air, she shot a thick web that struck the giant wasp's wing, tangling it and breaking its momentum. The distraction worked perfectly, allowing Nova to break free. Soryong cheered, praising Yohua for her excellent timing. The arrival of a second powerful beast left the woman from the 5 venoms lord stunned. She stared at Yohua, recognizing it as a human-faced spider. She was surprised that the young man had tamed 2 incredibly rare creatures. As the giant beasts battled in the sky, Spear Dragon made a decisive command. He ordered Soryong, Lady Huaying, and Seol Pyo to flee with the wounded slaying dragon, saying he and Sword Phoenix would stay to hold off the woman. With a determined war cry, Spear Dragon and Sword Phoenix charged forward to face the formidable new enemy. The woman from the 5 venoms lords glared at them, her eyes glowing with sinister pink energy. Annoyed by their interference, she called them a nuisance. In a stunning display of speed, she vanished and reappeared behind Spear Dragon, shocking him. With a voice full of contempt, she told him, "Flies should stay quiet." Before the terrified warrior could process her speed, she prepared to strike him with a deadly claw attack. Seeing the imminent danger, Sword Phoenix let out a desperate scream, shouting Spear Dragon's name. In an act of incredible bravery, she threw herself in front of him, taking the full force of the woman's blow. The impact sent her reeling, and she coughed up blood as a horrified Spear Dragon stared, calling her name, Jiaombong. He watched in disbelief as she collapsed, asking why she would do such a thing. With her last strength, the fallen Sword Phoenix muttered that he was an idiot. Consumed by panic and grief, Spear Dragon let out a horrified scream. His emotional outburst left him vulnerable, and the woman from the 5 venoms lords appeared behind him, striking him hard on the back of the neck. As Spear Dragon crumpled to the ground, unconscious, she coldly told him to sleep. From a distance, Soryong watched in horror as both of his allies were defeated in an instant, shouting their names in despair. With all resistance crushed, the woman turned her menacing attention to him. With a possessive smile, she extended a hand, telling him to stop struggling and come to her. Soryong was stunned by the woman's possessive declaration, but he did not face her alone. Instantly, Lady Huaying and Seol Pyo stepped before him with fierce determination. Lady Huaying angrily demanded how the woman dared speak to her fiancé that way, while Seol Pyo declared she would never hand over her little brother. Their defiance annoyed the powerful woman. With a dismissive glare, she called their resistance annoying and charged forward at incredible speed. In a flash, she unleashed a powerful attack that sent both Lady Huaying and Seol Pyo flying backward, overwhelming them. Soryong cried out their names in horror as they were defeated so easily. The woman then turned to the fallen Lady Huaying. She sneered, questioning the word fiancé, and added with cruel satisfaction that the title would be gone very soon. She descended menacingly to deliver the final blow. Just as her attack was about to land, two small blue lizard-like creatures materialized from a swirl of icy snowflakes, blocking her strike with their energy. The woman was surprised by their sudden appearance. The two creatures, radiating a powerful cold aura, stood protectively before Lady Huaying. Seeing his companions, Soryong shouted their names in relief. Siola, Binga. The two creatures cried out and pushed the woman back. The woman landed gracefully, her expression curious and suspicious. She listed the beasts Soryong commanded, the first Venom Lord, Nova, the human-faced spider, Yowa, and now the fourth Venom Lord. The number of legendary creatures was unbelievable, and she again demanded his true identity. In response, Soryong stepped forward, his body surging with a powerful glowing green aura. The woman fell silent, sensing the immense power emanating from him. With glowing eyes and a voice full of conviction, he gave his answer. He declared he was the son of the Beast Palace and the sole son-in-law of the Tang clan. He was Soryong. A tense silence fell on the battlefield as the two sides faced off under the moonlight, Soryong's companions against the woman and her wasp. Soryong's powerful declaration of identity had a profound effect on the woman. Her surprise quickly twisted into a furious scowl. She exploded in rage, demanding what he meant by claiming allegiance to both the Tang clan and the Beast Palace. She furiously asked if he intended to repeat the tragic events of 100 years ago, when the two houses destroyed her sect. Her words made everything clear to Soryong. He stared at her, realizing she must be a survivor of the ancient Five Venoms sect. The woman, however, saw Soryong not as an enemy but a victim. She called him pitiful and declared another reason to make him hers. She vowed to save him from the dirty clutches of the Tang clan and the Beast Palace. Soryong clenched his fist in anger, shouting that her words were nonsense. He immediately ordered his two small blue companions to attack. Seola and Binga leaped forward, their bodies glowing with icy energy, preparing to strike the woman with their powerful tails. The woman, however, was unfazed. She simply scoffed, calling their attack useless. In a stunning display, she used a phasing technique, passing through the lizards' bodies like a ghost. She reappeared above them and slammed them both into the ground with a single, effortless strike. Soryong and Lady Huaying watched in horror as the two creatures lay defeated and dizzy. Lady Huaying cried out in disbelief, not understanding how the attack passed through their bodies. But Soryong knew. A memory flashed, and he recognized the technique. The lizard gecko body steps gecko bewildering step, a secret martial art from the Five Venoms manual his grandfather gave him. Having dealt with the creatures, the woman declared their playtime was over. She charged forward, but her target wasn't Soryong. With blinding speed she kicked Lady Huaying, sending her flying backward and crashing to the ground. With all of Soryong's protectors defeated, the woman turned to him with a triumphant smile. She noted that finally, only the two of them remained. Before he could react, she closed the distance and grabbed his wrist in an iron grip. She mockingly told him the nuisances had disappeared, leaving him helpless as he struggled against her, shouting for her to let go. As the woman held him in her grip, she suddenly noticed a new energy coming from Soryong's robes. In a final, desperate move, he summoned his last two centipedes, shouting their names and commanding them to attack. The woman braced herself, realizing at such close range, she wouldn't be able to dodge. To everyone's surprise, the two small creatures didn't attack. They launched into the air and landed harmlessly on Soryong's shoulders, nuzzling him. The bizarre turn of events left everyone, including the powerful woman, confused. Soryong, panicking, scolded his small companions, yelling they were supposed to attack, not just look scary. The creatures only gave a weak, confused chirp in response. The woman stared, wondering what on earth she was witnessing. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the forest, sending a powerful shockwave that shook the ground. Soryong's face lit up with recognition and relief upon hearing the familiar voice. The woman looked up in alarm, her expression hardening as she recognized the legendary lion's roar of the Beast Palace. She watched as figures descended from the moonlit sky. The reinforcements arrived, the Grand Patriarch and MANHUA, their faces contorted with rage. The Grand Patriarch roared, asking who dared threaten the Tang clan's son-in-law, while MANHUA bellowed, asking who dared harm his son. They landed with the force of a meteor, kicking up dust and debris and forcing the woman to leap back from the impact. Overjoyed, Soryong called out to his grandfather and foster father. The elders, radiating terrifying power, glared at the woman. Their fury grew seeing the defeated Seol Pyo and Lady Huaying on the ground. MANHUA cursed the Five Venoms sect small fry, demanding how she dared harm his daughter and daughter-in-law. The woman, however, was not intimidated. With a mocking smile, she identified them as the Lord of the Beast Palace and the old monster of the Tang clan. She remarked with amusement that the situation was the same as 100 years ago. The two elders glared at her with cold, murderous intent. The Grand Patriarch moved before Soryong, placing a protective hand on his shoulder and telling him to stand back. A powerful, swirling blue aura gathered at his feet as he prepared for battle. Side by side, surrounded by an overwhelming aura of raw energy that lit the dark forest, the two legendary leaders made a solemn vow. Today, they declared, they would finally end the 100-year grudge. As the two elders, the Grand Patriarch and Manhwa, prepared for battle with immense auras, the woman from the Five Venoms sect watched with a strange expression. She seemed confused, wondering aloud where her Toad squadron was. Dismissively, Manhwa asked if she meant the masked fighters, smirking that the little bastards weren't even a proper warm-up. The woman laughed nervously, realizing the true power of the men she faced. They were monsters, and she knew she couldn't fight them both at once. Outmatched, she decided to retreat. She called her giant wasp, Gong, which descended from its battle with Nova. She announced her departure but first looked back at Soryong. She told him not to be disappointed, promising she would return for him. Enraged, Manhwa roared for her to stay, but the Grand Patriarch stopped him, reminding him their priority was treating the wounded. Seizing the moment, the woman mounted her wasp. With a sinister smile, she introduced herself as Oh Cheong-yu and chillingly promised Soryong she would one day make him hers. With a final command, she flew into the night, leaving a stunned Soryong to whisper her name. With the threat gone, the Grand Patriarch took charge. He ordered his men to transport the wounded to the Beast Palace immediately, stressing there could be no delays. As the warriors moved, Soryong kept watching the retreating figure. As she flew away, he noticed something strange. He saw a thin object in the back of their heads. He squinted, recognizing it as a golden needle. The golden needle, identical to the one in the Ant Queen, left Soryong shocked. As his allies carried the wounded, he watched her retreat, his mind on the battle. It was his first unforgettable encounter with Oh Cheong-yu. After the battle, with help from his grandfather and foster father, the group was rescued and brought to the safety of the Beast Palace. However, the cost of their escape was high. Slaying Dragon had a deep side wound. Sword Phoenix was worse, with internal organ damage. Spear Dragon had a fractured neck, and both Lady Huaying and Seal Pio had serious bruises and internal injuries. In the end, all his companions were bedridden, leaving Soryong as the only one unharmed. While saddened by his friend's injuries, another worry weighed on his mind. His main concern was for his pet Nova. In her battle against the tiger wasp, she had lost 2 legs. He and Lady Huaying checked on the recovering centipede. Lady Huaying worried about Nova's suffering, while Soryong knelt and stroked her head, asking if she was all right. He knew Nova would regenerate her limbs when she molted, but as her father, he couldn't just wait and was determined to help her recover faster. To speed up her molting, Nova needed nutritious food. As he pondered, his gaze fell on a cage holding the shrunken divine serpent. The listless serpent let out a bored sigh. Seeing Soryong look its way, it perked up and called out for his attention. Confused, Soryong turned to the cage, wondering what it wanted. To his astonishment, the divine serpent stuck out its tongue, revealing a small glowing orb. Soryong's eyes widened as he recognized it, an internal core. Overjoyed, Soryong took the internal core, amazed the serpent would give up its power for Nova. The proud serpent huffed and turned away. Soryong thanked it, promising to use the core immediately. He rushed to Nova's side and offered her the glowing orb, telling her to eat it to recover. When Nova swallowed the core, she glowed with a bright blue light. As hoped, the core's energy triggered her molting process. This brought a new worry. A molting centipede's new exoskeleton is soft and vulnerable. He recalled how Seal almost died from a failed molt and knew he had to watch Nova carefully. He told his spider, Yohua, to guard Nova while he prepared a safe place for the night. Yohua chirped her acceptance. Walking through the Beast Palace, Soryong's thoughts turned to his other small companions. Besides Nova, he was also worried about Myra and Grace. He recalled them using their killing intent on Oh Cheong-yu, who ignored them. The humiliation was too much for the proud creatures, who realized they were tricked and grew angry. After the battle, they ran crying to his grandfather and refused to come out. Soryong sighed, knowing about venomous creatures but not how to soothe a wounded heart. He decided to check on his other recovering friends. He entered the room where Lady Huaying and Seal Pio were resting, and they welcomed him. When asked how they were, Seal Pio, resting with her 2 blue lizards, said her internal injuries weren't bad. Lady Huaying added she was recovering well, though her ears were still ringing. Lady Huaying then asked about Nova's condition. Soryong happily reported she was already regenerating her lost legs. He explained the divine serpent gave them an internal core, which induced Nova's molt. The news relieved Lady Huaying. She clutched her chest, admitting she was so worried about Nova's injury she hadn't felt her own wounds, wondering if this was what being a mother felt like. With new purpose, Lady Huaying clenched her fists, a fiery aura around her. She declared to Soryong she would become stronger, feeling she'd be a failed mother if she couldn't protect their girls. Soryong then mentioned his other worry, Myra and Grace. He told the women the creatures were angry because their killing intent was ineffective and fake. Lady Huaying agreed it was serious, as the creatures must be hurt. Soryong admitted he'd only calmed them last time by promising an internal core and had no idea how to console them now. He asked his sister, Seol Pyo, for ideas. She suggested that eating meat always made her feel better but wasn't sure it would work in this case. Their conversation was interrupted by a servant girl at the door. She announced a visitor for one of the ladies. Before they could react, the visitor entered. It was Spear Dragon, panicked and out of breath, leaning on the doorframe. Seeing him, Lady Huaying scolded him for daring to enter a lady's bedroom, even if he loved Seol Pyo. Flustered, Spear Dragon frantically denied it was the reason for his visit. He explained he'd rushed over for Soryong. Confused, Soryong pointed at himself, wondering why. To everyone's shock, Spear Dragon suddenly dropped to his knees before Soryong. With his head bowed, he desperately pleaded for Soryong's help. Startled, they stared as the proud warrior begged for aid. Soryong told him to stand, reminding him of his injury. Still kneeling, Spear Dragon explained his plea was about Sword Phoenix. Shocked and worried, Soryong asked what happened to her and if she'd worsened. Spear Dragon clenched his fists, his face filled with agony and disbelief. He then blurted out that Sword Phoenix told him she liked him. The bizarre confession left Soryong, Lady Huaying, and Seol Pyo dumbfounded, staring blankly. Panicking, Spear Dragon grabbed his head and cried, wailing he didn't know what to do. He begged Soryong for help, claiming he had more experience. Soryong and Lady Huaying just stared, unsure how to handle the hysterical man. In her own room, Sword Phoenix was resting in her bed. She sighed softly. Clutching her blankets, she blushed deeply. With mixed frustration and affection, she whispered the word on her mind, idiot. At the Beast Palace, Spear Dragon visited Sword Phoenix, who was recovering in bed. He sighed, relieved her life wasn't in danger, and admitted he'd been terrified something awful would happen. He then asked why she had taken the attack meant for him during their fight with Oh Cheongyu. Sword Phoenix just stared at him for a moment, then asked why he thought she did it. Puzzled, Spear Dragon guessed it was because they were comrades on a secret mission. For his clueless answer, she threw a wooden pillow directly at his face. Reeling from the impact, Sword Phoenix angrily called him an idiot. Completely flustered and blushing, she shouted the real reason. She couldn't stand to watch the person she liked die. Her confession left Spear Dragon stunned. He pointed a trembling finger at himself, asking if he was the one she meant. Her embarrassment turning to rage, Sword Phoenix screamed she should have let him die and ordered him out of her room. Later, Soryong listened to the story with a shocked expression on his face. He asked the miserable Spear Dragon if he had really been kicked out, and the warrior confirmed it. Lady Huaying and Seol Pyo, however, had no sympathy. Lady Huaying glared, calling him pathetic and saying Sword Phoenix should have thrown a dagger to kill him. Seol Pyo added that the dagger should have been poisoned too. With his sister and fiancé beside him, Soryong asked the distraught Spear Dragon what he needed help with, since he'd already received a confession and the next step should be clear. Spear Dragon, however, was panicking. He explained he'd never had a woman confess to him and didn't know what to do, especially since it was Sword Phoenix. As Soryong considered the warrior's dilemma, he announced he had a good idea. He told a curious Spear Dragon to follow him. Soryong led him to another room and opened the door. Inside, Yowa was with Nova. Soryong called out, asking for her help. With a mischievous grin, Soryong put his arm around the confused Spear Dragon and told Yohua that she might not like it, but he needed her to take some of the uncle's yang energy. He explained his plan. Yohua could transform into the woman a man finds most beautiful after absorbing his yang energy. If she absorbed Spear Dragon's energy by sucking his finger, they'd see who he truly liked. As Spear Dragon held out his finger, Yohua absorbed his energy. He watched in surprise as a golden light swirled around her, and she transformed into a blushing, smiling Sword Phoenix. Soryong noted, as expected, she turned into Sword Phoenix, proving Spear Dragon liked her back. The revelation left Spear Dragon shocked, unable to believe it reflected his own true heart. Soryong nudged his friend, telling him he should respond to her confession quickly. The advice snapped Spear Dragon out of his stupor. He gratefully thanked Soryong and ran out, yelling Sword Phoenix's name. Watching him go, Soryong chuckled, noting this was the third time he had saved Spear Dragon. A moment later, however, he panicked, realizing he had other, more serious problems. After sorting out his friend's love life, Soryong's attention returned to his companions. He looked at his pet, Nova, sleeping peacefully after molting, then decided to see his grandfather and get his other two creatures, Myra and Grace. As he turned to leave, he noticed something large on the floor behind Yohua, who had reverted to her true form. It was the huge, empty husk Nova shed after molting. Soryong realized that since Nova had grown so much, the exoskeleton she left behind was massive. He suddenly remembered Seolpio's comment about how eating good meat made her feel better. The thought sparked a mischievous idea, and he grinned widely. He excitedly picked up the large, nutrient-rich husk. He knew an insect's molted shell is packed with protein, calcium, and other minerals. Creatures usually eat their own husk to regain energy lost during the process. However, Soryong reasoned that since a powerful core induced Nova's molting, she was already full of energy and didn't need her husk. This led him to a brilliant conclusion. If the husk held leftover energy from the core, he could feed it to his other pets, Myra and Grace, to help them recover and grow. With his plan set, he called Yohua and asked her to cut the husk into small bite-sized pieces. Meanwhile, in the Grand Patriarch's room, things were less calm. Soryong's other pets, Myra and Grace, were causing chaos. The Grand Patriarch yelled as the two creatures knocked over and broke his prized inkstone. He furiously ordered the two brats to stay still, but they just chirped and ran around. Exasperated, the old man threatened that if they continued, he would send them back to Soryong. Soryong peeked into his grandfather's room, amused that the powerful elder was suffering because of his two tiny pets. He announced his arrival, and the Grand Patriarch expressed his relief, saying Soryong's timing was perfect and he should take the chaotic creatures away. The old man complained the two wouldn't stay still and that looking after them was more exhausting than martial arts training. Soryong just laughed awkwardly. He then noticed Myra and Grace glaring from behind his grandfather's leg, still sulking about their earlier humiliation. Realizing he needed to cheer them up, Soryong said he brought a special snack, like the internal core he had promised them. The mention of food caught their attention, and they eagerly rushed over. Soryong smiled to himself, thinking children can't resist food. He knelt and offered them bite-sized pieces of Nova's molted husk, telling his kids their daddy had made it easy to chew. The two creatures happily began to munch on the nutrient-rich snacks. With his pets calm, Soryong told them there was more in his room and scooped them up. He thanked his grandfather for looking after them. The Grand Patriarch watched them go, fondly telling the little rascals to listen to their daddy. As Soryong walked down the hall with his companions on his shoulders, he was pleased they were eating so well. He wondered if the husk's energy might cause them to molt soon, like Nova. His thoughts were interrupted when a couple called out to him. He turned and saw Spear Dragon and Sword Phoenix standing together, looking like a new couple. They greeted him warmly, explaining they had been waiting. Soryong asked Sword Phoenix if she was well enough to be walking around. Smiling happily, she assured him she was feeling much better, thanks to his help. She explained she and Spear Dragon came to thank him, playfully adding she heard he'd knocked some sense into the blushing warrior beside her. Spear Dragon earnestly said they would never forget his kindness, but Soryong waved it off, saying he only helped confirm feelings that were already there. His attention returned to Myra and Grace. He pointed to Nova's large husk on the floor and told his pets to look at all the snacks he had for them. Spear Dragon asked what the strange object was, as the little creature's eyes glowed with excitement. Soryong explained it was Nova's husk and he was feeding it to them, hoping it held some of the core's energy. He set the two creatures down and told them to wait, promising their daddy would prepare more food for them quickly. Myra chirped happily, but Grace just glared, still sulking. Soryong tried to cheer her up, promising her a piece soon if she would wait. As he was talking, he suddenly noticed something was wrong. A strange energy began to surge from Grace's small body. A moment later, the little creature shrieked in pain, its body glowing with an intense red light that startled everyone. Soryong stared in confusion as Grace cried uncontrollably, and he called her name in concern. Seeing her as a human girl, he wondered why his pet was acting this way. The room stared in shock as Grace wailed on the floor, enveloped in a faint red aura. A bewildered Spear Dragon asked why Grace was acting this way, but Soryong could only stammer that he didn't know. He guessed the little creature was hurt and angry about something. While the men remained confused, Sword Phoenix watched with a thoughtful expression. She turned to Soryong, telling him he was less sensitive than she thought. She explained that as a girl, Grace saw Nova's husk as a hand-me-down, not a gift, so her frustration was natural. Sword Phoenix recalled her own childhood, where having many older sisters meant always wearing old clothes and longing for something new. The explanation struck Soryong hard. He realized with horror that Grace must think he was favoring Nova by giving her a mere hand-me-down. When he wondered why Myra wasn't upset, Sword Phoenix noted that the easygoing creature was simply happy to have a treat. Overwhelmed by the emotional complexity, Soryong sighed, realizing that raising a daughter was a difficult task. Soryong knelt to console Grace, telling her not to be difficult. He explained the snack was full of energy and he just wanted her to be as great as her sister, Nova. His words only made it worse. Grace turned away from the food, pouting furiously, and ignored Soryong's attempts to coax her into eating. Instead of eating, Grace burst into tears again and, to everyone's shock, ran out of the room. Sword Phoenix voiced her concern while Soryong stared in disbelief, unsure what to do now that Grace had fled. Confused by his daughter's complex emotions, Soryong was left speechless. A crying Grace fled into the courtyard of the Beast Palace. Shortly after, Lady Huaying found and comforted the now calm but still sad-looking Grace. She explained to the others that Grace had run to her feeling displaced and full of repressed emotions. When she asked about Soryong, Spear Dragon explained he had frozen in shock. With a smile, Lady Huaying decided to console Grace herself, realizing Soryong wasn't equipped to handle it. She wisely noted that fights between a father and daughter often have no easy cure. Desperate for a solution, Soryong devised a last-ditch plan. He went to the shrunken divine serpent and awkwardly asked if it could spare another internal core. The serpent responded with a furious roar and a blast of energy, forcing Soryong to immediately apologize and retract his question. Dejected, Soryong explained to the serpent that he only asked out of desperation over Grace's anger. The unimpressed serpent simply huffed and polished the bars of its cage. Looking at the caged creature, Soryong felt a pang of empathy. The serpent, having lost its core twice, had more right to be angry than Grace. He realized it might be better-natured than he'd thought. This new perspective prompted him to ask if the serpent had reached a decision about his offer to join them, adding that he had grown quite fond of it. He acknowledged their bad start, promised to treat it well, and formally asked it to join their family. To his surprise, after a long sigh, the serpent nodded in agreement. Overjoyed, Soryong celebrated and promised they would all get along. Knowing a new family member couldn't be caged, he gently lifted the small serpent out. With Yohua, Nova, and a calm Grace watching, Soryong happily welcomed his newest companion into their care. Holding the creature, he realized it needed a proper name, as Flying Heavenly Divine Serpent was too much. Since its title was related to the sky, he decided its name must include Cheon, sky. He then wondered about its gender, thinking Ilcheon would be a good name for a boy. Unable to name it without knowing its gender, Soryong impulsively lifted the serpent by its tail for a look, much to its blushing embarrassment. The response was immediate and violent. The enraged serpent roared and smacked Soryong across the face with its tail, sending him flying. The attack startled Lady Huaying and Soryong's other pets. As Soryong lay on the ground, the serpent loomed over him, glowing red with fury and roaring. Seeing the creature's teary-eyed, blushing face, Soryong finally understood and asked in stunned realization, "You're a girl?" He scrambled to his knees and apologized profusely, explaining he had been sure it was a boy. To make it up to her, he declared that as a girl, she deserved a much prettier name. Noting her beautiful emerald-colored mane, he suggested the name Yondu, the Hanja for that color, and asked what she thought. The serpent paused, and Soryong hopefully took its silence as approval. He happily announced her name was now Yondu. The newly named serpent hissed softly and blushed as Soryong gently petted her. Soryong then remembered his plan to include Jaeon and started to combine them, but stopped, finding Cheon Yondu a bit of a mouthful. He decided to stick with the full name anyway, reasoning that children with strange names live long lives. Thus, the serpent was officially named Cheon Yondu. The next day, a meeting was held at the Beast Palace. Slaying Dragon apologized to the Grand Patriarch for the trouble, but he dismissed it, saying it was his duty as an ally. With Spear Dragon's group injured, Soryong, Seol Pyo, and Lady Huaying were tasked with delivering the elders' information to the Murim Alliance. They also had to report the Blood Cult's new alliance with the Five Venoms sect, an antidote for the tiger-striped snake's venom, and the identity of their enemy, Oh Cheong-yu. The forces aligned against them were growing. Seeing an opportunity, they decided the Beast Palace would formally join the Murim Alliance, with Seolpyo accompanying the group to represent her clan. With the plan settled, Soryong's group prepared to leave. They said goodbye to Myung-ho and the others staying behind. Soryong sent his regards to Slaying Dragon, and Myung-ho wished them a safe journey. Soryong, Lady Hwying, Seolpyo, and the Grand Patriarch then departed from the Beast Palace. Their mission was twofold: prepare for the inevitable war with the Blood Cult and create a new poison to counter the growing threat. Before heading to the Murim Alliance, they decided to first stop at the Tang clan's home. Soryong and his companions soon arrived at their destination. Seolpyo gazed in awe at the massive, sprawling estate of the Sichuan Tang clan. Soryong noted that for his sister from the Yunnan jungles, this was like seeing a city for the first time. Seolpyo marveled that the entire mountain belonged to the clan. The Grand Patriarch welcomed Seolpyo, telling her to consider their home hers after the hospitality they received. She thanked him for his kindness. Their pleasant arrival was cut short when Lady Hwying gasped in shock. She panicked, calling out to Soryong that something terrible had happened. She frantically explained that Grace, who was with her just a moment ago, had vanished. Soryong and his grandfather looked around, confused as to where the little creature could have gone. A horrifying thought then struck Soryong. With dawning dread, he wondered if his upset daughter had run away from home. His fear was confirmed as an angry Grace was seen fleeing into the wilderness alone. 4 hours had passed since Bina ran away, and the search continued deep into the moonlit forest. A frantic Soryong, along with Lady Hwying and Seolpyo, desperately called out her name, their worried voices echoing through the trees. Soryong's other companions, Nova and Yohwa, also joined the search, scouring the woods for any sign of the small upset creature. As his panic grew, Soryong wondered aloud where the little rascal could have gone, joking nervously that she might already be going through a rebellious phase. Realizing their aimless searching was getting them nowhere, Seolpyo advised Soryong to use the beast heart art to contact Bina with his mind. Soryong agreed, knowing it was their best hope. He closed his eyes and focused, a vibrant green energy gathering around him as he reached out with his mind. He sent a heartfelt plea to his pet, apologizing for being wrong and urging her to come back. He warned that it was dangerous outside and that there were many bad snake catchers around. Suddenly, Soryong's eyes shot open in shock. A concerned Lady Hwying rushed to his side and asked him what was wrong. She asked if he had received a response, and a sweating Soryong confirmed that he had. He then relayed the unbelievable message. Bina stubbornly declared that she would not return until she became bigger and prettier than her big sister, Nova. This unexpected demand left Lady Hwying completely speechless, while Nova, hearing she was the cause of the problem, let out a panicked cry. At that same moment, high up near the summit of the Tang clan's mountain, Bina was on a mission of her own. The tiny creature trembled with determination as she scaled a steep, rocky cliff face. Pausing for a moment, she looked down from the dizzying height. Her motivation was clear. She imagined Soryong and Lady Hwying praising her, calling her pretty and their youngest cutie. The heartwarming thought brought tears to her eyes, but it only strengthened her resolve. With a determined squeak, she continued her climb. However, her small foot suddenly slipped on a loose rock. She lost her grip and started to fall, tumbling helplessly down the side of the mountain. She landed with a soft thud inside a dark cave, finding herself in the middle of a nest full of startled snakes. Hurt and scared from the fall, Bina began to cry loudly. The snakes, already surprised by her sudden appearance, were terrified by her wailing. Hissing in panic, the snakes turned and fled, disappearing deeper into the cave to escape the noisy intruder. Left all alone, a confused Bina watched them go, wondering why they ran away. While exploring the cave, Bina suddenly noticed something strange. Deeper inside, a sinister dark energy with menacing purple tendrils swirled in the darkness. The dark energy began to seep into her. She trembled in fear, her eyes widening in shock. The next morning, the sun rose over the Tang clan estate. An exhausted Soryong, Seolpyo, and his companions returned after their all-night search for Bina had turned up nothing. Seolpyo tried to comfort the disheartened Soryong, reminding him that even though Bina was young, she was the child of a powerful blue venom sovereign and could take care of herself. But Soryong could only sigh, still unconvinced. Suddenly, Seolpyo looked up, noticing something approaching from the sky. A small swarm of fluffy rabbit-eared bees, led by a larger queen bee wearing a tiny crown, descended towards them. Seol-pyo was shocked, recognizing them as rare golden-haired royal bees. A weary Soryong explained that he was raising them within the Tong clan, but he had no idea why they were seeking him out now. Before he could think about it any further, the queen bee buzzed excitedly and flew right into his face, wrapping him in an overwhelming hug. His voice muffled, Soryong struggled to push the creature away, demanding to know why she was suddenly being so affectionate. As Soryong stared at the affectionate queen bee, a sudden realization dawned on him. The bee leaned in close, her face blushing and puckered, and he instantly understood what she was trying to do. He realized this was an act called trophallaxis, a method used by social insects like bees and ants to share food mouth to mouth, which is also a vital form of communication and a sign of trust. Soryong figured the queen bee must think he looked tired and was trying to share some honey with him. While he was flattered to be accepted as part of her colony, he was not at all comfortable with the delivery method. Just as the bee was about to offer him a drop of honey from her mouth, Soryong quickly grabbed his other pet, Myra, and held her up as a substitute. He politely told the queen bee that he was already full but appreciated the offer. He knew he had avoided the situation for now but worried that refusing her every time could damage their trust. He wanted to register the bees with his beast heart art to communicate with them properly, but an angry buzz from the rejected queen bee reminded him of the danger. He was already bonded with 3 powerful spirit-grade creatures, and he knew that adding another without increasing his own strength could cause a dangerous key deviation. His thoughts were cut short when his grandfather, the Grand Patriarch, rushed towards him with Lady Huaying, his face full of worry. The elder demanded to know why he wasn't told immediately that Bina had run away. Even if it was the middle of the night, he fretted that the little one was out there somewhere, trembling in fear. Soryong apologized, explaining that he tried to use the beast heart art, but it hadn't worked. The Grand Patriarch announced a new plan. They would search again, but this time, he would unleash his own poison blood unit to scour the entire mountain. Soryong gratefully thanked his grandfather for the incredible help. With that, a massive clan-wide search began. For 3 long days, the Grand Patriarch's elite poison blood unit combed the mountain, checking under every rock, while the golden-haired royal bees searched from the sky. Despite their efforts, they found no trace of the missing creature. Throughout the search, Soryong tried again and again to use the beast heart art, focusing his energy to reach out to Bina. Seol-pyo asked if he felt any response, but a frustrated Soryong had to admit there was still nothing. Seol-pyo found this extremely odd. She explained that unlike humans, beasts cannot hide their true feelings, so a connection through the beast heart art should always get some kind of reaction. The possibility made Soryong's heart pound with fear. He began to panic, wondering if Bina had been attacked by one of the mountain's other wild beasts. Seol-pyo quickly calmed him, explaining that if something that terrible had happened, he would have felt it instantly. Their bond meant he would have felt a powerful shock to his own heart the moment she was in danger. She concluded that the only logical reason for the complete silence was that Bina had fallen into a very deep sleep. Soryong had to agree, remembering that his pet was, in fact, a very heavy sleeper. Just then, the Grand Patriarch and Lady Huaying walked over, asking for an update. Soryong could only report that he had failed, admitting he had nothing new to share. The Grand Patriarch's expression turned serious. He stated that while they hadn't found Bina, they couldn't waste any more time. He decided to leave the search to his warriors so the main group could prepare for their important mission to the Martial Alliance. He told Soryong that he understood how he felt, but they had a duty to perform. They also needed to create a new poison to counter the one the blood cult now had an antidote for. This reminder of their responsibilities seemed to snap Soryong back to reality. Regarding the new poison, Soryong revealed to his grandfather that he had already made preparations. He explained that among the venomous creatures they captured in Yunnan, there was one especially useful specimen that he had already sent to the clan's poison garden. He added cheerfully that by now, the clan's specialists should have already started extracting its venom. This was necessary because it was hard to get large amounts of poison from his bees. However, he mentioned with a hint of concern that this new creature was a bit difficult to handle, which caught the Grand Patriarch's interest. Soryong just gave an awkward laugh and didn't offer any more details. Far from their conversation, a different kind of problem was brewing inside the ominous poison garden, a dark facility built into the side of a cliff. Inside, several Tang clan members were backing away in fear from a large, steaming cauldron. A violent, blood-red energy was erupting from the pot, swirling like a storm. The men trembled in terror as they watched. The creature being processed was one of the most dangerous venomous beasts in existence, and its raw power formed a terrifying, demonic face in the rising red fumes.